Night falls over the Great Li nation, and the silence is shattered by the chaotic screams rising from the Longyuan River, its waters churning violently in despair. Amid the chaos, a figure dashes across the water at astonishing speed, leaving explosive bursts in their wake. Like an arrow loosed from a bow, they charge forward, unleashing a devastating sweep that knocks down a large group of people in an instant. This is by Haichan of the Chuanxing sect, a cultivator who has reached the 10th level of body refinement, divine transformation. Haichan roars as he unleashes his 9 orifices golden core and the yellow springs garment of the flood dragon. Fong and his men were too greedy, overestimating themselves. Opposite him, a long-haired man grits his teeth. His eyes filled with fury, though his heart is shaken. Even with his full strength in the pine or longevity fist, he still couldn't match him. The 10th level of body refinement is truly terrifying. This man is Fong Zeshan of Longyuan. Fong Zeshan, a cultivator at the 9th level of body refinement, spiritual connection. Then, he furrows his brow and shouts, "Stop him! Whoever kills by Haichan will be richly rewarded by Fong." Hearing this, the crowd rushes toward Haichan. With a casual swing, he delivers a crescent moon slash. The leader's head is instantly shattered. Then, he grins fiercely. "Ah, Fong Zeshan, I told you your defenses were weak. No one in this world can stop me. I'll remember your head for now. I'll come back for your life another day." Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning tears across the night sky, accompanied by an eerie voice. "By Haichan, since you're here, stay put." He grits his teeth, eyes wide with shock as he turns to look. Who is that? High above, a figure in white robes flickers in and out of sight amidst the lightning. The crowd erupts in cheers. Chingshuette, it's the young lady. The young lady of the Wu Hua sect has returned. At this moment, a breathtakingly beautiful girl appears in the sky, surrounded by dense bolts of lightning. She speaks calmly. "Uncle, let me handle things here." Haichan says nothing. He suddenly lunges forward, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp blades. His attack rushes toward the girl like a fierce wind. But in an instant, all the blades are blocked by the electric net surrounding her. Seeing this, he frowns in shock. What? The electric net covers his body, forging flesh into metal. This is no power a human should possess. Mystic realm. She has already stepped into the mystic realm. His weapon gradually melted away and vanished before her. Haichan staggered back in terror before turning to flee. His mind raced with desperate thoughts. The Fong family's martial transformation sect never expected such a terrifying genius to appear. Once stepping into the divine ability's secret realm, the mortal and divine would be forever severed. He had long reached the limits of his divine transformation, struggling to break through further. From above, the girl parted her crimson lips and softly murmured, "Lightning cabinet." Lightning blade. Instantly, a bolt of lightning struck down at impossible speed. It pierced straight through Haichan's body, sending him into violent convulsions. His eyes bulged in agony as he let out a blood-curdling scream. Then, he fell motionless into the water below. From above, Chingshuette raised an eyebrow coldly and declared, "His life force is extinguished. Nowhere to run." The water's surface began to tremble. The yellow spring's origin emerged. Then, she lightly flicked her fingers, preparing to reclaim the yellow spring's origin back into her grasp. Unexpectedly, the yellow spring's origin suddenly flared open, emitting a blinding radiance that forced Chingshuette to shield her eyes. She squinted to see through the glare. A figure emerged from the light. It was a white-haired man with 2 horns on his head. This sight took Chingshuette by surprise. She recognized him. It turns out the hidden yellow spring's origin cannot be tainted by spiritual power. It awakens on its own when sensing my energy. Is it protecting its master? Then, the hidden yellow spring's origin plunged into the water. Chingshuette gazed at the undisturbed surface and murmured, "No wonder it's a treasure from ancient times." Dragon's tail sweep. In an instant, it had traveled 1,000 miles away. Minutes earlier, on the riverbank, a young man panted heavily, drenched in sweat. He was the protagonist of this story. Fong Han, a stable hand of the Fong family. He looked up at the stormy sky lit by Chingshuette's lightning, utterly bewildered. What was that phenomenon? After a moment, he stopped, exhausted, and wiped the sweat from his brow. Forget it. The most important thing now is finding a way to train and fuse my strength 500 more times. He assumed a horse stance and swiftly threw a punch forward before retracting his abdomen. Only by mastering my strength can I learn techniques and cultivate the pine or longevity fist styles. The protagonist kept throwing punches and kicks, shouting loudly, desperate to shed his servant's status. After a while, he was soaked in sweat, gasping for breath. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to an object floating on the water. Seeing the person motionless, he cried out in horror, "Is he dead?" He swallowed hard, trying to calm himself. Maybe he had seen wrong, perhaps the person was still alive. He stared intently at the body. A second later, as he stepped closer, he saw the person surrounded by faint electrical sparks. Hesitating, he thought, this person looks like they were struck by lightning, stone dead. Moments later, the underworld totem on the body was revealed, reflecting a beam of light. The protagonist squinted, confused. What's going on? Just then, a beam of light shot from the underworld totem straight into his forehead. Suddenly, electricity enveloped his body as Fong Han clutched his head in pain. He felt a strange force taking hold. The force was so strong his hands couldn't let go. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agony as his head felt like it was splitting. Something was entering his body, he thought he might explode. Blood dripped to the ground, and suddenly, unfamiliar memories surfaced in his mind along with a woman's voice. Fong Han, go back. Return to the Fong family. Remember, you must train hard and grow stronger. No matter what, don't end up like your mother. Panicked, he shouted, Mother. Then he looked around in confusion. Where is this place? Fong Han's past flashed before his eyes. His mother, born unable to cultivate, was cast out of the family. When mother and son found themselves in dire straits, unable to cultivate, his mother sacrificed herself. Following her last words, he returned home and knelt, begging the Fong family to let him stay as a servant. Because he failed to appear during second young lady Fong Chingshuette's hunt, she held a grudge against him, and his heart raged with fury. No, I refuse to accept this. I will live with dignity and break free from this cursed fate. Suddenly, the white-haired man from earlier appeared beside him, murmuring, this one has a resolute will worthy of boundless fortune. With that, the man raised his hand and infused a stream of energy into Fong Han's mind. Qi transforms into spirit. Choose your master. The underworld emperor has an heir. Moments later, the protagonist collapsed unconscious by the riverbank. Suddenly, he jolted awake, sitting up and rubbing his head. He glared fiercely at his hands. What just happened? After touching the glowing corpse, he stomped his foot and stood up, moving with unexpected lightness. Yet, he was puzzled. Why had his sorrow vanished? All fatigue melted away. Especially striking were the 9 holes in the jade, through which gentle streams of energy flowed, as if alive. Earlier, you heard some disciples from the Fong sect mention a potent elixir liquor, claiming that swallowing one pill could spare years of grueling body cultivation, helping to replenish one's depleted vital energy. You clenched this jade pill, pondering its miraculous effects might be 100 or even 1,000 times greater than the Fong sect's wisdom pill or frostbite pill. You closed the box, but this medicine cannot be taken lightly. Next, you sit before Sihai-chan, muttering to yourself, esteemed one. I found your body, and I wish to give you a proper burial. Before you finish speaking, Sihai-chan suddenly revives, sitting up abruptly. Fong Han pales in shock, crying out, Sihai-chan is alive. He lifts his head and bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha, the mystic art realm is truly not to be underestimated. Fong Chingshuette, you are indeed an outstanding disciple of the martial transformation sect. It seems the world has gained another extraordinary individual. Then, his gaze shifts to Fong Han. Boy, was it you who saved me? You break into a cold sweat, tossing the box back to him. So you were alive all along. Since that's the case, I'll return this treasure to you. Then, you glance aside, lost in thought. Someone who can return from the dead must carry powerful artifacts, capable of controlling lives at will. He likely harbors ill intentions toward you. Sihai-chan takes the box, eyeing your attire. Didn't expect you to have such a talent for servitude, did you? Most servants, upon finding me, would rush to report to their masters for a handsome reward. Hearing this, you clench your fists nervously. For us servants, it's better to avoid trouble. Taking a reward is easy, but it breeds resentment. Wouldn't that ruin our livelihood? Stealing your treasures and quietly making my fortune is the real way to go. Sihai-chan erupts into manic laughter. Ha, quietly making a fortune is the way to go. I, by Chan, couldn't agree more. Which household do you serve? Fong Han parts his lips slightly, speaking in a low voice. The Fong sect, Longyuan province. Sihai-chan scrutinizes the footprints around you, lost in thought. The footprints are messy, but the layout isn't lost. A servant secretly practicing our sect's body tempering techniques is a grave taboo for any major family. Clearly, this person is restless. A servant of the Fong sect. Fong Chingshuette, oomph. Then, he smirks triumphantly. You're a powerless servant. Trying to surpass others through cultivation is impossible. He slowly rises, continuing. Tempering the body requires vast wealth and immense luck. Then, he tosses the box back to Fong Han. But meeting me is your good fortune. This golden core breathing technique will help you undergo a complete transformation. It will thoroughly eliminate the weakness in your body. You will build an unshakable foundation that no one can rival. With the addition of the superior cultivation technique I will teach you, your progress will be unstoppable. As for whether you can step into the mystic realm, that depends on your own destiny. That's all I'll say. The protagonist suddenly jolted awake and broke free. The mystic realm. Can you help me cultivate to the mystic realm? Haitian furrowed his brow, his expression full of disdain. So you've heard of the mystic realm. It seems you've learned quite a bit without permission. Let me give you a brief overview. Physical cultivation consists of 10 stages. 10 realms in total. First is nurturing life. Second is refining strength. Third is awareness, fourth is hardness and softness, fifth is divine power, and sixth is breath control. Seventh is inner fortitude. Eighth is divine valor. Ninth is spiritual connection. 10th is divine transformation. But only a handful of cultivators know that divine transformation is not the ultimate limit. Beyond it lies an insurmountable barrier. The mystic realm. The pinnacle of physical cultivation. Only when the brain becomes powerful enough to sustain it can one generate spiritual energy. It is through spiritual energy that one cultivates various mystical abilities. However, no matter what technique you train in, the brain is never directly cultivated. Thus, those who reach the mystic realm are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. They are truly prodigies of unparalleled talent. And Chingshuette is one of them. At this, Haitian Yan glared at Fong Han with resentment. Those who take me as their master. Once you have achieved success in cultivation, I will ask you to do 2 things. First, go to Fong territory and find a way to join the martial ascension sect, then steal the martial ascension scripture. Second, eliminate Fong Chingshuette. Fong Han's eyes widened in shock. Fong Chingshuette? The eldest daughter of the martial ascension sect in Fong territory, Fong Chingshuette. Seeing this, Haitian immediately put on a displeased expression. What are you so surprised about waking up to? Is this all the insight you have? A true genius is far beyond someone like Fong Chingshuette, who's merely at the arcane mystic realm. Above that lie the immortal mystic realm, the 10 great immortal sects, the 5 demon sects of the long teachings, the 7 demon clans, the demon gods, and the devil gods. These are all legendary powerhouses, beings beyond our imagination. He glanced at Fong Han's shocked expression and continued. Alright, I was struck by Fong Chingshuette's deadly Yin Thunder technique. My life force is nearly gone. I don't have much time left. It's only the leaking energy from my 9 apertures golden core that's keeping me conscious. Hurry and become my disciple. I don't have much time. The protagonist knelt to the ground. Finally meeting Master Hai Chan, he shouted loudly, Master, please accept your disciple Fong Han's bow. After speaking, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. There's actually a world beyond the arcane mystic realm? It's hard to believe. The 9 apertures golden core has such miraculous effects? Hai Chan's hand trembled uncontrollably. Then he grabbed Fong Han's clothes. He thrust his palm into his chest. It's done. From today onward, you are a disciple of my star sect. He pulled his hand out and continued. The only way to use the 9 apertures golden core is to carve out a space in the heart. Attach it there. Through cultivation, let its energy gradually merge with your blood and bones, refining your body and transforming you completely. If my body weren't charred like this golden core would be an incredible fortune for this kid. The golden core burrowed into Fong Han's heart. His face twisted in agony. His entire body convulsed violently. Hai Tian suddenly appeared behind Fong Han and spoke. With its power altering your physique, you might stand a chance at gaining the young lady's favor. She is already bound to your bloodline, unlike ordinary people. Stay steady. I'll teach you the 7 stars fist. I'll pass my martial arts down to you. Fong Han closed his eyes. He clearly felt the essence of Hai Tian's 7 stars fist. He furrowed his brow, pondering. This sensation. His mind had never been this clear before. It feels as if my meridians have fully opened. I can feel a surging power within me. If the energy inside me was like a trickling stream before, now it feels like a raging river. Like a mighty, rushing current. Haitian, sitting behind him, interrupted his thoughts. Our divine mechanism sex fist techniques were created based on the movements of the stars in the sky. By connecting the body with heaven and earth, we strengthen our foundation and reach the realm of divine abilities. Also, remember to bury my body after I pass. Give the ascension scripture to our sect's master. Let the master use it to revive me in my place. Suddenly, the protagonist's mark on Huang Fu's body activated and revealed itself. Haitian's expression turned to shock at the sight. How could the Yellow Springs celestial map do this? A treasure left behind by the Yellow Springs emperor after his ascension, how could it recognize him as its master? Haitian had been teaching the 7 stars technique to Fong Han for some time. Suddenly, he raised his hand before collapsing weakly to the ground. Seeing no movement, Fong Han turned and asked, Master, is it over? Haitian hung his head, showing no response. He trembled as he reached to check Haitian's breath. No breath? He furrowed his brow. His face darkened. His breathing had stopped? He stood up. He looked at Haitian with gratitude in his eyes, thinking to himself. Though we only knew each other for a short time, you taught me an unparalleled martial art. And you revealed the endless truths of the outside world to me. There are even stronger experts out there. Master, thank you. I will honor your last wish and bury you. Time passed. Behind the Feng family's great mountain, Feng Han struck a massive boulder repeatedly, muttering to himself. After forming his 9 orifices golden core, his physical body had undergone tremendous changes. His physical strength was now twice that of the core disciples of the Feng family. With a roar, he shattered the boulder. His golden core continuously supplied vital energy, surging within him. No matter how severe the injury, even if his tendons or bones were broken, after a night's sleep, everything would be instantly restored. He marveled at the power he now possessed. In just 3 short months, you've reached the pinnacle of the flexible strength realm, officially stepping into the 4th level of the body refinement realm, unawakened. This pace is truly astonishing. Even the Feng family's core disciples take at least 3 to 5 years to reach the flexible strength realm. However, one thing puzzles you. Earlier, your master said he'd give you the Huang Xian Shofu as its master, but you haven't discovered anything special about it. Lost in thought, your expression turns serious. Perhaps master was mistaken. I'm nowhere near capable of wielding such a treasure. It's the same as before. I mustn't let the Feng family find out. Clear your mind of distractions. You resolve to seize the moment. Nothing matters more than breaking through. With a sudden stomp, you unleash the unawakened 7-star step. Immediately after, you swiftly strike forward with the Crane Claw hidden kill. The Crane Longevity Fist and 7-star Fist are 2 entirely different styles, yet your 9 orifices golden core fuses them seamlessly, amplifying their power. You charge forward, delivering a crushing punch at the 5th level of the Divine Strength realm. A deafening crash follows as Feng Han moves with incredible speed. And in an instant, the surrounding trees are snapped in half. Now, your punches carry immense force, your strength growing ever stronger. All the hard work you've endured hasn't been in vain. The Feng family's techniques have become second nature. The only thing weighing on your mind is whether using the 9 orifices golden core will draw the Feng family's attention. Feng Chingshuette has already reached the mystic arts realm. She could probably kill me with a single finger. With renewed determination, Feng Han's eyes burn with resolve. No matter what, I must keep going, grow stronger, even stronger. Suddenly, a gentle breeze rustles through the treetops. A strand of raven black hair and a foot crackling with lightning appear, followed by a crisp voice calling out, Crane Longevity Fist. Not bad. A pristine figure floats in the air. Stunned, you wonder, is this a moonlit fairy? Or perhaps a dragon prince from the Dragon Palace? No, it's the Feng family's eldest daughter, Feng Chingshuette. She glances down at you and speaks. You've been training in secret for quite some time, haven't you? Feng Han startles, then hastily kneels, trembling as he cries out. Spare me, my lady. I only peeked by accident. I couldn't resist practicing. Please, have mercy. From above, she says coldly, good. At least you know fear. If you tried to run when you saw me, the consequences. Before she finishes, she flicks out a lightning-fast probing light. In a flash, she sliced off a strand of Feng Han's hair. Then came a deafening crash. Feng Han swallowed hard, staring at the massive boulder behind him split clean in 2. She's so strong, he thought. This was the power of the mystic realm technique and that purple light of judgment. The celestial phenomenon I saw by the river last time was her. Terrified, he dropped to his knees and cried, this lowly one begs for punishment for my crimes, young mistress. Chingshuette landed gently before him. No need. I'm merely curious. Ordinary people shouldn't be able to reach the physical body realm or the divine power realm so easily. Had he taken some miraculous elixir? Feng Han's heart raced as he clenched his jaw. Nervously, he looked up. 5 years ago, I was washing a horse by the Dragon Abyss River when a sudden storm hit. A horned serpent emerged from the water, startling me. But the serpent was struck dead by lightning. Feng Han chuckled bitterly, scratching his head. Curiosity got the better of me, so I dragged it ashore. The meat smelled like roasted pork. I rarely got to eat such things, so I butchered some and took it home. I ate it for a while. He clasped his hands together. Afterward, my body began to change. While running errands, I saw some martial disciples training and got the idea to steal their techniques. I deserve death for this. After listening, Chingshuette looked thoughtful. A serpent, with a horn. A century ago, my Xiang family's ancestors slew a horned fowl flood dragon in the Dragon Abyss River. It seems this was your destiny. Suddenly, Chingshuette sensed something. She reached out and lifted Feng Han to his feet. His heart lurched. Asterisk, oh no, has she figured it out? Is this a test? Asterisk? A moment later, Chingshuette pulled him closer. She placed her hand on his left chest, then withdrew it and said, 5 years of stolen training, and you've achieved this much. This is a fortune even many of the Feng family's elite disciples lack, all from the inner core of that horned fowl flood dragon. The divine power realm is your limit. If you wish to progress further, you'll need vast resources. Come with me to the martial transformation sect. You'll help me tend to the spirit beasts. With that, Chingshuette turned and left. Feng Han's mind raced. Chingshuette could tell at a glance I'd reached the divine power realm. Asterisk, just now, she almost discovered me. Somehow, my 9 orifices golden core hid itself deep in my heart, masking its presence. And she didn't notice my family's yellow silk armor either. Asterisk, Feng Han exhaled in relief. Lying on his back, he thought, well, I got away with it. She even said I should follow her to the martial transformation sect to feed spirit beasts. She's different from the others in the Feng family. Then he bolted upright. Asterisk, what? The martial transformation sect? Feed spirit beasts, asterisk. Meanwhile, Chingshuette stood elsewhere, lost in thought. Asterisk, strange. I feel like I forgot something, asterisk. It turned out the girl had forgotten to ask Feng Han's name. Han, and she is also the eldest young lady of the Feng family. The scene shifts to the depths of the Chingshuette illusion, where darkness lingers. She closes her eyes, lost in thought, manipulating the illusory realm. Since entering the divine ability secret realm, she had never set foot here before. In the distance, a man appears, and she can't help but feel puzzled. Why would he show up in her illusion? Frowning, she releases a bolt of lightning. The man's eyes widen in surprise as he catches the lightning barehanded. A curious smile tugs at his lips as he deflects Chingshuette's attack. She raises an eyebrow, lifting a hand to shield her face. Behind him, a fissure slowly begins to split open. He turns and glances at her. After stepping through the fissure, he fades away. The scene shifts to a morning in Chingshuette's bedchamber. She lies asleep in her bed, slowly opening her eyes. She sits up gently. Resting her cheek on her hand, she muses, just a servant, yet so intriguing. Then, Chingshuette turns and calls out. Someone, come. This time, when I go to the martial transformation gate, there's no need to trouble yourself with bringing servants. I'll wait. Meanwhile, in another place, the male lead puts on his clothes, lost in thought. 2 days have passed, yet there's still no word about joining the trip to the martial transformation gate. But for someone like Feng Chingshuette, the celestial maiden, it's common for her to mention something to a servant and then forget about it. He crosses his arms, closing his eyes. It's not like only experts from the divine ability secret realm can leave an impression on her. There's still a chance. It will come again, as long as I'm always prepared. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening interrupts his thoughts. A man enters the room. Quick! The second young lady is about to leave on a long journey. Yu Yingqi and Li Shui must accompany her. Feng Han, go to the plaza first. He furrows his brow in confusion. What's wrong with the second young lady? Moments later, in a bustling area filled with chatter, rumors spread. I heard the eldest young lady will choose one of us for an incredibly important task. Why is he here? How dare he stand among us? Feng Han appears in the crowd, listening to their whispers about him. Feng Han? Ha! With that pathetic look of his, he thinks he can be chosen? What a delusion. He'll never be picked. Just go back to being a groom. His expression darkens instantly, clenching his fists in anger. Look at him, so full of himself. No wonder he's that woman's son. Serves him right. Fuming, Feng Han is about to shout back when 3 people behind him interrupt. It's the eldest and second young ladies arriving. At that moment, Chingshuette and Qingwei stand out in the crowd, drawing cheers from everyone. The eldest young lady is here. She's truly extraordinary, so different from the rest. Suddenly, Chingshuette stops in her tracks and sees. A chill wind swept in from the distance, and the girl glanced back. Qingwei, what was the name of the servant taking care of Qian Li Shui? After hearing the question, Qingwei answered. Han Feng was originally a stable hand for the clan, and he was fairly reliable, never skimping on the horse's feed. But last time, he delayed the clan's hunt. So the clan chief not only had him whipped but also rewarded him with 5 taels of silver. Then she leaned in and whispered, Sister, don't you remember? He was originally from a branch of the Feng family but was exiled for being unable to cultivate. To regain the Feng family's protection, he willingly became a lowly servant. After hearing this, Chingshuette fell silent for a moment. A branch of the Feng family can't cultivate? Then she spoke again, this time, going to Wowai Immortal Mountain, I need a skilled servant to help me raise spiritual beasts. Since Han Feng is so reliable, let him go. Xing Wei hastily shouted, why him of all people? Chingshuette looked displeased as she turned away. What's wrong? Do you have any objections? I see that Xianli Shui is close to him. If he can take such good care of horses, he can surely look after spiritual beasts too. Suddenly, she pointed to the south and declared loudly, among all the stable hands, only one may accompany us to Wowa Immortal Mountain. Han Feng, step forward. A faint smile tugged at his lips as those around him shouted in indignation, what? No way. You can only choose one person. The young lady actually chose him? Feng Han was overjoyed, clapping his hands in celebration. Yes, young lady. Just thinking about going to the Martial Transformation Gate made him shout with excitement. Martial Transformation Gate, here I come. The scene shifts to a towering mountain peak. This is the Martial Transformation Immortal Sect, the foundation of the Martial Transformation Gate. Feng Han stood below, looking up in awe. The Immortal Path, this is truly the Immortal Path. A flock of enormous celestial cranes soared high in the sky. A green-haired man rode one of the cranes, looking down and shouting loudly. Feng Chingshuette's status is way too high, isn't it? Bringing so many people here, she's treating the Martial Transformation Gate like her own home. The person in front immediately interrupted, hey, do you remember what senior brother Jean told us? The green-haired man arrogantly rode his spiritual beast down. Enough nonsense. I've had it with that woman for a long time. Suddenly, a strike hit Xianli Shui, causing it to lose control and rear up. Feng Han frowned at the sight and turned to look. He gripped the reins tightly. Xianli Shui, calm down. Feng Han below unleashed a whirlwind attack toward the sky. Both the man and his spiritual beast were knocked down, crashing to the ground in a sorry state. The green-haired man sat up in a rage, grabbing his whip. How dare a mortal lay a hand on us? You must be tired of living. With that, he lashed the ground repeatedly, striking Chingshuette's group over and over. Xianli Shui's neck was slashed, causing it to shriek in pain. A black-clawed raptor appeared, attacking Xianli Shui. Feng Han turned in alarm. Xianli Shui, covered in wounds, collapsed to the ground. The protagonist gritted his teeth in fury. What do you think you're doing? The man pointed at them, sneering. How dare a mortal trespass on the Martial Transformation Immortal Mountain? We've been far too lenient with you disciples. Hand them over. Suddenly, a voice came from inside the carriage. Are you the disciple's senior brother Jean assigned to receive us? With that, Chingshuette jumped out of the carriage and stood beside Feng Han. Is this how senior brother Jean teaches you to welcome guests? The group, seeing this, broke into a cold sweat and quickly bowed in respect. So it's senior sister Feng. We're new disciples. Senior sister Feng, we're here to receive you. But those people Giano brought earlier were running wild, breaking the rules of the Immortal Mountain. They're just mortals and ordinary horses, after all. Feng Chingshuette replied. How could you attack others on the grounds of the Martial Transformation Gate? That's exactly right. Senior sister Feng, senior brother Jean deliberately tested us. He had us come here specifically to teach these outer disciples the sect's rules. And to warn them not to break any taboos. Chingshuette flew into a rage. She swung her hands, releasing bolts of lightning. Since when do we answer to you for discipline? Senior brother Jean is the one who's unhappy with us new core disciples. The blue-haired boy winced in fear. Senior sister Feng, they're just mortals. Why bother? That girl who broke her fingers was one of Chingshuette's people. If you challenge me, you pay the price. Core disciples are chosen by the sect master himself and hold the power of life and death. You've offended my authority. If I don't teach you a lesson, where's the dignity of a core disciple? Blame senior brother Jean. He brought you here so I could assert my dominance. The girl coldly unleashed a lightning-fast strike. It pierced through the blue-haired boy's body, making him cry out in pain. Just then, a man stepped in to block Chingshuette's attack. He quickly helped the blue-haired boy up. Junior sister Feng. This was just a light punishment as a warning. Why did you have to go so far? Chingshuette glanced at the two of them. Don't worry. He won't die. I was just giving a light punishment as a warning. If I wanted to kill him, could you, at the 7th layer of the Azure Performance Realm, even stop me? With the chi refining to true essence transition. I've only just stepped into the 2nd level of spiritual arts. The man was furious upon hearing this. He raised his hand and struck forward with a palm. Chingshuette casually flicked out 2 sword energies. They deflected his attack right back at him. Then she gave him a look of utter contempt. If you have a problem with me, I'll be waiting for you at the Heavenly Punishment Platform in the Martial Arts Hall. The man gritted his teeth in hatred, thinking to himself, the Heavenly Punishment Platform. No matter which core disciple it is, only one can walk away alive. Feng Chingshuette. He clenched his fists in rage, trembling all over. Then he picked up the boy and turned to leave. I'll report this to the elders and the sect master. Let's go. Then, his followers scattered and left as well. Fong Han looked at Chingshuette with admiration, thinking to himself, "She's incredible. Master by high. This young lady of the Fong family isn't so easy to kill. I owe her another favor." Noticing Fong Han staring at her, she turned her head away. "What are you standing there for? There's spirit wine on Purple Lightning Peak. This horse can still be saved." After saying that, she turned to leave but suddenly stopped, whispering, "Remember, the great Tao is merciless. If you don't want to suffer today's humiliation again, you must train harder." Hearing these words, Fong Han turned back in surprise, wondering, is she trying to comfort me? Chingshuette stopped and looked around at everyone. "All right. Let's go to Purple Lightning Peak. Fong Han, come with me. I have something to tell you." The scene shifts to Purple Lightning Peak. Purple Lightning Palace. At this moment, Chingshuette's voice echoed through the Purple Lightning Palace. "Though Purple Lightning Peak is my property, I must focus on my cultivation. I'll be entering seclusion soon. I won't have time to manage it. Fong Han, this is a beast token. You'll lead 250 people to care for the spirit beasts." With that said, she sat there and tossed the token to Fong Han, adding, "Just drip your blood on it. Those spirit beasts will obey your commands. Go select your team." The protagonist took the token and accepted the order. Chingshuette turned her gaze to the three behind Fong Han. "Fong Xiang, handle food and cleanliness. Select 300 servants. Fong Lai, oversee the 80 acres of medicinal fields. When harvesting rare flowers, lead 200 people. Fong Di, manage the finances and clothing for 200 people." The three responded in unison, accepting their orders. The long-haired man glared at Fong Han with a dark expression. His gaze turned even more sinister. Then, his eyes grew colder. Chingshuette stood up. "You all go handle things yourselves. Now." The four of them were instantly enveloped by her attack and vanished in the blink of an eye. The four were teleported elsewhere. Fong Han looked at the scene before him. He thought to himself in surprise, "We were all teleported directly to the rear plaza by her." Fong Chingshuette had just promoted herself to steward. Was this some kind of test? Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, interrupting his thoughts. The long-haired man in black who had been standing behind him. Shui went too far with her teasing. "Kid, hand over the beast token." Fong Han remembered hiding the token in his clothes. He impatiently shook off the other's hand. "Fong Lai, what do you want?" The beast token was issued by the young lady. "I won't hand it over to you." Hearing this, he flew into a rage, cracking his knuckles. "Oh really? You refuse to hand it over? Do you think a lowly stable slave like you can command anyone here? Everyone here outranks you. Shut your mouth." He turned to the crowd behind him. "This kid wants you to follow his orders. Do you agree?" The crowd burst into laughter, mocking him. "Ridiculous. You think you can order me around before you've even grown up? Go home and drink milk for a few more years." "Exactly. Still nursing and you want to command us? Steward Lai, teach him a lesson." Seeing him tremble with anger, they began to jeer. "Wait. Isn't this kid an orphan with no parents? Where'd he get milk to drink?" Fong Lai was best at sneering. "That's right. I almost forgot. Ha ha ha. Oh. Too scared to move now, huh? About to wet yourself? How dare a lowly servant like you talk back to me? I'll break your bones today and teach you a lesson. Still don't get it? I've earned the nickname Bone Crusher. That's all I'll say." He suddenly lunges forward. Unleashing his 13 bone-crushing hands, he continues. "The young lady doesn't understand household management. A loyal servant must use superior martial arts to properly oversee the estate." In an instant, Fong Han suddenly vanishes, startling him, then reappears behind him using 7-star true step. Then, Fong Han. A bolt of lightning flashes beneath his feet. Fong Han unleashes his full strength with Kuei Star Kick. His foot strikes Fong Lai's back, making him cry out in agony. But it's not over. He charges forward again. A flurry of ruthless punches targets his opponent's face, each strike deadly. Fong Lai is in excruciating pain, spitting blood. Fong Han's expression darkens, his gaze icy. He steps closer, one step at a time. A thick murderous intent radiates from him, making the man panic and stumble back. His hands tremble uncontrollably. He stares at Fong Han with wide eyes. Hatred and fury are written all over his face. "You bastard." Hearing the insult, Fong Han's brow twitches. His anger erupts instantly as he strides right up to him. "Bastard? If I'm a bastard, then what are you? Just a spineless dog daring to act tough in front of me?" He grabs Fong Lai by the collar and slams him to the ground. One hand clamps down on his wrist. The other foot presses down on his neck, making him howl in pain. Fong Han's eyes burn with hatred. Cruel thoughts flood his mind. That's right, hit him harder. Break his bones. Then finish him off to set an example for the other foolish servants. How dare these guys bully and take advantage of you? They must pay the price for this. Your anger reached its peak. You snapped his arm with force, making him scream in agony. Your expression turned dark. The thought of finish him kept flashing in your mind, but you ultimately pulled your hand back and roared. If you don't listen to me, this is what happens. Suddenly, a voice rang out. A car cut into the tense situation. All right, Fong Han, calm down. You whipped your head around, glaring at the source of the voice. Fong Xiang appeared, looking exasperated as he continued. Fong Li stole your beast token, he was in the wrong first. You've already taught him a lesson. Now, let's get down to business. Don't forget this is the Lightning Peak Hall. At that moment, Fong Han snapped back to reality, steadying himself as he pondered. What am I doing? A strange voice echoed in your ear. Perish. That woman is a spy for the Fong family, get rid of her quickly. You reached out, sensing something swiftly brush past you. Cold sweat broke out as you stammered, who are you? A swirling mass of dark spiritual energy hovered in the air. An icy voice commanded, silence. If you don't want the Yellow Springs robe and 9 orifices golden core to be discovered, deal with this for me at once. Understood? Fong Han shouted in shock. Was someone controlling me just now? Or are you? Suddenly, everyone around dropped to their knees. Their cries cut him off. Spare us, Master Han. From now on, we'll follow Master Han's every word, even if it means jumping into boiling oil or fire. Though stunned, Fong Han cupped his hands in a bow. He struggled to keep his composure. It seems you're all the young ladies' people. I won't break your arms and legs today. In the distance, Fong Xiang chimed in. In that case, let's call it a day. Fong Han looked at her directly. I was thinking the same. Miss Fong, let's cultivate together. With that, she left. He watched Fong Chang's retreating figure, lost in thought. Miss Fong Chang never interacts with others. Yet this time, she suddenly made a move. It seemed like she was stopping me. But in reality, she was helping me out of a tight spot. She appears to be highly valued by Fong Chingshuette. Could she be Fong Chingshuette's trusted aide? A moment later. At Purple Lightning Peak. Spirit Beast Pet. Fong Han stood below, gazing up at the spirit beasts. He turned his head to study the spirit beast token, deep in thought. First, drip some blood onto the token. Suddenly, a dark object hurtled toward his head from behind. You just blindly drip blood without knowing anything? Just then, a surge of spiritual energy appeared. The voice continued. You've got some guts, kid. Fong Han bit his lip. He looked up at the voice. Are you the one who was controlling me earlier? The voice burst into laughter. Ha ha. That's right. I am the last legendary figure of this mystic emperor realm, the Emperor's Selection Sovereign. Fong Han stared in shock, exclaiming loudly. What? You're the Emperor's Selection Sovereign? He chuckled, narrowing his eyes. He raised a finger, releasing a surge of spiritual energy that instantly drained Fong Han's interest. Suddenly, he jolted in surprise, lost in thought. This is the spiritual energy cultivated by the Emperor's Selection Sovereign. So, you're a spiritual manifestation of the hidden Emperor's Selection Sovereign? Seeing his fierce expression, he waved his hands smugly. That's right, kid. My name is Yen. As I just said. He leaned in close to Fong Han, pointing upward. Do you know what this is called? This is refined blood essence used for sacrificial cultivation, allowing those at the body refinement stage to wield all kinds of magical treasures. Even enabling the weak to overcome the strong, killing those above their level. You must harbor a lot of resentment, don't you? You haven't forgotten Bai Heiken's mission, right? Kill him. Wipe them all out. Suddenly, Fong Han's eyes widened in shock. He sighed and raised his hand to disperse the spiritual energy. Don't use that move. Whether someone lives or dies is for me, Fong Han, to decide. In an instant, he was interrupted by a haughty and noisy voice coming from somewhere. Hurry up and open the barrier over there. This lady still needs to go out and stretch her limbs. What are you staring at? This immortal maiden is here. Keep quiet. The nearby spirit beast flapped its wings violently, stirring up a fierce gust. The spiritual energy surged angrily. He swung his palm at the spirit beast. How dare this creature show disrespect? How dare you be disrespectful to me? Fong Han panicked and rushed forward to stop him. Meanwhile, someone shrieked in terror. Help! Who are you? This is terrifying. At that moment, his attack swiftly struck the spirit beast's barrier but suddenly dissipated, leaving both of them stunned. You stood there, mouth agape, speechless. The spirit beast kept creating barriers around itself and laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha. So you have no spiritual power. Sisters, come and see this. He has no spiritual power. Don't be afraid of him. Mocked by the spirit beasts. His face darkened, grinding his teeth in anger. Then, he suddenly lunged forward. He unleashed several astonishing slashes, suddenly reaching out to block them. But before he could react, the attack struck the barrier, triggering a massive explosion. The spirit beast's barriers gradually faded away. As the smoke cleared, a figure coughed incessantly, revealed. Then, the spirit beast transformed into a scantily clad young girl. I pounced on Fang Han, startling him so much that he recoiled, his expression turning fierce. She leaned in again. The crowd kept surging forward. The scent of humans seemed incredibly alluring. Then, she stared at him in a daze, her expression hazy, before continuing. Is it human blood that turned me into this? Fang Han's face turned as red as a ripe persimmon, utterly mortified. Yan, what kind of trick are you playing? He coughed hurriedly, avoiding eye contact. My true form spirit is unstable, and my power is limited. I need to cultivate the power of the nascent soul's solar energy. I must slumber to solidify my spirit. Boy, if you encounter danger, handing over the Yellow Springs map will aid you. With that, he gradually faded from Fang Han's sight. Hearing this, he whipped his head around. The spiritual energy of Yen was dissipating. Has he vanished? The girl pressing down on him spoke up. Hey, look at me. You're so strange. A drop of blood on the beast taming token only lets my voice transmit through it so you can understand. But your blood can turn me into human form? At her words, Fang Han looked confused and awkwardly turned away. You mean I made you human? Can you take me flying then? Upon hearing this, she huffed and stood up, crossing her arms as she glared at him. Serve me well, and I might consider helping you. Do you think the beast taming token lets you order me around? With that, she turned away proudly, adding that the token was merely a communication tool. Then, her brows furrowed in anger as she leaned in close to Fang Han and snapped. I warn you, we're equals, don't get any funny ideas. After hearing this, he stiffened, turning away to ponder in silence. Sure enough, controlling over 30 celestial cranes wasn't easy. After a moment of thought, he bowed respectfully to Fang Han and said, I will take great care of Crane Immortal. If Crane Immortal has any complaints, I'll do my best to address them. She stared at him for a while before scoffing. Fine, you're not completely clueless. But you're with that jerk who offended me earlier, and I'm not happy about it. Then, she turned away, her face flushed as she added, but if you can roast rabbit or pheasant. Fang Han joyfully threw his arm around the crane's shoulder. Please, Crane Fairy, trust my cooking skills. Then, he cheerfully led the crane away. Let's go hunting now. Above the mountains of the Martial Transformation Gate, cranes flew in dense flocks. At that moment, Fang Han was starting a fire for the little crane, having just caught a few wild animals. He took out a knife and skillfully sliced the meat before putting it over the fire to roast. The aroma wafted through the air, making the nearby cranes drool with envy. Confidently, he picked up a few skewers of perfectly browned meat and held them out to her. Here you go, one skewer of rabbit and one of chicken. Try it. The crane took them and began chewing eagerly. In an instant, her eyes widened, glowing with delight as tears of happiness streamed down. The fragrance was so rich it was almost unimaginable. The seasoning didn't overpower the natural deliciousness of the ingredients. The meat was juicy, every drop of flavor locked in, melting in her mouth. With that, she flapped her wings lightly and gave a thumbs up. Hop on. I'll take you flying now, but you'd better hold tight to my feathers or I won't be responsible if you fall. Fang Han's face lit up with joy. His eyes widened. Really? Moments later, high in the skies above the Martial Transformation Gate. From behind, another crane approached at incredible speed. Fang Han, riding on the crane's back, kept asking questions. Where are we going? We've already left the Martial Transformation Gate. She replied. What's there to be afraid of? I can fly 1,000 miles in an hour. Want to go back? Easy. A few flaps of my wings and we'll be there. Suddenly, several mysterious black whirlwinds appeared in the distance. The two of them were shocked. The whirlwind swirled around them, startling the crane into panic. This isn't good. It's the celestial wolf sect 7 jackal smokes. We need to run. Then she flapped her wings frantically, soaring higher into the sky. What's going on? Within tens of thousands of miles of the Martial Transformation Mountain, there shouldn't be any demonic cultivators from two different sects. If they find us, we're done for. Fang Han broke out in a cold sweat. That's strange. What's the 7 jackal smoke? Just then, one of the fierce 7 jackal smoke spotted them and immediately gave chase. The crane dodged left and right, barely avoiding the attacks, trembling in fear. No time to explain now. Let's run first and think later. He saw the speed of the heavenly wolf malevolent smoke growing faster and faster. Fong Han was so shocked that he broke into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, on another cliff, a mysterious shadow appeared. The gourd in this person's hand continuously released dense heavenly wolf smoke, enveloping the surroundings. This person was Little Wolf Star, Wang Molan. A voice came from behind him. He turned to see a man approaching step by step and smiled. Thank you, Brother Molan, for your help. On this side, Xian He and Fong Han were suffering terribly under the fierce attacks of the heavenly wolf 7 malevolent smoke. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. At that moment, his heart pounded violently, releasing spiritual energy that dispersed the surrounding heavenly wolf smoke. He tightly embraced Shin Mei. His 9 orifices golden core was operating intensely. Suddenly, the dragon robe yellow radiance diagram manifested within him. The massive heavenly wolf 7 malevolent smoke was continuously absorbed into the dragon robe yellow radiance diagram and vanished. Seeing that they were safe, Xian He stopped shrieking so fiercely. What just happened? We were almost done for just now. Did the heavenly wolf 7 malevolent smoke just disappear? Fong Han, still shaken, scratched his head in hands. Maybe we just got lucky? After withdrawing the smoke, the man seemed afraid of being discovered by those from the 5 transformation immortal mountains. Then, feeling uneasy, he leaned unsteadily against the immortal crane. After giving his instructions, lingering here might still be dangerous. Let's return to rest for today and tell the other cranes not to leave Wuhua Mountain recklessly. The crane happily agreed, saying, alright, I'm tired too. Fong Han thought to himself with relief that the immortal seed's wisdom was like that of an 8-year-old child. Elsewhere, Wang Molan held the gourd in his hand, pondering. The celestial wolf smoke star seemed to have weakened as if something had absorbed it. The man interjected, the 7 killing gourd is a treasure. With it, you can defend against Fong Chingshuette's purple lightning thunderblade. Wang Molan shot him a sidelong glance. Are you sure the hidden yellow selection manual and 9 orifices golden core are in Fong Chingshue's hands? Otherwise, I don't want to take such a big risk to deal with her. Seeing his silence, Wang Molan continued, dealing with the purple true inheritor of Wuhua Gate could easily reignite the 3 paths, immortal, demon, devil, great war. He glanced at the other arrogantly. Are you scared? Of course, Brother Molan hasn't stepped into the mystic arts realm yet, so it's natural to be cautious. Otherwise, you wouldn't have borrowed the 7 killing gourd to use its smoke wolf technique to protect yourself from harm. Hearing this, Wang Molan looked up at him with displeasure. Chingshuette, you invited me here this time. How dare you make such snide remarks? Even if it's the mystic arts realm, as long as they're not in the celestial realm, I can still fight them with the 7 killing gourd. If your father weren't the alchemy hall elder of Wuhua Gate, he wouldn't have easily obtained an ascension longevity pill for you. How else could you have cultivated to the mystic arts realm? Enraged by these belittling words, he snapped, with such sharp intel, don't you want to break through to the mystic arts realm yourself? After we deal with Fong Chingshuette, the 9 orifices golden core will be yours. We can study the hidden yellow selection diagram together. How about it? After sealing the 7 killing gourd, Molan asked him, you want to kill Fong Chingshuette? If a true inheritor dies, you won't escape responsibility either. Chingshuette only wanted to take her body. With a cunning expression, he added, conquer her and make her willingly surrender her treasures. On that moonlit night, the silhouette of Fong Han meditating appeared on Purple Lightning Peak. After reaching the divine power realm, the first major threshold awaits. Many experts break through here. Only by surpassing the divine power realm and grasping its indescribable essence can one qualify to pursue the mystic arts realm. But after returning on the crane today, he felt another urge to break through again. He began to regulate his breath, inhaling deeply through his nose and exhaling slowly. Tuna is a breath cultivation method taught by Bai Haichan, which is taken from the great wolf peach. After stepping back, he expelled all the impure qi, inhaled fresh qi, and his cultivation soared as if he had undergone a rebirth. Fong Han slowly opened his eyes and stood up, having broken through the physical realm to reach the 6th stage of qi perception. Impurities in his flesh had been refined away, his organs as sturdy as iron. His 5 senses sharpened, his entire body hypersensitive. Suddenly, he whipped around and shouted, who is it? To his surprise, Chingshuette appeared behind him and spoke, breaking through to the 6th stage of qi perception is extremely rare among Fong Gate disciples. She stepped forward and continued, but your potential doesn't end here. It's a shame you've raised a spiritual beast. You're a member of Fong Gate. With power comes status. There's still one spot left for an outer disciple in the martial transformation gate's Fong Gate. You should take it. Chingshuette's words left Fong Han stunned. A spot as an outer disciple for me? Chingshuette placed her hands on her hips coldly. No need to be so shocked. This world doesn't care about status, only strength. Strength is the only thing that lasts. With that, she flicked a token engraved with Fang Han, outer disciple selection, toward him. He dazedly caught the token as Chingshuette called out from a distance. But you'll still need to pass a trial. The next morning, a crane carried Fang Han through the sky toward an unknown destination. You got a spot as an outer disciple, yet you overslept. If I hadn't noticed. He sat on the crane's back, looking guilty. Sorry. I cultivated until I don't know when and fell asleep. Thanks to you for the 2 roasted meals, immortal. The crane, hearing about food, forgave him. Humph, that's more like it. Moments later, the crane landed near a vast complex. Fang Han peered down from its back, puzzled. Is this Ascension Hall? The crane worriedly reminded him, yes. Be careful of the divine power puppets in the trial. Frowning, he asked blankly, what's a divine power puppet? Suddenly, the crane dove sharply downward, landing heavily and kicking up a cloud of dust. Fang Han landed and quickly said, Fang Han, apologize for my rudeness. He hesitantly glanced at the crowd gathering around. Surrounded by unfriendly stares, he glared back and asked, am I late? Amid the bustling Ascension Hall, a girl called out loudly, all right, the last one's here. We can begin. Shouldn't the trial start now? This girl was Princess Hong Chi. Someone sighed. To be honest, I don't really feel like competing. A man with a folding fan chimed in, outer disciples can't bring servants to do laundry or cook. Who's going to take care of us? Hong Chi shot him an annoyed look. Meals are provided by the sect. And clothes are cleaned by magical artifacts. Liao Kong, instead of complaining, why not pass the trial and become a formal outer disciple? The divine power puppets in the trial possess immense strength and lightning-fast movements. Invulnerable to blades and spears, 3 to 5 times stronger than a master at the divine strength realm. Hearing this, Fang Han was suddenly taken aback. The Crimson Robe added that the puppet's divine strength in this test came from the strongest earth-fiend demon captured by the martial transformation sect. Relying on the combined efforts of several elders to create it, do you have the confidence to defeat it? Liao Kong snapped his fan shut in frustration and scoffed, we'll find out soon enough. At this moment, Fang Han turned to look into the eyes of the celestial crane, thinking to himself that none of these candidates were ordinary, and the test was eerily strange. Fairy he had also warned him to be cautious. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he wondered, what exactly is an earth-fiend demon? Suddenly, the door on the other side opened, billowing thick smoke, and 2 men's figures emerged from behind it. The man in crimson robes announced loudly, the outer disciple assessment begins. All of you, enter. Upon hearing this, the crowd began filing in, and it was the protagonist's turn to step forward and present his waist token. This is a path with no turning back. You must possess an unshakable will. Cross countless thorns, slay countless demons, and fear nothing in your heart. Only then can you challenge fate itself. The man above raised his hand to shoulder height and drew an arc. Now, show your strength. Slay the outer demons and take the first step on the path of cultivation. He waved his hand coldly and said, Liu Kong, you are the first to take the test. Remember, if you step out of the circle on the ground, your results will be void. Upon hearing this, Liu Kong immediately took a step back and waved his fan. It lunges downward, the ferocious beast swiping its claws at Liu Kong, leaving a long, deep gash from his shoulder to his abdomen, making him clench his teeth in pain. The divine power beast keeps charging wildly, forcing Liu Kong into a defensive position. He leaps and dodges the attacks relentlessly. Fang Han stands below, dumbfounded, his heart pounding, this is too bizarre. The entire match is nothing but reckless slaughter, every move aiming to disembowel, crush skulls, or sever limbs. Though Liu Kong dodges swiftly, the slightest mistake could trap him in a deadly situation or even get his head crushed. Gritting his teeth in agony, Liu Kong charges forward in fury, unleashing the blood battle third form to sever the beast's arm. Next, he channels his sword chi river technique, driving a fierce strike into the monster's abdomen, triggering a massive explosion. Exhausted, Liu Kong collapses to the ground, barely conscious, when a booming voice announces, defeat the beast within the ring to pass. Liu Kong becomes an outer disciple of the martial transformation sect. Soon after, one by one, the privileged youths are overpowered by the savage divine power beast. Some are left unconscious from severe injuries, others lose limbs. Had the examiner not intervened, they might have met a grim fate. The remaining candidates, seeing this, withdraw one after another, leaving few when it's return. Hong Di draws her sword lightly and strides forward with confidence. Let me take the next one. No sooner had she spoken than the divine power beast stomps the ground menacingly. It raises its arm to strike, but Hong Di counters with a single move, her sword chi rippling outward to repel it. She dashes forward, unleashing the second dance's sword chi river collision. Then, to the beast's shock, she leaps gracefully onto its head. With a piercing thrust, she drives her blade straight through its throat, and the beast collapses defeated. A booming voice declares, Hongdi passes. Feng Han watches from behind, his gaze fixed on Hongdi. He muses inwardly, she's truly formidable. She's the only one who passed the trial effortlessly. She's not to be underestimated. Just then, the voice interrupts his thoughts. Next, Feng Han. The protagonist steps forward into the ring, raising his hands defensively. The man from earlier watches in surprise. You're not using a weapon? Feng Han scratches his head nonchalantly. Oh, I don't have one. The man nods, intrigued, and waves his hand. Impressive. Very bold. Release the beast. The divine power beast's blood-red eyes emerged slowly from behind the gate. Then he suddenly threw a massive punch forward. Feng Han raised his eyebrows, focusing his gaze. He lightly lifted his right hand, blocking the divine power's attack without moving an inch. Next, he calmly closed his eyes, causing the fierce divine power in front of him to instantly quiet down. Terrified, it trembled and stepped back repeatedly. Seeing this, the man in red frowned, wondering what was going on. This man's physical body could withstand a punch from this false divine power. Yet now the false divine power seemed to fear him. Then, Feng Han smirked slightly and swiftly landed several punches on the false divine power, shouting, Watch me dismantle you. The false divine power's body was struck with several large holes, and it lost all fighting strength, collapsing to its knees with a loud crash. The man in red stared in shock, as if he had lost his soul. This false divine power had actually knelt down. The man from earlier gritted his teeth, sweat dripping, thinking to himself, what kind of technique is he cultivating? Is his physical strength so overwhelming that even false divine power fears it? Feng Han's face showed a hint of dissatisfaction as he thought. It's not destroyed yet, maybe I haven't used all my strength. Taking a deep breath, he gathered all his strength into his fist, locking onto his target. Suddenly, the other man rushed forward and blocked him. The false divine power had lost all will to fight. This was the first time in history. The assessment was over. Hearing this, he grinned and asked, So I passed, right? The man suddenly frowned and turned to look at the two men behind him. The three stepped into an illusion to discuss. The man in green spoke first. Fine. Chingshuette really treats the martial transformation sect like her own home. Last month, she introduced a few people from the Feng family, and today she's introducing another. The man in red turned to ponder, thinking about how overbearing Chingshuette was. Earlier, she had clashed with the golden stone platform over a servant, seriously injuring an outer disciple from the Emerald Flame Peak. That servant was Feng Han. Hearing this, the man's eyes widened in shock, and the others also took notice. The characters Chingshuette had inscribed in the message hall began moving on their own, unusually lively. If I'm not mistaken, she has already entered the 4th level of the mystic arts realm, the yin-yang realm. The man sighed in frustration before turning away. Our martial transformation sect has over 100,000 disciples, but only a little over 100 core disciples. The Grandmaster has even taken special notice of Chingshuette. This Feng Han does have skill. I didn't even recognize his talent. Let's just let him pass. Returning to reality, the man lightly clapped his hands and waved toward the southern main hall. Feng Han, you have passed, he said. Overjoyed, Feng Han trembled all over, clenching his fists and shouting, yes. He couldn't help but smile, thinking, Mom, I finally. When suddenly, the sound of footsteps interrupted his thoughts. As Hongdi approached, she raised her hand with a smile and said, Hello, you must be Feng Han, right? I'm Hongdi. From now on, we'll both be outer disciples. I hope we can learn from each other. After hearing this, Feng Han turned his head in shock, thinking to himself, Hongdi, the princess? She studied him intently, and her praise, you're quite skilled, made Feng Han feel a little giddy, prompting him to scratch the back of his head. Likewise. I've only trained in some basic techniques. Just enough to strengthen my body a bit. Your Highness's swordsmanship is incredible, you took down that demonic beast in 10 moves. Far beyond my level. As he shook her hand, he thought, today, not only did the noble disciples not look down on me, but they might even see my worth. Maybe I can win them over. Competition among outer disciples is fierce. And it's hard to survive without allies. Feng Han tilted his head with a faint smile. Let's help each other out from now on. I look forward to your guidance. Hongdi replied. No need for formalities. Just call me Hongdi. Soon after, several figures resembling princes and heirs of the Dali dynasty appeared. They fought ruthlessly, wielding divine weapons, and swiftly defeated the demonic beasts. The assessment ended. Of the thousands of noble scions who had taken part, only 20 became outer disciples. Moments later, the man from earlier spoke, the assessment is over. From today onward, You are all members of the martial transformation sect. His expression turns solemn. Your status is no longer ordinary. Every word and action must strictly adhere to the sect's rules. With a wave of his hand, several baskets appeared. These are your essentials. Take your pick. Feng Han was surprised by the items piled in the baskets. The spirit-embracing talisman was a must-have, while the heavenly silkworm feather garment could resist all poisons and shield against harm. The demon-slaying sword could cut down vengeful spirits and ward off evil. There was also a manual by Ruan Yu titled Fundamentals of Martial Arts, including techniques like Crane Longevity Fist, Flying Spirit Flexible Body, and Dragon Tiger Steps. Additionally, there were sect rules and records of profound events from major immortal sects, such as the Abyssal Sea and various dynasties. Suddenly, Feng Han's hand paused over a book with dark, ominous pages. He thought to himself, found it. Beneath our feet lies such a place. Behind him, Hong Di approached and placed a hand on his shoulder. Feng Han, let's head back to the outer immortal courtyard to settle in. We'll have someone fetch us a meal later. He glanced back at the others and nodded slightly. A moment later, as Feng Han sat in meditation, his brows suddenly furrowed. He thought, the flow of energy is invigorating. The 6 harmonies chi of my golden core has already infused my bones. Deep within, Feng Han's eyes widened, and a whirlwind of spiritual flames erupted around him. Then, with a forceful stomp, a spectral tiger manifested behind him. Next, Feng Han moved at lightning speed, leaving only afterimages. His eyes flashed sharply as he prepared to unleash his technique. Suddenly, another Feng Han appeared in his mind, executing the tiger leap technique. The earlier Feng Han tilted his head back to dodge, then lunged forward with an attack, but all his moves were blocked. In reality, Feng Han was drenched in sweat, clenching his teeth. His organs and bones felt as hard as iron as he broke through the 7th layer of the body refinement realm. Suddenly, Feng Han's eyes widened as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He quickly wiped his lips, seething with frustration. Ugh, was it because I tried to break through too quickly? My advanced body refinement still isn't strong enough. Hong Di pushed the door open and entered the room. Feng Han, are you ready? We should get going. Seeing the scene before her, Hong Di looked astonished. Your martial skills have improved so much in such a short time? Feng Han looked exhausted as he got out of bed. I've been stuck at the chi perception realm for a long time. Today, I sparred with an illusion and just broke through. Let's go eat. I wonder what the food at Yushan Hall is like. Moments later, the two arrived at Yushan Hall's restaurant. Hong Di picked up the menu and asked Feng Han, what do you want to eat? She then tossed the paper into the water, and a fish swam over from behind to peck at it. Feng Han finally spoke, Hong Di, you seem to know a lot about the martial transformation sect. Because my mother was once a disciple of the martial transformation sect. The lotus pattern on Hong Di's hand suddenly expanded. Inside, an array of mouth-watering dishes appeared. She continued, she was framed. I'm here with the martial transformation sect to train in the mystic arts secret realm and avenge her. Feng Han, we must become inner disciples as soon as possible. The protagonist beside them nodded firmly. Yes, debts must be repaid, and we will master the mystic arts. As he thought about it, he mused to himself, Hong Di and I share the same fate. Suddenly, Lu Kang appeared behind Feng Han and Hong Di with a group of people. Finally found you. Let me introduce you, these two, meet each other. A well-dressed man in the crowd spoke up. Lu Kang, these must be the helpers you brought, right? They're probably just here to cause trouble. Hearing this, the two turned around. Hong Di glared at him, annoyed by the disrespect. We're not here to cause trouble. Watch your tone. A girl stepped forward from the crowd and interrupted. My lady, we weren't talking about you, just the person beside you. She shot Feng Han a look of disdain. Where did this guy come from? Does he really think he can rely on us to earn a spot as an inner disciple? Keep dreaming. Feng Han glared at the girl. What did you say? The man frowned, clearly displeased. This guy seems pretty upset. But it's just the 7th layer of the body refinement realm, after all. There are plenty of them even in the martial transformation gate. With that, he struck forward with a move, leaving Feng Han glaring at him in fury. Just because my tone and expression showed a little dissatisfaction, you want to beat me up? Suddenly, you have to widen your eyes in shock at his dangerous attack. The girl in red turns her head in panic and shouts, watch out. That's the Dragon Fist's ultimate technique. He immediately retreats steadily, using Dragon's Measure Tiger's Pounce to dodge the deadly strike. Next, the Dragon Fist heavily strikes the wall behind, causing a massive explosion. Feng Han grits his teeth and looks back, thinking to himself that this man's martial arts are at least at the Divine Valor realm. He parts his lips slightly, reacting quite swiftly. But you used the dragon form tiger step, what a waste. Then, the man swings his arm horizontally, releasing streaks of lightning, suddenly leaping up and unleashing wind thunder slash toward Fong Han's head, only to be blocked by his hands. The man widens his eyes in surprise, thinking, what? He actually blocked it directly. He continues to attack, while Fong Han keeps dodging. But finally, he glares ahead in anger, thinking, no more dodging. I have to fight head-on. My advantage lies in my bone recovery ability. Immediately, the protagonist counterattacks, using flexible bone body forbidden gentle fist to strike the opponent's abdomen, sending him flying. The man frowns, clutching his stomach. But after the counterattack, Fong Han is severely injured, his body leaning slightly forward. He lifts his gaze, still resolutely looking ahead, thinking, damn it. My internal injuries flared up just as I broke through my cultivation realm. Unwilling to back down, Fong Han lowers his stance, gathering strength in his fists, trying to regain the upper hand. The opponent sneers, this is the counter of primordial energy. With a slight dodge, he easily grabs Fong Han's wrist, catching him off guard. Next, he uses Immortal's fishing line hook, hurling Fong Han into the air and letting him fall. Seizing the moment, he stomps his foot hard, releasing a powerful force that strikes Fong Han's abdomen. The impact sending him flying. After rolling on the ground a few times, he lies motionless. Seeing this, the girl in red gasps in horror, then rushes toward Fong Han after a shrill scream. She struggles to help him up, asking worriedly, Fong Han, are you alright? The protagonist slowly lifts his head, his eyes gleaming with determination. I'm fine. Impressive, truly impressive. The girl in red curiously looks toward Prince Bao's group. Immortal's fishing line hook is a secret technique of the 10,000 Return Immortal Island. It's incredibly profound. How did Prince Bao learn it? The man turns arrogantly, the martial arts of the Great Virtue Dynasty, what don't we have? Your bones are quite good. Did you take some kind of spiritual medicine? Too bad your combat experience is lacking, and your adaptability is weak. Still, you have some potential. Consider this your initiation, Prince Bao says, waving his hand. Leave now. Come find me when the major sects release their cultivation announcements. Seeing Fong Han still panting, the girl in red asks again, concerned. Are you alright? He just gave a faint, wry smile. The Grand Elder can bend and endure, but if he loses his fighting spirit because of this failure, there's no hope of reaching the mystic art's secret realm. After saying that, he mused inwardly, but I'm no gentleman either. Today, I was outmatched, but once I advance in my cultivation, I'll erase today's humiliation. Meanwhile, at Chingshuette's residence, she looked up at her subordinate. You say Fong Han lost to the Self-Preservation King? Upon hearing the news, Chingshuette remained expressionless, rising coldly with a soft hum. Lacking real combat experience and underestimating his opponent, such recklessness is nothing to speak of. Suddenly, she paused and decisively ordered the surveillance on Fong Han to be lifted. She lowered her gaze, murmuring to herself. Fong Chingshuette, you can't keep focusing on him. Devotion to cultivation is the true path. Then, she walked to the window. You may leave now. The woman bowed her head in acknowledgement, though her thoughts wandered. The young lady's behavior grows harder to predict. I sense her true intentions aren't so simple. Opening the window, Chingshuette gazed outside, lost in thought. This failure will only make him stronger. The Self-Preservation King is nothing more than a stepping stone for the Child of Destiny. A few days later, Fong Han noticed Hong Yi was nowhere to be found and began searching around. Hong Yi, are you there? How odd, where did Hong Yi go? He furrowed his brow, recalling the battle from the other day. His loss to the Self-Preservation King was due to his lack of real combat experience. His only prior fight was against a divine power puppet hardly comparable to a royal disciple with unmatched talent and battle experience. But if he can use the martial arts of the 10,000 Return Immortal Island, then I can use the Star Sect's techniques. No need to hold back. So, he approached Hong Yi's door and called out, Hong Yi, I need to discuss something with you. But what he saw was Hong Yi bathing. Startled by his voice, she quickly crouched down and shouted. Fong Han, don't come in. What do you need? Faced with the awkward situation, Nan Zhang remained expressionless, placing a hand over his chest to signal his intent. I need your help with my training. I want to fight again and defeat the Self-Preservation King. Hong Yi was taken aback upon hearing this. Then, she stepped out of the tub, hastily wrapping herself in a towel and using a talisman to conjure clothing. After dressing, she came out to meet Nan Zhang. Fong Han, the Self-Preservation King's martial arts blend countless styles. Losing to him by just one move isn't shameful. Even I might not be his match. Fong Han pressed a hand to his chest, his eyes burning with determination. Draw your sword, let's spar. I need life or death battles, many of them, to temper myself. His gaze held no hesitation. Don't hold back. Show no mercy. Hong Yi listened, then glanced aside, deep in thought. Just kill me like this? I see you're speechless. You continued, what are you still hesitating for? Isn't this what you do best? Fong Han's words left Hong Di stunned. After a moment, she drew her sword and lunged forward. But Fong Han simply tilted his head and dodged the blade. Still, a small cut appeared on his cheek. Hong Di's expression darkened as she studied him. How did you figure it out? Fong Han glanced at her and explained, your hands have the calluses of a swordsman, but also many irregular shallow scars. I guess they're from using weapons like steel cables, daggers, or throwing knives. Hong Di didn't answer, her eyes turning fierce. She leapt behind him with her sword and attacked, but Fong Han swiftly sidestepped. He continued analyzing, there are also several battle scars on your body. Plus, you know intelligence about major sects and noble families. If you were just a royal princess, why would you have these traits? Suddenly, Hong Di dodged Fong Han's distracted fist and retaliated with several energy arrows. The sudden attack caught him slightly off guard, and he gritted his teeth to dodge. Watching this, she thought to herself, Fong Han is no ordinary man. He leapt back agilely, then shouted at Hong Di, keep going. Upon hearing this, she charged at him without mercy, admitting inwardly, he's right. To temper my resolve and avenge my grievances, I became Red Mist's top assassin in the martial world. My blade has claimed countless lives. After an incense stick's time, Fong Han was covered in wounds and gasping for breath. Hong Di walked up coldly and said, you've lost too much blood. Go tend to your wounds and rest. Hearing this, the male lead seemed oddly excited and replied, alright, let's continue tomorrow. Suddenly, Hong Di paused and turned to ask, by the way, Fong Han, how did you learn the skills of the Star Sect? He turned and answered, the Prince Protector also studied the ultimate techniques of various sections. It's not surprising I know Star Sect's skills. But for now, I hope you can keep this secret for me. Hong Di eyed him suspiciously. Why? Unless it threatens someone's life. Perhaps. I just want to be absolutely sure, at least for now, I don't want too many people knowing. Mentioning this, he frowned, thinking to himself, especially Fong Chingshuette. Hong Di, hearing this, didn't press further and changed the subject. You probably don't know why Lu Kong went to the Prince Protector's people, do you? Fong Han asked blankly, why? Seeing his confusion, she began explaining, the desert bandits of the dry sea have been causing chaos. Alright, the Langyue Kingdom has requested assistance from the Martial Flow sect. According to intelligence, this group of desert bandits even includes earth-themed demons, and some are disciples of demonic sects and evil cultivators. The elders of the Martial Flow sect have dispatched core disciples and will also select a few outer sect disciples for training. Slaying the demon general leader will grant you the qualification to participate in the inner sect disciple selection. Fong Han was instantly shocked upon hearing this. Did I hear that right? Inner sect disciple selection? After 20 days of determined cultivation, he had broken through to the 8th level of the body refining realm. During this time, he sparred with Hong Di, refining his entire body's 9 orifices golden core. The scars on his body had already shed like a snake's molting skin, revealing tougher new skin, beneath which a layer of dense muscle had formed. The 9 orifices golden core helped Fong Han forge an incredibly resilient physique. Just then, Hong Di came running over, excited. Fong Han, my techniques can't hurt you anymore. You've reached the 8th level of the body refining realm, the divine valor stage. Suddenly, a paper crane appeared in the sky, diving down while burning. Revealing a line of text, all disciples, gather at the Immortal Assembly Hall immediately. Moments later, in the cloud gathering hall of the Immortal Assembly Hall, the crowd had gathered. A man stood on the high platform, speaking in a loud voice about the Desert Drought Sea incident. Many of you should already be aware. The purpose of this mission is twofold, to rescue the Langyue Kingdom from its crisis and to provide you with training. Outer sect disciples who succeed in this trial will earn the qualification to advance to the inner sect. If my inner sect disciples succeed in their cultivation and reach the mystic arts realm, they can be promoted to core disciples. The Demon Ape Divine Sect's Celestial Wolf Junior Sage Wang Molan, the Heavenly Demon Sect's Pure Fox Little Demoness, and the Six Desires Devil Sect's Crimson Prince. If you can kill one of them, you will be rewarded with a Inyan Longevity Pill. No sooner had he spoken than the crowd below erupted into murmurs. The Inyan Longevity Pill is the sect's greatest treasure. Hong Di stood in the crowd. If you look toward Fong Han under these conditions, every disciple in the square would strike. However, killing them is no easy feat. You might end up failing and getting hurt instead. The man on the platform spoke again, saying those who felt their cultivation was insufficient could stay and train in the sect. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril and uncertainty. Only by facing life and death can one overcome fear and unlock their true potential to master mystical arts. The path ahead is yours to choose, he said. before soaring into the air and vanishing in an instant. Fang Han's expression turned grave as he glanced to the side. Hong Di, this time we must. Suddenly, a haughty voice interrupted. Ha ha ha. Lu Kong, aren't your people here? The safety king and his followers swaggered over, and as luck would have it, I have a few tasks that need your attention. Fang Han sneered. Tasks? Safety king, let's settle our own affairs first. He let out an excited cry, folding his fan. So, you're not satisfied, huh? 20 days of training and you're already talking big. Your heart is too narrow. You don't understand that a gentleman waits 10 years to take revenge. A narrow mind can never achieve greatness. Fang Han cut in. Revenge is best served now. Not in 10 years. He shrugged and strode forward. The future is uncertain, the present is all that matters. Besides, life is short. Why hold a grudge for 10 years when we can settle this now? That is true courage in my eyes. With that, he suddenly stomped the ground and lunged at his stunned opponent. Your schemes run too deep. You'll never reach the mystic arts realm with such a mindset. The path of cultivation demands courage and diligence, not schemes or pettiness. The path of cultivation has no place for the despicable. Terrified, he broke out in a cold sweat and lashed out wildly. Who cares about your nonsense? Hongdi recognized the technique and gasped. It was the long hate finger art, a martial skill from the Devil Sect's long hate faction. Fang Han dodged nimbly and unleashed a flurry of powerful kicks, like the 7-star step, the bright star kick, and the iron hoof strike. His rapid kicks landed on his opponent's abdomen, sending him flying and coughing up blood. Yi was shocked and retreated, thinking to himself, how could this happen? Fang Han chuckled and swiftly executed the hero's gathering techniques, creating a gust of wind. Deep wounds are carved into his body, blood splattering everywhere. He lets out a pained scream and plummets from the stone steps. Fang Han gives his opponent no chance, charging forward to launch an attack. Suddenly, a man appears out of nowhere and strikes at Fang Han, a long sword hurtling toward him at blinding speed. Startled, the crimson-robed woman beside him shouts in alarm, Fang Han, watch out! It's a spiritual energy flying sword. The protagonist leaps back to dodge, but the stranger gnashes his teeth in fury and unleashes a technique, thousands of swords at once. Countless flying swords rush toward Fang Han. In a desperate moment, he can only rely on his artifact for help. In an instant, the fortune and misfortune cycle diagram within him activates, absorbing all the flying swords into it. The onlookers are stunned, while the attacker scratches his head in frustration. How did they just vanish? This was clearly a spiritual weapon I refined with my own blood. Defeating a mere outer disciple should have been effortless. I summoned it with all my strength, yet there's no response. How could he absorb my flying swords? Perhaps. He steps closer to Fang Han, reaching out. It seems I was mistaken. I didn't expect you to possess such a high-grade artifact as well. That was a misunderstanding. Please return my flying swords. Fang Han stands firm, thinking to himself, *humph. If it weren't for my artifact, I'd have been ambushed already, *. He's quick to back down, but returning the swords? He ponders for a moment before feigning disinterest. If you want them back, come to the Violet Lightning Peak to retrieve them. The man's subordinates darken in expression upon hearing this. Violet Lightning Peak. You mean Fang Chingshuette? Just then, a woman steps forward, sitting down to heal the injured Protector King. Since you've rendered great service by slaying countless demons, I hope you'll return the flying swords. Otherwise, this journey will be fraught with danger, and you may fall prey to the demons. With that, she rises and looks at Fang Han. My junior was reckless earlier, but this is a trivial matter. Uniting to eradicate demons is what truly matters, Sister Mo says coldly. I hope you'll consider the bigger picture, junior brother Fong. Here, I apologize on my junior's behalf. The protagonist hesitates, eyeing her. This woman is formidable, he thinks. Her aura rivals Master by Awakens. She's already reached the 7th physical transformation realm. Though her words sound like an apology, she's really pressuring me to hand over the swords. But I can't do that right now, so this is the only way. He smirks and clasps his hands in a bow. Sister Mo, I understand your concerns. But the artifact the young lady bestowed upon me only told me it could protect me, it didn't teach me how to use it. Fang Han gazes confidently ahead. Tomorrow, I'll visit Violet Lightning Peak and ask the young lady to release the Spirit Wind Sword from its seal. Then I'll return it to my senior. How does that sound? Sister Mo furrows her brow but quickly smooths it out. I have no objections. Then let's leave it at that. Tomorrow, we'll set out together for the boundless desert. That man just now was furious, shouting, Situ, my spiritual wind sword cannot be taken by him. My spiritual wind sword must never fall into his hands. Fong Han squinted at him, making the man break into a cold sweat, too scared to say another word. The protagonist bowed respectfully to Situ, while the Heavenly King crossed his arms in displeasure. I'll make you regret this. Fong Han chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. No need for that. Situ just said we should prioritize the bigger picture. He turned and mounted his crane. I'll head back to Wind Palace first. Farewell. The moment he finished speaking, the crane shot off like an arrow, and Fong Han seized the chance to cultivate on its back. Deep within his mind, spiritual energy transformed into ghostly flames. Boy, my power isn't enough to take form yet. Follow my command, quickly offer your blood to refine the spiritual wind sword, Fong Han replied in confusion. Offer my blood? But that's someone else's spiritual energy. Still a clueless kid, I see. You have no idea how powerful the Jiaofu Emperor's disciple selection is. Fong Han calmly helped her up. Then tell me, how do you plan to help me? I think you just want to absorb some of my power. Stop pretending. Just do as I say. Fong Han slowly opened his eyes, his expression turning grave. That night, in Fong Han's room, his voice carried exhaustion. What happened now? The crane perched on him, panicked. Fong Han, you've caused trouble again. In just a few hours. Your deeds have already spread across the earthly fiend realm. Demons and monsters? No way. I have to help you, or you'll get bullied. Fong Han just helped you calmly. So, tell me, how do you want to help me? I'll teach you the spirit mind technique, it's what Fong Chingshuette taught me. He asked skeptically, you're going to teach me the spirit mind technique? She nodded eagerly, yes. Sit cross-legged, regulate your breathing, focus your spirit into the heavenly gate acupoint, and chant the mantra, death seeks not death, cultivate the heavenly gate. Fong Han followed her instructions, and suddenly, a gate appeared deep within his mind. He slowly approached it. Is this the gate of divine abilities? Breaking through it will lead to the mystic realm. Moments later, he was drenched in sweat. I can't go on, my energy is drained. The black substance in my mind is growing, and I can't see the gate clearly anymore. Afterward, the protagonist collapsed in exhaustion. The next morning, Hong Yi stormed into the room, shouting, Fong Han, it's time to leave. Hearing this, he scrambled up. The girl crossed her arms in annoyance. You. Fong Han, how could you sleep in at such an important time? He scratched his head with an apologetic smile. Sorry. I cultivated too late last night. Then, the three, Hong Yi, Lu Kong, and Fong Han, set off together. At that moment, something on the bed stirred. The crane groggily sat up. Ha! Where did everyone go? Seeing no one around, she puffed her cheeks in a sulk. How dare they leave this lady behind? Then, unwilling to give up, she shouted, I wanted to go too. In the arid desert expanse, everyone gathered together. Suddenly, Fong Han noticed something and turned to Hong Yi, asking, who is that? The girl explained, that's Yuan Jiankong. An inner disciple ranked 10th on the rivers and mountains leaderboard. Suddenly, many bandits appeared in the distance, drawing their bows and shooting arrows at the protagonists, creating a rain of arrows from the sky. Fong Han effortlessly swatted the arrows aside with his hand, but then, an arrow shot straight at his chest only to be blocked by a shield. As everyone fended off the relentless arrow rain, Hong Yi turned to Fong Han and said, let's rely on each other. Though these arrows can't penetrate us, the constant barrage will eventually wear down our robe's defenses. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from afar, knocking hundreds of arrows off course. And a figure emerged from the chaos. TCH, a bunch of small fry, Yuan Jiankong scoffed. Show yourself, main threat. With that, he swung his sword and cut down the bandits. My silver serpent sword is a top-grade spiritual weapon, forged from the blood of a 1,000-year silver serpent and tempered with 10 pounds of copper. He was just a step away from reaching the burst energy realm when a powerful surge of energy erupted from the bandits, countering his attack. Someone cried out in panic, it's the Crimson Dust Demon Sect's Crimson Prince. A man with an androgynous beauty replied from the distance, indeed. It is I, the prince. Fong Han asked Hong Yi curiously, is that the Crimson Prince? Killing him would get us the Yin Yan longevity zither? Upon hearing this, the prince narrowed his eyes arrogantly. The martial transformation sect is offering a Yin Yan longevity zither for my life? That's a supreme golden zither, refined by the sect leader using the essence of the longevity secret realm. His expression darkened. Lucky for them, I'm actually tempted to off myself for that reward. With that, he waved his hands, setting up a sword formation. You think this pathetic trick can kill me? Meanwhile, one of the 10 demon generals, the Flying Yaksha, appeared in the sky. So many martial transformation sect disciples? Good. Hand over your spiritual energy, and we'll turn you into mighty golden corpses. Seeing the demon general's attack, Yuan Jiankong was baffled. Demons usually kill each other, why are they working together now? What kind of deal did they strike? At that moment, Senior Sister Mo and two others struck simultaneously. Heavenly Rooster's solar slash. Countless red-hot iron projectiles hurtled toward the Crimson Prince. And his gaze turned cold. The three Hell Demon Emperors have allied with us to purge the 10 Taoist sects. Your deaths are only the beginning. With that, he unleashed the 6-axisine thunder. He instantly knocks down the group one after another. Hongdi is writhing in pain from the attack. Seeing this, Fang Han panics, while the Pink Prince smugly says, "The Silver Snake Sword and Heavenly Rooster Wisdom Bracelet are mine now, right?" Yuan Jian's face turns ashen as he thinks to himself, this is bad. Now, I can only try my best to resist the poison from the Fox Demon's refinement. But the Silver Snake Sword has already been taken, and the figure behind him slowly fades away. At this moment, Fang Han and Hongdi collapse from poisoning, their eyes glazed over as their consciousness fades. Sure enough, the toxic spirits possessing his body were sealed by Jiaofu Haoxuan's scheme, leaving him unharmed. Hongdi lies unconscious on the ground, her face pale. Haoxuan had only been defending passively, but now his blood carries the medicinal power of the 9 orifices golden core. It's unclear if it can detoxify her. With no other choice, Fang Han takes a desperate gamble, cutting his finger to drip a few drops of blood into Hongdi's mouth. Just then, the Pink Prince approaches. Shocked, Fang Han quickly plays dead on the ground. The prince stands frozen, then parts his lips slightly. Little beauty, he's still putting up a fight. You're already doomed. Why waste your effort? Enraged, she glares and snaps, "What are you going to do to me?" The prince bursts into laughter. "Ha ha, what wouldn't I dare to do?" With the situation in his favor, he muses, "Why not?" He tightens his grip on Mo Shiji's jaw, his expression turning lewd. "I'll enjoy myself right here." Suddenly, a dark mist sprays from her mouth. But it's blocked by his shield. The prince glares angrily at the pearl on his shield, a water fireox artifact, barely even a proper magical tool. In an instant, the pearl glows, triggering a violent explosion that forces him to spit up blood and sustain injuries. He roars in fury, "Is that all you've got?" Meanwhile, Fang Han secretly plans a surprise attack from behind, swiftly striking with his sword. Mo Shiji's eyes flutter open, gazing at two blurry figures. Who is that? The Pink Prince flicks his wrist, sending Fang Han's longsword flying. He leaps into the air, gripping his sword with both hands to strike downward, but the prince deploys his shield just in time to block it. The prince leers at the protagonist, surprised that he's still alive despite being poisoned by the 6 Desiresine Thunder's toxic spirit. "You must have some extraordinary treasure on you," he snarls, then activates his soul-capturing demon eyes. Trapped in the illusion, Fang Han bites his lip in frustration, thinking, thankfully, the Pink Prince hasn't yet reached the divine ability realm, or I'd be done for. I can't let him find an opening to counterattack, he thinks, immediately launching into action. The prince stands still, chuckling lightly. "It seems you still can't use that treasure freely. Just like I can't use the Heavenly Rooster Wisdom Bracelet. Is it another powerful artifact?" He strikes repeatedly, but Fang Han blocks each blow with his shield. Forced back by the ferocity of the assault, Fang Han grits his teeth, thinking, the Crimson Prince's forensic skills are just too sharp. I clearly saw he was injured, but he put on an act in front of us. That last strike failed to kill him, and now we're the ones backed into a corner. Then, Fang Han roared in fury, "Crimson Prince! You'll never kill me and take my treasure." Suddenly, Hongdi appeared before him, unleashing a sword strike. The prince looked panicked and quickly summoned a barrier to block it. Hongdi raised an eyebrow and thrust harder, forcing sweat to bead on his forehead. At the same time, Fang Han rushed forward and swung his sword with all his might at the barrier. Unexpectedly, his defense shattered instantly. His eyes widened as he roared, "Are you trying to get yourselves killed?" Then he snarled in rage, "You think this is enough to finish me?" His barrier grew larger, but the celestial wolf's 7 killing flames lunged from behind, its fangs tearing through the shield. Prince Shan's face paled in shock. The celestial wolf's 7 killing flames? How is that possible? Wasn't it in Mo Lin's hands? In an instant, it shattered the barrier and sank its teeth into his shoulder. Then the flames vanished, leaving him paralyzed on the ground. Hongdi, still shaken, stared at him in confusion. Is the Crimson Prince dead? Fang Han clenched his fist, pondering silently. The celestial wolf's 7 killing flames truly is a powerful artifact. Even absorbing just a fraction of its power was enough to counter the Crimson Prince's spiritual defense. The Crimson Prince's Crimson Desire Sword and Silver Serpent Sword, the original, was lost. Along with Senior Mo's Azure Sword, 7 flying swords in total. The Silver Serpent Sword is clearly the strongest in quality and power. Which one do you want? Pick one, Hongdi said, glancing hesitantly at Fang Han. Even if they fall into our hands, they'll just be taken back. Besides, these swords need to be cleansed with pure yang elixir to remove the poisoned souls inside, and then a master from the divine ability secret realm must erase the previous owner's bloodline imprint. She shot a look at the sword on Fong Han's back. Alright, that wind spirit sword you got earlier, was it given to you by Fong Chingshuette? Could you ask Senior Fong for me? As she spoke, her face flushed, and she averted her gaze. Thanks for helping me with the poison earlier, he said, turning to sit beside the prince. I was so nervous. Let me think of a way to handle this. With that, he tore open the prince's robes. This blood slumber demon robe isn't even as valuable as the Crimson Prince himself. Why don't we take him back to the martial transformation sect in exchange for the Inyan longevity elixir? Hong Di approached the poisoned Liao Kong. Should we save Liao Kong? We're allies, but he's quite scheming. He only brought us in to boost his own luck. If he finds out we've gained so much. Fong Han dripped his own blood into Liao Kang's mouth. But for now, the three of us are in this together. If we can save him, we should. Liao Kong slowly opened his eyes and sat up, rubbing his head. You were hit by the 16 thunder and still managed to wake up? Fong Han, what kind of elixir did you use? Could it be the Yin Yang longevity pill? Fong Han turned around to answer. Don't worry about these things. Crimson Prince and Senior Mo were both badly injured. I used a magical treasure to defeat Crimson Prince and took the treasures from his body. There were also 7 flying swords, like Yuan Jiankong's silver snake sword and Senior Mo's true blue sword. These flying swords have all lost their spiritual power. He was shocked to hear this. You killed Crimson Prince? You got 7 flying swords and the blood slumber demon robe. Then he slightly stretched out his hand. Fong Han, why not hand over the silver snake sword and the blood slumber demon robe to me? You already have the spirit wind sword and the treasures Senior Mo gave you. Having too many magical treasures and flying swords will only distract you and make them hard to control. Surely you don't need this one, right? He thought to himself, never expecting Fong Han to have gained such an advantage. If I don't take a share now, I might not get another chance later. Fortunately, he had a weakness. The protagonist turned to look at him. I want to turn these items over to the sect. Before he could finish, Lu Kong immediately cut in. You want to return these flying swords? I see. You're afraid of the power of the inner disciples, aren't you? Senior Mo still has a breath left. Why not finish her off to silence her? That way, there'll be no evidence. Fong Han gave him a cold look. Brother Lu, I saved your life with my blood. And you didn't seem to help much in this battle. He held up the paper in his hand. My silence was the biggest help I could give. Suddenly, a sword light flashed, slashing toward his neck. He widened his eyes in shock, one foot stepping on the paper. As a figure in red walked over to retrieve the sword. See? I told you we shouldn't have saved him. Now he dares to threaten us. If I hadn't dealt with him first, he would have used this talisman to call the martial transformation sect. Fong Han said nothing, sitting down in front of Senior Mo and feeding his blood into her mouth. Though Senior Mo was on the opposing side, her nature wasn't evil unlike those royal disciples. She didn't deserve to die. Since we've already taken her flying sword, we might as well do a good deed. Suddenly, the ground glowed as the heavenly rooster Jiangjua swooped down. The surrounding light forced Fong Han to raise his hand to shield his eyes, then it fiercely lunged at the protagonist, who raised his arms to block. Next, the flood dragon within him suddenly leapt out, roaring as it pounced on the heavenly rooster Jiangjua, causing a massive explosion. As the dust settled, the figure in red called out in panic. Fong Han, where are you? At that moment, the two birds and the dragon continued to tear at each other. Just then, the flood dragon bit down on one of the heavenly rooster's wings, leaving it helpless. Fong Han was stunned. At that moment, the spirit flame also appeared. Kid, let me show you the power of this venerable self. He flicked his fingers, and the flood dragon immediately absorbed the heavenly rooster supreme young pearl into its body. The spiritual flames retracted into the flood dragon, and he put his hands on his hips, laughing smugly. Ha ha, this is the power of this venerable self. This venerable self's power has already recovered by 1,000th. The heavenly rooster supreme young pearl is truly delicious. Fong Han thought to himself, has he already swallowed the heavenly rooster supreme young pearl? He danced around playfully before stopping in front of Fong Han. Don't you crave power? Don't you crave authority? Become the demon emperor, unify the imperial selection realm. He spread his arms wide, dominating the heavens and earth, ruling all under heaven. Fong Han turned away, scratching his face. Even with your powerful treasures, they can't help me escape the fate of becoming the demon emperor. The boy waved his hand impatiently. Otherwise, becoming the demon emperor would be too easy. I don't want shortcuts, I want to rely on myself. Stop bothering me. He chuckled and nodded. You see this long and endless path of cultivation. Good, then go. If you find me another pure yang treasure like today's, helping me restore my power, I'll teach you one of the cultivation techniques from the Yellow Springs diagram, gradually helping you become the great demon emperor of the devil sect. Fong Han raised his hand and sighed helplessly. It's just one treasure. Where can I find another thing like the heavenly rooster supreme yang pearl? You've already swallowed it. The martial transformation sect will definitely investigate. We should figure out how to deal with this first. Hearing this warning, he furrowed his brow slightly before explaining. Now that you've fused the 9 apertures golden core from the Yellow Springs Emperor's aura into your bloodline, I can hide within you. As for treasures, it seems we can fully utilize the power of the Yellow Springs River. When the Yellow Springs River turns into the void, it's just a small pocket realm. They won't suspect an outer disciple like you. Also, the 10 great demon generals I just absorbed into the Yellow Springs River will be nurtured slowly, transforming them into Asuras. At this, he suddenly fell silent. Someone's coming. Ling Yan quickly concealed himself. Their power is too strong. With our current strength, we can't oppose them. Let's leave, now. Just then, from the mist, Hong Yi rushed over in a hurry. Fong Han, so you were here. This golden mist is so strange I couldn't see or hear anything. No wonder I couldn't find you. The protagonist instantly absorbed the corpse into his body and spoke. Someone is coming. Let's leave here first and take Crimson Prince's body with us. Saying this, he tightly grabbed Hong Yi's hand and stepped into the void, dashing forward. Moments later, 2 other men appeared over this desolate sea. Yuan Jian bowed to the person beside him. Brother Hua, we're too late. Crimson Prince, he has taken all the spiritual tools, including my silver snake sword. I hope Brother Hua will stand up for me. After listening, the man closed his eyes to sense for a moment before saying, I've detected the heavenly rooster. The pure yang treasure suddenly lost its connection with me. Does Crimson Prince have the ability to absorb this pure young supreme treasure? This man is Hua Qianlu, the chief direct disciple of Tiandu Peak, the sect master of the martial transformation sect. No sooner had he spoken than a bone-chilling cold emanated from him, freezing the ground beneath his feet in an instant. A massive pillar of frost shot straight into the sky. Yuan Jian couldn't help but stand aside in shock. Brother Hua's powers were simply too formidable. Even with my cultivation reaching the body divine transformation realm and wearing a spiritual energy robe, I still couldn't withstand the cold he casually emitted. The man called Brother Hua glanced at the Frozenshut's senior sister and explained. I've used the Heavenly River Mystic Frost Force to seal everyone's life force. Quickly take them back to the sect for treatment. As for the lost spiritual treasure, we'll discuss it later. Yuan Jianbu. Relying on spiritual energy only increases destructive power, it does nothing to enhance your own cultivation. Losing the Silver Serpent Sword might even help you break through to the mystic arts realm. But someone managed to erase the spiritual mark I left in the Heavenly Rooster Pure Yang treasure. Not even Crimson Prince could do that. It's likely a demon sect elder has appeared. With that, Hua Qianlu waved his hand. In an instant, he swept everyone up and took to the skies. You come with me first, report this to Instructor Jizuan immediately. I'll have the elders grant you a new flying sword. The scene automatically shifts to Blue Moon City. On a distant cliff, a figure in red points ahead. Fong Han, look, that's the Blue Moon River. Following it downstream won't take long, but it's best to be cautious. There are likely demon troops and bandits stationed there. Fong Han stepped forward to stand beside her. He gazed ahead and said, Thank you, Hong Yi. The girl shot him a surprised glance. Thank me for what? He turned to face her directly. For not asking why I made Crimson Prince's body disappear. What kind of treasure do you have? How could it erase the bloodline spirit in the flying sword? She replied with a light smile. I thought you were going to say something else. Hong Yi blinked, a playful smile tugging at her lips. Didn't I already say? Everyone has their secrets. Of course, the fewer people who know a secret, the better. Suddenly, a swirling black whirlwind erupted from below the cliff, surging toward the sky. Fong Han gritted his teeth and looked up. It's the Skywolf 7 Ashes smoke. Suddenly, a massive bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, striking the Skywolf 7 Ashes smoke. This sight left the protagonist stunned, lost in thought. The purple lightning and thunder directly refined that wolf smoke? Combined, they form the purple lightning ashes transformation. Fang Chingshuette's sudden appearance in the sky left him dumbfounded. He shouted, Is that Fang Chingshuette? At that moment, she rode a serpentine bolt of purple lightning, diving down swiftly to launch a fierce attack on a man below. Yet the man remained standing unshaken under Fang Chingshuette's assault. Fan Han watched, cold sweat breaking out, his heart pounding in alarm. Poor Jing, he just had to run into Fang Chingshuette's divine ability. It's like he was asking for trouble. I doubt even that name could stand against this young lady. The man quickly fled at top speed. Wang Molan turned back, glaring at Chingshuette in fury. You actually broke through to the divine ability realm just to protect yourself. He gritted his teeth in rage. How did you cultivate so fast? In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck down. Fang Chingshuette, holding the Thunder Palace bow, took aim at him and said coldly, trying to run? Moments later, she loosed the primordial demon bow. The arrow shot toward the fleeing Wang Molan, piercing his shield and sending him crashing to the ground with a pained, furious roar. Fang Chingshuette? How dare she merge the demonic arts of the primordial demon sect with celestial divine abilities? Wang Molan roared in madness, Blackwater demon god. Then, the seven slaughters gourd in his hand released a strange liquid, enveloping his body before he submerged into the water, vanishing without a trace, leaving only a calm surface behind. Chingshuette looked down in confusion. What's this Blackwater demon god? She raised her hand to sense it. Could someone be aiding him in secret? Suddenly, Chingshuette sharply turned toward a massive boulder behind her. Who's there? Show yourself. At that moment, Fan Han and Hong Qi slowly appeared, landing on the ground. His gaze swept over Chingshuette as he pondered inwardly. Fang Chingshuette, as a core disciple of the martial transformation sect, was openly using a demonic bow combined with celestial techniques. Then I should come here too, he mused, but how did she learn it? Chingshuette immediately rushed to the male lead's side. Fang Han, what are you doing cultivating here? She glared at him angrily. You should know this place has become extremely dangerous due to the conflict between immortals and demons. I just took you in as an outer disciple, and you come here to get yourself killed? Chingshuette peered deeply into Fang Han's eyes. His energy was formidable, his organs solid, and his body was covered in a protective layer. His inner strength was robust, and he had broken through 2 realms in such a short time. How did you cultivate this fast? Answer me. As soon as she spoke, Chingshuette used her spiritual power to control Fang Han. Instantly, Fang Han was trapped in her icy thunder illusion, slowly closing his eyes. Then, using the spirit technique he had learned earlier, he suddenly opened his eyes, breaking free from Chingshuette's control. She crossed her arms, scrutinizing him. When vital energy drives the brain to dispel illusions and suppress the mind, that's a technique only inner disciples can learn. Did River Immortal teach you? You were able to resist a strand of my illusion. You're just one step away from the spirit communication realm. At this cultivation speed, not even Fang family disciples, let alone most inner disciples of the martial transformation sect, can compare to you. With that, she glanced sideways at Hong Qi, who stood awkwardly to the side. Fang Han hurriedly explained, she is Princess Hong Qi. Yes, Chingshuette suddenly interrupted, go to Blue Moon City. There are many outer disciples of the martial transformation sect there. After hearing this, Hong Qi lowered her head dejectedly and said respectfully, Senior Sister Fang, but then she shot a displeased glance to the side. Then, with a sudden stomp of her foot, she quickly ran toward Blue Moon City. The two stood there, watching Hong Qi's retreating figure. He turned around, meeting Chingshuette's suspicious gaze, and was startled, quickly hiding his hands behind his back. Senior sister again? Suddenly, Chingshuette furrowed her brows and stepped closer to him. What did you just call me? Her question made Fang Han break out in a cold sweat, but she covered her mouth with her hand, amused. Just call me senior sister, that's all. It's rare for even a lowly servant to break free from their mental shackles so quickly. Your future is boundless. Someone with great power but still bound by servitude will never achieve greatness. I'll remember you. She glanced at his fierce expression and added, in the future, I'll have the prince adopt you as his godson and free you from servitude. If you reach the mystic arts realm, I'll betroth Chingshuette to you. I happen to have something to take care of. Come with me, I'm very curious about the reason for your rapid progress. Upon hearing this, his expression darkened. With her strength, if he cultivated under her watch, he feared the secrets of the Yellow Springs path would be exposed, yet he couldn't refuse. A spiritual flame suddenly appeared above his head. Don't worry. The Yellow Springs map has fully merged with you. She won't sense my true self, it's you she'll notice. Are you really willing to marry an incompetent second young lady? Hearing this, you blush and turn away, muttering that her older sister would be a better match. Chingshuette turns back in confusion and asks, what did you just say? Seeing that King Yan has already fled, you raise your hands in a nervous chuckle. I was just curious what you had in mind, senior sister. Bringing me here to train? At that moment, Chingshuette flicks her finger. Instantly, the purple lightning serpent appears, coiling around her. In the blink of an eye, the two of them stand in a deep watery chasm. Fong Han looks up curiously at the pair of crimson eyes above. Is that a vampire bat? Then, a bloodthirsty bat dives fiercely toward them. But it's blocked by the purple lightning serpent's barrier and crashes to the ground. Chingshuette turns to explain to Nan Zhang. This is the abyssal underworld. This is the lair of countless demons, yakshas, and savage beasts. We'll walk to the demon god altar. Flying would only alert them. Hearing this, Fong Han suddenly wonders, is the demon god altar where Wang Mo Lin escaped to? Senior sister, are you planning to eliminate the root of the problem? Chingshuette turns and replies, you're right. And that's not all. The demon god altar is also the secret military stronghold of the abyssal demon army. There's even a grand commander cultivating inside. Destroying this place will cause the demon army to collapse without a fight. It's perfect for training. Danger lurks at every turn. This will help temper your will and unlock your potential. From now on, I won't intervene. You go first and clear the path. No sooner are the words spoken than Fong Han dashes ahead, thinking to himself, I can't use the Stardust Gate techniques here. Chingshuette is testing me. In that case, I'll play along, half-truth, half-deception. Chingshuette ponders something behind him. Moments later, a fierce abyssal bloodwolf emerges from a crevice. Fong Han closes his eyes, calmly resting his sword on his shoulder, then widens them. He shifts to the side, planting his left foot back and using the cliff wall for leverage. Then, he thrusts forward with a deadly strike, aiming straight for the abyssal beast. With a powerful twist, he rips its skull from its flesh. Chingshuette glances at it calmly. Shenren Diaocha is a martial art from the 10,000 returning immortal isle. Please observe the technique carefully, senior sister. If there's anything amiss, I'd appreciate your guidance. Chingshuette rests her chin on her hand, thinking for a moment before answering. It's already quite similar, but there's still room for improvement. This move holds deeper mysteries. It's not as simple as it seems. Then, she begins imparting knowledge to Fong Han. No wonder they say 3 years of hard training can't compare to a moment of guidance from a true master. But in his heart, he thinks her words are far more profound than Master Bai Hai Chan's teachings. Every word feels like a revelation. Suddenly, several venomous snakes lunge from behind the rocks, attacking. But they're all sliced into pieces by Fong Han's sword. Chingshuette gave the male lead a puzzled glance. Did you learn the long hate finger technique from the self-preservation prince? Upon hearing this, he immediately clasped his hands together in front of his chest. That's exactly right. After losing to him the first time, Hong Ling and I trained relentlessly. When we fought again, I was already using this move. I wonder how well I copied it. She responded gravely. The martial arts of the long hate demon sect require overwhelming hatred to execute. The deeper the hatred, the more profound the skill. You shouldn't practice it anymore. It's easy to fuel the negative emotions of your inner demons. He trembled with anger after hearing this. Alright, I get it. The two then traveled through the underground world for a day and a night. Fong Han slew blood wolves, blood bears, and fake overlords. There were even demons hunting beasts for food. Fong Chingshuette continued to guide him from behind. After a while, Fong Han suddenly stopped and looked toward a campfire ahead. What's that? A squad of flying yakshas. It seems the demon god's altar isn't far. Go kill them all. Just then, several yakshas ahead spotted them. They viciously lunged at the two. Fong Han gritted his teeth in frustration. 12 yakshas were equivalent to transformation realm experts. Fortunately, there was an opening. He kicked backward, drew his sword, and slashed 2 cross-shaped sword energies. The yaksha took 2 heavy hits. Fong Han raised his eyebrows and glanced back. By then, they were surrounded by yakshas. They attacked the male lead with their weapons, but he dodged them all. The demons roared in fury. Enraged, he stomped his foot and charged forward. He then executed the flying spirit lift technique, turning toward the yaksha. It angrily retreated. Human, are you looking for trouble? The male lead paused, nimbly dodging past the yaksha. He then struck it heavily. In an instant, Fong Han appeared behind it. Suddenly, fragments of its body exploded, startling him. This shell is way too tough. The male lead looked up to see a group of yakshas above. They attacked Fong Han in succession, but he dodged swiftly. Just then, he glanced behind him and swung a crescent-shaped sword energy. The yaksha's weapon was sliced in 2, leaving it bewildered. What in the world is this? He squinted slightly as he sized up Fong Han. This man must be eliminated. With that, he charged downward in a frenzy. At that moment, a surge of energy erupted from his entire body. The fish deity can see through their weaknesses. It can discern their weight, speed, and strength. Even with his eyes closed, Fong Han effortlessly dodged the attacks. He sidestepped in place without ever leaving his footing. Just then, he opened his eyes slightly. Then he unleashed the ninefold body technique. In the tranquil serenity realm, he thrust his sword into a Yaksha's chest. With a light wave of his hand, he tore apart a stubborn Yaksha's body. A moment later, the protagonist lifted his foot slightly. Even the ghostly horde trembled at the sight. In an instant, Fong Han moved like lightning. His sword never stopped, cutting down every Yaksha in his path. With a single strike, the horde was shredded like paper. Suddenly, the protagonist's sword snapped in two. Fong Han reverted to his original state. Just then, Chingshuette appeared out of nowhere. She effortlessly cut down 12 Yakshas. As the battle reached the spirit communication realm, Fong Han held his broken sword and stretched it forward. Senior sister, though I've broken through, my sword is broken. Without a weapon, if we encounter Yakshas on the road. Chingshuette stepped closer and raised her hand to mend the broken blade. The fragments slowly flowed together, reassembling themselves. Soon, it was restored to a flawless sword. Fong Han stared in astonishment at the sword before him. Chingshuette parted her lips to explain. I've reforged your broken sword and inscribed the divine ability of the violet lightning in blade upon it. Once it strikes an enemy, violet lightning will erupt with the blade's energy, so you needn't fear the flying Yakshas. After speaking, she thought to herself. Fong Han, I must bring you under my command. After a moment's consideration, she spoke. Alright, continue clearing the path ahead. But the closer we get to the Yaksha altar, the more Yakshas there will be. Though I've enhanced your sword with my power. Remember, the spirit communication realm is nothing, only the divine ability realm will suffice. Chingshuette walked forward coldly and added. I'll say it again. If you reach the divine ability realm, I'll betroth Chingshuette to you. Fong Han followed behind, displeased as he mused to himself. Here we go again. Why does she have to betroth Chingshuette to me instead of herself? Sigh, I'm getting bolder by the day. Suddenly, the voice of the furnace spirit Yen echoed in his mind. Are you trying to show off? You're destined to become a demon emperor one day, is this all the power you have? You sure have high ambitions. A woman as formidable as Fong Chingshuette could one day step into the immortal realm and become a supreme being of the Tao. If you could make her your wife and favored consort. Ha! Fong Han clenched his eyes shut in frustration, cursing under his breath. Just shut up already. Right now, I only care about advancing my cultivation and reaching the mystic arts realm. Yen crossed his arms and let out a cold laugh. I'm here to warn you, there's danger ahead. I sense the presence of a demon god. Be careful. This woman might not be able to save you. Suddenly, the distant footsteps halted. A large group of Yaksha ghosts appeared ahead. At that moment, Wang Molan stood atop the altar. The purple fox demoness stood beside him, softly playing her flute. Who's there? She asked, glancing forward. Hurry up and get on with the ritual. Chingshuette and the purple lightning serpent appeared in the sky together. Fong Han no longer needed to hide. The great demon king has already sensed us. The protagonist stepped forward, revealing himself before the horde of ghosts. Sister, let me handle them. He raised an eyebrow seriously, gazing ahead. I'll take care of the remaining old ghosts. In the distance, Wang Molan held the 7 slaughters cord, unleashing the 7 killing fumes. His eyes burned with resentment as he glared forward. Fong Chingshuette, how dare you barge into the demon god's altar alone? Who gave you the nerve? Do you really think you can destroy the demon god's altar by yourself? With that, he furiously drove the 7 killing fumes toward Chingshuette. She lifted her hand slightly. Then, she drew 2 intersecting bolts of lightning, shattering his attack. Chingshuette smirked, a confident smile playing on her lips. Don't even mention a small altar like this. One day, I'll personally challenge the demon god sect and face the demon god himself. As she spoke, she unleashed an overwhelming surge of lightning. Let's see how powerful a demon god really is. Immediately after, Chingshuette launched a swift strike, charging toward the demon god. Meanwhile, Fong Han swung his sword defensively before stomping the ground hard. His blade pierced through the ghost's chest. At that moment, the sword erupted with Chingshuette's purple lightning power. Suddenly, the sword's spiritual energy shifted into Yan's aura. Fong Han frowned, muttering under his breath. It must be because the deputy emperor's disciple is absorbing it. Could it be Yan? Just then, Yan Shiling's voice echoed in his mind. I have already broken the seal of the heavenly rooster Zhiyang formula and have regained some of my power. Now, every time you kill a ghostly demonic beast, you can absorb their bloodline essence and pour it into the Imperial Selection River. Demon sect techniques all rely on plundering and devouring souls to strengthen oneself. But the lingering mental imprints will invade the mind, causing madness and chi deviation. The Imperial Selection sect's blood fusion technique uses the sacred waters of the Imperial Selection to purify other mental impurities. It helps cultivators refine the souls of slain beings into blood cores, strengthening the body and nourishing vital energy. Consuming it for less than a month will allow you to step into the divine transformation realm. This method of cultivation is both fast and risk-free.
What do you think? Isn't it tempting?
Come, step onto the demonic path. At that moment, Fang Han's expression darkened abruptly, his body enveloped in demonic energy. In an instant, a slashing strike appeared.
Fang Han tore through the surrounding cold air.
Whether it's the righteous or demonic path, survival comes first. From among the horde of ghosts, Azura slowly stepped forward.
Step back and guard the altar.
The figure advanced toward the protagonist step by step.
Sinner, what is your name?
After hearing this, Fang Han pondered for a moment.
Does he mean to fight me alone?
This Azura's strength is equivalent to an inner disciple of the martial transformation sect. After considering it, he calmly answered. I am Fang Han, an outer disciple of the martial transformation sect. If I cultivate to the 10th level of divine transformation, gaining the strength of 8 horses, I might stand a chance against him. But facing him now would mean certain death.
Yen chimed in, saying it's not certain this Azura doesn't want to kill you or prevent you from slaughtering the demonic army.
In that case, better to make him act sooner. Fang Han confidently replied in his mind. He just wants to capture me to threaten Fang Chingshuette.
It's obvious, what does he take me for? What connection do I have with Fang Chingshuette?
Then, Yen suddenly grinned wickedly.
If he doesn't kill you, that gives us plenty of opportunities. At that moment, the Azura raised his hand and pointed at the protagonist. Opportunity, you say? Look at that demon god trapped by Chingshuette's purple lightning, why not say a few more words?
Senior sister destroyed the demon god's altar and killed the demon sect disciples.
You will die without question. Upon hearing this, he smirked and replied, is that so? We'll see who dies first.
In an instant, the Azura reached out his hand. Then he suddenly lashed out with an attack, but it was deftly blocked by his sword. After holding his defense for a while, his wrist was bruised and began to tremble. Finally unable to endure it any longer, he was sent flying and crashed into the wall behind him.
Fang Han quickly scrambled forward, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth.
The Azura slowly approached.
Prisoner, your strength is far too weak. I don't want to kill you. Drop your sword. Fang Han rolled his eyes, searching for an opportunity to counterattack.
Meanwhile, Wang Molin's death-sealing gourd had fallen into Chingshuette's hands. She shot him a contemptuous glance.
Without the death-sealing gourd, what can you even do?
With that, Chingshuette raised her hand and delivered a fatal strike, aiming straight for the demon god.
Instantly, cracks appeared on the statue.
Then it shattered completely, and the demon god inside awakened. He cast a deathly gaze at Fang Chingshuette, making her turn back in shock. Seeing this, the Azura flew into a rage and lunged at him.
The demon god has manifested. We can't delay any longer. With that, he quickly struck out.
The attack surged forward swiftly. Suddenly, his assault was deflected by a powerful surge of energy from Fang Han. This made him leap back in alarm, bracing himself. At that moment, the spiritual energy within Fang Han began roaring in his mind.
The demon god's manifestation is a major event.
Fang Chingshuette had no time to spare for others. This was the perfect opportunity. At that instant, the spiritual energy allowed Fang Han to unleash the Imperial Selection True Energy technique. Seeing the massive source of spiritual power before him, the Azura was stunned, his mouth agape as he shouted, True energy? Your true energy is strange. Before he could finish speaking, Fang Han slashed out with a strike. Then he pulled his left hand back and unleashed the Imperial Selection Earth Net. Countless threads shot toward his opponent like arrows. They tightly bound the Azura, shattering his resistance. Though he didn't seem like the protagonist, his strength was astonishing.
Imperial Selection Earth Net? Who are you, really? Fang Han didn't hesitate, charging forward and pointing his fingers straight at the Azura's face. But the Azura was tightly restrained and couldn't move.
Moments later, his eyes were brutally pierced by Fang Han, shattering them. His body was torn apart, his eyes bursting into a spray of blood. At that moment, the protagonist's true energy began to fade. He lowered his head, gritting his teeth and thought. Did I just kill an Azura? Staring at his hands, he pondered silently. This isn't your power. Your body isn't ready yet. Wait until you reach the divine ability realm. The laws governing secret realms will become even more wondrous. Suddenly, Fang Han was startled and turned to look at a distant place radiating intense demonic energy. Chingshuette was desperately turning to defend against the whirlwind of demonic energy surrounding her. Suddenly, a voice rang out. How bold of a disciple from the martial transformation sect to destroy my sacred statue. A man enveloped in thick demonic energy stepped forward. This man is an avatar of the demon god sect's leader, one of the 5 great demon cultivators. Chingshuette had just shaken off the attack and stepped forward. Demon god, the 7th slaughter gourd you refined is now in my hands. Are you going to personally take action to retrieve the treasure for your junior? Upon hearing this, the demon god smiled faintly. Then, he spoke in a voice that shook the air violently. A mere treasure is nothing to me.
How dare a lowly cultivator like you destroy my altar and obstruct the demonic army? The earth could no longer bear the strain and began to crack. The demon god released a powerful surge of energy, causing the ground to tremble and split into deep fissures. If I let you leave unscathed today, what face would I have left? With that, he unleashed a deafening sound wave that spread in all directions. Fong Han clutched his head in agony upon hearing it. On the other side, Chingshuette formed hand seals and gently closed her eyes. Suddenly, her purple lightning serpent grew dragon horns and claws. Chingshuette opened her eyes and looked at her opponent. In that case, let me wipe that smug look off your face. The black demon god stared in shock at the scene before him. A serpent turning into a dragon? Then, he grinned excitedly. Have you reached such a level of cultivation? No wonder Tianqing risked everything for you, even ignoring the celestial decree. To compete with you, he entered the outer demon illusion realm alone, risking his life. The black demon god raised his hand excitedly and launched an attack. Fair enough, you truly stand out among the cultivators of the righteous path. Take this, heavenly demon's radiant sun. Meanwhile, Fong Han writhed on the ground from the soundwave attack. He opened his eyes and pondered to himself. Tianxian must be the celestial emperor of the demonic sect. Did his son, Mo Chuing Tianchang, once exchange insights with Fang Chingshuette? On the other side, Chingshuette was relentlessly countering the demon god. Pre-heaven and post-heaven, a sword and a thrust, dragons and serpents clashed as the earth and stars shifted. The world inverted, the 6 thieves of the heart. The 7 wounds of the mind, lightning and thunder intertwined into a devastating strike. After that move, Fong Han was stunned. Chingshuette had suffered a severe injury. The demon god was only an avatar, yet Fang Chingshuette was wounded this badly? She turned around and grabbed the protagonist's arm. With a look, she signaled to Fong Han, I'll temporarily tear through the demonic energy. We need to leave now, any later and it'll be too late. No sooner had she spoken than Chingshuette grabbed Fong Han's hand and rushed forward. He glared at her as if he wanted to kill her, but said nothing. Suddenly, her foot slipped where she stood. Chingshuette turned back, confused. Tula? Did you kill it? Seeing the protagonist sweating nervously, Chingshuette furrowed her brow in suspicion. Without another word, she tore open Fong Han's shirt. Let me see what's really on you. Fong Han panicked, drenched in sweat. Senior sister. I don't have any magical treasures on me, it's because the altar suddenly changed. I took advantage of Tula's hesitation and stabbed my sword into its eye. For some reason, it only wanted to capture me alive, which gave me the chance. Chingshuette froze for a moment, then carefully examined Fong Han's 6-pack abs. Suddenly, she bit her lip shyly and looked away. After a pause, Chingshuette coughed lightly and pondered to herself. Why was her face burning? Was it because she had misunderstood him? Just then, a strike from the heavenly demon slayer technique crashed down from the sky, wielding the eclipse stellar blade to block their path. Chingshuette quickly pushed Fong Han behind her. She closed her eyes, and lightning suddenly crackled across her chest. She let out an annoyed hum. Then, Chingshuette's eyes snapped open. She unleashed the technique invasive illusion, triggering an explosion in the air and breaking through the enemy's attack. Seizing the moment, Chingshuette grabbed Fong Han's hand and fled. The two sprinted forward, dodging the demonic energy. Meanwhile, on the other side of the statue, deep within a fissure, the demon god stomped his foot on the ground. 2 strikes of invasive illusion, a technique from the primordial demon sect. I never expected her to master it to such a profound level. Wang Molin hurried forward. My lord, aren't you going after them with your 7 slaughter scored? The demon god stroked his chin thoughtfully. It would be beneath my dignity to chase after a junior. My true form is suppressing the 9 heavenly demon, I can't spare much strength. Let her go, he said, his expression intrigued. Her brilliance reminds me of Tianxian in his youth. But since she stumbled into my heavenly demon formation, let's see if she can survive this trial. The pure fox demoness looked up joyfully. Congratulations, my lord, on sealing the 9 heavenly demon. If refined, the demon god could advance even further on the path to ascension. He began to glow faintly before gradually fading from sight. The physical body has 10 realms, divine powers have 10 realms, and immortality also has 10 realms. The path of cultivation is still long. That guy named Mo Lin stormed off in a huff. Did the demon god just leave like that? He spun around with a dark expression, what terrible luck. We should catch up. Fang Chingshuette has been marked by the great handing Tian demon. No matter how strong she is, she'll run out of energy eventually. The next morning, on a barren stretch of land, in the distance, a bolt of lightning struck a massive boulder ahead. Fong Han stood behind Chingshuette and shouted loudly. We escaped that place, but where are we now? Stay here for now. I've been marked by the great handing Tian demon, and my spiritual power is in chaos.
As soon as she spoke, Chingshuette turned to look at Feng Han, surprised that a mere avatar from the lesser immortal realm could be so powerful. She wiped the corner of her mouth with her hand and smiled in satisfaction. Well, at least now she knew the true strength of the core disciples of the martial transformation sect in the lesser immortal realm. You fought a master of the lesser immortal realm before, probably the only one, right? Feng Han furrowed his brow, puzzled as he watched her. This woman's way of thinking was truly unusual. Suddenly, Chingshuette collapsed to the ground, and he rushed forward. Senior sister, are you badly hurt? No need to worry. I just need to circulate my spiritual power to refine the demonic energy from the great handing Tian demon. With that, Chingshuette looked up at the male lead. The lightning blade can refine all demonic energy, but it will take some time. Feng Han, guard me while I do this. Then, she tossed the 7th slaughter gourd to Feng Han. He stared intently at the gourd in his hands. It's so heavy, must weigh at least 10 pounds. Chingshuette responded. I've already purged the bloodthirsty essence inside the 7th slaughter gourd. Now, just drip your blood to bind it to you. That little demon Wang Molan refined a type of sky wolf smoke, what a waste of resources. The gourd's greatest power lies in the 7 slaughter sword formation hidden inside. If you place 7 spiritual flying swords into the gourd, you can set up the formation, capable of slaying even gods. It can cut down ghosts and is incredibly sharp. But 7 flying swords are hard to find, and demons don't understand the methods of refining spiritual energy. So, the 7 slaughter sword formation has no swords and can't unleash its full power. Once you enter the inner sect, slowly gather 7 flying swords. Hearing this, Feng Han was suddenly taken aback and fell into deep thought. He happened to have 7 flying swords perfect for the 7 slaughter sword formation. At that moment, Chingshuette gently closed her eyes and sat cross-legged, circulating her spiritual power. A second later, purple lightning coiled around Chingshuette's body. Suddenly, a bolt of jade-green flame lightning struck from the clouds above. Jinshi Tai appeared after the lightning strike and roared. Feng Chingshuette, I've finally found you. He glared down at the cliff below. You, hand over the 7 slayings gourd. Feng Han merely let out a cold laugh, thinking to himself. You think that's all it takes? Not even close. If that's how it is, then so be it. As soon as the words left his mouth, the boy raised the 7 slayings gourd, releasing a swirling cloud of 7 fiend-killing smoke that enveloped Feng Han's body. Seeing this, he flew into a rage, roaring, how dare this junior defy my orders? Fine then. Today, I'll end your life, brat. Immediately, he unleashed a jade flame 7-fold divine radiance, striking downward. Do you really think a mere treasure can stand against a master of the divine ability realm? His expression darkened as he glared and continued, you're far too naive. His fierce attack surged forward, only to be blocked by the heavenly wolf 7 fiend smoke before reaching Feng Han. Feng Shi, your junior fellow disciple from the Golden Stone platform, why are you so ruthless? If you stop this infighting, I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, I'll make it known to the entire martial transformation sect that you murdered a fellow disciple. By now, the boy was utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat. He continued, the martial transformation sect's rules state that core disciples cannot kill each other, they must settle disputes at the heavenly punishment platform. Breaking sect rules is betraying the sect itself. Upon hearing this, he only grew more arrogant. What does an outer disciple know about sect rules? You overestimate yourself. With that, he raised his hand and bit down, forming a seal. I have no time for your nonsense. Hand over the heavenly wolf smoke, or I'll turn you into mincemeat. Losing patience, he unleashed the palm energy, seizing great technique. In an instant, a giant hand gripped Feng Han tightly, the searing pain like fire burning through him, forcing him to groan. Feng Han was drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, it's too hot, my blood feels like it's boiling. Then, he glanced at Chingshuette, who was recovering. Feng Han's gaze grew distant as he slowly closed his eyes, his will fading. I can't die. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in his mind, accompanied by an echoing voice. Be careful, he's refining your blood spirit. Hearing this, Feng Han slowly opened his eyes as the voice continued. You must stay conscious, or you'll lose the 7 slayings gourd. If your mind falls into chaos, the gourd will fall into his hands. Feng Han glared at the surrounding energy. Yen, where were you just now? Why did you vanish? The burning sensation on his body faded, replaced by a cool, soothing comfort. Spirit flame Yen materialized behind him. I just used a little trick to hide. Look at yourself. The return soul diagram can't separate from you now unless you reach the longevity realm. Once you cultivate to the longevity realm, you can truly fuse the return soul diagram into your bloodline. Just the energy. Even lower than the sect master of martial transformation gate. There's still a trace of refinement left, or else you wouldn't have been afflicted by fire poison and lost your spiritual protection. Feng Han was lost in his consciousness, his fury burning fiercely on the stone tablet platform. I need to place the 7 flying swords into the 7 slaughter gourd 7 slaughter sword formation. Just then, a hand gently rested on his shoulder.
This won't do.
Hearing this, Fong Han turned his head in confusion. Why do you say that? The 7 slaughter gourd is extremely mysterious. If you put the 7 flying swords inside, you may never retrieve them again.
Remember when Chingshuette picked up the gourd and saw the 7 extra flying swords inside? How were you planning to explain that?
Back then, the demon god had also considered mass cultivating this item, but failed. Otherwise, the demon god's sect would have been overrun long ago. Upon hearing this, he excitedly propped his chin on his hand, leaning against the wall.
The potential is enormous. If we could mass-produce these gourds, one for every person, wouldn't we be unstoppable? Yen Lao tapped his head in exasperation. What are you thinking?
For now, just carefully observe the gourd's wonders. With that, Yen Ling crossed his arms sternly.
Otherwise, just relying on the smoke signal.
That Wang Molan wouldn't have been able to hold off Fong Chingshuette for so long. At that moment, Fong Han placed the gourd in his palm, closed his eyes, and after a moment, he delved into its depths. After looking around, Fong Han spoke.
This Wang Molan is truly, without even a flying sword. Is it true that the demonic path only excels at taking without effort and not at cultivation? Good.
These poisonous insects have been tainted by the gourd's malevolent energy, making them extremely fierce and unafraid of water or fire. Just one bite, and even a cultivator at the divine ability realm would be poisoned to death. With that, he flicked his fingers forward,
and Fong Han released these poisonous insects.
Knowing that Shurjintai's flames weren't yet mastered enough to burn them directly, he instead unleashed the leader of the blood pool mosquitoes.
At his command, Fong Han raised his hands to control the poisonous insects surrounding the area.
In the next moment, the swarm of blood pool mosquitoes surged forward. Qi Lingyan put her hands on her hips and burst into laughter. Legend has it that blood pool mosquitoes can only survive in the most mysterious demonic blood pool hell of the Blood Shadow sect. Once bitten, all the blood in one's body would be drained instantly. He suddenly lowered his head and said mysteriously,
"But that's not the scariest part. The scariest part is..." Fong Han turned back in confusion and asked, "What is it?"
Just then, the swarm of poisonous insects outside charged straight at Shurjintai's attack.
He glared angrily ahead at the swarm of mosquitoes.
There's even a legend of blood pool mosquitoes in the 7 malevolence gourd. Immediately after, he created a massive explosion to block the poisonous insects.
Affected by the explosion, Shurjintai was knocked to the ground.
He gritted his teeth in anger, then flipped in midair to land steadily on the ground. Next, he leapt angrily into the air, while Fong Han looked down from above. He shouted, "Shurjintai! Use whatever tricks you have left," he snarled, continuously releasing the fierce blood pool mosquitoes.
"You won't kill me today. Once senior sister Shui purges the demonic energy, it will be your doom.
One of the true disciples of the martial transformation sect will be lost." His eyes widened in fury, about to speak, when suddenly a strange surge of spiritual power appeared in the sky. A golden-haired man appeared beside Shurjintai and interrupted.
"Junior brother Jin, step back. Let me handle this."
Then he stepped forward and said, "I am a true disciple of Stone Dragon Peak, Qinglongzi."
"What is your name?"
The protagonist stared ahead, hand on his chest.
"An outer disciple, Fong Han." At this moment, Qi Lingyan spoke in Fong Han's mind. This man is far more powerful than Shurjintai. Don't act recklessly.
He cultivates the great freedom mystic gold sword energy, a technique as ruthless as the heavenly cold dark energy. If he strikes, he won't stop until someone is dead. Upon hearing this, Fong Han began to ponder.
Great freedom mystic gold sword energy.
Purple lightning in thunderblade, 7 wounds fist, and heavenly cold dark energy are all among the 8 great techniques of the martial transformation sect.
The atmosphere fell into silence.
Then, Qinglongzi coldly spoke.
"Step back." Fong Han immediately raised his hand forcefully to his shoulder. "I don't understand why senior brother Shi would want to kill senior sister Fong. Is our Wohua sect not a righteous immortal sect but a demonic one that turns on its own? Though I'm just an outer disciple, I know the sect rules."
"Even so, you're still glaring at him in fury.
Our Wohua sect's grandmaster, the supreme immortal sovereign, can see everything you do. Naturally, I can predict your moves as well."
Longzi looked displeased.
"I didn't come here to kill junior sister Fong. I only wanted to ask her for something to hand over to the sect elders. This item is of great importance, it could decide the outcome between the immortal and demonic paths."
"Even with your 7 killing gourd, you're no match for me." He turned his gaze to Qilong and the others. After a pause, he continued, "But I don't want to hurt you. Junior brother Jin has a hot temper. If you're willing." He put on a friendly facade and gestured.
I'll give you a flying sword as compensation. How about it?
His words left the stone platform behind him terrified.
But Fong Han interrupted him.
Thank you for your kindness, senior brother, but I think we should wait for senior sister Chingshuette to wake up before deciding. Losing patience, his spiritual power surged. He thought, to be honest, I'm not that interested in what junior sister Fong has.
I avoided fighting you because I wanted to see someone else by her side.
At this point, he unleashed his power wildly, making Fong Han feel dizzy.
Lungzi swung his arm and thought, Ing Tianqing, do you really think my Supreme's mystic gold sword chi can't break junior sister Fong's purple lightning technique? Is the demonic sect's once-in-a-millennium genius really a coward who hides in the shadows? If that's the case, then I'll make my move.
Suddenly, a radiant streak appeared across the sky, and a pair of feet landed lightly upon it. A stern man looked ahead and said, Sure Longzi. If you dare lay a finger on her, I'll make sure you suffer eternal torment. Not only that, but you'll pay with an arm for what you just said. You, Ing Tianqing, are the son of the primordial demon Emperor Motai.
Fong Han looked up at the man, thinking, so this is Motai Ing Tianqing? Why does he look like an immortal? Molan, standing behind Longzi, was furious. Ing Tianqing, this is an internal matter of our Wuhua sect.
You're overstepping, Ing Tianqing said, glaring at them.
Anyone who harms Chingshuette harms me. Even the heaven-raising immortal sovereign would die for it. With that, he challenged the two. Sure Longzi, you go first. After I defeat you, I'll deal with the kid behind you.
Or you can kneel and beg for mercy, sever an arm, and I'll let you leave.
Hearing this, Longzi's face darkened. What arrogance! You're the demonic path's once-in-a-millennium genius.
And my favorite thing to do is crush geniuses in their cradle.
That's the most satisfying.
With that, he raised his hand and struck forward.
Only to be blocked by Ing Tianqing with a single finger.
In an instant, the man's primordial white bone enveloped the attack.
The spiritual flame within Fong Han even shocked Yen Mo. This was the innate white bone divine ability.
The dragon's son curled his lips into a cold sneer and vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's son appeared behind Ing Tianqing, unleashing the carefree instant kill technique, causing the surrounding air to violently tremble.
This move's essence is the perfect fusion of heavenly energy and spirit.
Essence shift teleportation, slaying gods and reaping ghosts. This ultimate technique moves at speeds dozens or even hundreds of times faster than sound, cutting through everything.
During the Great War between immortals and demons, the Wuhua sect's master used this technique to slay countless elite demonic cultivators.
Despite taking a devastating blow, Ing Tianqing not only didn't falter but instead taunted his opponent. No wonder someone who's mastered the instant kill technique dares to challenge me, but you haven't perfected it yet. You're still far from the Wuhua sect master's level. Meanwhile, Ing Tianqing's white bone armor absorbed the dragon's son's attacks, leaving him pale and terrified. The man immediately distanced himself from Ing Tianqing, stretching out his hand, and shouted behind him, "Let's go!" As the dragon's son and Wang Nianlin soared into the sky to flee, Ing Tianqing glanced at the two in the air. Pity, I'll take one of your arms today. This kid won't advance any further. With that, he pursued them with his heavenly immortal white bone blade. In an instant, he severed both the dragon's son's and Nianlin's arms. Afterward, Ing Tianqing retracted his heavenly immortal white bone blade. He slowly walked up to Fong Han and stopped, turning to look at the male lead. Alright, release Yilang. With me here, Chingshuette will be fine. Ing Tianqing raised his hands, and 7 flying swords appeared behind him. Though you haven't reached the divine ability realm yet, you've done well protecting Chingshuette, so I'll bestow these 7 flying swords upon you. Fong Han slowly opened his mouth, but the male lead waved his hand decisively. I'm a disciple of the immortal path. You're a demonic cultivator, I don't want your swords. Once I've cultivated enough, I won't lack spiritual energy. Fong Han didn't want to owe anyone favors, nor did he need his rewards. Hearing this, Ing Tianqing narrowed his eyes in displeasure. How dare you speak to me like that? Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. Well said, Fong Han. I knew I chose the right person. Chingshuette and the purple lightning serpent emerged from behind the male lead. No one in the Fong family needs handouts. She raised her hand forward, adding, someone who dares to stand against the son of a primordial demon emperor, that's the true spirit of our Fong family. You're far stronger than those short-sighted demonic disciples. Ing Tianqing stepped closer, staring intently at her. Chingshuette, you haven't changed, still daring to strike at a demon god. You should know, even my father has to be wary of him. If something happens to you, Chingshuette won't be able to bear it. And between you and me, we won't owe each other anything. Back when we met in the Northern Ocean, we were besieged by the water parasite heavenly demons. Out of necessity, we exchanged the heavenly demon unity technique, which benefited both of us. At this, Chingshueling's expression shifted slightly as she continued. While you helped me just now, you should also know that his teleportation technique can't break through my purple lightning shield. Even if you hadn't come, I wouldn't have suffered any loss. The two heavenly demon forces are as incompatible as fire and water, and now the heavenly demon war is reigniting. It's best if we have nothing more to do with each other. After hearing this, Ying Tianjing's face showed deep disappointment. If that's the case, why should I care about the heavenly demon war? I don't want to distinguish between demonic and heavenly paths. All beings cultivating in this world seek immortality and transcendence. What's wrong with that? He sadly looked down below. As long as you're fine, I can rest easy. I'll be going now. With that, he turned to leave, casting a cold glance at the male lead. Fanghan, I won't forget this. Stubbornness is good, but being stubborn without the strength to back it up will get you killed. Then, he swiftly soared into the sky. Moments later, he roared down at them. In all my time as the demon lord, no one has ever dared to offend me. Those who dare will pay with their lives. Today, I'll spare you for Chingshue's sake, but next time won't be so easy. Seeing Fanghan's fury, Chingshuette quickly reached out to stop him. Let it go. The demon lord has his pride. Your strength is too weak right now. Opposing him isn't a wise choice. If he wanted to kill you, even I couldn't stop him. When you grow stronger, let him say what he wants. After hearing this, Fanghan's anger subsided slightly. He then raised the 7 slaughters gourd in front of him. You're right, senior sister. This treasure is extraordinary, I'll return it to you now. Chingshuette gestured to refuse. No need. I never intended to give it to you in the first place. But you protected me and exhausted your vitality, which moved me. Keep it. Use it to overcome the toughest stage of the mortal realm and secure your place in the martial transformation sect. At this, a strange object appeared in Feng Shui's hand. You killed Tula, but there's no proof. Take this bone spike to the inner court of the martial transformation sect and give it to the examiner. They'll give you a chance to take the trial. With that, she tossed the bone spike to Fanghan. Once you become an inner disciple, you'll be under our protection. They won't dare to harm you then. Fanghan looked up in surprise. Inner disciple? He hid the bone spur behind his back and turned to Chingshuette. Then will you be returning too, senior sister? Jinshi Tianshi Longzi lost an arm, they'll surely try to frame you. Chingshuette raised her hand and summoned her purple lightning flower chariot. I'm going back to report this matter and the demon gods. Come on, get on. I'll take you back to the martial transformation sect. Several hours passed. Inside the martial transformation sect's inner immortal court, Fanghan was set down. He shook his head, looking around thoughtfully. This inner immortal court exuded an air of mystery. After a moment of contemplation, Fanghan was about to step forward when a voice rang out. Halt! A beautiful woman approached from behind. What are you doing here? Don't you know outer disciples aren't allowed in the inner immortal court? Hearing this, Fanghan quickly clasped his hands in greeting. I've completed a sect mission. I'm here to claim my assessment qualifications. She eyed Fanghan suspiciously. What proof do you have? He stepped closer and presented the bone spur Chingshuette had given him. Her eyes widened in shock. A Tula's bone spur? You actually killed a Tula? She took the spur and examined it closely. Fanghan couldn't help but feel alarmed. A Tula's bone spur weighs over 1,000 pounds. Even a master at the mystic realm would struggle to wield it with one hand. Yet she handled it effortlessly. He stared at her, deep in thought. Her strength is far beyond mine. Could she be a top expert from the rivers and mountains ranking? Then, she handed the bone spur back. This is indeed a Tula's bone spur. Follow me. Moments later, in a corner of the inner immortal court, a line of people waited to enter a room. Inside, everything was orderly, with not a sound to be heard. A man holding a token announced loudly. Killing a sky-soaring yaksha is truly rare talent. Take this token and prepare. Return to the trial grounds in 3 days for the heavenly demon battlefield assessment. The people in line whispered among themselves. Incredible. In the Happy Sea Desert, I killed 36 yakshas just to complete my mission. I'd never dared to challenge a sky-soaring yaksha. The man standing next to him also joined the discussion. That's right. This time, at least 100 outer disciples lost their lives. I saw Zhang get his arm bitten off alive by a flying night fiend. Someone in the crowd began to agree. Those royal cultivators of great virtue and senior sister Mo. Senior brother Yuan said we had to ambush them, but the Crimson Prince's entire force was wiped out. It even alarmed the elders. It was senior brother Hua who saved their lives. Fanghan, listening from afar, was secretly shocked. Those people from the Protector King's side are still alive. Maybe this won't implicate me after all. Then, a pair of women's legs appeared in the crowd. When the crowd saw the woman, they couldn't help but cheer.
It was Senior Sister Long. Hello, Senior Sister Long. She stepped forward to the man and whispered something. He immediately slammed the table in shock. What? A disciple killed Tula? In the distance, Fong Han made his way through the crowd. After a moment, his steps halted. Fong Han held his spine-like object in front of him, deep in thought. Killing a Tula makes them this surprised? I wonder how shocked they'd be if I showed them the Crimson Prince's body. The man let out a long sigh. First, look up and see if Tula's remains are really yours. Or did someone help you kill it, and now you're presenting the remains as a great achievement? He waved his hand dismissively. Take this jade token. In 3 days, go to the Sky Court to participate in the Heavenly Demon Battlefield trial. Passing the trial will make you an inner disciple. Just then, someone handed a token in 2 small bottles to Fong Han. The person added. Additionally, the sect's descendants have set a rule: if a disciple kills a Tula, they are rewarded with 1 essence pill and 1 grain accumulation pill. Seeing this, Fong Han immediately cupped his hands in thanks. After a moment, he reached out to accept the rewards. Fong Han tucked them into his robes and approached the woman. Thank you, Senior Sister Long, for guiding me. She stared straight ahead without blinking. No need to thank me. If you could kill a Tula, passing the trial shouldn't be difficult. If you ever rank on the rivers and mountains list, we might become rivals. She looked at Fong Han with great interest. I'll be watching you. The scene shifts to a room. Fong Han flipped through the pages of a book. He continued searching for information about the Heavenly Demon Battlefield. The Demon War Battlefield is a passage opened by the Grandmaster of the Martial Transformation sect using supreme divine powers. It connects to the outer void. The Demon War Battlefield is filled with countless formless demons, making it extremely dangerous. Only disciples with exceptional wisdom, unshakable will, and remarkable achievements can enter and resist the demon's temptations. Only then can they gradually become inner sect disciples. At this moment, Ling Yenshin transforms into a dragon-like shape and lets out a long roar. Captured demons make excellent materials for refining pills. Fong Han responds, I've encountered earth demons and human demons, but never a heavenly demon. I heard heavenly demons have no physical form, they're just a stream of energy or a thought. Ling Yenshin immediately explains from the side. That's correct. Only highly cultivated demons can develop physical bodies, becoming demon kings or demon gods. Fong Han focuses intently on the 3 blood pills in his hand. I don't want to be possessed by a demon and end up neither human nor ghost. There will be constant supervision during this trial, I can't rely on anyone else's strength. With that, he tosses the blood pills into his mouth. Fong Han gives a stern glance to the side. Yen, I want to cultivate using my own abilities. Just stay quiet for now. Hearing this, Ling Yenshin flies into a rage, repeatedly whipping Fong Han's head with its tail. Oomph. Go ahead and cultivate on your own, don't you even want my blood pills? With that, Ling Yenshin vanishes in a huff. At this moment, the protagonist sits calmly and begins practicing his spirit mind technique. After 1 hour, Fong Han continues his cultivation without pause. 2 more hours pass, and he still doesn't stop. Moments later, Fong Han opens his eyes wide, his body radiating spiritual energy. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Martial Transformation sect, Chingshuette kneels before a man, pleading desperately. Father, you must stand up for your son. He shouts in fury, his hatred overwhelming. I lost an arm to that Fong Chingshuette, and so did senior brother Shi. The man's expression darkens, letting out a cold snort. How could Fong Chingshuette, a mere nascent soul junior, sever Shi Longzi's arm? He glares at Chingshuette and continues, your body reeks of demonic energy. You must have provoked the heavenly whale, haven't you? This man is the Grand Elder of the Martial Transformation sect, Lai Shuangzi Jean Riley. He rises into the air and says, follow me. I'll take you to the Heavenly Punishment platform. Moments later, in the eerie and terrifying atmosphere of the Heavenly Punishment Hall's platform, even Chingshuette trembles in fear. Suddenly, approaching footsteps startled the disciple at the stone platform. 2 figures, a man and a woman, appeared ahead. Hua Tiandu stood on the left and cupped his hands toward the house, saying, Elder. Among the disciples I rescued. Except for outer disciple Lu Kong, who was passed, the others have all been cleansed of the green desirine tumor poison. With that, he raised his hands in a salute, but their flying swords had all vanished without a trace. Even my heavenly rooster Ji Yang Slash is gone. I've come to report this to you, Elder, and ask how to handle these disciples. Or perhaps we should investigate thoroughly to see who has taken these flying swords and treasures. The elder inside the house responded, You've done well, disciple. I'll leave this matter to you to investigate. Then, he flicked a token outward, adding, additionally, punish these disciples by sending them to the primordial prison for 3 months and cut off all elixir supplies. Hua Tiandu caught the token with both hands, and the elder continued, according to the heavenly punishment decree. You may mobilize any core disciples or even elders to assist your actions. Hua Tiandu quickly cupped his hands again, his gaze flicking toward the woman beside him. I've heard that Elder Fong's disciple, Fong Han, possesses a demonic treasure bestowed by her, a treasure that even absorbed the spiritual windsword. Since the Elder has entrusted me with full authority, I'd like to request Elder Fong's assistance in this investigation. Seeing Chingshuette's doubtful expression, he added, I'd like to clarify this with Elder Fong first to avoid future disputes. Chingshuette crossed her arms and glanced aside. Indeed. The demonic treasure I gave him is the 7 slaughter gourd, taken from Wang Mo. Fong Han is my disciple. What's wrong with me taking back a flying sword? If the Heavenly Mirror sect wanted to give him 7 flying swords, he outright refused. With a dismissive air, she said, Brother Hua, investigate all you want. But if anything happens to Fong Han, I won't let this go, I'll demand justice from the sect master. At this, he turned away. I've always been fair in my dealings. Or the Heavenly Punishment Elder wouldn't have entrusted me with the decree. He glared at Chingshuette with a frown. Elder Fong, you should mind your own affairs. Suddenly, a disciple from the Golden Stone platform knelt heavily, shouting, Heavenly Punishment Elder, please grant me justice. Elder Fong Chingshuette, hearing this, Chingshuette turned sharply toward him. The elder inside the house interrupted. Shirshinzi insisted on competing with the Heavenly Mirror sect and was outmatched. The Martial Transformation sect does not fear the Primordial Demon sect. I will reclaim this debt. But this has nothing to do with Fong Chingshuette. On the contrary, she once clashed with the demon god at the altar, breaking through her cultivation and rendering great service to our sect. I've already petitioned the sect master. She is to enter the lesser immortal realm to cultivate and break through to the divine transformation realm. Upon hearing this, the father and son's expressions darkened instantly. Seething with rage, Jin Shirtai shouted loudly, What's going on? She's about to break through to the heavenly transcendence realm? He furrowed his brow and called out ahead, Tian Xingzi. This girl has an unclear relationship with the demon emperor's son. If we let her cultivate in our sacred land, what if something goes wrong? How could you take responsibility? Fuming, he spun around and grabbed Jin Shirtai's wrist. I will report this to the sect master myself. Without another word, he tossed out the remark and turned to leave with his son. Moments later, Chingshuette entered the room. Tian Xingzi sat in his chair, staring intently downward. Chingshuette, don't think about anything else. Just focus on breaking through your realm. After hearing this, she clasped her hands in front of her and nodded lightly in acknowledgement. The scene shifted to the sky courtyard, bustling with noise as people chattered among themselves. Is it true that the heavenly demon battlefield isn't in this world? Does that mean we have to fly beyond this sky? How is that even possible? But last year, out of 10,000 outer disciples, 3,000 died, thousands went mad, and only a few hundred of the survivors passed the trial. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, startling the protagonist into turning around. Fong Han? Oh, it's you. Behind him, the man standing beside Qingwei asked, Qingwei, who is he? A servant from the Fong family, she said, casting a disdainful glance forward. Fong Han, you were favored by my sister and earned the chance to take the inner disciple trial. That was a gift from the Fong family, she sneered, laughing mockingly. But I heard you've been ruthless toward the steward now that you're riding high. My sister is devoted to cultivation and doesn't understand worldly matters, but I'm not as easy to fool as she is. Then, she pointed at him imperiously. Come here. I have a few things to warn you about. Fong Han scoffed, and after a moment, he raised his hand and let out a cold oomph. Fong Qingwei, senior sister Chingshuette has agreed to marry me. From now on, I am her fiancé. The man flew into a rage, brandishing his sword as he charged forward. How dare you spout such nonsense? Fong Han dashed forward like lightning, striking swiftly. The man was stunned, furrowing his brow in surprise. Then, Fong Han landed a powerful punch, sending him flying several meters away before he crashed to the ground. The others rushed forward in anger to help him up. One of them raised his sword and shouted, You scoundrel! Kill him! Qingwei also drew her sword and pointed it at Fong Han. Surrounded, the protagonist unleashed his palm technique, shattering the swords around him, including Qingwei's, which clattered to the ground. She was drenched in sweat, collapsing to the ground. How can this person be so powerful? This is impossible. Only then did he barely manage to stand, looking toward Fong Han. Han, I am the young master of Moi Island in the South Sea. May I ask who you are, brother? If you do me a favor today, I will surely repay you generously in the future. The male lead smirked with pride. Who am I? Didn't you just hear? I am Fong Qingwei's fiancé. With that, he turned and left coldly, adding, If you want revenge in the future, feel free to try. Just see if you have what it takes.
Let's go. Fang Qingwei is heading to the demon battlefield, and I'll take care of her as my sister instructed. Infuriated, she shouted ahead, I don't believe my sister would say that.
Don't delude yourself into thinking you're worthy of her.
Hearing this, Fang Han turned back angrily.
Marriage isn't her decision to make. Though she's my fiancée in name, I have no interest in her.
But if she gets close to other men like this young master here. He gritted his teeth, seething with rage, I'll teach them a lesson every time I see them.
With that, Fang Han stormed off, leaving the group and a trembling Qingwei behind.
A man in the distance spoke up, this Fang Han has earned Fang Qingshue's favor and was even gifted a secret treasure, as if she's grooming him as a core disciple.
In a few months, the mountain and river ranking competition will be a fierce battle between you and me.
You, who were listening, seemed intrigued by this.
Oh? I love competition.
No pressure means no motivation. Suddenly, his expression darkened, his aura turning fierce.
In that case, let's have some fun first.
The group ahead saw him and immediately bowed respectfully, shouting,
Welcome, Senior Brother Yi.
One of them remarked, Senior Brother Yi ranks third on the mountain and river ranking.
Why is Senior Brother Yi here?
Then, he approached Qingwei. That Fang Han said if any man gets near you, he'll strike them down. But I don't believe in such nonsense, I want to get close to you. Saying this, he stepped forward and extended his hand to her.
Junior Sister Qingwei, don't refuse me.
She looked up at the man before her.
Being fellow disciples with Senior Brother Yi was an honor for Qingwei.
Suddenly, Yi raised his hand,
condensing a spirit talisman and placing it over his chest. Junior Sister, entering the demon battlefield requires utmost caution.
Though this snow spirit talisman is only condensed spiritual energy, it can repel demons and stabilize your mind. It should help you return safely from the demon battlefield. Then, he gently pushed Qingwei forward and continued.
Go on.
When you become an inner disciple, my fellow senior brothers and I from the mountain and river ranking will throw you a grand celebration.
He raised his eyebrows smugly. Let's see what Fang Han can do to us.
The scene shifted to the bustling transmission gate of the demon battlefield, crowded with people.
Fang Han walked to the gate and raised his token, which glowed brightly.
Suddenly, the gate slowly creaked open, revealing a narrow gap. After a moment, the gate fully opened, revealing a pitch-black curtain. The man beside it spoke, step inside.
Spending 10 days and nights in the demon realm battlefield will allow you to leave. But the mental corruption from the demon realm is extremely dangerous. You could lose your life at any moment. It's not too late to back out now. Fang Han didn't hesitate, he bent down and stepped through the darkness. Of course, I won't quit.
With that, he strode forward. Just then, a beam of light appeared in the distance. After crossing over, Fang Han found himself in an unfamiliar land.
He looked around and muttered, is this the demon realm battlefield?
Suddenly, a wisp of spectral energy settled on his shoulder.
It cut him off, this isn't the outer realm.
The demons here love the flesh of those with strong yang energy.
You won't last long here before hordes of demons swarm you. It chuckled maliciously. If you capture them, the rewards from refining pills will be huge. Fang Han scanned his surroundings. Where do we go now? I don't see any other outer disciples either.
Just then, a strange noise came from afar, and Fang Han whipped his head around. From behind, a figure sprinted toward him.
Fang Han, save me. Demons are chasing me. I will betroth her to you.
But behind him, there was nothing, no sign of anything following. Suddenly, Qingwei's face tore apart, revealing a hideous monster that lunged at him in a frenzy.
Foolish. She is not Fang Qingwei. She is a heavenly demon, and you are in danger. Fang Han showed no fear, instead landing a direct punch on the demon's face. The blow struck true, shattering the demon into pieces. But the fragments immediately drifted in the air, reassembling themselves. I am formless. You can never kill me. Those who enter the sea bay never die. Fang Han, your strong, fleshly body must taste delicious. If I devour you, I can evolve into a demon king.
As soon as it spoke, it began spinning wildly, forming strands of crackling lightning. Fang Han looked up, his mind filled with doubt.
How does the heavenly demon know my name? Has my spirit been exposed?
Just then, the demon dove down, accompanied by countless sharp sword shadows.
Fang Han merely scoffed in disdain. A heavenly demon is still just a heavenly demon.
Its attempts to deceive the heart are nothing special.
Do you really think I'd fall for this sword rain?
With that, the protagonist immediately launched his attack. He thrust both hands forward with force. A flurry of counterattacks followed in quick succession.
First star, earth-shattering demon. Second star, celestial chess. Then, he swung his right hand, unleashing third star, pure yang refinement. Fourth star, towering sky battle. Next, he clenched his fist. He cast fifth star, constellation technique. Sixth star, boundless chaos, and he didn't stop there. Fong Han continued with the seventh move. Seventh star, shifting the heavens and earth. He immediately pressed his palms together before his chest. Then, he leapt forward, charging toward the demon's dark void. He clenched his fist at his waist, unleashing his ultimate technique. Eighth star, struggle for supremacy. The power of the seventh star fist was immense, striking deep into the demon's body. The blow was devastating, shattering it completely. All that remained was a chilling shriek. Fong Han landed and looked ahead at the empty space. Is it really dead? There's still no physical form. How am I supposed to refine the azure sky altar? Suddenly, a girl resembling Chingshuette appeared, blushing shyly. She snuggled up to Fong Han, acting coy and clingy. Give yourself to me. I know you have feelings for me. Chingshuette blushed, whispering into the protagonist's ear. Now I need your body. If you don't give it to me, I'll die. Can you pay this price for me? Hearing this, Fong Han flew into a rage. Even if you're the primordial star technique demon, you're asking for trouble. In an instant, the spectral figure of the Imperial Selection Emperor appeared. Right behind it was a massive hand, slamming down with a fatal strike at the demon. Terrified, it went berserk. This was the Demon Emperor of Humanity. Why does your spirit carry the aura of the Demon Emperor of Humanity? A deafening explosion erupted, instantly reducing the demon to ashes. Fong Han withdrew his technique. The ground around him had shattered into large fragments. Just then, Qi Lingyan suddenly burst into laughter. Ah, just as I thought. This sovereign was going to lend you a hand. But you destroyed the Imperial Selection Emperor's spectral aura instead. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood core flew out from Yan's body. Fong Han caught it. It was as small as a mung bean, far inferior to the previous blood cores. He tossed it back to Qi Lingyan and continued. From what I've seen across many worlds, pill refinement isn't easy. Even the martial transformation sect has many failed batches. But you make it look effortless. Upon hearing this, the other party erupted in fury, smoke billowing. The Imperial Selection Furnace is a massive alchemy furnace. It's far superior to the martial transformation sect's Tao Energy Immortal Furnace. The Imperial Selection Emperor poured his heart and soul into crafting it. It was meant to supply pills to the sect's million disciples. Hearing this, Fong Han couldn't help but feel puzzled. The Imperial Selection sect has 1 million disciples? Isn't that even larger than the martial transformation sect? Qi Lingyan began to explain. Of course. Back then, the Imperial Selection sect was the #1 sect in the world. It established a place called the Boat Underworld. The Imperial Selection Emperor had 10 disciples who controlled life and death. He even sought to pioneer the path of reincarnation, to arrange the fate of all living beings in the universe, to bind their spiritual imprints, and reincarnate them based on good and evil. The virtuous would be rewarded with good fortune. The wicked would face eternal punishment. That's why he incurred the heavens' jealousy and ultimately perished. After listening, Fong Han's eyes widened. Stunned speechless, he couldn't find the words. To pioneer the path of reincarnation. What a grand endeavor. He finally understood, recalling the painful memories of the past. That's right. Killing. Arson. They donated gold bowls to build bridges and mend roads, only to end up dying without a whole corpse. There is no justice in this world. Suddenly, the aura of vengeful spirits roared with fury. They say we are ghosts. But everything we have done is upright and honorable. The sun and moon bear witness. We established the cycle of reincarnation. All of this was to ensure that this world would have the word retribution. As he spoke, his eyes reddened. To reach the pinnacle of light, one must use dark methods. The Emperor of Imperial Selection once wavered over this. But in the end, he made his decision. He said, without great collapse, there can be no great order. Yet he failed. To reach the pinnacle of light, one must use dark methods. Is this not precisely why the Emperor of Imperial Selection failed? If justice is built through dark means, then what kind of justice is it? If you commit evil yourself, how can you demand others do good? Hearing this, Fong Han looked ahead solemnly and declared, I shall fulfill the ideal of the Emperor of the Yellow Springs. This world does indeed have the word retribution. I will not kill indiscriminately but will use honorable means to distinguish good from evil in the world. The vengeful spirits were stunned, their eyes widening. This man's spirit has become pure. With such a heart, even without a 9 apertures golden core, he will eventually step into the realm of divine abilities. At most 3 years, at least one, he will surely master divine powers. Such progress is truly astonishing. Fong Han clenched the blood pill and replied, I thought I would have to wait a few more years. No more words, focus on cultivation. With that, he fell silent. Fong Han gently closed his eyes, calmly sat cross-legged, and entered a meditative state. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man sat on a high cliff. surrounded by countless demonic beings. With fiery red hair, he surveyed the demons and spoke. Have disciples of the martial transformation sect come here to train?
Turning this place into a cheer-refining ground, hoping to attract more of us demons.
Isn't this giving us a chance to gain more flesh and blood?
The sect master of the martial transformation sect likely didn't expect that the sun demon god has sensed us and led me here. This time, I will ensure the sect's disciples are wiped out. He stood up, gestured, and while they hesitated, learned human military strategies. When facing experts, don't fight alone like our ancestors. If you encounter someone like that, what's so hard about this? Just let me go and take him out. Demons, hear my command. Join forces and carry out the plan at once. The man also soared into the air and vanished in the blink of an eye.
Moments later, Fong Han finished his cultivation and continued on his way. Suddenly, a sinister figure appeared ahead. Fong Han quickly leapt into the air, rising above the ground.
That's strange, why is there such a strong gust of wind up ahead? Just then, Ling Yan cried out in alarm, that's not a whirlwind, it's a swarm of demons.
By all logic, the demon realm shouldn't have this many demons.
Otherwise, the inner disciples taking the trial would stand no chance. Upon hearing this, Fong Han immediately concealed his presence. The demons sensed him at once and howled, someone's here, fresh flesh and blood.
The scent is so rich, let's drain him dry. After we do, we'll wear his skin to deceive others. Once discovered, Fong Han no longer hid and revealed himself. In an instant, the demons transformed into naked women, surrounding the protagonist.
Little brother, we're so lonely, come comfort us.
Fong Han gritted his teeth and responded with fury. Trying to shake my resolve? Not a chance.
With that, he closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and struck the skeletal chest with a single punch. Then, he channeled the essence of heaven and earth, breaking through the demon's encirclement. The protagonist raised his hands to shoulder height and mused, what cunning tricks.
These demons' allure naturally drains a person's vitality. Now, Fong Han unleashed his seven-slaying gourd, releasing the heavenly wolf's seven-slaying smoke. He executed a move that attacked from above and below.
A faint strike later, the seven-slaying smoke coiled behind the demons, and Ling Yan clenched her fists in excitement.
Quick, refine them into celestial elixir pills. Fong Han stretched out one hand,
while the other slashed a blade of sword energy. The yellow sun pearl in his body began absorbing the demons, but suddenly, the demons scattered ahead, leaving Fong Han stunned. He looked up toward the source of the spiritual power.
Is this another demon trick? Just then, Ling Yan spoke up.
No, those disciples have the scent of living flesh, and their flute and zither music carries spiritual energy.
This is a treasure that repels demons with music. That girl is playing the flute, while the others are singing. This might be tough. It's unclear if the sect will send reinforcements, and we can't hold out much longer. The girl playing the zither replied, don't say such unlucky things. Once we lose faith against demons, it's all over. Sisters, take turns playing the flute.
Use sound waves to repel them. The cloud water art can cultivate breath, infuse your spirit into the music. With that, she raised her hand and plucked the strings. Their magical treasures rumbled loudly, forming a barrier. But before long, a heavenly demon pierced through their defenses.
These are pure elemental chants without impurities. Scream all you want.
Use your suffering to strengthen our power.
War looked up in terror as the barrier shattered.
In an instant, their magical treasures were crushed by the heavenly demons. Then, the girls were absorbed into their bodies. At that moment, Fong Han stepped forward, gazing at the chaotic scene.
The situation was dire. But he had no choice but to intervene. Suddenly, the fierce heavenly wolf seven fiend smoke surged forward.
The heavenly demon chariot charged into the fray, surrounding the girls and rescuing them from danger.
One of the girls peered out, cold sweat dripping as she asked, what's happening now? Fong Han appeared gently before them, clad in the heavenly wolf armor. Yuer looked up in fear and asked, who are you?
The protagonist approached them and reassured, everyone, stay calm. I am a disciple of the Wuhua sect here for the trial.
My name is Fong Han.
Then, he glanced at the distant heavenly demons and continued, I can tame them because I possess a demonic treasure. The heavenly demon battlefield has changed. Let's work together to overcome this crisis. The girls, having found their savior, wept with joy. Today, Brother Xiang's life-saving kindness is something we can never repay, even if we were to sacrifice ourselves. Above them, the seven fiends' smoke rolled protectively around the group.
Fong Han waved his hand, and the heavenly wolf armor dissipated. Watching the protagonist's heroic battle stance, Schwanger thought to herself, what a handsome and dashing man.
She couldn't take her eyes off him and asked, Brother Fong Chang,
is this treasure the heavenly wolf seven fiends smoke?
I heard it was sealed in the Seven Fiends Gourd, a supreme treasure of the demon god sect.
How did it end up with you?
Feng Han answered without hesitation. Senior sister Chingshuette bestowed it upon me from the demon god altar for self-defense. But I haven't reached the divine ability realm yet, so the wolf smoke can't unleash its full power. Then, he suddenly realized and asked them, by the way, I haven't had the chance to ask for your names.
Yue raised her hand and introduced, I'm Xingyue, and this is Jiao Wu. Brother Feng can call us Yue, Ward Zixuan. Aiwei, Yin Xiaoyu, Yin Xiaoqing, Lin Fengxi, and Nan Beibei. We're all members of the Kulyan Society. Feng Han tilted his head in confusion. What's the Kulyan Society?
The Kulyan Society is a small group we female disciples formed within the sect. It helps protect us from bullying by other disciples and allows us to cultivate together, helping each other improve our strength. Senior brother may not know, but the martial transformation sect has nearly 400 outer disciples and 5,000 inner disciples.
Such organizations are many.
Hearing this, Feng Han raised his hand and fell into thought. The martial transformation sect has many disciples, with all sorts of people mixed in. Where there are interests, there will be power struggles, especially on the path to pursuing strength.
Wu stepped forward, interrupting his thoughts.
This time, senior brother Feng saved us.
We will report this to our false blue society's big senior sister.
In the future, if senior brother ever faces trouble, we will go through fire and water to help you.
We'll do everything in our power to assist.
Upon hearing this, Feng Han grew curious.
Is big senior sister some kind of core disciple?
Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently, startling them all. Outside, the heavenly demons formed a massive vortex, directly attacking the seven wolf smoke barrier.
Feng Han gritted his teeth and looked around.
Everyone clutched their magical treasures in panic, but Wu was about to unleash a technique.
Feng Han quickly stopped him. Hold off for now. Otherwise, the heavenly wolf smoke barrier will break quickly, and we'll get hurt. Magical treasures at this level lack consciousness and can't distinguish friend from foe. I'll retract the heavenly wolf smoke first, then go out to slay the heavenly demons. After that, you can use your powers to protect yourselves. With that, he focused his mind forward. Ready? 1, 2, 3, retract. In an instant, the heavenly wolf smoke was pulled back,
and the heavenly demons seized the chance to rush downward. At that moment, Feng Han, clad in his heavenly wolf battle armor, swiftly soared upward and launched a fierce attack against the heavenly demons ahead. But the protagonist's armor had already been pierced through, and the heavenly demons merged into a massive fist.
Use all your strength to take this kid down. Feng Han glared up at them in fury.
Oof.
Then I'll refine all of you into azure fall pills.
Suddenly, Ling Yan hastily spoke up.
Stop wasting energy. Let me teach you the 8 dragon chants.
Since they've made their move, first inhale deeply into your lungs, then pull in your abdomen, circulate your energy, gather it in your dantian, and guide it along your spine to condense into spirit. Begin the transformation, reshape the syllables. In an instant, ferocious dragon shapes appeared, coiling around Feng Han. Clad in his heavenly wolf battle armor, the protagonist roared in unison with the 8 dragons, then launched an attack from above. The women were stunned by the roar, losing their balance and screaming.
How can the sound be so sharp? My head feels like it's splitting.
At that moment, Yu hurriedly turned to her sisters and shouted, cover your ears.
The heavenly demons above are tightening their grip, exploding now. The sounds continued relentlessly, striking the heavenly demons.
Feng Han wearily raised his hand to his head and muttered, the 8 dragon chants drain so much energy.
I shouldn't be this exhausted in my current state.
Ling Yan appeared behind him to explain, the 8 dragon chants are originally a technique to unleash potential, maximizing power output.
This is still because you've used the 9 orifices golden core before.
With that, he grumbled in frustration. With hands on her hips, she let out a cold snort. If it had been anyone else, they would have exhausted all their strength by now, and it wouldn't be unusual for them to be bedridden for 10 days or half a month.
Quickly use the last of your strength to grab those heavenly demons.
After hearing this, Feng Han lowered his head and clenched his teeth. Then, he placed his hands on his shoulders, mustering the last bit of his energy, and lunged forward. The heavenly demons above were captured one after another in the protagonist's net, while Feng Han, holding the 7 slaughters gourd, absorbed all of them into it. Next, he cast a heavenly wolf concealment shield to obscure their vision, thinking to himself, the matter of refining the heavenly demons in the imperial selection furnace must not be seen by the disciples of the Jielan sect. To avoid raising suspicion, Feng Han lowered his hands and dispelled the barrier after a moment. He retracted the imperial selection furnace into his body and walked forward wearily, muttering to himself, I need to rest for a bit. The members of the Jielan sect stood behind him, watching the protagonist's back and whispering among themselves.
Senior brother Fong Han actually slayed hundreds of heavenly demons. Indeed. Even the top 3 disciples of our sect might not have such ability. Upon hearing this, he plopped down onto a nearby rock. This was all thanks to the power of the 7 slaughters gourd. With that, he closed his eyes and began to recover his energy. Without it, we would have been torn to shreds by the heavenly demons by now. Yue curiously covered her mouth with her hand and looked up, asking, by the way, Senior Brother Fong, what sect does that technique you used earlier belong to? It was so overpowering.
I've heard Senior Sister Long use our martial transformation sect's vast chi chant. But that didn't seem like a technique from our sect. Fong Han slowly replied, this was taught to me by a mysterious expert before I joined the martial transformation sect.
They didn't even tell me their name. This is one of my little secrets.
I hope you all won't spread it around. The group nodded in agreement, and Yue added,
of course, Senior Brother Fong. You saved our lives. How could we ever betray your secret after such a great kindness?
Wu firmly patted his chest to assure him, chiming in.
Exactly.
If Fakelan's senior sister finds out, she won't go easy on us. Hearing this, Fong Han suddenly whitened his eyes. He looked around at the girls in confusion.
Who is Fakelan's senior sister? Yue stepped forward and answered. Senior Brother Fong, you might not know this.
The 5 great disciples Eastern Ling Xiao, Western Fakelan, Northern Jiaoguan, Southern Wan Luo, and Central Tian Du are unrivaled across the land. They are the most powerful core disciples of our martial transformation sect. And Fakelan, the senior sister of the Fakelan sect, is called Western Fakelan because she resides on Western Fakelan Peak. Fong Han furrowed his brows in surprise, thinking to himself that these 5 seemed to hold even higher status and influence than Fong Chingshuette. Then, he scratched his head and looked away, musing, but at sister's rate of progress, she'll likely catch up to them soon enough. And that Hawk Heaven scripture, compared to these 5. That's still manageable, but I'm worried if they're the same level as us. After a moment of thought, Fong Han leapt down from the rock. He placed his right hand on his hip, releasing his restored energy.
The demonic aura on the battlefield surged even stronger. We're already in this much danger, other disciples must be in even worse shape.
They're all from the martial transformation sect.
Let's save whoever we can.
Let's go find the other martial transformation sect disciples. Hearing this, the girls beamed and cheered in unison.
All right, let's move.
Fong Han turned sharply and said in a low voice.
By the way, how many demons did we capture in total? Do we still have enough pills?
413 in total, plus 5 demon leaders.
We refined 520 pills from them.
He frowned, raising 2 fingers.
10 yakshas.
Each one needs over 30 pills to evolve into an Asura.
That leaves you with less than 200. We'll need a few more.
Fong Han smirked slightly, letting out a soft chuckle.
Then he stepped forward, leading the group into action.
In an instant, the group soared into the sky, aided by the power of righteousness and demonic energy. Fong Han and the others had been flying toward the boulder for some time.
Suddenly, the male lead's expression turned grave. There's an overwhelming demonic presence ahead. He warned.
We should be careful.
There must be a lot of demons gathered there.
Yue looked up beside him. I can feel it too, the demonic energy is unusually dense.
Just then, Wu let out a terrified scream. Look! Up ahead, it's the martial transformation sect disciples. A massive golden pagoda had suddenly appeared, surrounded by demons.
The Blue Society members gasped.
The 9 Palace Golden Pagoda. It's the ultimate defensive treasure of Tiandu Peak.
The martial transformation sect disciples must be getting reinforcements. The spirit flame in Fong Han's pocket peeked out but was quickly pushed back down.
Then, it spoke in alarm. The pure energy of the Pure King's 9 Palace Golden Pagoda. It's even more refined than the Heavenly Rooster's radiant wheel.
If I devour it, I could restore my natural state and help others refine spiritual energy. The spirit flame voiced its thoughts.
The martial transformation sect has already sent help. If you don't want to be skinned alive, don't even think about it. After listening, Fong Han focused on the distance. Let's hurry into the pagoda's protective range. That'll keep everyone safer. A woman from the Blue Society immediately pointed ahead. That's right.
I heard the 9 Palace Golden Pagoda was personally bestowed by the sect master to the chief disciple.
Brother Hua must be here too.
Let's get inside, we need to be extremely careful. No sooner had he spoken than a massive vortex appeared above them, hurtling toward Fong Han and the others, only to be blocked by his raised hand. Then, an enraged voice rang out, making the male lead turn sharply. The Black Demon King appeared, his eyes bloodshot.
You're not going anywhere.
I am the Great Demon King, the mighty and virtuous Demon King.
You've killed over 500 of my followers. You deserve the worst. The group looked up in shock. Fong Han widened his eyes, staring intently ahead.
Then, he stretched out his right hand behind him. In one swift motion, he swung his arm upward, unleashing Heavenly Net Earth Web Soul Snatcher toward his foe. Seizing the moment, the male lead quickly turned and shouted, "The enemy is too strong.
All of you, run. Take shelter inside the Golden Pagoda's barrier now."
Though the Demon King was struck, he recovered instantly.
Stretching his hands forward to absorb the heavenly demon into his body.
He then charged forward with a furious roar, his sound waves deafening only to seal his own fate. Fong Han jolted in alarm and spun around, continuously releasing sound waves to shield the blue sect members. Yuan War, seeing this, cried out in panic, "Senior brother Fong!" Just then, a surge of ancient, icy spiritual power erupted.
Fong Han raised his eyebrows in surprise and looked upward.
A fierce gust of wind swept past him from behind, then surged forward, freezing the massive heavenly demon in the sky. The Demon King's arms were frozen solid, and he looked up in terror. In an instant, the Demon King was encased in heavenly frost dark energy, rendering him powerless to resist. Fong Han's eyes widened in shock as he stared ahead, and Ling Yan quickly spoke up.
"All 3,000 demonic minions are frozen.
Now, I must use the Annihilation Great Art to conceal myself completely, or I'll be discovered."
The male lead bit his lip and looked away, thinking to himself, Hua Tiantu's heavenly frost dark energy is even more formidable than Eagle Heaven's wrath.
Above them, a group of figures appeared as the surrounding mist dissipated, revealing Hua Tiantu's form. The Water Moon sect disciples looked up and cheered, "It's the senior brother." A single strike of snow fills the universe, even the Demon King couldn't withstand it. They say the senior brother has already slain 10,000 heavenly demons. And now these last 3,000 minions and their king. At this, the crowd shouted in unison, "We pay our respects to senior brother Hua. We pay our respects to all the senior brothers and sisters." Hearing this, Hua Tiantu spoke, "Junior brothers and sisters, there's no need for formalities." Then, he looked downward and continued. "You nine have done well controlling the Golden Pagoda to protect our fellow disciples." With that, he tossed several pills downward. "I grant each of you its 60-year great elixir to extend your lifespan by 60 years. A man behind him grinned, "What a treasure. Senior brother Hua is truly generous, who doesn't know how much spiritual and magical power goes into crafting a 60-year great elixir. Celestial Peak is indeed wealthy and powerful." The nine on the ground immediately knelt, kneeling and bowing deeply, "Thank you, senior brother."
Hua Tiantu cut them off.
"Brother Wei is merely stronger in cultivation. Prepare more elixirs for emergencies. This trial was caused by the demon god's heavenly demons, but they have now been eradicated." As he spoke, he squinted downward, watching as everyone who passed became an inner disciple. Hearing this, the crowd burst into joyful laughter. This was great news. However, Fong Han, who had heard this, was not pleased and pondered to himself.
Without an assessment, how could he begin refining the heavenly demon pill? Just then,
Hua Tiandu lifted his gaze and glanced at the protagonist. "But there's no need to rush off just yet.
I still have some matters to clarify."
Fong Han was startled upon hearing his name and wondered why Hua Tiandu was bringing him up. Could it be? With that thought, he clasped his hands respectfully in front of his chest and asked, "Senior brother, what instructions do you have?" He radiated a fierce killing intent as he locked eyes with Fong Han, asking if the 7 slaughter gourd on him was real. "Senior sister Chingshuette bestowed it upon me." Upon hearing this, Hua Tiandu's eyes narrowed in anger. Then, he stepped in front of the protagonist and lowered his voice. "You've got nerve, daring to use a demonic treasure. Instead of slaying demons, you're opposing fellow disciples of the transformation sect.
Do you think you can do as you please just because of junior sister Fong's name?"
The protagonist lifted his head defiantly, meeting his gaze. "Senior brother Hua, Fong Han doesn't understand how he's overstepped." After speaking, he furrowed his brow and steadied his resolve.
"Fong Han, stay calm. No matter how strong the person before you is, you must not lose your dignity."
Hearing this, Fong Han gritted his teeth, biting his lip. It was clearly a setup, leaving him with no way to defend himself. "That day, you tried to sever my tendons with your flying sword. When the sword struck, it triggered the power of the plum treasure, which absorbed it." He crossed his arms and let out a cold snort. "Senior brother, please judge fairly." The traitorous disciple raised his hand and spoke. "I will investigate them thoroughly. But since junior sister is in seclusion, I won't disturb her for now." As he said this, his brow furrowed in anger. "How dare a mere disciple like you flaunt your power everywhere, tarnishing the reputation of our transformation sect, even seizing an inner disciple's flying sword?" Fong Han crossed his arms in frustration. A single 7 slaughter gourd had dragged the sect's name through the mud. Senior brother is clearly biased.
"I'm a disciple of the Lightning Division Hall.
If an investigation is needed, we should wait until senior sister Fong finishes her seclusion. Fong Han was taken aback, pondering how this Hua Chan disciple had dragged the reputation of the martial transformation sect into the matter. If I don't refute this now, the blame on my head will only grow heavier. Is he trying to scheme against me using this treasure? Or is this an excuse to punish me and Fong Chingshuette? At this, the people around them began whispering in fear after hearing Fong Han's words. A man standing beside the Hua Chan disciple shouted angrily, "How dare you talk back to senior brother Huang? Who do you think you are?" He angrily raised his hand to stop the man. Is he trying to use senior sister Chingshuette to suppress me? Given your status, I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'll continue investigating you. Put down the 7 slaughter gourd and go back to train properly. With that, he spoke in a mocking tone. Nothing can uphold Wu Yang's authority. You should focus on cultivating your character. Show at least some dignity befitting a disciple of the path of enlightenment. Otherwise, you'll be neither human nor ghost, and people will mock the martial transformation sect as a rabble. Fong Han blared in fury. What did you say? The man, flustered, pointed at him and interrupted. I told you to put down the demonic artifact and scram back to train. Are you deaf? Fong Han tightened his grip on the 7 slaughter gourd. This demonic treasure was bestowed by senior sister Chingshuette. If you want it back, I can only leave this to senior sister Chingshuette. Senior brother Hua has countless treasures. He wouldn't covet such a small magical artifact, right? After saying this, he pondered to himself, admit defeat? Beg for mercy? I'd rather die than hand it over. Otherwise, I'd be no better than a slave. The protagonist glared at them with wide, furious eyes, which infuriated Hua Tiandu, darkening his expression. Coveting your treasure? He was so enraged that he unleashed a powerful surge of energy. Then let me tell you, I was entrusted by Elder Tianxing to rectify the martial transformation sect. Fong Chingshuette has colluded with demonic cultivators. Relying on your closeness to the sect master, with that, he unleashed snow fills the heavens, striking at the protagonist. I'm only here to discipline you. From today onward, I will rectify the entire martial transformation sect. You keep bringing up Fong Chingshuette, as if I'd fear her. I, Hua Tiandu, have cultivated since I was 3. I've slain countless demons and monsters. For the sake of the martial transformation sect, I would even draw my sword against the demon emperor. As he spoke, he moved to strike but couldn't reach Fong Han. The protagonist gritted his teeth and unleashed the 7 slaughter gourd, releasing the heavenly wolf smoke. Instantly, Fong Han donned the heavenly wolf armor and charged forward, while Hua Tiandu stood his ground, pushing both hands forward. Next, a massive palm shot toward Fong Han like a rocket, slamming into him and causing the ground to tremble violently, freezing the protagonist in place. Hua Tiandu then retrieved the 7 slaughter gourd from the protagonist, extending his hands to draw something from it. Fong Han's face paled, his head spinning and cold sweat dripping down. Before he collapsed to the ground, motionless, lost in thought. His blood spirit had been completely erased by Hua Tiandu moments later. Hua Tiandu approached the protagonist, who lay helpless on the ground. The protagonist trembled all over, unable to move, and spoke. The 7 slaughter gourd doesn't belong to anyone. Fong Han strained to move his fingers, barely lifting the corner of his mouth, clenching his teeth. Then, a fiery will blazed in the protagonist's eyes as his heart surged with emotion. Yes, I thought I had reclaimed my lost dignity. I wanted to follow in the footsteps of the Yellow Springs Emperor, establishing a cycle of karma to bring justice and retribution to the world. But now, I can't even protect my own dignity. What's the point of talking about that? He pressed his foot into the ground, trembling as he forced himself up, deep in thought. No matter what, I must gain immense power. Only with power can I have dignity. And only with dignity can I pursue my ideals. Fong Han clawed at the ground in fury, screaming inwardly, I need power. The junior disciple looked up in shock before turning to point at Fong Han. He raised his hand and pointed at Fong Han. Senior brother, this spy lurking in our sect dares to act so recklessly. He must have malicious intent and must be severely punished. Stripping him of his cultivation will serve as a warning to the other disciples. Reorganize both the inner and outer gates, and enforce the rules of the martial cultivation sect. After listening, Shan Huatian furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before slowly parting his lips to speak. Though his talent is mediocre, stripping him of his martial arts would still be too harsh. With that, he raised his hand and smirked, though he admitted the other had a point. If considering the bigger picture. Suddenly, another surge of spiritual power appeared in the air, cutting off his words. Senior brother Hua was ordered to reorganize the martial cultivation sect, but there's no need to go so far against a mere disciple. I am here, please show some respect, senior brother. The crowd below looked up and shouted. It was senior sister Qialan.
A beautiful woman emerged from a lotus and spoke. Fong Han once saved Wei and the others' lives. Xialan owes him a favor. She landed gently on the ground and asked, could senior brother Hua spare him this once? This woman was Shi Qialan, the eldest senior sister of the Qialan Peak. She stepped lightly in front of Hua Tiandu. She continued, senior brother is so powerful, why bother with such a small disciple? After hearing this, he withdrew his energy and responded. Since junior sister Qialan has mentioned face, I'll spare him this time. No sooner had he spoken than he turned and struck Fong Han with a palm. If I ever find out you dare to use hidden treasures to tarnish our sect's reputation again, I will not spare you. At that moment, Fong Han was sent flying by the blow, crashing heavily onto the ground far away. He slammed into the earth and lay motionless. Then, Shi Qialan spoke. War, take him to Qialan Peak. I'll speak with him later. The two rushed forward and helped the trembling Fong Han to his feet. The protagonist's vision darkened with rage as he said, wait. I have something to say to senior brother Hua. Suppressing his fury, he stomped his foot hard. I respected you because you were stronger than me. Could you grant me 10 years? Hearing this, he smirked dismissively. What's 10 years to me? Do you plan to train for 10 years just to seek revenge? Fong Han stared back without hesitation. That's right. Are you brave enough to give me that time? If not, then cripple me now. Or you could secretly send others to do it later. His words shocked everyone, and the atmosphere turned tense. But the silence was soon broken by Hua Tiandu's mocking laughter. A scornful laugh echoed through the air. Ha ha ha, even a tiny ant dares to challenge me. 10 years? Even 100 years wouldn't mean a thing to you. With those words, he turned around and raised his voice to give an order. Listen carefully, from now on, no one is allowed to trouble him. Let him train in for 10 years and see how he seeks revenge. After speaking, the man memorized the face and raised his hand to make a solemn declaration. I, Hua Tiandu, am not so petty. If I had to make a fuss over every little ant, how could I ever cultivate, seek enlightenment, or pursue immortality? As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Han dropped to his knees, his gaze unwavering. Pointing a finger toward the sky, he swore a venomous oath, calling upon the heavens as his witness. Within 10 years, Fong Chang will become an inner disciple and face Hua Tiandu in a life-or-death duel at the heavenly punishment platform. If I cannot defeat him, I, Fong Han, will take my own life, never to be reborn, and fade into dust. The protagonist lifted his head, his eyes filled with determination as he gazed forward, his voice resolute. Let the heavens be my witness. If I break this oath, may heaven and earth destroy me, and may gods and men alike condemn me. Witnessing this, Shi Qialan couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Behind him, the crowd began to whisper among themselves. One person sneered, what is Brother Hua's status? He wouldn't care about him, just the barking of a dog. So arrogant. Fortunately, Brother Hua has such good temper. If it were me, I would have struck him dead already. Another chimed in, this guy is quite clever. At least for the next 10 years, no one will bother him. Brother Hua even protects him, so others won't spread rumors. They say Brother Hua is afraid of Fong Han. Hua Tiandu merely paused for a moment before turning back to the crowd with a cold smirk. You follow Fong Chingshuette with such courage. Let's see how far you'll grow in 10 years. Then, he said to Fong Han, with your talent, even reaching the mystic arts realm would be difficult. With those words, Hua Tiandu's figure flickered like a ghost and vanished, leaving Fong Han gasping for breath, leaning on his knees as his mind raced. Overestimating himself, so arrogant, I'll soon be infamous throughout the martial transformation sect. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself, even so, what does it matter? All I seek now is power. Suddenly, a clear voice interrupted his thoughts. Fong Han. Hearing the call, the protagonist immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Sister Galen, thank you for speaking up for me earlier. Otherwise, I'd be ruined by now. The woman spoke slowly, her tone tinged with concern. 10 years is too short. Hearing this, Fong Han furrowed his brows in surprise. Shi Galen crossed her arms and shook her head slightly. 10 years is nowhere near enough to defeat Hua Tiandu. I can't see through you, she said, her sharp gaze fixed on him. Judging by your cultivation level and vitality, you must have had some extraordinary encounter. Even with zero strength, you shouldn't lack confidence like this. As a direct disciple of the martial transformation sect, who hasn't had their own fortuitous encounters? Especially someone as extraordinarily talented as Hua Tiandu, with vast resources and treasures at their disposal. In his childhood, he accidentally stumbled into an immortal's cave dwelling and obtained an ancient martial manual left behind by a celestial sect. He trained in its mighty divine technique, which possesses formidable power. Even the #1 sect in the world, the Supreme Unity sect, holds him in awe. The elders? And even the sect master hope he will bring glory to the martial transformation sect and intimidate disciples from other sects at the grand immortal assembly. Hearing these words, Fong Han couldn't help but clench his fists. But his gaze grew even more resolute as he looked ahead. The path of cultivation requires patience. Even if he reaches the longevity secret realm, I won't back down. At worst, I'll fight to the bitter end. The stronger he becomes, the more motivated I am to cultivate. Fong Han's words amused Shigallen. She reached out her hand. Her spirit soaring like a storm, as exhilarating as strong liquor, her heart burning with passion. You truly resemble Fong Chingshuette. You don't need to thank me. This time, you saved disciples of the Gallant sect and accomplished a great deed. As she spoke, 3 flying swords flew out from her sleeve, and the Gallant sect leader continued. These 3 flying swords are a set of spiritual tools called the 3-star jade dart swords, which I discovered while exploring in Immortal's ruins. If you want to compete in the river and mountains ranking for inner disciples, you can't do without a flying sword. Consider this a gift. Fong Han's eyes widened as he looked at the jade swords in his hands, unable to help but marvel at them. Meanwhile, Shigallen had already turned and left. Becoming an inner disciple is a joyous occasion. Everyone receives a reward. Go back now. The moment she lifted her foot, lotus flowers bloomed beneath her steps, lifting her forward. The Gallant sect disciples followed, and Shigallen turned to say to Fong Han, Fong Han, though Gallant Peak has never accepted male disciples, your courage is admirable. I'd like to see what level you'll reach in 10 years. For us cultivators, time flies like a white horse flashing past a gap. 10 years is but the blink of an eye. If you have questions during your cultivation, you may come to Gallant Peak to find me. Fong Han looked up and watched their figures fade into the distance, lost in thought. Suddenly, he lowered his head, and a familiar voice rang out. You're awake? At that moment, Ling Yen appeared before him and patted his shoulder. Awake? That blue-haired girl is quite something. Just when I was feeling drowsy, she brings a pillow. Now you have 10 flying swords. Do you know what that means? Fong Han listened, then asked blankly, what does it mean? The old man clenched his fists excitedly. 10 flying swords correspond perfectly to 10 flying celestial yakshas. When they transform into Tula, they'll unleash tremendous power. This is the perfect opportunity for me to fuse the flying swords into their bodies, making them even more formidable. Hearing this, Fong Han looked half convinced as he raised his hand. Hold on, only those at the 5th heavenly human realm can set up formations to refine spiritual energy. Yen Lao locked eyes with the protagonist and explained, though I can't touch the formation's core, I can still make minor repairs on the periphery, like fusing your flying sword into Tula's skeletal remains. This is the Yellow Spring Sect's cultivation method, wielding a withered demonic sword. Severing limbs to slay foes, firing sword energy, and merging man and blade as one. Crafting such a weapon doesn't require stepping into the mystic realm. As long as your mental power is strong enough to influence others' minds, you can forge them, wielding life and death authority alone and restoring past glory. After listening, Fong Han clenched his fists, his gaze burning with determination. Then let's do as you say. I need to reach the mystic realm as soon as possible. Only after becoming a core disciple would he be qualified to challenge Hua Tiandu. Mid-sentence, the protagonist suddenly realized something and looked up. Oh right, senior sister Qialan mentioned Hua Tiandu once gained a rare celestial opportunity. Inheriting the legacy of an ancient immortal known as the Supreme Panwu Sovereign. Do you know about this Panwu Sovereign? The Supreme Panwu Sovereign, don't take offense, kid, but he was one of the ancient sovereigns. His era of cultivation surpassed even many demon emperors. He long ago achieved immortality and ascended to another realm. With that, he walked to the door and continued. The key to cultivation lies in the person, not the technique. The path must be walked step by step. Even if Hua Tiandu obtained the legendary Gate of Eternity, it won't crush my confidence. After several hours, a large crowd had gathered outside the assessment gate. After a quick glance, he reached for a talisman. But upon spotting the elixir bottles beside it, he casually grabbed 2 more. The attendant spoke up, your new residence has been arranged in the inner immortal courtyard. To help you enter the divine ability secret realm. Fong Han quickly slung the bag containing talismans and pills over his shoulder and turned to thank the elder. Before he could take a step, a provocative voice came from behind. Ha, if it isn't Fong Han. Don't you know your own worth? Hearing this, the male lead frowned and turned around. Who are you? Standing next to Qing Yi was a young man who leaned in, arms crossed, and replied, Yi Nantian. Aren't you supposed to be Qing Yi's fiancé? And you said you'd fight anyone who got close to Qing Yi. Now I'm standing right next to her, what, you gonna hit me? This is Yi Nantian, ranked 3rd on the Rivers and Mountains leaderboard. Suddenly, he raised his hand to cover his mouth, feigning surprise. All right, I heard you even dared to clash with Brother Hua. truly, ignorance is bliss. He tilted his head back, eyeing Fong Han with a challenging glare. How does it feel to have your 7 killers gourd taken away? Fong Han closed his eyes, an invisible surge of energy radiating around him. If you think ignorance is bliss, why not test it? Go ahead, try me. The man scoffed, raising his chin. Try me, then. In a few months, the Rivers and Mountains leaderboard will be re-ranked. I'll be waiting for you there. Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm ranked 3rd on the Rivers and Mountains leaderboard. You should call me Brother Yi. But without the 7 killers gourd, I doubt you'll even make it onto the leaderboard. Fong Han shot him a cold glance as he walked past. Yi Nantian, ranked 3rd on the Rivers and Mountains leaderboard. In a few months, you won't be 3rd anymore. Qingyi spun around in a huff, shouting. What did you say? This servant. She pointed ahead, her voice filled with indignation. Fong Han, a servant will always be a servant, it's in his nature. Yi Nantian stepped forward to block her. Qingyi, let's go. Meanwhile, Fong Han was heading to the living quarters assigned by the Inner Immortal Academy. You can control the size of the flames at will to forge various things. But you don't know how to cultivate qi, so you can't combine metals and plants. The military god Manor won't have time to help you either. However, you can use this alchemy furnace for body tempering. Fong Han turned back, looking puzzled. How does body tempering work? Yuan finally explained. You jump in yourself and treat your body like an ingredient. Many experts refine their spirits this way. Cultivating the body within an alchemy furnace. The martial transformation sect must have such techniques, you just haven't learned them yet. In our Imperial Selection sect, the method of refining spirit and body in an alchemy furnace is called the flame nether body. You must switch to a different cultivation method now. Cultivating the flame-roaring golden body requires enduring the most brutal physical agony. Can you handle it? After hearing this, Fong Han nodded resolutely. Good. No matter what, go ahead and begin. I will train here. In an instant, as Ling Yan raised his hand, the lid of the alchemy furnace slowly opened. The first step will enhance your spirit and body. But to truly master the flame-roaring golden body, there is still a long way to go. With that, Ling Yan's gaze shifted to the inside of the furnace. 18 layers of hell, 18 forms of extreme torture. Fong Han, jump in. Temper your spirit and body within, enduring all manner of suffering. But you must remember 2 mantras. Still as the earth, deep in contemplation like a secluded pool. Remember, no matter how much pain you endure, you must remain still and make no sound. Otherwise, you will be torn apart. Upon hearing this, Fong Han tore off his shirt. Then, he leapt forward and plunged into the furnace. The searing heat inside forced the protagonist to grit his teeth and endure in silence, not making a single sound. After a while, he curled up, clenching his jaw, silently reminding himself to stay still, forget the pain, and focus his mind. At this moment, Ling Yan outside the furnace spoke. Good. You can endure such pain. You must understand, before finding the key, the mind can control all aspects of the spirit. Physical pain is also a form of spirit. If you can use your mind to overcome physical pain, you can master it. Hearing this, the protagonist focused his mind again, pondering how to control the pain with his will. At that moment, memories of the past family, supporters, companions, and the humiliation and suffering he had endured flashed through his mind. Suddenly, a thread of spiritual insight appeared, and the protagonist finally grasped the key. In an instant, Fong Han's eyes widened as he let out a thunderous roar, overcoming all suffering. Ling Yan clenched his fists in excitement. Yes. Well done. 18 blood pills fused into his body like flying sparks, his blood surging within, and all impurities were purged. How do you feel now? Can you endure another hour? Fong Han slowly opened his eyes, gazing at his palms, lost in thought. His muscles would become purer, and his physique more resilient. If his previous strength was like 10 horses, now it surpasses 10. The protagonist calmly closed his eyes, relaxing his body to continue training. While Ling Yan outside the furnace watched intently. To endure such pain so quickly, no wonder he was the top choice of the Imperial selection. Another hour passed like this. Ling Yan flicked his hand. Come out. In an instant, a figure shot out from the furnace and landed heavily on the ground. Fong Han knelt, panting heavily. Seeing this, Yan spoke up and asked, Do you still feel the pain? The protagonist glanced down at his body. It seems I've started to grasp some ways to endure pain through my mindset. Is this the training method for the Yama Golden Body? As Ling Yan squinted into the empty space ahead, he explained that this was only the first step of the Yama Golden Body. To begin in earnest, you must first step into the divine ability realm and possess spiritual power. How far am I from the divine ability realm then? Yan shot Fong Han a glance and explained. Breaking into the divine ability realm isn't easy. Transforming like a butterfly requires immense accumulation. You must train relentlessly every day.
I'll gradually increase the intensity of your pain. Suddenly, 3 sharp claws swiftly lunged at him. They tore into the protagonist's shoulder, leaving deep gashes.
Fong Han's eyes widened in shock as he let out a pained cry. Your claws are poisoned, aren't they?
The old man lazily raised his hand, feigning innocence.
Well, does it hurt? Fong Han exploded in fury, roaring, nonsense. Let me scratch you and see how it feels. Hearing this, Elder Yen raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Pain means your training isn't complete yet. How about now?
He swung his claws again, tearing into the protagonist, blood spraying everywhere. Fong Han closed his eyes briefly, calmed his mind, then opened them again, gazing forward.
I can't feel it anymore. I've blocked it out in my mind.
Upon hearing this, Yen lowered a blood elixir.
That's more like it.
Treat your wounds quickly, but blocking out pain isn't enough.
Pain will keep coming, you can't block it forever.
You must turn it into a gentle breeze and bright moonlight. Sit in a cauldron of boiling water, enduring the agony as if it were a cool breeze, until you can freely control your mind, erasing or recalling at will.
That's the final step, transforming your mind into spiritual power.
Upon stepping into the divine ability realm, Fong Han clenched his fists excitedly.
Then let's continue training. Yen turned and retrieved the yellow sun diagram. Training must be consistent. But that's enough for today. Reflect on what you've learned so far.
With that, he fixed his gaze on the protagonist.
Enter the yellow sun diagram. Those flying yikshaws are about to evolve into asuras. Watch how I cultivate my energy. Observing the flying yikshaws transform into asuras will be very beneficial for you. And the energy they release during their evolution is perfect for you to absorb.
Inside the yellow sun diagram, a massive cocoon appeared, not just one, but many, connected by silken threads.
Fong Han looked up in horror, as an eerie voice echoed from nowhere. Demon Electric Azura, Yaksha Heavenly King. Fong Han suddenly turned his head.
Just then, a massive ghostly head emerged. Heavenly Demon Biluel, with the power of the Great Elixir, instantly sent a surge of reincarnation energy into the cocoon above. Soon after, the cocoon shuddered violently, emitting eerie sounds.
Fong Han stared in shock as he looked up. The same voice echoed again.
The 10 swords trembled, the core of the spirit array remained unchanged, and flowing energy transformed into a massive sword, piercing the giant cocoon and breaking it apart. Then, several cracks appeared on the cocoon, and then strange silk threads protruding from the cocoon kept falling, and one foot stepped on the ground. Moments later, a swarm of asuras emerged from the viscous substance. Their eyes were still closed, and no scent emanated from them. He furrowed his brow in confusion.
What was this blood frost?
It had no bloody scent, instead, a strange odor filled the air.
Suddenly appearing above, he spoke. The Azura's cocoon-breaking power had mutated. This blood frost was called crimson nectar, a rare and precious substance. He stared intently below, waiting for the right moment to absorb it.
The protagonist clenched his fists excitedly.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
With that, he opened his chest and began forcefully inhaling the crimson nectar. At that moment, the crimson nectar melted, flowing through Fong Han's entire body.
Elder Yen spoke up upon seeing this. Do you feel your muscles and bones becoming more flexible? This substance makes it nearly impossible to damage them.
The protagonist clenched his fists in excitement.
I can feel it. My body is as flexible as ox sinew, capable of stretching endlessly.
Elder Yen closed his eyes in exasperation.
What kind of monster are you imagining? Just then, Fong Han threw a powerful punch forward. With this power alone, I could defeat Mietian Nan.
He turned his head sharply to the side.
But given his rank, he must have spiritual energy or secret techniques. I can't underestimate him.
Xiling raised her hand to her chin, pondering for a moment before saying, "It worked.
I've finally forged the puppet demon sword. Its defense has greatly increased. Now, the head is no longer a weak point.
The 10 spirit array flying swords have merged with the sharp bones, allowing them to fly like swords.
They're several times stronger than real Asuras. Even masters of the divine ability realm would struggle to survive.
We must command them carefully."
Fong Han looked up in confusion. How do we command them? Do we need to use blood for the ritual? Only then did Elder Yen explain, use your essence blood to nourish them, so they can connect with your will.
In the future, they won't just be your powerful assistants, they could even become your avatars. But only when you reach the divine ability realm.
To have access to such profound demonic sect techniques.
The male lead turned and looked up ahead, replying, but no matter how strong they are, they're merely external forces dependent on my power. Time passed swiftly, and over the next 25 days, Fong Han remained immersed in the alchemy furnace. Each session consumed vast amounts of blood elixirs to refine the 6 great pills. Eventually, nearly all the stored elixirs were depleted, leaving only the final step. Just then, inside the furnace, Fong Han opened his eyes wide as the spiritual flames curled into a smug smile. At that moment, a surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted from the furnace's opening. After 25 days of cultivation, Fong Han leapt out, landing heavily, cracking the ground beneath him. Yen Lao stepped behind him to withdraw the flames. The foundation of the flame-roaring golden body had been firmly established, and now his stamina nearly matched Tula's, with comparable strength. No sooner had he spoken than he struck like lightning with his sword, but the blade shattered the instant it touched Fong Han's body, spinning several times before crashing to the ground. The male lead raised his hand in confusion, touching his body, and said, "Yen Lao, I've already consumed the 9 orifices golden pill, absorbed the essence of the sacred water imperial liquid, taken blood elixirs, azure sky great pills, and blood-colored nectar, and mastered the foundational techniques of the flame-roaring golden body." At this, he shifted his gaze and continued, "Yet I still haven't broken through to the mystic arts realm." "The mystic arts realm is indeed challenging," Yen Lao said, stepping closer and patting Fong Han's shoulder gently. "The mystic arts realm isn't so easily attained. At this stage, it's like an insurmountable barrier. The trials within aren't something a single elixir can resolve. If the martial transformation sect weren't so demanding, how could there only be 108 core disciples? The key to unlocking the mystic arts realm can only be found through your own breakthrough. Though time is pressing, you mustn't rush. The more you accumulate now, the stronger your spiritual power will be once you enter the mystic arts realm. Blood elixirs and azure sky great pills are still far from enough. We cannot go to the heavenly demon battlefield. We'll find an opportunity to descend into the underground. Now, you're capable of defeating those unstable greater azuras. Perhaps we can even refine a higher grade azure sky great pill." After hearing this, Fong Han raised his hands in disbelief. Sky-flying Ekshas and azuras are nothing, but greater azuras have taken human form. With their spiritual power in mystic arts realm, how can we stand against them? Then, Ling Yen calmly explained, "The earth demons aren't skilled in spiritual cultivation, and very few master mystic arts. They rely entirely on their physical bodies. With your 10 pseudo-demon swords and me by your side, it's more than enough. Besides, your goal is to defeat Hua Tiandu. What's a little bloodshed compared to that?" The male lead clenched his fists, his gaze fixed resolutely ahead. He then put on his robes and strode forward. "We'll descend into the underground in 3 days. Inner disciples must report to the transformation hall for training in the meantime. I'll go ahead." When Ling Yin turned to look, sure enough, it was the mandatory cultivation manual of the martial transformation sect. And one had to master it, preferably even the ancient ascension scripture of the martial transformation sect, something even Emperor Royal Selection longed for but never obtained. Hearing this, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, recalling the memories by the river, murmuring to himself, "The martial ascension scripture, master by Hai." A moment later, Fong Han stepped into the transmission hall. The people there saw him and kept their distance, not daring to approach. Fong Han walked straight through the crowd, lost in thought. It seemed he had truly become a jinx. No wonder, just considering Hua Tiandu's status and reputation in the martial transformation sect. Offending him was already bad enough, no one would dare cause trouble, let alone expect them to befriend him. Suddenly, someone in the distance watched the protagonist's retreating figure. Senior sister frowned, staring ahead thoughtfully. Then, a voice rang out, making him stop in his tracks. "Fong Han, you've stirred up trouble." The protagonist turned to look. "You've become an inner disciple too?" Hong Di stepped forward, lifting her gaze toward the front. "Of course. After gaining such a great advantage, if I hadn't become an inner disciple, wouldn't that have been a waste?" As she spoke, Hong Di's face showed concern. "But you've offended Hua Tiandu. Even senior sister Chingshuette might not be able to protect you. What will you do now?" Fong Han seemed unfazed, scratching the back of his head. "Don't worry. At least for the next 10 years, I can cultivate in peace." Just like that, the two stood there chatting for a while when suddenly, a loud shout made them both turn around in shock. "Ah, so you were both here all along." Yuan Jianbu had already appeared behind them without either noticing. Fong Han stepped forward with a hint of displeasure. "So it's senior brother Yuan Jianbu. What brings you here?" He approached and reached out. "That day, we were hit by the 6 desires in thunder. We only escaped thanks to the demonic treasure you had. I assume you know where my silver snake sword is now. Out with it." Hearing this, Fong Han quickly glanced at Han Yi and subtly shook his head at her. Then, the protagonist raised his hand and looked ahead. "I was also hit by the 6 desires in thunder. After escaping with the demonic treasure, I remember nothing.
Senior brother Yuan, weren't you the first to flee? Didn't you care whether we lived or died?
He furrowed his brows meaningfully.
Looking back now, you sent me to fight the bandits first, hoping I'd die at the hands of those demons so you could take my demonic treasure, right? Fong Han gritted his teeth in anger. How dare you say you never thought of it? The man's face darkened as he shouted, how dare you compare us? He excitedly lashed out with a strike. If you dare offend senior brother Hua, is there anything you wouldn't do? You must be colluding with the prince in secret. Today, you will hand over the silver snake sword. With that, the man let out a cold, smug laugh, thinking, without the gourd of lost killing demonic treasure, this kid won't last long. Fong Han's anger flared. He glared and roared, get lost. Then, he stomped the ground and instantly appeared in front of Yuan Jianbu. Fong Han locked eyes with him. Even if the silver snake sword was with me, I wouldn't give it to you. Go ahead and face the consequences, he said, retreating in fear. He stomped his feet, forming a barrier around himself. Fong Han immediately thrust his right hand forward. As they say, if I can offend Hua Tian, what are you worth? No sooner had he spoken than he raised his right hand and struck the barrier, making Yuan Jianbu cry out in shock. Suddenly, he froze, eyes widening in disbelief. How could you affect my mind? Impossible. Then, enraged, he channeled all his spiritual power into the barrier. At that moment, Fong Han leapt forward and shattered Yuan Jianbu's barrier with a kick, making him break out in a cold sweat. Next, the protagonist swung a heavy punch. Yuan Jianbu had no time to dodge and took the hit squarely. Suddenly, he stared in horror at the hand in front of him. The protagonist had seized his throat. Executing the crane claw breaks the snake technique. He shot a sideways glance and shouted, you think? Without the 7 kills gourd, is it really this easy to bully me? Immediately after, Fong Han forcefully hurled the intact sword forward, rolling several times before crashing heavily to the ground. The onlookers witnessed everything, stunned into silence.
Fong Han slowly stepped closer to him, his golden wall spiral silk spiritual energy already destroyed. The intact sword lay on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, as the protagonist squinted down at him. Is this all the strength of the River Mountain Ranking's first place? Don't embarrass the martial transformation sect. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. But the man was already defeated, lying motionless on the ground. Fong Han irritably turned away. Someone, take him away. Sister Mo stepped out from the crowd, approaching him and staring ahead as she spoke. Even though you're an inner disciple, in the River Mountain ranking, you still can't compete with the other senior brothers. A few months later, at the River Mountain Assembly, she helped Yuan Jianbu up before turning back. Handle this yourself. With that, the two vanished. Seeing Hong Yi looking worried, Fong Han turned and spoke. It's fine. Let's go. From a distant pavilion, 2 figures watched Fong Han's retreating figure, the prodigy's expression sour. Yuan Jianbu is nothing special. He only made it into the River Mountain ranking by sheer luck, swallowing a silver snake's inner core and being granted the silver snake sword in golden wall spiral silk by the sect. As for Fong Han, if he still had the 7 kills gourd, I might consider him a rival. But without it, how dare he compare himself to me? The man beside him chimed in, if senior prodigy says so, then it must be true. Still, Fong Han's performance was impressive. I'd better prepare properly so I don't embarrass myself. The speaker was Ling Yan, 4th in the River Mountain ranking. Suddenly, the prodigy turned sharply, sensing something behind him as a voice spoke. Monitor Fong Han. Don't let him notice. The newcomer stepped closer and instructed. Keep a close watch on his daily activities, where he trains everything. Report back immediately if there's any news. Soon after, Fong Han and Hong Yi entered the Hall of Transmission, where towering stone pillars stood, and cultivators sat atop them in meditation. The protagonist stared ahead. Hong Yi, once we finish learning the techniques in 3 days, we'll go down for training. Hong Yi turned and replied, alright. The underground has many spiritual herbs and magical essence stones. I can gather some for alchemy and talisman crafting. No sooner had she spoken than the two leaped onto a nearby pillar. Suddenly, golden bells rang incessantly, followed by a surge of energy below. Then, a man appeared and announced, the demon battlefield will soon undergo changes. When the crisis struck, it was these core disciples who defeated Captain Demagine. Under this protection, the inner disciples who passed the trials inevitably had slightly weaker foundations. The man in white looked around and continued. Therefore, this time I will teach you another cultivation method. Listen carefully, I will only explain it once. How much you learn depends on your own fate. The vital energy of heaven and earth. Fong Han sat cross-legged, focusing his mind to cultivate. The chant of vital energy, chaos breathing technique, and spirit refinement art, Fong Han pondered in deep concentration. If the chant of vital energy is combined with the 8 dragon sounds, they truly complement each other, doubling the power. The spirit refinement art he learned from Crane Immortal was only superficial. Then he grasped the underlying principle and mused to himself. Indeed, 3 years of hard work can't compare to a few words of guidance from a master. Some problems take days to figure out, yet a single hint can make everything clear. After a few minutes, the protagonist suddenly looked up ahead. The stage was now empty. He turned to look at Hong Yi sitting behind him. Is that all? Wasn't it said that if we had questions about cultivation, we could ask the transmission elder? Where did the transmission elder go? Hong Yi sighed and looked down at the empty ground. You need to make contributions to the sect first. Only then will you have the right to ask questions. The transmission elder will only answer cultivation-related questions then. Each question requires a great sacrifice, she said as she stood up. But if we go underground and slay more demons, offering their remains to the sect, we can earn the right to ask. Hearing this, Fong Han grew excited. So that's how it works? 3 days later, outside Wohua City. The city gates bustled with a constant flow of people. Fong Han spoke up at the city gate. If only we could hear these teachings every day, Hong Yi interrupted. That's impossible. Wohua sect has hundreds of thousands of disciples. How could they teach everyone? Only after becoming core disciples can we seek guidance anytime. He nodded in agreement. Right, disciples who rank on the rivers and mountains board can also ask the elders for cultivation advice. Just as he finished speaking, Fong Han suddenly stopped in his tracks. He reached into his sleeve, searching for something. In his hand, he held a token. A drop of blood fell onto the spirit beast token, instantly awakening it as it trembled violently. At the same time, the sky parted, and a beautiful crane descended swiftly. Unable to contain her joy, she flew over and hugged the protagonist tightly, cheering. Fong Han, have you become an inner disciple? Gently pushing the crane aside, he then opened his hand, revealing a pill in front of them. The crane stepped back in delight, its eyes shining. This was a vital essence pill. Its voice brimmed with excitement. You're really giving this to me? Fong Han stepped forward, his tone full of promise. This doesn't matter. This time, we're entering the Earth's core to train. We must gather rare treasures to refine pills. There will be a share for you too. Suddenly, Hong Yi narrowed her eyes, signaling for silence. She whipped around, her gaze sharp as she scanned the surroundings. I feel like someone's been watching us lately. Fong Han calmly looked into the distance and nodded in agreement. I've felt it too. We'll deal with them after we leave the mountain, he said decisively. Let's go. He took a step but suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on the distance. Memories of Chingshuette flooded his mind. He thought to himself, last time, she was the one training with me. Who knows when we'll meet again? Seeing him stop, Hong Yi turned back to look. Fong Han, did you forget something? He shook his head lightly. No, let's go. A few minutes later, in the vast sky, the crane grumbled nonstop as it flew, complaining to the two on its back. Fong Han, you're so heavy. You've gained several times your weight since last time. You're crushing me. He could only chuckle awkwardly, scratching his head. What's wrong? But you could carry a horse before. You can handle me. Still sulking, the crane had no choice but to accept. Fine, let's keep flying for a bit. Fong Han glanced back, a calculating look flashing in his eyes. We're almost there. Crane, Hong Yi, grab my hands. I'm going to break their invisibility technique, he commanded. The protagonist grinned confidently. He straightened his posture, channeling energy into his arms, taking a deep breath as his chest swelled. Then unleashed the heavenly dragon's seizing sound. A terrifying shockwave blasted through the forest, obliterating trees in its path and triggering violent explosions. Hong Yi watched the earth-shattering scene, her eyes wide with shock. While the crane trembled in fear, too scared to make a sound. Through the dust, 3 shadowy figures following them were revealed. One of them panicked. Oh no, we've been spotted. He quickly turned to urge his companions. Run! But in just a second, a burst of flame from Fong Han's hand sent all 3 flying. They collapsed to the ground in agony. Fong Han dusted off his hands and stepped closer to the fallen figures. I didn't even use much force. How did they pass out? Fong Han coldly pressed his foot against one's face. How am I supposed to question them like this? Meanwhile, atop Heavenly Capital Peak, furious roars echoed from within a pill furnace. Hua Tiandu, don't ruin the demonic refinement. Moments later, the person inside the furnace used the heavenly demon self-destruction technique to shatter the furnace. Seeing this, Hua Tiandu immediately waved his hand, and countless sealing chains instantly bound the disciple of the Devil's Garden. His eyes burned with rage as he looked ahead, thinking to himself, killing him would be easy, but refining him into something useful would require one more thing, a royal selection sacred body. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Han Fong and his group, as their crane soared high in the sky. Looking down, it marveled, I've never seen the Dali dynasty from this angle before. Hong Di sat in the back, her gaze deep as she looked into the distance. We continue east. The Great Xian dynasty is under the banner of the Tai Dao sect. She added, with a population of 1 billion and control over 36,000 prefectures, the Dali dynasty is merely a second-rate nation in comparison. You must know that the Tai Dao sect is the oldest and largest immortal sect. Its rules are strict, and disciples are evaluated by the merit board. This alone makes it far superior to the martial transformation sect. Truly, it lives up to its reputation as the #1 sect in the world for its virtue and discipline. This time, Hua Tiandu's grand recruitment of executioners may be paving the way for sect reforms. While the martial transformation sect seeks to strengthen itself, other sects are also recruiting disciples across the 3 great dynasties. It's not exclusive to them. Moreover, the rampage of demons and devils has disrupted other sects, creating significant obstacles. Only 5 years remain until the Grand Immortal Assembly. Whoever gains the upper hand will dominate the vast lands of the 3 great dynasties, attracting more talents. Every sect is eyeing this opportunity. Han Fong, I'm a little worried. Hua Tiandu is now the backbone of the martial transformation sect. He said softly but firmly, it doesn't matter. Once I enter the divine ability realm and become a core disciple, the martial transformation sect lacks talent. By then, will they still dare to look down on me? Upon hearing this, Hong Di covered her mouth and chuckled. Suddenly, the crane lurched violently, and the two quickly steadied themselves. Another violent shake nearly sent Hong Di tumbling. Fortunately, Han Fong reacted quickly and caught her. He looked up and shouted, Crane Immortal, please fly more steadily. I'm getting dizzy too. Earlier, you were crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Han Fong, I'm hungry, do you have any more food? Give me a little more. Nan Zhang let go of Hong Di's hand, and the two sat down. He turned back and asked, are you okay? It's nothing. As an assassin, being so careless shows my cultivation is still lacking. Nan Zhang scratched his head and reassured her, it's fine. We'll make it through this trial for sure. Just then, Hong Di interrupted him, excitedly shouting, Han Fong, we've reached the water pool. She looked toward the bottomless canyon. I'd been here before. There are veins at the bottom, and spirit crystal jade guarded by an underground demon king. The crane immediately dove down and landed gracefully before transforming into human form. As the three ventured deeper into the pool, a dark shadow suddenly surged toward them like a storm. A pack of ferocious demonic beasts launched an attack on Nanjing and his group. In an instant, a sharp blade flashed. And Fong Han unleashed his Azura, wiping out the demonic beasts. Hong Di, having just witnessed the scene, stood dumbfounded. From the fallen beasts, a small jade bead dropped to the ground. Fong Han stood still, absorbing the surrounding essence before muttering to himself. It's barely the size of a sesame seed. Well, Blood Wolf essence isn't potent enough, just good for powering Azura Nightstalkers. Hong Di stepped forward from behind, her face full of confusion. Fong Han turned to her and pointed ahead. These are the flying Nightstalkers I captured last time. I've refined them into puppet demon blades. With them as guards, even a demon army wouldn't be a threat. The puppet demon blades are effective, they hunt demonic beasts on their own without needing control. After walking for a while, Hong Di whispered in his ear, feeling like Fong Han had grown even stronger. Just then, a massive surge of sword energy erupted in the distance, startling Fong Han. He squinted toward the source. Hong Di, standing behind him, speculated, that sword energy even has a radiant glow. It's likely a technique from the Stellar Sect. Without hesitation, Fong Han dashed toward it, shouting, let's go. We should check it out. Moments later, the three stopped. Before them, a pack of ferocious white-furred flying wolves snarled wildly at the group. After observing from behind, Hong Di whispered, those are noble underworld demons. They carry the bloodline of a demon emperor. Fong Han grinned excitedly upon hearing this. A demon emperor's bloodline. Now that's valuable. With that, he retracted his puppet demon blades and waved his hand, forming an Azura sword formation beneath his feet. Countless blades erupted from the ground, instantly piercing through the white-furred wolves, impaling them completely. In an instant, the entire pack was crushed by Fong Han's sword formation, leaving them no escape. At the same time, the protagonist summoned his imperial selection robe and waved his left hand, forming an imperial net formation. The white-furred wolves were bound tightly, growling in defiance. He carries the blood of a demon emperor. Even if he's a distant descendant and the bloodline is diluted, it's still enough to refine into a high-grade blood elixir. Hong Di gasped in awe. Incredible. As expected of Fong Han.
Suddenly, a few blood-curdling screams echoed, making them both turn around.
In a nearby corner, a young boy was surrounded by white-furred wolves, shrieking,
I was just out for fun. A few spirit stones, and you want to kill me? Don't eat me. I'll give the stones back.
Nearby, a beautiful Azura stepped forward, her voice sweet yet laced with danger. Little Xingyan, so young and daring to trespass into forbidden grounds, don't tell me you actually think you can slay demons and vanquish evil. As she said this, she licked her lips, thinking she could finally feast on a child. Just then, his own spiritual energy suddenly spoke. This was a dark Azura from the netherworld path.
He must not act recklessly. Feng Han assessed the situation in silence.
The woman's aura was extremely dangerous, even all of them combined wouldn't stand a chance against her. Suddenly, she turned her head in surprise.
More lackeys from the righteous sects had arrived.
Seeing this, the protagonist panicked inwardly. We've been spotted.
Run, !
But before he could speak, she unleashed a dense wave of enchantment, enveloping Feng Han. He froze, his mind consumed by a single thought. This silver-haired sorceress was breathtaking. One glance at her, and even immortals would abandon their divine duties to descend into the mortal realm. As she spoke, the protagonist's legs trembled, nearly collapsing. She stepped forward, sword in hand, eyeing him with disdain. Excited, she raised her sword high.
Feng Han snapped out of it, his eyes widening as he launched a fierce attack at the Azura. So this is all her enchantment magic amounts to?
Feng Han pushed off the ground with force, leaping away to reach Hong Qi and the crane, who had collapsed under the spell.
Just as he tried to wake them, the Azura struck from behind.
The protagonist glanced back, his voice low as he retaliated with full force.
Yen, lend me your strength. In an instant, Feng Han rose, weaving the Azura sword formation as his blades rained down like meteors.
The Azura erected a barrier to block the assault, then glared at him.
Who are you? Without hesitation, Feng Han unleashed the Imperial Dazzle Net.
A whirlwind of attacks surging from all directions. Seizing the moment, he wrested the Azura's demonic blade from her grasp, clutching it tightly before imprinting his mark upon it. As Feng Han began refining the demonic blade, she roared in fury, my demon blade.
A disciple of the righteous sects, practicing demonic arts?
You'll never refine my netherworld demon blade. With that, the Azura erupted with demonic energy, shattering Feng Han's Azura sword formation. The protagonist gritted his teeth, thinking, this isn't good. The corrupting force is too strong, even my mental imprint is starting to falter, Then, Ling Yan spoke, stay calm, Feng Han. Your will is unshakable, anyone else would have been enslaved by her by now. Hearing this, the protagonist unleashed a surge of power, shouting, if that's how it is, then I have no choice.
Blade in hand, he declared, not even gods or demons will be spared. Their powerful attacks clashed, and the Azura's shield shattered instantly. She screamed in terror, is that Imperial Dazzle holy water?
Just then, the protagonist's sword struck swiftly. The Azura hastily raised her hand, using a demonic treasure to shield herself.
Next, Feng Han swung his hand downward, activating a technique.
His sword pierced the barrier, leaving it riddled with cracks. The Azura's eyes widened in horror.
My demonic treasure is destroyed. All that's left is my bare flesh.
The protagonist appeared in midair, channeling his strength into his fist before driving it straight into the Azura's abdomen. Struck hard, she spat out a mouthful of blood and plummeted at an astonishing speed, landing right into the male lead's net. At that moment, Ling Yan shouted, and Feng Han quickly pulled her into the royal selection map, saving Azura's life. This move was incredibly effective. Hearing this, the male lead swiftly raised his hand, and the royal selection map appeared. Seizing the opportunity, Elder Yen added, Feng Han, use the royal selection holy water to bewilder her later. That way, you'll gain a royal divine ability secret realm. Bound tightly by the royal selection map, Azura roared in fury, you won't get away with this. The male lead stretched out his hand and shouted, Demon Advent Grand Technique, appear. But suddenly, a group of white-furred monsters lunged at them from behind. Seeing this, Elder Yen hastily withdrew his artifact, they're targeting you because they saw Azura in trouble. Without turning back, Feng Han simply raised his right hand, and a demonic blade materialized in his grip. He spun around and unleashed the Yin-slaying demon path, slicing through the white-furred monsters. Then, with a powerful kick, Feng Han leapt high into the air, swinging his demonic blade backward. With a concentrated slash, he cleaved one of the monsters in two, absorbing their demon emperor bloodline.
Ling Yan's spirit was thrilled. Ha ha ha. Throw them all into the blood pill furnace and turn them into puppets. You're our only hope. Suddenly, a hazy eye opened, and Hong Di jolted awake.
After a moment of confusion, she turned and shook the person beside her, shouting, Xian Heezy, wake up. After a while, the person beside her also woke up, and Hong Di rushed forward, her voice filled with concern. Feng Han, she said gratefully, thanks to you earlier.
Now let me help you. As soon as she spoke, she pressed a talisman onto the sword in her hand, and in an instant, Hongdi swung her blade, decapitating one of the white-furred monsters. Seeing her come to his aid, the male lead asked, "Hongdi, you're awake?" "I'm fine," she replied. "I just had a nightmare about some demonic women's tricks." Suddenly, she lowered her head, recalling how she was tightly bound in the dream, and subjected to unwanted advances. Fuming, Hongdi's face turned red as she cursed, "Disgusting. They deserve to be punished." Meanwhile, Xianhe was being chased by the white-furred monsters, desperately fleeing, shouting non-stop. "Fanghan, save me," one of them snarled. "Devour them all. If the demon advent grand technique fails, the elders will punish us." Seeing the dire situation, Hongdi shouted urgently, "Move, now." Hearing her, Xianhe quickly dodged to the side, barely avoiding the attack. At that moment, Fanghan took a deep breath and released a deafening soundwave, causing the ground around them to collapse into a massive pit. The person from earlier gritted their teeth, clenching their fists. In the distance, Starcloud Baby heard the noise and turned around. "Ha! Who's coming to save me?" The white-furred monsters in the sky lost consciousness and slowly began to fall. The male lead focused intently, and a second later, Fanghan and Hongdi struck together, slicing at the monsters. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked toward them, obliterating the monsters. Then, the lightning turned and shot forward at incredible speed, startling Fanghan. It keeps obliterating the remaining white-furred beasts, then the source of the lightning spirit condenses into a delicate bracelet, adorning the boy's slender wrist. Baby Lingyun keeps bursting into fits of laughter. As Lingyun glares at the boy from behind, he thinks to himself, "This is the divine relic of the 5-star solar and lunar thunder technique. Never would I have imagined it would end up in that kid's hands. I really want to snatch it." Fanghan furrows his brow in curiosity. "The 5-star solar and lunar ring?" Just as he speaks, a white-furred beast attacks from above but is effortlessly blocked by the protagonist with a raise of his hand. He adds, "No wonder this artifact feels as steady as a mountain. I didn't expect it to rival the Golden Pagoda." Elder Yen immediately explains, "That's right. The 5-star solar and lunar ring is a legendary treasure from 1,000 years ago. And it even has the potential to ascend into a Taoist artifact. The elders of the star sect spent immense spiritual power, gathering 60 years worth of sunlight, moonlight, and starlight, then tempered it with sacred water to forge it. It contains various formations inside and holds the essence blood of a master from the longevity secret realm." At this, he roars in fury, "That kid's cultivation is too weak to unleash this artifact's true power. If a master from the divine ability secret realm wielded it, they could sweep through these white-furred beasts with a flick of their finger." After saying this, he runs off to absorb the essence blood of the white-furred beasts, then whispers fiercely into Fanghan's ear, "If I got my hands on it, I just need to refine it slowly with Imperial Proclamation sacred water to break through to the celestial realm." Suddenly, a trident comes hurtling toward them. The protagonist swings his hand, slicing off the white-furred beast's wings, and lets out a light cough. This artifact clearly belongs to that child. Stealing from a kid. What kind of behavior is that? With that, Fanghan unleashes a shadow-slaying demon blade, finishing off the white-furred beast above. He steps forward quickly, thinking to himself, "Humph, the star sect is master by high school." A moment later, the protagonist swings his sword, taking down the last one, and the white-furred beast's inner core is extracted. After Lingyun collects them all, he puts his hands on his hips, fuming, all 480 flying locusts have been wiped out. Then, he flashes a dazzling grin. "From now on, my 10 Azuras will never go hungry again." After a while, Fanghan gathers a few inner cores in his palm and walks over to offer them to Hongdi and Grandma. "Here, you two should eat these. Afterward, rest well to recover your strength." Hongdi takes one, examining it for a moment before thinking, "This inner core radiates a pure energy. It's far superior to the essence pills, accumulation pills, and grain pills distributed by the martial transformation sect." Grandma, standing nearby, doesn't hesitate. She peels open the pill and pops it into her mouth. Her eyes close in bliss as she savors it, then transforms into a crane, stepping lightly in delight. "Fanghan, I feel my wings are much stronger now. How incredible." Suddenly, Xingyun walked over, drooling. "What kind of candy is this?" The little one's eyes lit up, staring intently. "Can I have one, please? It looks so delicious." Seeing this, Hongqi couldn't help but laugh. She waved her hand. All right, here you go." Xingyun plopped down and devoured the elixir in one gulp. So tasty. So tasty. After a while, the little one's cheeks flushed red, and he rubbed the bracelet on his wrist. "Oh no, the effects are kicking in. I need to eat more candied haws to sober up, or Mom will scold me." Then, Xingyun took out a jade elixir from his bracelet and happily sat down to enjoy it, making Lingyan envious with a sour cry. Jade Clarity Elixir. It's actually Jade Clarity Elixir. A higher grade elixir than the Azure Fall Elixir. This is too extravagant. I can't stand it anymore.
At this, Hongqi rested her chin on her hand, staring at the little one.
So Shitty calls you Xingyun Baobao? Want more candy?
Xingyun's face lit up with joy at the question.
Yes. Shitty wants more. Then Shitty won't have to sneak wine anymore. Hongqi poked the adorable little face. Where are your parents? Why didn't they come with you? Shitty's father is the Star Lord. He's always in secluded cultivation and never plays with Shitty.
Saying this, Xingyun lowered his head and took a big bite of the elixir. So Shitty stole his things to play with. Meanwhile, Lingyan whispered to Feng Han, the Star Lord is the revered elder of the Star Sect. He reached the longevity realm 3,000 years ago.
The male lead blinked in confusion. What? This kid looks like he's only 5 or 6 years old.
He looked up with a silly grin, leaving Feng Han speechless.
What difference does it make? In the demon realm, many demonic children are ancient,
while the younger ones are still decades old.
Suddenly, Xingyun held up his bracelet. Big brother and big sister, if you give Baobao yummy things, you're Baobao's friends. Then, Xingyun held out the bracelet. This bracelet is really comfy to wear.
I'll lend it to you, big sister. Mom said if you wear it for a few decades, your bones will turn into immortal bones.
Baobao's been wearing it for years, and I'm very healthy.
Big sister's body is too weak, but remember to give it back to Shitty, or Mom will scold Baobao.
Hongqi happily took the bracelet and put it on. Thank you, Shitty, Xingyun Baobao.
Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock.
A dense surge of spiritual energy emanated from the bracelet, swirling around Hongqi.
After a moment, she took it off and handed it to Feng Han.
Come take a look.
Hearing this, the male lead stepped forward, put the bracelet on, and his eyes widened in surprise.
Tiny starlights rained down, gradually merging into the male lead's body. In an instant, Feng Han's spiritual energy was greatly restored.
The male lead held the bracelet, gazing at it with fervent eyes.
Pathetic. This magical treasure shouldn't be underestimated.
If it falls into the hands of a cultivator, it could stir up a bloody storm. With that, Feng Han turned and returned the bracelet, urging his junior to wear it carefully for protection or return to the Star Cluster sect. The protagonist looked down, repeating the warning and committing it to memory. The world is treacherous, and the Jianghu is unfathomable, but his junior is still young, no need for him to understand such things yet. Xingyun lowered his head, pressing his fingers together.
Mother once said something similar. The junior just wanted to go out and have some fun. The Star Cluster sect is so boring. Suddenly,
a spark of excitement flashed across Xingyun's face as he looked up.
How about we go find that shiny rock? Hearing this, Feng Han and the red-robed cultivator exchanged glances before shouting in unison, right. The Star Shard.
The person on his back sped forward at an incredible pace.
At that moment, the protagonist sat cross-legged, sinking into a deep meditative state.
Inside, the Azura imprisoned in the Yellow Springs scroll appeared before him. She glared angrily at the shadow ahead, demanding to know where she was. A voice responded, your subordinates call you the Duke of Demon Forest.
You must be a Duke of the Demon race.
Now, we're heading to the castle to collect the star shards.
As he spoke, Feng Han peered down through the water screen. Tell me where it's hidden, and I won't make things difficult for you.
She narrowed her eyes in displeasure.
Never.
Hearing this, Feng Han shouted from afar, then keep your eyes open and watch carefully. This is the sky above the Yellow Springs River. The protagonist raised his hand before his face, letting out a sinister chuckle.
Below lies water. Gradually, the figure of Yen Lingji appeared.
She cried out in panic, the Yellow Springs River, this can't be. The Yellow Springs River is a sacred secret of our clan. The waters of forgetfulness were drained by the Yellow Springs Emperor years ago.
How could they appear on someone as insignificant as you?
Suddenly, her eyes widened as she looked toward the Yellow Springs River.
You're not a flood dragon, you're the dragon vein. Yen Wang emerged from the water, glancing at her. Correct.
I am the dragon vein of the sacred Yellow Springs River. Now that you're inside the ancient treasure Jiaofu Yellow Springs map, with your cultivation and abilities, there's no way you'll escape this first secret realm. Then, Yen Lingji's tone grew somber. Someone as outstanding as you and the Earth Clan must know the power of this map. He raised his hand, manipulating the waters of the Yellow Springs River.
Did you really think a flood dragon's powers were this weak? That the waters of forgetfulness were fake? But have you ever wondered how your Insha demon blade was tamed?
At that moment, the river waters began churning around her. Yen Ling snapped sternly, you're lucky, first growing under his protection, then becoming the demon emperor's favorite consort.
Your wealth will be boundless, far more prestigious than being a demon noblewoman. Those old demon fools like Huang Jian, didn't they jump at every rumor? What are they even worth?
Stunned, she looked up to see Fong Han's icy expression as he said, "Hurry and bow to me as your master. From now on, call yourself the divine concubine, and your riches will know no limits. Otherwise, I'll pour the waters of forgetfulness into you, erasing your memories and leaving you a loyal servant." Terrified, she shrieked, "This humble servant pledges loyalty to the emperor.
May the emperor unify the demon sect and reign for eternity."
She then looked at Fong Han with obedient eyes, prompting him to
cross his arms in satisfaction. "Humph, don't call me emperor outside. Just say you're my servant. Change your name to Fong Xiaolin."
He mused inwardly, the great Azura is cunning and unreliable, but not entirely useless.
Hearing the name Fong Xiaolin, she felt as if struck by lightning.
Then, Yanling whispered something, raising his hand to conjure something.
A second later, a talisman struck the Azura's forehead, making her break into a cold sweat. "What are you doing?" Yanling glared at her disapprovingly. "Who do you think you are? This is the forgetfulness talisman used by the Yellow Springs sect to suppress deceitful Azuras like you. Once outside, if you have any ill intentions, I'll know immediately. If the talisman shatters, you'll lose your memories and become mindless." Fong Han added from below. "Alright, let's go." Just then, another figure appeared on the crane's back outside.
Hong Di, just like before, looked astonished as she glanced at the unfamiliar figure.
Fong Han quickly waved to the girl sitting beside him. "Hong Di, fetch her a set of clothes."
The girl froze, her face turning bright red as she hurriedly covered her eyes.
Xingyun reminded Bao Bao not to peek.
Then, looking up at Fong Han, Nanzhang coldly stared ahead.
"Don't rush. You'll find out soon enough."
Shaolin, sitting beside him, raised a hand to interrupt. "There will naturally be clothes once we enter my palace.
My magic treasure was originally formed from spiritual energy, but unfortunately, it was destroyed.
However, the core of the Great Formation still remains. I can use materials to forge a new set." Moments later, in the empty hall of the Demon Forest Palace, Nanzhang and his group of 4 conversed in a room.
Suddenly, footsteps interrupted their conversation.
Shaolin arrived carrying a coffin, shocking everyone. She placed the damaged coffin on the ground, pointing at the glowing stones inside.
"Master, these are the magical crystal stones."
Upon hearing this, Hong Di whipped her head around.
"So you already knew. What should we do now?" Fong Han shook his head and looked at the others. "Here in the palace, we can cultivate and break through to the mystic arts realm."
Then, Nanzhang turned to Xingyun.
"Bao Bao, lend your bracelet to your brother for a moment."
After a while, in Fong Han's room, the alchemy furnace blazed with flames, radiating intense heat as if it could burn everything away. Inside the furnace were magical crystals, and Fong Han wore a magical bracelet on his hand. At this, Nanzhang gritted his teeth and murmured, "Pure Yang infinite, essence of heaven and earth, spirits in the unseen, 100 ghosts arise, purge the Yin filth, ensure eternal peace, King Yama, ruler of the underworld, Ghost Gate Corpse officials. Life and death are fleeting, grief as vast as the earth, meditation as deep as hidden secrets. Invoking Siddhagarba, Avicii's encroaching netherworld, Haobai's gate of knowledge." At this, Fong Han opened his mouth. His eyes widening as he shouted, "Mystic arts."
Nanzhang raised his head and shouted twice, "Mystic arts." Moments later, night quietly fell.
As everyone was lost in their dreams, a surge of spiritual energy suddenly shot into the sky, making a deafening sound that jolted Xingyun and Nainai awake, sitting up abruptly.
Shaolin and Hong Di exclaimed in shock, "It's Fong Han." Immediately, the group hurriedly broke open Nanzhang's door, peering inside in utter amazement. Hong Di rubbed her eyes and muttered, "Am I seeing things?" Around Fong Han's body, one spiritual beast after another appeared, surrounding Nanzhang. Seeing the strange phenomenon, Hong Di cried out, "Did he break through to the mystic arts realm?"
Hearing the shout, Fong Han slowly opened his eyes.
Thick smoke billowed from Nanzhang's body as he glanced ahead. "That's right. Let me test it out. Everyone, step back." After a while, Fong Han and the others walked into the courtyard.
Nanzhang stepped forward, clenched his right fist, and forcefully struck the ground.
A loud crash echoed as a massive handprint appeared on the ground. Fong Han turned around excitedly, he had succeeded.
Shaolin stood frozen, staring at the spectacle.
So he's cultivating the Yama golden body. It was said to be the most agonizing technique in the Yellow Springs sect.
She glanced sideways, wondering just how strong his endurance and willpower must be. Xingyun's eyes glistened with tears, her heart heavy. "My little brother wants to reach the divine ability realm soon, but mother says he's still far from it." Hong Yi couldn't hold back and rushed forward, shouting, "Fong Han, that was incredible. You're definitely taking first place in the river and mountains ranking this time." Her eyes crinkled with excitement at the thought of everyone's reactions when they saw his breakthrough into the divine ability realm.
Hearing the praise, the male lead's face lit up. Thank you, Princess Han Yi.
Then, as if realizing something, he raised his hand. True, I've broken through to the divine ability realm, but it was with the help of artifacts and pills. I'll need to train properly before I can face everyone. Hong Yi paused for a moment before the four of them burst into smiles.
Alright, congratulations, she added. Minutes later, in the dead of night, Fong Han entered a room. He furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The male lead raised his hand and pulled out the Imperial Selection Taoist robe.
From within the robe, the people who had been tailing him earlier tumbled out. The three of them crashed to the ground, piled on top of each other.
Fong Han watched them with amusement. Perfect.
I'll use you three for practice, He channeled his spiritual energy, releasing 3 bursts of chi to wake them up. One of them sat up angrily, roaring, "Where are we?
Did you knock us out?"
The man across from him immediately pointed forward, cutting him off.
Fong Han, how dare you lay a hand on your fellow disciples? You framed us. That's against the sect rules. I'll report you to the elders. Another shouted, "This is underground. You brought us to a den of demonic cultivators. You must be colluding with them."
The long-haired man smirked.
Ha! Fong Han wouldn't dare kill us. The river and mountains ranking is about to begin.
If we're missing during roll call, Senior Brother Yi, you will surely report it to the elders.
Not even Fong Chingshuette can protect you then. Be smart and let us go.
Fong Han remained silent, slowly sitting down in a nearby chair. He lifted his head, coldly staring ahead. "Yi Nanshan, at the river and mountains ranking, I'll make sure you die without a whole corpse."
The top-knotted man flew into a rage. You think you can take on Senior Brother Yi?
You have no idea how powerful he is. Before he could finish, a surge of overwhelming spiritual power struck between his legs. The long-haired man gritted his teeth in agony, his face pale as he glared backward. The man with the top knot trembled all over, hiding his hands beneath the floor as he stammered.
The mystic arts realm?
The black-haired man looked down, cold sweat dripping.
Is the mystic arts realm really that difficult? How did you advance?
The man with the top knot looked up in terror, his face blank with confusion.
This is like ascending to the heavens in a single step, an impossible leap. Fong Han stepped forward toward them. Has your senior brother Yi already reached the mystic arts realm?
Hearing this, the three of them were left speechless. Just then, the protagonist took something out. The man with the top knot let out a shriek upon seeing the magical ring in the protagonist's hand. This is the Sun Moon 5-star artifact ring from the Star Sect.
How did it end up in your hands? Fong Han gripped the artifact ring tightly. Fong Han's gaze swept over them coldly, his tone authoritative.
I saved the son of the Star Sect's sect master. Now he is my closest friend.
Do you still claim I'm colluding with villains?
Faced with Fong Han's unyielding words and new status, the long-haired man trembled with rage, his mind racing.
Fong Han had not only reached the mystic arts realm but also had the Star Sect backing him. Even if I told the elders, they wouldn't listen to me.
The other man with a top knot glared, grinding his teeth in fury. He was filled with bitter regret.
Why did we have to offend him?
With no way out, the three of them quickly clasped their hands together and bowed in unison. Senior brother Fong Han, we submit to your judgment and willingly pledge our loyalty. The protagonist raised his hand in satisfaction.
Good. Go investigate all information about Yi Tiannan and report back to me discreetly. From now on, you will work for Yi Tiannan on the surface. Do you understand what you must do? The man with the black topknot's face darkened as he lowered his head, about to speak.
But Fong Han raised his hand decisively, cutting him off.
There is no second choice. You have only one path. Of course, you will be well rewarded. No sooner had he spoken than 3 sharp blades descended from above. These 3 chilling windblade daggers are what I obtained after defeating by Mao Feiqiang.
Consider this a reward for now.
Do you understand?
As he spoke, a thought flashed through Fong Han's mind. The power structure of the martial transformation sect was becoming clearer. Zhong Tiandu, Dong Lingxiao, Shi Jialan, Bei Jiaguang, and Nan Wanluo. These 5 core disciples each dominated a region. Their influence extended to both inner and outer disciples. Their vast networks intertwined like a web. Based on Hong Ling's clues, the one who destroyed Tiannan might be connected to Nan Wanluo. As the thought faded, Fong Han's gaze sharpened. He narrowed his eyes at them. Of course, I won't fully trust you. You need to use some measures to keep you all in line. He still uses a mysterious technique, warning them that if they ever have any ill intentions toward him, he'll sense it. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 strands of mystical light shot from his fingertips, instantly piercing through the bodies of the 3 men opposite him. The protagonist looked down at them confidently, his tone carrying an absolute air of dominance.
With just a thought, I can turn you all into fools. Go ahead and test me if you don't believe it. Even the elders wouldn't be able to tell it was me.
Immediately, the three dared not slack off any further, dropping to their knees and begging for mercy, trembling as they cried out, "Yes, we won't betray senior brother."
Fong Han glanced at their quivering forms and waved his hand. "All right, you may leave. Go to another room and cultivate on your own. When the time comes, I'll take you back to the surface."
As soon as he finished speaking, Shaolin quietly appeared beside him.
Fong Han turned and instructed, "Fong Shaolin, arrange another room for them." "Yes, master."
Moments later, in a secluded chamber, Fong Han sat cross-legged, fully immersed in his cultivation, circulating his spiritual energy and sensing the flow of his inner power. After a long while, the protagonist slowly opened his eyes, his gaze profound as he softly called out,
"Yen, what techniques can I cultivate now? Doesn't the Netherworld sect have something like an instant kill technique?
One strike to take a life, clean and decisive." Upon hearing this, the spirit Yen furrowed his brow and thought for a moment before bowing and saying in a serious tone, "No, you're not ready to cultivate any techniques yet. Just focus on increasing your own inner power. Before reaching the mortal realm of the fifth heavenly layer, this is the only technique you can cultivate. Otherwise, your inner energy and power will clash, and you'll be blown to pieces." With that, his gaze grew even more profound as he stared ahead. "For now, study the techniques of the martial transformation sect's elders. Once you reach the heavenly mortal realm, I'll teach you the rest." Suddenly, he paused and added, "When that time comes, you'll cultivate the golden core seed technique and merge it with the energy of this netherworld river. Its power will be unmatched. Even Hua Tian might not be able to defeat you." Upon hearing this, Fong Han rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment before nodding in understanding. "I see. Since I've already learned the netherworld sect's techniques, I can't learn the martial transformation sect's techniques, or my inner energy will clash. I can only do my best to increase my power. And wait until I become a core disciple." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Han turned and called out, "Fong Shaolin, come here." Shaolin stepped forward obediently, bowing respectfully before the protagonist. Fong Han looked up at Shaolin and asked, "How far is the next door vein from here? Is it guarded by powerful experts?" Upon hearing this, Shaolin was shocked and quickly tried to dissuade him. "Absolutely not. This would alert the great Azura elders of our Earth Demon Elder Council. Their power is 1,000,000 times greater than mine. If it comes to a fight, it's best to drop the idea." After some thought, the protagonist decided, "Then there's no need to take the risk." Regarding the preparations for the Rivers and Mountains ranking conference by the Martial Transformation Sect, in a moment. Once everyone has gathered, Hongqi cleared her throat. "We should set off now, but what about Xingyun, little one?" With that, she glanced to the side, where the little fire spirit was still playing. That little fire spirit runs around everywhere. It would be bad if something happened. Meanwhile, Xingyun was happily playing with the illusory butterfly in his hand. Suddenly, Fong Han's voice rang out, startling the boy. "Then let's take junior brother back to the Star Sect." Hearing this, Xingyun immediately puffed up in anger and shouted, "I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back." The boy ran over and started pounding on Fong Han to vent his frustration. Suddenly, the magical bracelet on Xingyun's wrist emitted a dazzling glow. The bracelet slowly floated into the air, spinning and humming. Seeing this, Xingyun panicked and cried out, "Oh no, mother is coming to find me." Just then, a private spiritual energy appeared and whispered into Fong Han's ear. "Fortunately, we've already entered the Divine Ability secret realm. Use spiritual power to refine the Imperial selection map. Only immortals from the Longevity secret realm would detect us." After hearing this, Fong Han frowned and thought, "So if I don't break through to the Divine Ability secret realm, we'll be discovered?" Yen quickly replied, "That's right. Then our plan will be ruined." Just then, a powerful surge of spiritual energy descended from the sky, striking the building. A hazy white figure appeared in the distance. A breathtakingly beautiful woman parted her lips, her voice clear as a silver bell. "Sweetheart, you've been naughty again. How dare you sneak off to such a dangerous place while mother was refining pills?" Seeing his mother, Xingyun cheered with joy. Meanwhile, Fong Han furrowed his brows, analyzing the figure in his mind. "It's a spiritual projection, like the demon god we encountered last time. This isn't her true form." Then, Nanjiang and Hongqi stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lady of the Star Sovereign. Greetings, Lady of the Star Sovereign." At this, the woman finally turned her gaze to Fong Han, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. "Divine Ability Secret Realm? You've reached it so early. So you're a disciple of the Martial Transformation Sect." Stepping forward, she studied him sharply. "How did you know I was a spiritual projection? I once saw the demon god's projection, so I guessed as much." Upon hearing this, she cradled Xingyun in her arms, her tone slightly puzzled.
You encountered the demon god and survived? A miracle. When did the martial transformation sect produce such a disciple?
Fong Han lifted his head, his tone humble.
That time, I only survived because I was traveling with senior sister Chingshuette. Xingyun chimed in from his mother's arms.
Mother, this time, brother Fong Han saved me.
Otherwise, I would have been eaten by the great Azura.
Hearing this, her beautiful eyes widened in shock.
Great Azura? Fong Han quickly waved his hands to explain.
Madam, I have subdued this great Azura, and now she is my maidservant. She looked him up and down, then commented, subduing a great Azura, your powers are indeed formidable.
However, it seems your spiritual energy isn't fully refined yet.
Since you saved my child, my Starflame sect won't be stingy. With that, the sect mistress waved her hand, and a pill brimming with spiritual energy appeared before him.
This is my newly refined essence refinement pill.
It will help you focus your powers and make them stronger.
Your cultivation will become much easier from now on.
Seeing this, Hanmen quickly bowed and declined, saving the child was nothing.
Besides, I'm here for training. Xingyun and I hit it off right away, and I even borrowed his Sun Moon 5-star ring to practice.
I cannot accept such a precious pill, he said. She smiled faintly and nodded. Then, she picked up Xingyun and turned to leave, her voice drifting back.
I never took back what I gave you before.
Noticing his awkward expression, she added, but I rarely meet someone as straightforward as you.
You can be my child's friend.
I hope you'll shine brightly at the 10 Great Sects Grand Immortal Assembly.
I'll remember you.
Meanwhile, on the distant Wanluo peak of the martial transformation sect, two figures silently appeared at the edge of a towering cliff. After walking for a while, Yi Nantian turned back, his tone obsequious. Brother Wanluo's abilities are vast. I'll stay humble to avoid offending you. The green-robed figure behind him replied, I know that.
By the way, did you find out anything about our target?
He turned, smirking, that Hanmen guy doesn't have the gourd of instant death.
In that zone, he could only run.
He really has no other trump cards.
He stopped, glancing back with malice, at the mountain and river ranking tournament. How does junior sister want me to deal with him?
Her beautiful face darkened, radiating a chilling murderous intent. I don't want his life, but I want his cultivation destroyed. I'll make him nothing more than a servant. A servant who dares bully their master deserves no mercy.
I'll make sure he regrets ever being born. If anyone interferes, steam them alive in a bamboo steamer.
Back in the netherworld demonic realm, the protagonist clutched the pill, deep in thought. He'd never heard of someone like her before.
She must have risen recently.
Just hearing this, he knew he should be wary.
Luckily, this was only an avatar.
Otherwise, not even the Yellow Springs would be safe, his soul seal might have been exposed.
Hanmen glanced back coolly, his eyes sharp.
You can never be too careful when dealing with others. I don't trust this Starflame sex madam. I need to examine this pill carefully. If there's something inside, we'll have to plan carefully. The elder stroked his chin alone, looking rather pleased with himself.
You're getting more and more like a demon emperor. Good, this is how it should be.
With that, he burst into laughter, leaving Fong Han at a loss.
Suddenly, Hong Yi stepped forward, interrupting his thoughts. Fong Han, we've confirmed everything. Should we head back now? After a moment of contemplation, Nan Zhang gazed ahead and spoke.
I wanted to kill a few more white demon flying steeds, but it's better we return now.
Hong Yi, Xianzi, please don't reveal that I've reached the divine ability realm. We don't want others to prepare ahead of time.
Moments later, Xianzi carried Nan Zhang and Hong Yi over the towering peaks. Breaking through to the divine ability manual using the Sun, Moon, and 5 stars array isn't very stable. Over these 2 months, we can only visit the transmission hall 3 days each month. The teachings at the transmission hall have deepened our understanding of the transformation between body, spirit, and spiritual power.
It's been incredibly beneficial. The rest of the time, Nan Zhang and the others focused on cultivation in their cave dwellings. In his room, Fong Han sensed the changes in his body.
Great, my netherworld golden body has improved.
I can control it effortlessly even without activating it.
Nan Zhang raised his hands in front of his sturdy frame, feeling his strength, which had already surpassed Tula's outer shell. As for Hong Yi, she had entered the 10th stage of body refinement. Xianzi had undergone a transformation, gaining the ability to disrupt serpents' minds and confuse others with illusions. Time passed, and the day of the Mountain and River Ranking Conference finally arrived. The crowd buzzed with excitement and chatter. It said this year's re-ranking offers incredible rewards, a treasured artifact and many powerful high-grade spiritual energies. There's also the Yin-Yang longevity pill, even more abundant than previous years. I wonder who will claim it. It's been years since the 10 great immortal sects held a grand gathering, and each sect aims to cultivate more divine ability realm experts from their inner disciples. Of course, they won't skimp on resources for disciples with strong backgrounds to maintain the prestige of the gathering.
The original sword sect might lose its 10th place position.
The Silver Snake Sword sect was crushed by Feng Sheng, so he's sure to climb the rankings this time. For subordinates whispered among themselves, worried that the protagonist might not even survive. Many on the mountain and river ranking admire Brother Hua.
Will they let him off this time?
Not to mention, Senior Brother Yinantian has long wanted to deal with him. I'm sure everyone knows how strong Senior Brother Yi is.
A moment later, Feng Sheng walked over calmly and took his seat.
Then, Nanzhang opened his eyes and focused on the high platform.
This is the Rivers and Mountains ranking competition venue.
At this moment, a massive stone tablet appears in the sky, surrounded by gasps of admiration.
I wonder if anyone will break through to the divine ability realm during this competition?
I've heard that disciples have broken through to the divine ability realm right on the battlefield before, but I've never seen it myself.
That seems impossible, it's the divine ability realm, after all. But Senior Sister Long might be able to do it.
She's held the top spot in the Rivers and Mountains ranking for 3 years straight. Hearing this, Feng Sheng's expression turned serious as he thought to himself, Long Yuan.
Is she really the number one in the Rivers and Mountains ranking?
At this moment, 3 elders appeared on the high platform,
while Shi Qiaolan took a seat in the back.
Then, an old man stood up and declared in a loud voice, the Rivers and Mountains ranking is a rule set by the martial transformation sect to select and train outstanding disciples. Participants must display their true strength and are forbidden from cheating.
With that, he waved his hand and announced, the sect will generously reward those who perform exceptionally. Whether or not you make it into the top 10, as long as you show unwavering will and extraordinary wisdom, you will receive the appropriate rewards. The competition began, and the names of the martial transformation sect's strongest disciples were called one by one: Long Yuan, Feng Han, Hong Yi, Yinantian, and others. An announcer on the platform called out, 19th Arena, Feng Han vs. Chingshuette.
Shi Qiaolan glanced down at the arena, noting that the sealing art of the Yama golden body and the refinement of hidden pulse talismans had indeed worked. The protagonist looked up at the arena, thinking to himself, though this man noticed something off about my energy, he didn't realize I'm a master of the divine ability realm. Chingshuette strode onto the arena with arrogance and shouted, so you're Feng Han? Today, I'll see what you're made of. This flying sword of mine, Jade Flock, contains a rare treasure, an ancient treasure obtained by cultivators from the ancient peak, Flock of Birds Mountain. It moves at my command, and not even 28 steeds could drag it. Take this. With that, he chanted an incantation, creating a thick fog that enveloped the arena,
and instantly appeared before Feng Han.
From the mist, Chingshuette lunged forward. The protagonist widened his eyes and drew the flying sword from his back.
He swiftly slashed forward in retaliation.
Chingshuette stomped his foot, withdrew his sword, and retreated, while the protagonist swung his arm horizontally. His gaze fixed ahead as he pondered. First, he rambled on to lower my guard, then used the fog to hide and strike with his flying sword.
His movements were seamless, leaving no room for defense.
Suddenly, Feng Han's flying sword snapped in two. Seeing this, Chingshuette smirked in triumph, but the protagonist tossed aside the broken sword and focused intently on his opponent. Moments later, Feng Han crossed his arms over his chest and unleashed the vast Qi chant, heavenly Qi of the cosmos, purple dawn and dusk. Then, the protagonist dropped to one knee. A surge of powerful energy erupted from his body, shaking the ground and splitting it into cracks. The overwhelming force was too much for Chingshuette to bear, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The entire martial stage trembled violently from the male lead's released energy. Moments later, Feng Han's expression turned grave, his sharp gaze fixed ahead, making Chingshuette break out in a cold sweat. In the blink of an eye, the male lead charged in front of him and threw a powerful punch, striking Chingshuette squarely and sending him flying. Immediately after, Feng Han rushed forward, raising his knee for a fierce kick that landed on Chingshuette's chest, launching him into the air. Blood scattered as he crashed heavily outside the stage, in a gruesome state. At this, Feng Han strode proudly down the steps, leaving the martial stage behind. Just as he stepped off, a hand landed on the male lead's shoulder. Yinantian locked eyes with Feng Han, saying, I didn't expect you to win a match. Looks like you still had a trump card up your sleeve. But I hope you don't run into me today. Otherwise, you won't get to enjoy life much longer. Hearing this, the male lead's face showed extreme shock. After a moment, he glared angrily ahead. I'll make you regret saying that. He turned around, a smug smile on his face. Ha! The killing intent around me is no weaker than your lost 7 killers' gourd. What do you have to fight me with? But once we're on stage, I won't even give you the chance to say I surrender. At this, Feng Han turned and left, thinking, he said all that just to pressure me and make me nervous. If I hadn't reached the mystic arts realm yet, his words might have already unsettled me. But now, thinking about it, the male lead calmly closed his eyes.
After many battles, it was finally Fang Han's turn to face Yi Nantian in the first arena. Then, the man standing beside Shi Jialan spoke up, Jialan, who do you think will win between these two? This was Dong Lingxiao, one of the 5 core disciples of the martial transformation sect. Hearing Lingxiao's question, Jialan lowered her head slightly and spoke softly. Huir, look, Yi Nantian was raised by Wan Luo and has powerful treasures on him. Though Fang Han is skilled, his personality is a bit arrogant. And Jenner said he'd surpass senior brother Hua Du in 10 years, fools rush in. He's probably going to fail this time. Then, she looked up and continued, saying he'll defeat senior brother Hua Du in 10 years is just empty talk. But there's something odd about Fang Han, he doesn't seem to take Yi Nantian seriously at all. Hearing this, Lingxiao looked puzzled. I heard Huir gave Fang Cheng the 3-star ice sword. Can it really defeat a treasure? But from what I know, Wan Luo has already given the Samsara Gate to Yi Nantian. After listening, Jialan stared ahead, lost in thought. The Samsara Gate? Suddenly, Lingxiao interrupted. Let's make a bet. After hearing this, she showed a competitive look. Fine, let's bet. I, Jialan, have never lost to anyone yet. Below the arena, a pitch-black gate appeared behind Yi Nantian. He then spread his arms in a taunting gesture. Fang Han, why haven't you come up yet? Are you scared? Long Yuan in the crowd was stunned to see the gate. The people around him buzzed with discussion. Is that the Gate of Illusions? With this appearance, Yi Nantian is clearly aiming for first place. We're not playing anymore. Look, even that senior sister's expression changed. After a moment, Long Yuan lowered his head and thought. Fang Han's defeat is already certain. He himself would soon face a brutal battle. Qingwei stood on the stage, covering her mouth with a soft chuckle. This servant just can't stay out of trouble. Soon after, the gate behind Yi Nantian slowly faded away. Next, a strong foot stepped onto the arena, followed by Nanjing's unwavering gaze. Seeing this, Yi Linxian raised his hand and unleashed the desolate spirit sword. In an instant, he appeared before Nanjing and let out a loud shout. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll let you have the first 3 moves. Lingxiao watched the scene from above and said, I've won. It seems the bet. Before his words even faded, his eyes widened in shock. He looked down in astonishment. At that moment, a surge of immense spiritual power shot into the sky. The elders on the stage were utterly shocked by the sight. How is this possible? Meanwhile, beneath the arena, Fang Han had entered the divine ability realm. His eyes were locked straight ahead. Relying on 3 magical treasures, he dared to boast he'd let me have 3 free moves? So, you think you're something just because you have magical treasures? I've already entered the divine ability realm, and you'll never reach this level. No way, this can't be happening. How could this servant enter the divine ability realm? A single step to heaven more exalted than an emperor. Impossible. Yi Nantian's face darkened with rage as he gritted his teeth. Don't think entering the divine ability realm makes you invincible. Today, I'll show you the power of the Gate of Illusions. Then, he drew out his magical treasure and released a burst of energy with a wave of his hand. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared above Fang Han. But before he could strike, his eyes bulged in disbelief, frozen in place. Just then, Fang Han opened his palm and clenched it into a fist. Threads of spiritual power shot from his hand, tightly binding Yi Nantian's body, infuriating him until his eyes turned bloodshot. He opened his mouth and let out a furious roar. Fang Han couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. This reckless divine sword is far too powerful. But he steadied his mind and lowered his head and thought. I can take your divine sword and erase your bloodline spirit. At that moment, his magical treasures began to be suppressed by the protagonist's power. His gaze gradually grew hollow as he lost consciousness, clenching his teeth in frustration until his lips bled. From that point on, his mind began to unravel, overwhelmed by agony as he let out pained cries. Suddenly, it seemed something had been activated. Yi Nantian's Gate of Illusions materialized, relentlessly drawing in everything around it. Seeing this, Fang Han raised his hand in contemplation. This gate could absorb spiritual power. In an instant, Yi Nantian lunged at the protagonist in a frenzied attack. Fang Han, you're finished. Seeing the scene below, Jialan was horrified. This was bad, far too dangerous. Just then, a vortex of flames rushed toward him. It struck Yi Nantian directly, causing him unbearable pain as he screamed. In the blink of an eye, Fang Han's figure vanished. He moved at lightning speed, using advanced techniques to restrain his opponent. At this moment, Yi Nantian's face was filled with shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. The man on the stage, seeing this, blurted out in surprise. Wasn't he just someone who had recently entered the divine ability realm? Such highly refined control clearly belonged to a seasoned expert. Bound like this, Yi Nantian trembled with rage. After a moment, he snapped, roaring furiously. I will never rest until you're destroyed.
With that, he broke free from the ropes and fiercely activated the bells around him. Seeing the sharp spikes hurtling toward him, the protagonist narrowed his eyes. He swiftly moved into the air and vanished, dodging the attack at the last possible second. In an instant, Fang Han appeared on the ground, using his spiritual power to form a long whip. Then, the protagonist swung his hand, shattering the magical artifacts on Nanshan's body. Next, Fang Han struck the gates of the bell sound sect with a powerful blow, causing a massive explosion. Witnessing the scene, Jialan couldn't help but gasp in awe. That was incredible, using spiritual power to vibrate the air and condense it into thunderous energy. Once it encountered a vortex, it would explode, countering the suction force of the bell sound vortex. Buying time to secure victory. He must have already reached the divine ability realm but had been hiding his strength all along. Only today did he reveal it. Beside him, Yanglu frowned, clearly displeased. Below the stage, Fang Han continuously unleashed crescent-shaped slashes, striking Nantian and leaving his body severely wounded. After a moment, he snapped again, stomping his feet and condensing his spiritual energy into a massive blade. Meanwhile, the gates of the bell sound sect infused a surge of spiritual power into the sword. Nantian grabbed the long sword and charged forward, executing his sword techniques. The bell sound supreme sword swept across the land as he lunged at Fang Han. The protagonist smirked, thinking to himself. So the bell sound sect could even amplify a flying sword's power. At that moment, Fang Han dodged around, blocking Nanshan's assault. Suddenly, the protagonist swallowed hard and quickly lunged forward, using a technique to knock the flying sword away. The sword clattered to the ground, and Nanshan's body trembled uncontrollably. Exhausted, he weakly raised his hand to his head, realizing his blood spirit had been scattered. He rushed toward the flying sword, thinking that if he could retrieve it and drip his blood onto it, he might recover. Seeing this, Fang Han frowned and swiftly moved, stepping on the flying sword with his foot. Nantian panicked, stomping his foot and leaping back, roaring, "Damn it, bell sound sect!" When the gates of the bell sound sect showed no response, his eyes widened in fury. At that moment, the protagonist leaned down, looking at the pitiful figure before him with a provocative gaze. Still hoping to rely on the bell sound sect? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Fang Han stomped his foot and lunged forward, driving his knee hard into the prodigy's abdomen. The blow sent him spewing blood, hurling him meters beyond the arena, where he plummeted from the sky and crashed face-first into the ground, his body battered and broken. The crowd gasped in shock, unable to believe their eyes. The genius senior brother lost. With every bone shattered, his meridians torn, and his martial arts destroyed, Fang Han was terrifying. No wonder he dared challenge senior brother Hua, he was no ordinary hothead. The girl in green stared at her companion's gruesome state, too horrified to speak. In the distance, a man in black remarked, "Heavenly dragon subdues Een. An ancient dragon clan technique. Few in this age still know it. How did he learn it?" Those beside him murmured, "Perhaps Fang Chingshuette taught him." Meanwhile, Jialan clutched the heavenly wood divine needle, beaming, before glancing at Lingxiao's displeased expression and speaking. "I'll gladly accept this heavenly wood divine needle." Below the stage, Yi Nantian groaned in agony, opening his eyes to stare at his legs. Then, he looked up at the face looming over him. "I warned you that you'd regret this. If you had shown me even a shred of respect, I wouldn't have humiliated you like this, reducing you to nothing." The protagonist studied the defiant, arrogant face before him. "Were you after the desolate god sword?" With that, he snatched the flying sword from Ye's grasp. "Sorry, but I can't let a weapon fall into the hands of someone who wants me dead." Enraged, Ye's eyes bulged as the gate of illusions suddenly activated, violently sucking in the surrounding air. The protagonist glanced at the ground as Ye's body, enveloped in spiritual energy, was drawn into the gate of illusions. A voice echoed from within, "A disciple has broken through to the divine ability realm. A joyous occasion for our martial transformation sect." Hearing the gate of illusions speak, Fang Han couldn't help but pause in surprise. Its eyes glowing red, the gate continued in an angry tone. "But fellow disciples need not fight to the death. Resolving hatred is better than harboring grudges. I'll take Yi Nantian away. Let this matter end here. Fang Han, don't dwell on his mistakes any longer. As a master of divine abilities, you should be more magnanimous." After the voice faded, the crowd erupted in approval. That was senior brother Wan Luo's voice. Hearing the tone, the protagonist sneered inwardly. "You're clearly biased, but it's you who's being magnanimous. Yi Nantian won't be so forgiving. If Yi Nantian had destroyed me today, would anyone have stepped in to save me?" Lost in thought, Fang Han glanced downward, pondering the three beautiful women, Meng Shui, Jing Cha, and himself. They would come to his aid if he were in danger. With that, he pressed his palms together and looked ahead. "That's only natural. I've mastered divine powers and can't be harmed." The demonic gate let out a cold laugh before releasing its spiritual energy. Then, it transformed into a streak of light and shot into the sky, vanishing before Nanzhang's eyes. At that moment, the white-haired elder raised his hand and shouted, "Ling Sishang." As his words fell, the entire arena was engulfed in billowing white smoke, and a gentle breeze brushed past Nanzhang, who stood frozen on the stage. After a moment, he suddenly startled, as if sensing something, and took a few steps forward. When he stopped in front of Qingwei, the group of men behind him panicked. "Senior brother Qingwei?" Qingwei furrowed her brows in confusion as she looked up. Then, without a second thought, she lashed out. "Ling Su, what do you think you're doing? How dare you lay a hand on me? When my senior sister comes out of seclusion, I'll tell her everything. We'll see how you explain yourself then." Nanzhang was displeased by her defiant tone. After a pause, he raised his hand and took control of her. He lifted her into the air, infuriating her as she shouted and struggled. "How dare you? Put me down now." Seeing her panic, Nanzhang softened his tone slightly. "I don't mean to hurt you. I just want to remind you of something." Despite his words, she still glared at him, bewildered. Before she could react, Nanzhang released his grip, and she plummeted straight down. A dull thud echoed as her backside hit the ground. The pain brought tears to her eyes. But Nanzhang stared at her coldly. "I keep my word. Yi Nantian is the best example." Hearing this, she gritted her teeth in anger. Nanzhang continued, "His martial arts have been crippled. You'd better handle this yourself. And this better be the last time you use senior sister Chingshuette as a shield." Unable to bear it any longer, she stood up, clutching her sleeves tightly. Then, she stormed into the crowd, shouting, "Let's go, now." Moments later, deep within the endless mountains, Nanzhang was focused on his cultivation, lost in thought. There's still the final match. No matter who my opponent is, I'll win. The scene shifts to the mountain and river ranking tournament. Hongqi unleashed her shadow-slaying demon blade, easily defeating her opponent and securing her victory. Shortly after, in a pavilion near the arena, Hongqi stood before Nanzhang, brimming with excitement. "Ling Su, the shadow-slaying demon blade is incredibly powerful. I might even break into the top 10 this time." After a moment of silence, Nanzhang looked up and warned. "You can do it, but stay cautious. If you face a stronger opponent, don't engage." Just then, terrified screams erupted from below the stage. "I concede. I concede." After several matches, the white-haired elder announced loudly, "I admire your skill." In the next match, Fang Han and Long Yuan heard their names called. Their eyes met, filled with determination. The male lead instantly leaped onto the arena, while Long Yuan walked up step by step before speaking. "Fang Han, congratulations, junior brother, on reaching the divine transformation realm. Your future is boundless. If you defeat me this time, you'll win the Inyan longevity pill, a pure young treasure, and the golden coffin blazing mirror." Growing stronger, Nanzhang responded calmly after listening. "I've already broken through to the divine transformation realm. Do you think you stand a chance against me, senior sister?" After hearing this, she answered confidently, "Junior brother's spiritual power is profound and skillfully applied. Logically, I should back down, but for that Inyan longevity pill, I'll take the risk. By consuming it, I can reach the divine transformation realm. Otherwise, it'll take 3 to 5 more years of bitter cultivation." Seeing her confidence, Nanzhang hesitated for a moment, pondering inwardly. She was certain she could break through to the divine transformation realm within 3 to 5 years. Her strength was not to be underestimated. Hearing her words, he assumed she was just short of converting a bit of vital energy into spiritual power. With that thought, Fang Han issued the challenge. "In that case, senior sister, you may strike first." As soon as the words left his mouth, both released surging spiritual energy, enveloping their bodies. Long Yuan drew a sword energy and declared, "This sword is called Hanli, forged from the icy dragon of the North Sea's frozen ocean. Its power far surpasses the Breaking Dawn sword. Be careful, if struck by its icy sword energy, the Hanli dragon soul will unleash Frost Soul Divine Lightning, freezing your meridians. Even a master would be frozen solid and shattered upon impact." Facing this formidable opponent, Fang Han mused to himself. "Interesting. I'm used to underhanded opponents like Yi Nantian. It's rare to face someone who openly declares their strength like this." No sooner had he finished thinking than Long Yuan released her sword energy toward him. The Hanli dragon soul violently unleashed Frost Divine Lightning from the blade. At that moment, the male lead grew serious, shattering the incoming swift attack with his bare hands. Fang Han's face revealed sheer excitement. Seeing the counterattack, Long Yuan's eyes widened in shock. But what surprised her even more was that she hadn't seen him vanish. In an instant, Fang Han appeared behind Long Yuan. Then, a massive pillar of light descended from the sky. The male lead thought to himself, "I must end this quickly." She had thought victory was within her grasp, but a knowing smile suddenly curled her lips. In a flash, the Hanli Dragon Soul activated, and the Frost Soul Divine Lightning violently collided with his attack, shattering it instantly. Next, she soared into the air as countless sharp ice spears erupted from the ground, aiming to tear her opponent apart. The white mist gradually dissipates with the wind, revealing a towering ice wall that pierces the clouds. At this moment, the male protagonist is trapped in a large block of ice above, his brow slightly furrowed in thought. Fortunately, his spiritual power protected him, so he escaped unharmed, but the situation still left him unable to move. Long Yuan seizes the opportunity, crossing her arms and shouting as her icy power pierces the ice wall, "Attack!" No sooner are the words spoken than she controls the icy power, firing it at astonishing speed toward the male lead. A sharp ice spike shoots from the mouth of the ice beast, hurtling straight at Feng Han. The ice wall surrounding him shatters, and witnessing this, the male lead thinks to himself,
"This Ice Ion Thunderbolt technique can easily penetrate the ice wall, its power is immense."
Even with strong spiritual power, he would still have his energy scattered. If he had cultivated to the second level of the divine ability realm and refined his spiritual power into true energy, he could break the ice effortlessly, but now it would cost him a great deal of strength.
Spiritual power is like stamina, overusing it will deplete it. Long Yuan gently strokes the chin of the ice beast and speaks. "Feng Han, you're trapped by the ice wall formed by Ice Soul Divine Lightning. Your spiritual power is draining away. If you had a powerful magical treasure, you could break free. Without a magical treasure, even if you escape, your spiritual power will be completely exhausted." Saying this, she closes her eyes, a smug smile appearing on her face. "This time, I have the upper hand."
Seeing her arrogant expression, the male lead can't help but let out a cold laugh.
"Not necessarily."
As soon as he speaks, spiritual power surges from his arms as he tries to break through the surrounding ice.
But Long Yuan quickly refreezes him. Noticing his suspicious movements, she shouts, "Feng Han, what are you doing? That's too dangerous." However, after her shout, a massive surge of spiritual energy erupts from the male lead's body. Long Yuan watches this terrifying sight, exclaiming in shock, "Doing that will severely harm your body.
Even if you escape, your spiritual power will be drained." From the distant audience seats, someone comments, "Long Yuan's ice sword technique is masterfully executed, and she possesses formidable magical treasures." Shi Jialan watches the match intently and continues, "It seems Feng Xing is in trouble this time." The man sitting beside her chimes in. If Feng Xing had gone all out from the start to seize the ice sword, and forcibly taken her spiritual power, Long Yuan might not have been able to resist.
As he finishes speaking, the ice encasing the male lead begins to crack. Then, a deafening explosion shatters the icy formation. And Feng Xing unleashes an unending surge of power, shaking the earth violently.
Seeing her technique so easily broken, Long Yuan's expression stiffens in shock. She quickly withdrew the icy mist back to her side, but her heart raced in shock as she saw the massive ice block ahead collapse with a thunderous crash. Long Yuan widened her eyes and swiftly moved forward, leaping into the air to dodge the danger in an instant. Exhausted from overusing his spiritual power, the male lead's body was weary, sweat dripping like rain. Seeing this, Long Yuan immediately raised her magical artifact and unleashed her ring of power along with the frost dragon spirit, launching an attack.
The ring of power expanded, encircling Feng Han's body, while the ferocious ice beast ahead opened its gaping maw and lunged at him. Jialan watched the battle with slight disappointment. The outcome was already decided. Feng Han had lost. But suddenly, a voice rang out, "Why does he still have spiritual power?"
Hearing this, Jialan's expression changed. She stared in shock as, below the arena, the male lead's body suddenly emanated a surge of spiritual energy before erupting. Next, he controlled a giant hand to seize the ice beast's neck from high above. After slamming it down, the male lead moved at supersonic speed, appearing on the other side and snatching Long Yuan's artifact in one swift motion. Stunned by this turn of events, she stood frozen for a moment.
Seeing an opportunity,
the male lead swiftly took his opponent's energy sword. She hurriedly tried to reclaim both artifacts, but they showed no resistance in Feng Han's hands. Alarmed, she thought to herself, "This isn't right. His spiritual power has completely overpowered my artifacts." At that moment, the male lead, now holding both artifacts, smiled in satisfaction. However, the battle wasn't over yet. The male lead raised two fingers and cast a secret technique. In an instant, the netherworld web materialized, surrounding Long Yuan entirely. It tightly bound her, leaving her unable to resist. Seeing the male lead's smug expression, she shouted, "You have a spiritual power replenishment talisman." With that, Long Yuan closed her eyes and conceded, "I've lost. Please show mercy." Hearing this, the male lead withdrew his power.
"Junior sister Long is formidable. I just had the upper hand."
He released Long Yuan and returned the two artifacts, blinking with a light chuckle. "These are fine treasures. You should take good care of them,"
Long Yuan replied with disappointment.
"Of course.
She thought to herself, it'll take another 3 to 5 years before I can step into the divine ability realm. Just then, the white-haired elder raised his hand and declared loudly, Fong Han is the top of the mountain and river ranking. The male lead stood tall, facing the astonished gazes of the world. Soon after, the colossal mountain and river stele engraved the name Fong Han with majestic grandeur. The Yin-Yang Longevity Pill is the highest grade elixir of the martial transformation sect. The golden radiant fire mirror, with its pure yang fire, can refine demons and forge silver bones. Fong Han clutched the 2 victorious rewards in his hands, treasuring them like precious gems. The elder on the stage set down the heavy object in his hands. After the disciple acceptance ceremony, head straight to the Hall of Martial Transformation to prepare for promotion to core disciple, where Shan Feng will impart the 100 great divine techniques. Hearing this, the male lead respectfully lowered his head. His azure blue robe appearing as light as a gentle breeze. Fong Han, I never expected my junior brother to be so deeply hidden. I completely misjudged you. But helping me win the heavenly secret needle this time was an unexpected blessing. The male lead closed his eyes and smiled faintly, remembering the kindness of his azure blue-clad senior sister who had gifted him a sword. Please pass this Yin-Yang Longevity Pill to Long Yuan, he said sincerely as he offered the pill. With this, our martial transformation sect will gain another core disciple stepping into the divine ability realm. Hearing the male lead's words, everyone present was stunned into silence. Ling Xiao, the frivolous one, crossed his arms and turned away, but Elder Changlan broke the silence. Why? Junior brother, do you not understand the significance of gaining 600 years of lifespan? For a junior brother to reach the divine ability realm, there's no need for a rebirth transformation. But the longer one's lifespan, the more opportunities there are for cultivation. In the past, the martial transformation sect had core disciples who failed to reach the celestial realm simply because their lifespans ran out. After that, disciples even fought fiercely over elixirs that could extend their lives by 10 to 20 years. Hearing this, Fong Han chuckled lightly, then firmly patted his chest. I've sworn to face Hua Tiandu in a life or death duel at the heavenly punishment platform in 10 years. If I cannot defeat Hua Tiandu, I will take my own life. If I do defeat him, my cultivation will naturally become unfathomably profound. At this, the male lead's tone grew resolute. Thus, these 600 years mean little to me. I'd rather do a good deed with them. After hearing his words, Lan Jie couldn't help but ponder, this act of his junior brother was truly a great kindness. For now, I'll accept this gesture. It's moving, after all, cultivation is essentially a struggle against heaven for longevity. Thinking of this, Lan Jie reached out to take the pill. I'll accept this on Long Yuan's behalf. Come see me at Lan Jie Peak after you've mastered your divine abilities. I'll have Long Yuan thank you in person. She's in low spirits right now, so please don't take it to heart. The male lead stepped forward calmly. No need for formalities. Now, junior brother, follow the elder to the Hall of Martial Transformation. I'll pay my respects to senior sister Lan Jie another day. Just then, footsteps approached, and Ling Xiao stood behind Lan Jie with a cold sneer. Men have never been allowed on Lan Jie Peak, yet now you're making an exception for him? Hearing this, Lan Jie furrowed her brow. The rules are set by me, what's wrong with making an exception for a Yin-Yang Longevity Pill? Upon hearing this, the man retorted indignantly, if we could win over Feng Cheng. Even though Shui has joined Jialan's faction, how can those who won't live past 10 years be of any use in securing the position of sect leader in the future? At this, the man's face scrunched up like melted wax as he shouted, you should worry about yourself first. After saying this, he vanished without a trace. After watching him leave, Jialan, explained. Ling Xiao is senior brother Hua's confidant, so he holds some bias against junior disciples. Please don't take it to heart. However, rest assured, he would never do anything dishonorable behind your back. You can trust me on this. After saying this, Jialan turned and left, with the Dragon Abyss Assembly waiting for him at Jialan Peak. At this moment, Nan Zhang was deep in thought. It seemed he had already offended Hua Tiandu, Dong Lingxiao, and Nanwan Luo before even becoming an inner disciple. Thinking about this, Nan Zhang burst into laughter. Since he had already offended Hua Tiandu, what was the harm in offending a few more? Just as he was muttering to himself, Hong Yi approached from behind. She clapped her hands together happily. Fong Han, you deserve this. Unable to contain her excitement, Hong Yi patted Nan Zhang's hand. I always knew you would come in first, Nan Zhang said, looking at his companion with pride. 5th place isn't bad, Princess Hong Yi. Keep it up. Hearing this half-hearted praise, Hong Yi immediately swatted him. Don't you know me by now? Seeing this, Fong Han quickly defended himself. No, that was my sincere congratulations. Then she playfully pushed Nan Zhang. Alright, you should head to the Martial Transformation Hall now. Out of sight, out of mind, he thought. After a while, he arrived at the Martial Transformation Hall.
Beneath the vast hall, flames flickered, revealing two shadowy figures. A man led Nanjang inside, and after walking for a while, he stopped. He pointed to a room ahead. "This is the inner disciple hall. Go in." Feng Han widened his eyes, staring upward as the man added, "The Grand Elders have already been notified. If you pass their trials without any mistakes, they will directly teach you a divine technique and assign you a mountain peak. From then on, you will establish your own sect and officially become an inner disciple." After hearing this, Nanjang stepped forward. But as soon as he set foot inside the room, he froze. Nanjang's face turned ashen, as if he had seen a ghost, staring blankly ahead. The white-haired man, seeing his panic, reassured him, "There's no need to be afraid. Though I oversee the heavenly punishment platform, executing an inner disciple of the martial transformation sect still requires caution." Nanjang glanced at them nervously, thinking to himself, the heavenly punishment platform. He's the elder of the heavenly punishment platform. Though he looks young, his eyes seem to see through everything. The man sitting beside him turned and asked, "Heavenly punishment, what do you think of him?" "What?" The man stood up after hearing this, waved his hand in silence, and looked thoroughly annoyed. Then, the heavenly punishment platform widened his eyes and channeled spiritual energy into Feng Han's body, carefully examining every subtle movement within Feng Han's body. Seeing that everything was normal inside Nanjang's body, the heavenly punishment platform closed his eyes and said, "No issues. Teach him the divine technique." Hearing this assessment, the others around him relaxed, thinking, since you've already checked, there should be no problem. Only then did Feng Han let out a quiet sigh of relief, thinking, my soul and heavenly gate were thoroughly examined. Luckily, I temporarily forgot the memories of the Yellow Springs diagram and 9 orifices golden core. If my thoughts had fluctuated like that, no matter how well I hid them, he would have discovered the Yellow Springs diagram and golden core. Suddenly, a book appeared in front of Nanjang. Looking up at the title on the cover, it turned out to be Spring Wind Ridge Technique. Nanjang picked up the book and studied it for a long time, then looked up in surprise, lost in thought. Is this an auxiliary divine technique? Seeing Nanjang's confusion, the man began to explain. This Spring Wind Wood Spirit technique is a minor divine technique from our martial transformation sect's ancient heavenly technique. It absorbs the spiritual energy of plants and trees, refining it into true energy, turning decay into magic. It can be used for healing, refining pills, prolonging life, and cultivating energy. No other technique can compare to it. Currently, our martial transformation sect has many disciples but lacks pills. After training, you can use true energy to refine wood spirit pills. You must refine 100 pills each month and submit them to the sect's public storage for disciples to use. After a year, if you can skillfully use wood spirit energy, I will teach you the heavenly wood technique. Hearing these conditions, Nanjang pondered silently, refine wood spirit pills to be submitted for disciples to use? Seeing Nanjang's silence, the man added, this is a test of your character. The sect wants to train you as a core disciple. Of course, you can also contribute to the sect. This is the difference between the immortal path and the demonic path. In the demonic path, the stronger your divine technique, the more you can bully the weak. But in the immortal path, the stronger your divine technique, the more you must help the weak. This is the principle that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Hearing this, memories of past humiliations flooded Nanjang's mind as he thought, is the difference between the immortal path and the demonic path really like this? Seeing Nanjang hesitate, the heavenly punishment platform frowned. Images of his family, fellow disciples, and loved ones flashed through Nanjang's mind. After a moment of reflection, Feng Han cupped his hands in agreement. The heavenly punishment platform then said, go. Remember to refine the wood spirit pills. If you fail this task, don't expect to learn any other divine techniques. I oversee the sect's laws, and I take core disciples very seriously. I hope you do not violate the sect's rules to avoid punishment from the heavenly punishment platform. At this, Nanjang loudly acknowledged, his voice carrying outside the room. This disciple understands. With that, Nanjang pushed the door open and left. After hearing the sound of the door closing, the man began to ask his question. Tian Qingtai countered, those are the very questions I intended to ask you. The man then answered based on his observations. His cultivation technique is the Yama Golden Body, a skill from the Yellow Springs sect. I wonder if Feng Chingshuette taught it to him. It seems that after the Yellow Springs scroll surfaced, 80 or 90% of it has fallen into Feng Chingshue's hands. Upon hearing this, Tian Qingtai interjected, that is also part of her destiny. This celestial gathering will surely be her moment to shine. The man beside him, however, looked displeased. But the Yellow Springs sect still has many sinful remnants lurking among mortals, including some fearsome old demons with profound cultivation. The Yellow Springs scroll is the last decree of the Yellow Springs Emperor. Whoever obtains it can unify the Yellow Springs sect and restore it as the foremost demonic faction.
Though my martial transformation sect cannot say it outright, Fang Chingshuette may not have an easy path ahead. Tian Xing, this scroll is no trivial matter. We need someone who can negotiate with Fang Chingshuette. Upon hearing this, Tian Xingtai immediately waved his hand in refusal. No, Chingshuette is proud by nature. A private discussion would only offend her and push her toward the demonic path. Now that she shares a deep bond with the martial transformation sect, the sect leader has spoken with her many times. There's no need to worry too much. He stood up and replied, you make a fair point, but Fang Han still needs to temper her resolve. Within the next decade, he likely won't be able to defeat Hua Tiandu. His power has been growing by leaps and bounds lately. In 10 years, he might reach the longevity realm. By then, even I might not be his match. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, by then, we'll need you to sacrifice one of the core disciples. Hearing this, Tian Xingtai responded, that's only natural. A moment later, on a nearby hill, Ling Yan suddenly opened his eyes wide and woke up. He appeared and let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, my true self has regained some spiritual power. I almost couldn't fool that elder Tian Xing. When Yanshi appeared, the male lead was overjoyed. You're finally awake? He waved his paw, shifting back into human form before shouting. It's about time you woke up. With that, he glanced at the spring breeze wood spirit technique, his eyes filled with curiosity. Is this the manual they gave you? Then, he clenched his fists in anger, as if betrayed, and roared. The spring breeze wood spirit technique is just a minor skill from the heavenly eye great art, useless in battle, only good for alchemy and healing. It seems they want you to be a menial for a year. Hearing this, the male lead panicked. No way. To defeat Hua Tiandu, time is everything. How can I waste a whole year? Ling Yan then whispered into Fang Han's ear, just play along for now? The spring breeze wood spirit technique is a wood element technique. Once you cultivate true qi, you can practice the heavenly eye great art. Another great art of the martial transformation sect is no weaker than the purple lightning thunderblade. The male lead's face darkened with worry. They said I'd have to wait a year before they'd teach it to me. Seeing the male lead's confusion, Yanshi scoffed. I know. And I also know the heavenly eye great art originates from the ancient Green Emperor's eye sovereign art. The martial transformation sect's great art is just a fragment of the Green Emperor's eye sovereign art. And I know the complete Green Emperor's eye sovereign art. Upon hearing this, the male lead was overjoyed, as if he'd found a treasure. Yanshi didn't hold back, continuing to boast. I couldn't teach you before because the martial transformation sect was watching. But now that they've given you the spring breeze wood spirit technique, you can start cultivating the Green Emperor's eye sovereign art today. It's the same source energy. In the future, no one will suspect a thing when you use it. Hearing this, the male lead furrowed his brow and thought. I remember Don Lingxiao also cultivates the heavenly eye great art. Yanshi nodded in agreement. That's right. Thanks to them, your spiritual power and true qi will surpass theirs. Saying this, he licked his lips and patted the male lead's head. Look at all the advantages I've given you. Shouldn't you, you know? Fang Han hadn't even had time to celebrate before he swatted his hand away and bolted. The golden flame mirror, right? But never mind that, I need to return to Jialan Peak for now. Seeing this, Yan immediately flew into a rage, cursing, you little brat, growing a spine now, huh? On that night when the moon was bright and the stars were sparse, at Jialan Peak, a woman stood at the door. As soon as she saw Nan Zhang, Yuer spoke up. Senior brother Fang Han, senior sister Jialan, and senior sister Long Yuan are waiting for you. Please follow me. No sooner had she finished speaking than a surging energy materialized into something. And in the blink of an eye, the room seemed to transform into a teapot before their eyes. The two then entered it together. At a certain spot on Jialan Peak, two people were sitting, admiring the moon. Suddenly, Long Yuan turned her head and saw Nan Zhang approaching. She quickly stood up, and Nan Zhang looked surprised. Fang Han widened his eyes and looked up, while Long Yuan bowed deeply in respect. Thank you, senior brother Fang Han, for the elixir. Long Yuan will never forget this kindness. Seeing this, Nan Zhang stood frozen in shock. When Long Yuan saw he had no reaction, she fell silent. Nan Zhang, noticing this, awkwardly raised his hands. I only did what I thought was best. I dare not accept such a debt. Dai Lin also chimed in. A Yin-Yang longevity elixir is a treasure of the world. Such a gift must be accepted. With that, she opened her hand and took out a green stone. However, after Long Fei takes it, she will need my help to refine the medicinal power over 3 days and nights to master a divine ability. She then handed the elixir to Fang Han and reminded him, the elders only teach the inheritors of the spring breeze spirit wood technique. This is not something I can control. You must first cultivate eye spirit qi, then heavenly eye qi. That will take quite some time.
During my battle with Ling Xiao, I was fortunate enough to win his heavenly eye divine needle.
It's perfect for you. After refining it, merge it with your own spiritual power. This will save you a lot of time and bring other benefits as well.
Nan Zhang gripped the heavenly eye, staring at it intently.
Seeing Jalan's generosity, Fong Han bowed in gratitude. And Jalan modestly replied, "It's nothing." In cultivation matters. In the lower immortal realm, learning of your challenge against Hua Tiandu, they must be overjoyed. Nan Zhang's mind drifted to Chingshuette's image, thinking to himself, Fong Chingshuette, the lower immortal realm? He pondered for a moment before asking in confusion, "Senior sister, what is the lower immortal realm?"
Hearing Nan Zhang's question, Jalan answered, "The lower immortal realm is the most mysterious place in our martial transformation sect. Though I have trained there before, I don't fully understand its mysteries and cannot say more. But once you reach a certain level of cultivation, the sect leader will surely allow you to train there. Your position as vanguard hasn't been decided yet, has it?" Their conversation ended there. The next morning, at Jalan Peak, Jalan enthusiastically showed Nan Zhang around his new residence. "On my Jalan Peak, there is a purple bamboo grove, where I cultivate spiritual roots. You can train here and absorb spiritual energy. This is the power of plants and trees, it will surely boost your strength rapidly." After hearing this, the protagonist was overjoyed. With that, Fong Han no longer refused. The bamboo grove was silent as Fong Han sat beneath a bamboo, cultivating and absorbing the spiritual energy around him. As his spiritual power circulated, it nurtured like spring rain, awakening the wood spirit. The gates of cultivation instantly manifested as a mark in the protagonist's mind. The essence of the wood spirit swirled around him like a whirlwind. Suddenly, Fong Han opened his eyes, tears glistening as he pondered. Every purple bamboo here is worth 100 ordinary trees. This truly is a blessed land for cultivating wood spirit energy. But suddenly, the protagonist froze, his movements growing stiff. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he gasped for breath. While cultivating earlier, I felt my body stiffen. Ling Yan appeared before me, scanning the surroundings. After a moment, he raised his hand to speculate. Could absorbing wood spirit energy conflict with the Hell King golden body, causing my body to stiffen like stone and risk losing control? There is danger here, but you're right to be cautious. However, this isn't entirely without benefit for you. Metal overcomes wood. The Hell King golden body naturally counters wood attributed energy, which is why your body feels stiff. You must use the Hell King golden body to break through the wood spirit energy and forcibly absorb it. With that, Yan Luo placed his hands on the protagonist's shoulders. But breaking through the wood spirit energy will be excruciating. Prepare yourself. The moment Yan Luo finished speaking, a surge of powerful energy erupted from Fong Han's body, sending the surrounding bamboo crashing in all directions. The energy spun rapidly around the protagonist. Verdant Emperor Axe, Wood Sovereign Axe. The essence from the bamboo formed a gentle vortex, growing larger by the second, enveloping Fong Han like a tornado. The spiritual energy of the bamboo grove was drawn out entirely. And strange markings began to appear on the protagonist's face. Then, he let out a gut-wrenching roar, his eyes wide with agony. Hell King golden body, break the wood spirit. Wood energy surged from his body, and his eyes glowed with crimson tears. After observing carefully, Ling Yan spoke. Every time you use the Verdant Emperor Wood Sovereign technique, it's like losing control. If you can endure this pain, what suffering in the world could you not bear? Even the trials of Hua Tiandu pale in comparison, fleeting as they are. Hearing this, Fong Han's resolve strengthened. Exactly. This is all to defeat Hua Tiandu. Then, a tremendous surge of wood energy erupted from his body, whipping up a cyclone. Fong Han's footsteps shook the ground with a thunderous impact. The protagonist stood tall, feeling the surging vitality within him, and thought. In the mortal body realm, gaining even a fraction of strength required countless pills and endless trials. But now, I've reached the mystic arts realm. Breaking free from restraints, his power continued to grow. At this moment, Fong Han drew out wood attribute spiritual energy from within himself, releasing a surge of it. Then, he reached his hand forward, merging the wood attribute spiritual energy together until it condensed into a wood divine needle, which steadily landed in Nan Zhang's palm. When Ling Yan recalled you, from his perspective, you've only achieved something insignificant so far. Converting all your spiritual power into true energy is still far from reaching the true origin realm. Suddenly, he bared his fangs in a sinister grin. Come, hand over the heavenly wood divine needle. Let me soak it in essence water. Absorbing its essence will take about 3 to 5 months before you can step into the true origin realm. Hearing this, Nan Zhang looked up in surprise. That long? Ling Yan sensed Nan Zhang's naive thoughts and began explaining. What did you expect? After entering the divine ability mystic realm, every step becomes harder. For example, the Great Freedom Mystic Metal Sword energy I cultivate requires choosing a top-grade 5 metals vein, absorbing the essence of the 5 metals into spiritual power, and balancing it to mitigate the damage from metal energy.
Hearing this, Nan Zhang was taken aback. You even know about the Great Freedom Mystic Metal Sword energy? Do you know about the instant kill technique? Seeing Feng Han's unconvinced expression, he burst into laughter. I know all 3 major divine abilities of the martial transformation sect, though they're only mid-grade techniques. Back in the day, my Huangxian sect was the #1 demonic faction. How can one lack divine abilities?
I only know 36 of them, while Emperor Huangxian mastered 99 ancient divine abilities. You need to cultivate to the 5th level of the divine ability mystic realm to learn the supreme techniques of the Huangxian sect's 5 emperors' demonic arts. Overwhelmed by these profound words, Nan Zhang felt as if he'd been struck by lightning and shouted,
5 emperors' demonic arts?
The 5 Emperor's demonic arts are the Green Emperor Wood Sovereign Technique, Red Emperor Fire Sovereign Energy, White Emperor Metal Sovereign Slash, and Black Emperor Water Sovereign Fist.
Ling Yan emphasized this point. And the Yama golden body you're cultivating now.
Before he could finish, Yan pointed directly at Nan Zhang's face and said sternly,
The next step is the Yellow Emperor Earth Sovereign Way. Hearing this, Nan Zhang's eyes sparkled. You know all the Southern Gate techniques? How can I convince you to teach me?
Flattered, Yan smirked. I naturally know all the Southern Gate divine abilities, but I can't teach them to you yet.
Frustrated, Nan Zhang roared, Why not? When will I be ready?
Yan coldly dashed his hopes. Your innate true energy isn't full yet, and you can't balance it properly. If you were captured, the foundation of my Huangxian sect would be ruined.
Nan Zhang protested loudly, Am I really that weak?
Yan replied coldly.
Wait until you reach the celestial realm.
The scene shifts to 3 months later at the Gilan Bamboo Garden, where Nan Zhang trains relentlessly to reach the celestial realm. By now, the wood attribute spiritual energy had dissipated, swirling like a tornado around Nan Zhang's body.
Meanwhile, near the pavilion on Gilan Peak,
before the familiar figures of the 2 beautiful women appeared, Long Yuan felt extremely uneasy and quickly called out to her 2 senior sisters. Seeing this, Jialan comforted her. Don't worry. You've already mastered condensing and flexibly manipulating your spiritual power. Your foundation is now very stable.
You could say you've successfully stepped into the mystic arts realm.
As a qualified core disciple, the 2 girls were suddenly startled. Looking up, Long Yuan gazed at the flow of spiritual energy in the sky, feeling puzzled. Senior sister, I keep feeling like this spiritual energy is paying homage to a sovereign, all gathering toward the direction of the purple bamboo grove. After hearing this, Jialan took out a gourd, placed a spirit pill inside, and stored it away. No, this is far more advanced than spiritual techniques, even more refined than the heavenly eye art. This must be some kind of top-tier ocular mystic art. As soon as she finished speaking, she furrowed her brow, recalling the male lead's figure, and murmured, Feng Han is truly extraordinary. He's already converted his spiritual power into true energy so quickly. Then she handed the gourd to Long Yuan.
The secrets of Feng City are not to be explored. To avoid provoking Chingshuette, most core disciples have their own secrets. People may develop biases against you. The transmission elder has taught you the 10,000 waters divine technique. Combined with the true dragon bloodline in your body, the blue crystal pill in this gourd will aid your cultivation of the 10,000 waters divine technique. You'll need it when you go out for training. I've heard that in the depths of the Great Sea, miracles have appeared in the ruins of the ancient tortoise court. You could go investigate. Who knows, you might even encounter something extraordinary. Hearing this, Long Yuan reached out to take the gourd. Thank you, senior sister. But why don't you go to the ancient tortoise court yourself? Faced with this question, Jialan gently shook her head. The ancient tortoise court is an ancient battlefield, a relic of the war between immortals and demons. Many experts have gained extraordinary opportunities there. I've been there a few times, but the situation in the ancient tortoise court is extremely complex. During the war between immortals and demons, the ancient court was shattered. It tore through our world, connecting to endless other realms. Venturing too deep would be extremely dangerous. Exploring the outer areas would be meaningless for someone like me. Long Yuan's face lit up with joy. With your talent, senior sister, you'll surely reach the longevity realm. Then, following the example of the Spirit Cage Immortal, you could establish the Spirit Cage Blessing Hall. After hearing this, Jialan began to tell her a story from the past. That's right, 3,000 years ago, the Spirit Cage Immortal was a disciple of the Supreme Unity sect. For practicing their sect's techniques, the Supreme Unity sect pursued and even tried to strip him of his powers. After escaping, the Spirit Cage Immortal, in a fit of rage, founded his own sect and eventually became one of the 10 great immortal paths. The Supreme Unity sect still can't do anything about it.
But Jia Lan lowered her head and softly said, because of the spirit cage calamity 3,000 years ago, aside from the Supreme Unity sect, all other immortal sects now forbid disciples from practicing foreign mystic arts.
Our elders' status will also face significant restrictions. Sooner or later, everyone wants to learn from the spirit dragon and establish their own sect.
I suspect Fang Chingshuette shares this intention, but this time, seeking immortal fate might be better done with Fang Han. Fang Han is a man of great destiny, and with powerful forces backing him, Long Yuan spoke up after hearing these words.
Right, and now we. Before he could finish, a loud bang suddenly echoed.
The two women were shocked and turned to see a massive surge of spiritual energy being drawn from the nearby plants toward the bamboo forest.
Panicked, they rushed forward, shouting, if he keeps absorbing spiritual energy from plants like this, won't his body turn to wood?
Half of the spiritual herbs on Blue Peak Terrace have withered because of him.
Over in Nanjang's area, swirling wooden spiritual energy was being drawn into his body. Nanjang's body began sprouting withered bark like armor, while in Fang Han's subconscious. I slightly accelerated my cultivation.
The wood spirit energy is surging wildly, I mustn't lose control. After a moment, something seemed to rush in, making him break out in cold sweat. Fang Han suddenly opened his eyes wide and roared. Heavenly wood divine needle. Then, Nanjang's entire body erupted with a massive surge of wood energy, shooting straight into the sky. The wood energy from the heavenly wood divine needle spread outward, covering Nanjang's body in wooden scales.
The scales then shattered, revealing Nanjang's handsome face.
The two women stopped in their tracks upon seeing the wood energy.
Long Rong pointed upward in astonishment. Turning into wood like this, can he break through a critical point in just a moment?
Jia Lan's eyes gleamed as she observed carefully.
Don't get distracted. He's trying to stop circulating his true energy. At this stage, Nanjang continuously channeled vast wood energy upward.
Then, he shattered the wood divine needle again, and the energy merged into Fang Han's body. Nanjang turned his head, a faint smile on his lips, and walked forward with unhurried steps. He had now broken through to the second layer of the divine ability realm, the true essence realm. He raised his hand, channeling true energy into his palm, then unleashed the heavenly wood emperor's mighty pressure, causing the nearby ground to explode. The ground split apart in large chunks. Nanjang gazed at his hands in awe.
My spiritual power has fully transformed into wood emperor true energy.
My strength has increased fivefold. A surge of overwhelming power coursed through him, leaving Fang Han in disbelief, as if his soul were floating beside him. A voice stretched out in warning. I never knew strength would double with every breakthrough.
The third layer of the divine ability realm transforms true energy into vigor energy. How much stronger will he become? And what is this?
The Green Emperor Wood Sovereign technique you cultivate is the most common Taoist art among ancient wood-based rare techniques. Your true chi contains the heavenly wood divine needle, so your rapid progress isn't surprising. Before the words faded, Ling Yan narrowed her eyes, sensing another presence approaching. It turned out to be the beautiful Long Yuan drawing near.
Fang Han, congratulations on forming your true chi.
Your cultivation speed is truly astonishing. Despite the praise from a beauty, the male lead remained humble. Oh, it's nothing, just a stroke of luck. You've also reached the mystic arts realm.
That's truly worth celebrating.
Long Yuan leapt down lightly, her eyes filled with gratitude.
I must thank you.
If I achieve anything in the future, it will all be thanks to the pills you gave me, which extended my lifespan by 60 years.
With 60 more years to cultivate, there's hope for immortality.
Hearing this, Fang Han suddenly remembered something important he had forgotten. Speaking of pills, I still need to refine the wood spirit pills for the sect. It's already been delayed for 3 months. If someone uses this against me, it could cause trouble. As the young man prepared to leave, his mind still racing, he thought about hunting down a few more Azuras or white-haired fiends. His cultivation pills were running low, and his worried expression didn't go unnoticed.
Long Yuan then shared some good news. Senior sister Jelan understood his predicament.
She had already refined 1,200 pills and entrusted them to the crimson-clad princess to deliver to the sect's pill hall. The sect has already completed this year's task for you. No need to worry.
This news took Fang Han by surprise. What? But that's not all, there's something else.
The construction hall has already rebuilt a mountain peak and palace for you.
You can name them yourself.
Since you've been in secluded cultivation these past few months, I was afraid the mountain would go to waste. I've already sent a few outer disciples to manage it. Senior sister Jelan also gave them some spirit herb seeds.
They've planted them, and they should be mature by now. Hearing Long Yuan's words, Fang Han couldn't contain his excitement. My mountain peak is already built? Then let's go take a look. She smiled and replied, my mountain is next to yours. We can help each other in the future. Moments later, on the mountain peak now belonging to Fang Han.
A group of disciples rushed out to greet the two. A green-haired disciple hurried forward and called out, "Senior Brother Fong."
Long Yuan surveyed the group and took out a pill.
In a casual tone, she said, "You've all worked hard. Come to me to receive a vital energy pill each." The two exchanged smiles, hearts full of joy.
Then Long Yuan pointed at the mountain peak, asking the male lead for his opinion. "Fong Han, what do you think we should name this mountain?"
You stand there, gazing at your foundation for a long time before slowly speaking, lost in thought. "In 9 years, I will have a life and death battle with Hua Tiandu. If I lose, everything will turn to nothing.
The gap between us is so vast, the future is uncertain.
Even if he flaunts his power before me now, next year might be when I erase this humiliation." At this, Fong Han's gaze grows resolute. He makes a firm decision: the mountain will be named Reincarnation.
Hearing this bold name, Long Yuan can't help but sigh in admiration.
Reincarnation Mountain, this name is so imposing, it makes me feel unworthy.
Would you be interested in joining the Return to the Void in the deep sea? Come explore it with me. You've heard of the Return to the Void, haven't you?
The protagonist agrees without hesitation.
What does it matter if the Return to the Void is in the sea? I must go and seek this immortal fate. I'll prepare and we can set off tomorrow. Just then, Long Yuan's expression suddenly turns grave.
"All right, there's something I need to warn you about. I've heard that Hua Tiandu has summoned Fong Chingshuette to Tiandu Peak recently." Hearing this, the protagonist is puzzled.
What does Fong Chingshuette have to do with anything?
Moments later, in a quiet room on Tiandu Peak, Hua Tiandu sits in meditation, with Chingshuette's familiar figure behind him.
Suddenly, an unusual object flies out from his blood-refining cauldron.
It's a gourd, flying straight into his hand.
Seeing the gourd, Chingshuette exclaims in surprise.
"This is..." She doesn't get to finish before he cuts her off. "Your senior sister will be coming out of seclusion soon.
I'm going to deal with Fong Han."
Taking the 7 slaughters gourd isn't about coveting this minor treasure, it's to help you refine it, turning its demonic energy into immortal essence. Once refined, it will become the golden mist of wishes. Additionally, I'll give you a flying sword to set up the 7 slaughters sword formation. That way, even when your senior sister comes out of seclusion, she won't have anything to say. With that, he tosses the gourd to Chingshuette. This gourd will no longer be called the 7 slaughters gourd.
Let me give it a new name, the wishful immortal gourd.
Chingshuette takes the gourd, a sly smile curling at the corner of her mouth. She thinks to herself, asterisk, that fool is in your hands now. I'll make sure you know who the real master is, asterisk. Hua Tiandu seems to see through her thoughts, his expression darkening. If you want the wishful immortal gourd, go find Fong Han. That Fong Han kid has many secrets, and he's cultivated the mystic realm technique. You might not be able to handle him if you go. I've left a year's worth of elixirs in this immortal gourd for you to use. For now, focus on your cultivation and reach the mystic realm first. That way, you'll have confidence when you face Fong Han in the future." Upon hearing this, she immediately bows respectfully. "Senior brother, your skills and power are truly admirable. Reform the system of my martial transformation sect to resist the Supreme Unity sect. Lead the sect toward a path of prosperity." No sooner had she spoken than her expression flipped like a pancake, revealing a sinister smile, willing to become the senior disciple's little assistant.
Seeing her insincere loyalty, Hua Tiandu couldn't help but grin in satisfaction.
The next day, at the Wheel of Rebirth Mountain in the North Frigid region, Long Yuan stepped forward and opened the door to Nanjing's room.
"It's about time we left this place." Upon hearing this, Nanjing rose gently, and in an instant, he called for Shaolin. "Are you ready?"
Shaolin appeared at once, her voice brimming with excitement.
"Ready, master."
She flashed a smug smile.
The once adorable spirit beast realm could boost one's strength.
Seeing Shaolin appear, Long Yuan pondered warily.
Yet another expert from a mysterious realm. Noticing her expression, Nanjing explained, "This is the maid I subdued while cultivating in the earth core."
She was once a great Azura.
With that, Nanjing's body emanated a surge of powerful energy. "Let's go. The sea is far from here, and we can't afford to waste time."
In an instant, Beihan stomped the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, then propelled herself into the air with the force. A massive vortex of energy swirled around them as the 2 other women followed closely behind Nanjing, marveling at his incredible speed. Long Yuan bit her lip, thinking to herself that the speed was too fast. She and the great Azura could barely keep up. After a while, she caught up to Nanjing and sent a message.
"You're flying too fast.
You should conserve some energy while flying.
Quick, use a concealment talisman to hide our forms. If we're spotted by demonic cultivators, lacking sufficient power could spell disaster."
Nanjing realized his oversight.
"Thanks for the reminder. I got carried away with the thrill of flying and forgot all about it." As he spoke, Beihan took out a talisman. instantly cloaking all three of them in an invisibility spell. 2 days later, the trio arrived before the vast, boundless sea.
Long Yuan excitedly soared above the waves, unleashing the myriad water's divine technique to strike the water, sending splashes flying everywhere.
Witnessing her technique, Nanjang couldn't help but stare in astonishment. Then, Beihan raised her hand, pondered for a moment, and spoke.
If we fly in like this, we'll exhaust our energy before we even find the island, let alone the illusory realm within.
Turning to Long Yuan, Nanjang asked, "Do you have any magical artifacts like a boat?" She explained, "Senior sister Jelon once gave me an airship. But it's not wise to flaunt it on the open sea. Many rogue cultivators claim their own territories here.
These cultivators are constantly clashing with one another.
We'd better be cautious."
Hearing this, Beihan stomped her foot on the ground, then he leaps up to observe below the sea surface and ponders.
They're hunting blood coral. Hunting blood coral over 500 years old is a major challenge for spirit essence piece.
Just then, Long Yuan raises her hand and releases a surge of spiritual power. A cyclone suddenly presses downward, churning the sea into a massive whirlpool. Next, the red coral beneath the water is drawn up as well. Delighted, she holds her prize, her harvest quite bountiful. Shortly after, Shaolin retrieves a red coral from the seabed as well. Seeing both have gained something, the male lead puts away the oars.
Then let's fly deeper into the sea.
Upon hearing this, Long Yuan also takes out her frostbite sword. I want to find a crystal blood python's inner core to refine into a water pill. He refines his chi, but suddenly, dark clouds roll in with thunder. Seeing this, the male lead shouts urgently, "A storm is coming."
Long Yuan quickly decides on a plan. It's best to take the boat. There will be tribulations in the storm. Our powers aren't enough to fly through it.
With a wave of her hand, a massive ship appears in the sky. The ship then descends onto the sea, sending water splashing everywhere. The male lead steps inside and calls out, "Fang Xiaolin,
I need to cultivate briefly. Guard me for now."
Hearing his command, Shaolin immediately bows in acknowledgement.
Moments later, Fang Han cultivates inside the ship.
Suddenly, a strong, foul stench fills the air, even startling Long Yuan. Just then, a blackwater king serpent over 100 meters long emerges from the depths, wildly thrashing the sea and creating towering waves. Seeing the massive serpent, the male lead and Long Yuan stare in shock.
But to him, it's just a feast.
He swiftly flies forward, muttering, "A 1,000-year-old serpent on the verge of transformation, truly rare."
The Blackwater King serpent retreats fiercely, letting out a deafening roar that shakes the heavens and earth.
But the male lead gazes at it greedily, while Shaolin beside him is overjoyed.
The master's luck is truly incredible. Another Blackwater King serpent.
Just then, his spiritual sense warns him, "You have stealth techniques, but others may be nearby."
Sensing danger, Long Yuan immediately activates a talisman, concealing their spiritual power. "Fang Han, I sense others in the mist."
The male lead looks up at the Blackwater King serpent, lost in thought. As he nears it, he feels its power far exceeds his own.
How much stronger will it become after transforming?
After a moment, Fang Han shouts, "Let's wait to strike when it converts all its essence into power."
The ferocious Blackwater serpent opens its sharp maw, letting out a deafening roar.
The male lead raises his hand and asks the two women beside him,
"Should I intervene in secret, or will you two act?" Long Yuan answers without hesitation, "I'll help you hold it back. Is this Blackwater King snake still of any use to us?" Hearing this, Nanjang spoke up as well. "Then I won't hold back. Fang Xiaolin, go assist Long Yuan in secret to prepare defenses. If I profit from this, I won't leave you empty-handed." After listening, Xiaolin responded with firm certainty. At this, the Blackwater snake could no longer contain itself and let out an enraged hiss.
Its eyes turned blood red, and two sharp bone spikes sprouted from its head. In an instant, the Blackwater snake transformed its blade into a surge of imperial true energy, shedding its black scales to reveal coffee-colored skin. Fang Han could no longer restrain himself, his body erupting with a powerful aura. He swung his hand backward, condensing a massive wooden blade, then repeatedly stabbed it into the snake's body. The massive tea-brown fire serpent, struck by Nanjang's heavy blow, crashed violently into the sea, sending up a towering splash. Seizing the moment, Nanjang stretched out his hand and unleashed the imperial silk heavenly net, instantly ensnaring the Blackwater snake. Suddenly, a masked figure lunged from somewhere, attacking Nanjang, daring to ambush him. Long Yuan swiftly controlled Hanli to intercept the attacker. The figure widened their eyes in shock and immediately slashed a blade of energy toward Long Yuan. She dodged the strike with agility. Seeing this, Fang Han shouted, "Long Yuan, you and Fang Xiaolong aren't a match for this person, retreat now." With that, Nanjang unleashed the heavenly dragon's capturing sound, and several ferocious dragons lunged at the figure above. Meanwhile, Fang Han pondered in secret. This person possesses at least the power of the triple elemental realm,
and then you condense a blade from your true chi. The protagonist seizes the opportunity and swiftly leaps upward, slashing straight at the masked man's face. Enraged, the man curses, "I spent a whole month taming this Blackwater King serpent, and you blind fools dare to steal it?" Next, he gathers dark chi into a demonic claw, wrapping himself in a massive spectral hand. Impatient with his hesitation, the protagonist snaps and suddenly unleashes a powerful surge of energy, flipping even the Blackwater King serpent into the air. Taking advantage, he lunges forward and seizes the serpent by the throat, causing it to writhe in pain and stick out its tongue. Just then, Fang Han appears from behind the elder and shouts, "Trying to run?" Fuming, the man scoffs, "How dare you flaunt your pitiful true chi in front of the Deathwalker sovereign? I'll show you who's strong enough to crush the other." With that, he turns and unleashes the heavenly death palm. A thick surge of energy hurtling forward. The two powerful attacks collide, sending waves crashing. And both are sent staggering back over 10 meters before stopping. Hearing the man call himself the Deathwalker Sovereign, Fang Han roars, "What Deathwalker Sovereign? I've never heard of you. I'm a direct disciple of the martial transformation sect, do you want to make an enemy of us?" At the mention of the martial transformation sect, the elder's expression shifts drastically, revealing an opening that the protagonist exploits by releasing a burst of spirit salt chi. Next, Styx holy water shoots toward the opponent, while Yen above continuously spits out thousands of fire leaf barrier chi attacks. Smirking arrogantly, he taunts, "A mere barrier chi realm cultivator, throwing your weight around and calling yourself Deathwalker? I'll show you what true desperation is. This barrier chi body of mine is every bit as formidable as the Blackwater King serpent." Yan's barrier chi penetrates his subconscious, making him clutch his head in agony. What kind of true chi is this? How can it be so vicious? Enraged, he glares and shouts, "I'll make you pay for this." The elder then begins wildly throwing punches and kicks, leaving the protagonist confused as he watches the man's erratic display and asks Yen, "Did the Styx holy water drive him mad?" Not yet. His memories are just damaged for now. His protective barrier chi is about to collapse. I just need to hold on a little longer before he realizes, "No, this isn't right. My mind is being invaded." Unable to bear it any longer, the elder grits his teeth and unleashes a furious burst of energy, blasting a deep crater into the sea. The two girls stare in shock at the scene, while the protagonist is left stunned. In an instant, the elder appears before the two girls, and then he, launching relentless surprise attacks, leaving no chance for defense. After the ambush succeeded, the old thief fled swiftly through the air, even losing his shoes in the process. His shameless old face infuriated the protagonist to the point of rage. Immediately, Fang Han chased after him, roaring, "You think you can escape after injuring someone?" But before he could take flight, Yen appeared to block his path. "Don't pursue a desperate foe. That man cultivates a heretical technique called the Heavenly Pole Deadly Art." The protagonist had doubts about what followed, so Yen explained further. "Now that he's been poisoned by our unique Emperor Refinement Elixir, he won't recover unless an immortal realm expert helps him. We'll wait for his injuries to take full effect, then track him to his lair and eliminate him for good." Then, Yen turned and reminded him, "Go check on those two girls first." The protagonist nodded in reassurance, "Go ahead. I've already made the Sea Demon King expel the filth." With that, Fang Han split up and swiftly moved across the sea while deep in thought. As he dashed across the water, he pondered to himself, "Why isn't there even the slightest sound? Both of them have enchanted robes, they shouldn't have been harmed." At this thought, unease gripped the protagonist. If anything happened to Long Yuan, he'd never be able to explain it to Lan Feng. Meanwhile, Yen had arrived at the sea demon's location and took out the Imperial Selection Scroll, rolling the giant serpent's body into it. At that moment, bubbles surged from the depths of the sea, and two beautiful figures suddenly emerged from the water. It turned out that Long Yuan and Fang Xiaolin had been separated after the ambush. Overjoyed to see them unharmed, the protagonist stepped forward as Long Yuan approached him. "Who would have thought that wretched desperate pathmaster would spy on the Sea Demon King's expulsion? Did you let him escape?" "I merely used the name of the martial transformation sect to catch him off guard and land a successful ambush." With a light chuckle, Fang Han asked, "How are you two? Are your injuries severe?" Long Yuan turned her face away. "It was just a sneak attack with his powers. He ruined one of my enchanted robes. Fortunately, I recovered some strength in the sea and rushed to help you. I never expected that scoundrel to escape." Xiaolin finally spoke up, "I'm fine." Long Yuan then asked Fang Han in surprise, "Where's the Sea Demon King? I've already contained him." Hearing this, she froze, lost in thought. A self-contained space. To transport something as massive as the Sea Demon King without a sound. It must be a legendary treasure. With this realization, she chuckled, "No wonder you dared to challenge Brother Hua." Then, she raised her hand to form a seal, but this was Long Yuan's secret, she would keep it to herself. "If I reveal even a hint of this, I'll never attain the immortal realm in the future." Seeing her so serious, the male lead waved his hands repeatedly. No, no. It's nothing. You don't have to swear like that. If I travel with you, I'll definitely trust you. After saying that, he gave a silly, thoughtful look, wondering why female disciples of the martial transformation sect keep making such deadly oaths. At that moment, Long Yuan's body emanated a surge of spiritual energy, and her body instantly returned to normal. Long Yuan continued, the desperate bandit lord is one of the 40 bandits among the rogue cultivators overseas. Notorious for murder and robbery, he was expelled from his sect after bowing to a demonic elder as his master. His desperate banditry technique is extremely mysterious. I don't know where he is either. She paused before turning to the male lead. How should we track him? Seeing this, Fang Han immediately considered and said, no need to rush. He's injured and I planted a few strands of my energy on him. We should be able to catch up. We can even find a secluded place to rest, recover to our peak condition, and then go slay the desperate bandit lord. Moments later, on a nearby small island, the three took the opportunity to cultivate and restore their strength. Here, the male lead was inside the Yellow Springs diagram. He looked at the black water hesitantly and asked, Yen, how can I control this thing? Yen replied softly, I have a method, but I don't know if you're willing to take the risk. Yen crossed his arms and looked down. The Yellow Springs sect has a demonic technique called transplanting flowers and grafting trees that can seize power. But it requires two conditions, Yellow Springs holy water and cultivating the Yama golden body. It can transfer its power to you, though the success rate isn't high. Various powerful energies aren't easy to handle and can easily lead to chi deviation. If the energy erupts, your body could explode. But your Yama golden body can endure the agony of a body explosion. So we might as well give it a try. Use the Yellow Springs holy water to erase all its memories. What do you think? Hearing this, the male lead clenched his fists even tighter. Let's do it. No risk, no reward. Yen released his true energy upon hearing this. Alright, since you've decided. Then cast aside all doubts and follow me to circulate the incantation and true energy. Then Yen looked at the male lead with slight curiosity. You're not a seeker of the Tao. So why not set up double defenses outside? At this, the male lead, who was sitting and cultivating, replied, no need to doubt. Just trust me and begin. Immediately after, Yen raised his hands and began forming seals with his energy, transplanting flowers and grafting trees, star-shifting technique, energy conversion art, transfer. The male lead's face immediately broke out in sweat, his teeth clenched tightly, showing immense pain. Suddenly, Fang Han's eyes widened as he spat out a mouthful of blood. And his eyes also began to bleed crimson. Yet the male lead did not stop and continued. Focus your mind and recite the incantation, cycling your spiritual power 40 times. Unleash the profound mysteries of the heavenly mechanism, the unshakable will of the Yama Emperor, and the vast divine power of the Earth Treasury's Sun Gate, as boundless as the sea. After a while, Fang Han remained motionless in meditation, but suddenly, Nan Zhang stood up, his body erupting with overwhelming power, pressing down on the surrounding air. Seeing this, Long Yuan quickly turned his head and rushed to Nan Zhang's side. What's happening? Nan Zhang knelt on the ground, his body billowing with thick smoke before he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Just as she was about to step forward, Shaolin stopped her, and she couldn't help but shout, let me go. What kind of divine ability was he cultivating? Fang Han is a core disciple of the martial transformation sect. If he dies, I'll be held responsible. I'm not entirely sure, but he should be fine. Go check on him. Fang Han opened his eyes wide and exhaled a long stream of white mist. Then, his body suddenly released a surge of energy, sending rocks flying in all directions. After triggering a massive earthquake, Nan Zhang leapt up and glanced below, finally succeeding. I thought I was done for. Yama appeared around Nan Zhang and said, with your current power, you're ready to face the desperate island lord. Fang Han looked at the spiritual energy in his hands. Is my promise still valid? Yen explained, the bloodflesh water python is a top-tier material for crafting spiritual tools. Its essence is 10 times purer than the white-furred flying beasts. And now it seems we can refine at least 300 blood exchange pills. Relieved, Fang Han said, that's enough. He began tracking the beast's location, with Long Yuan and Shaolin hurrying to catch up. Long Yuan frowned and looked up. What happened? How did your power increase so much? Nan Zhang didn't elaborate. I just mastered a divine ability. With that, he stomped the ground with a surge of energy and shot into the sky. Long Yuan, Fang Shaolin, let's destroy the desperate island lord's lair. Under the bright moon and gentle breeze, 3 familiar figures raced across the sea. Long Yuan sighed in disappointment. Sailing on the sea, drinking wine, and stargazing would be perfect. But instead, we're here to fight and plunder. It's a shame. Fang Han's eyes gleamed with killing intent as he commanded, dark nights are for killing, and high winds are for arson. This night isn't suited for such things. But these bandits forced us to slay demons and eliminate evil.
Nanjiang suddenly stopped.
We're here. Before them lay a deep valley on the sea.
And Long Yuan stared ahead, feeling uneasy.
This valley is too dangerous.
After hearing this, Nanjiang immediately turned his head and said cautiously, "The Lord of Desperation is hiding in this mountain crevice. We must be careful when we enter to avoid falling into an ambush."
With that, Feng Han took the lead and flew into the pitch-black crevice ahead.
Moments later, strange lights and shadows appeared at the end of the crevice. A voice came from the side, "Senior brother, this is where the evil ghost swordsman resides. The Lord of Desperation was slain here, what a great merit that must be." The man standing between the two spoke up, "That's right. If we can slay the Lord of Desperation, we can become core disciples with this merit." The woman beside them fretted, "Rumors say the Lord of Desperation is cultivated to the Vajra Chi realm.
His aerial speed is terrifying, and he's mastered the Desperation Vajra Palm. A single strike can kill.
Even with the 8 gates heavenly formation assembled, we might not be able to kill him, we could end up dead instead." The man with his hair tied back said confidently, "Don't worry.
We don't need to face him head-on." Meanwhile, Nanjiang and his group were deep inside the crevice. Shaolin couldn't help but admire the narrow fissure. The evil ghost swordsman's setup is truly ingenious, like a maze. Yan Lingyan huffed indignantly.
"Even with the Lord of Desperation's cunning, he can't escape my tracking senses. He used minor dark magic to create illusions and layered techniques to conceal himself.
How could a celestial realm expert hide from me?" Suddenly, a small vortex appeared ahead.
Yan immediately warned, "Feng Han, look at that vortex.
Blast it open with your true chi." Hearing this, Nanjiang raised his hand and channeled his energy. Several streams of true chi coalesced into spinning blades.
Then, he struck forward with a powerful palm. At that moment, the air ahead seemed to shatter like a mirror. Long Yuan and Shaolin stared in shock, exclaiming in unison, "It worked."
Yen smirked. "Not bad. The demon elder has already broken his illusion."
The illusion before the three shattered under Nanjiang's palm, revealing a massive gap. In the distance, a grand palace stood at the foot of the mountain. Feng Han looked up at the plaque above the gate, frowning.
"There aren't any grand formations or forbidden spells outside the palace." Long Yuan agreed.
"Only those at the 5th celestial realm or above can set up grand formations, channeling the essence of heaven and earth, merging the energy of sun and moon."
Suddenly, Feng Han's eyes blazed with intensity as he sensed the surging energy emanating from the building ahead.
Nanjiang immediately raised his hand, condensing his true chi into several massive wooden energy pillars that hovered in the air before crashing down on the palace as an attack. The grand palace instantly turned to ruins, but from the debris, a powerful energy surged into the sky. The old man who had appeared earlier stepped forward, holding a magical artifact, and cursed, "You persistent fools. How dare you come to Desperation Isle?" Long Yuan was shocked when he saw the massive alchemy furnace behind him. This guy possessed a chi preservation grade furnace capable of instantly elevating a wandering cultivator to the original plowing realm with a single strike. In the blink of an eye, Feng Han rushed downward with a roar. What was there to fear? Even the spiritual flames coveted his chi preservation power. Or rather, within the chi preservation of an alchemy furnace, Huangshuantu was only suited for refining pill water techniques.
Pan Zun had many techniques he couldn't unleash, seize it. And the Yama golden body could advance even further.
Upon hearing this, Nanjiang instantly accelerated forward. The moment he spotted the imposter, he released countless golden chi swords to attack him. A massive spherical explosion erupted in the sky, causing the sea to surge violently from the impact. Even Shaolin gritted his teeth under the force of the strike, but Nanjiang stood firm, gazing upward. A faint smirk curled his lips as he chuckled, watching the thick smoke ahead. The imposter's body convulsed from severe injuries, blood gushing from his mouth. He wiped his mouth, furious. How was this possible? Why had this man's power grown so much? Before he could react, countless sharp ice spikes surrounded him, hurtling toward him at blinding speed. It turned out Long Yuan and Han Li had struck from afar, ready to finish off the imposter. But suddenly, his chi preservation furnace trembled violently before soaring into the air. In an instant, flames erupted from the furnace's openings, spinning rapidly to form a massive wheel of fire. The flames shattered several spots on Han Li's body before the even fiercer blaze surged toward Long Yuan. She swiftly conjured a thick ice wall for defense. But moments later, it shattered, sending Long Yuan flying backward. After stopping, Feng Han immediately glanced back when he saw her. "Are you all right? You were too reckless." Long Yuan glared ahead, huffing. "I'm fine. I was prepared. That was the perfect moment to strike. I wouldn't have held back." The elder was overjoyed, throwing his head back in a wild laugh. "Ha ha ha.
With the 5 prison cauldron in my hands, what can you do to me?
After causing chaos, the elder suddenly retreated into his chi preservation state, seeking invulnerability. Seeing the elder's recklessness, Nanjiang raised his hand and channeled his chi, condensing it into a celestial eye divine needle. Nanjiang immediately hurled it downward. The celestial eye divine needle spun rapidly, piercing the elder's skull just before he could retreat into his chi preservation. Suddenly, his body swelled. His internal injuries were so severe that he let out a pained scream before his body exploded into fragments before Nanjiang. The elder's furnace began absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. When suddenly, a strange glow appeared in the distance below. A mysterious sword chi surged toward Feng Han from nowhere, and a group of strangers flew into the sky, shouting,
"Quick, put down the alchemy furnace."
Nanjiang and the others are surrounded by Feng Han's chi shield.
Then, Long Yuan roars, "Feng Han, the furnace!"
The chi shield grows denser, spinning rapidly before transforming into a massive palm. It swiftly flies toward the furnace's radiant energy, but the enemy retaliates with a bolt of lightning to intercept it. In the blink of an eye, the palm crushes the attack, and Feng Han seizes the furnace back amidst the chaos. Chang Wei activates her treasure to strike back, glaring upward.
This chi is incredibly powerful. Who is that?
Nanjiang wonders, sensing something familiar about the voice as he glances at her.
Feng Changwei. Has her cultivation really reached this level?
Even without stepping into the divine void realm, her talent is such that another decade of training might not refine her body to its peak.
Feng Han glances at the ruby golden gourd, a modified 7 slaughters gourd.
The power of Tian Lang smoke is only worth 30 or 40 horses, but this crimson gold one is at least 10 times stronger.
Who could it be?
Suddenly, a thought flashes through Feng Han's mind.
Right, Hua Tian once met Feng Changwei. If he reforged the 7 slaughters gourd and gave it to her, everything makes sense. Not only would Feng Chingshuette have no grounds to complain after emerging from seclusion,
but it would also tie Feng Han's hands. A perfect 2 birds 1 stone tactic. Meanwhile, the group ahead gasps in shock at the chi shield.
Is this chi a challenge to our sect? Who is that?
A strikingly handsome figure in the crowd speaks up.
I think I recognize someone. Tonight is Shang Baizi, an inner disciple of the martial transformation sect.
The chi shield begins to dissipate.
Nanjiang surveys the crowd and declares loudly, "So it's fellow inner disciples. This simplifies things. How dare you try to kill the master of the desperate path? Your courage is commendable, but you should leave now.
The dangers at sea are not to be trifled with."
Qingwei's expression darkens the moment she sees Nanjiang. "Feng Han, you despicable coward." Nanjiang glances at Yinan Tian. "Already recovered after having your cultivation destroyed? Wan Luo's power must be extraordinary." Enraged by the provocation, he snaps, "How could you understand senior brother Wan Luo's power?" Bai Zi interjects hastily, "So you're Feng Han, the newly promoted core disciple?
And you, Long Yuan," he adds.
Long Yuan responds, "Ah, so it's senior brother Chang Busi. After 2 years of secluded cultivation, my power has grown.
I emerged this time to search for the turtle pearl." After hearing this, he let out a cold laugh. This trip was partly to fulfill senior brother Wan Luo's request to look after a few junior brothers, and partly because he heard that 40 pirates were running rampant at sea, might as well deal with a few. As he spoke, a greedy look flashed across his face.
"You've obtained the 5 prison cauldron, which is a tremendous contribution to our martial transformation sect. Let's return together and hand it over to the sect." Feng Han felt displeased upon hearing this ridiculous condition. Hand it over? There's no such rule in the sect. Seeing his reaction, the man tried hard to persuade him.
"Of course there's no such rule. But you were able to kill the desperate island lord, and we were sealing off the evil ghost gang from the outside. This is our contribution too,"
he shamelessly insisted.
"According to the martial transformation sect's rules, if 2 people obtain a treasured manual, both have contributed, and the item should be handed over to the sect for a decision." After hearing this, the protagonist couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter.
"Contribution? Ha ha ha." Enraged, the man snapped, "What are you laughing at?"
As he spoke, he pondered to himself.
"I can't let this guy take it all. No matter what, I need a share." After laughing, Feng Han's expression turned cold as he glared at him. "What am I laughing at?"
"I'm laughing at you, a disciple of the martial transformation sect, being so shameless.
Abandoning principles for profit.
A coward who takes advantage of others in danger. Someone as deceitful and despicable as you is the first I've ever met." The protagonist sneered in disgust.
"Why don't you take a look in the mirror?
A single hand can kill, and Long Yuan could do it 100 times over."
"You dare talk to me about contributions?" Humiliated, he was so furious he could barely speak, grinding his teeth. Before the brat could say another word, Fong Han was enraged. He raised his hand, channeling his true energy, and roared. Someone as useless as you can't even cultivate true energy. I'll imprison you now and make you suffer beyond imagination. His face darkening, he shouted, Fong Han, do you think having a bit of power gives you the right to act recklessly? Defying fellow disciples, acting lawlessly, your heart is corrupted. Senior brother Hua has long wanted to discipline you, and now it's clear you've fallen to darkness. With that, he gathered spiritual energy in his palm and slashed out a crescent-shaped sword energy, bellowing. You will hand over that cauldron today, whether you like it or not. The men behind him also soared into the air, their sword energy surging. Give it to me. You dare harm my son? Today, the desperate island lord will ensure you die without a grave. Fong Han was simultaneously attacked by father and son, and immediately, the protagonist raised his hand to block the strike. But the father and son unleashed consecutive sword energies, yet still failed to break through Fong Han's defense. At that moment, the man channeled his spiritual energy, and several sharp sword energies materialized behind him. Then, he glared at the protagonist and declared loudly, You're just an inner disciple. Once my son becomes an inner disciple, your achievements won't compare to his. Fong Han listened and immediately pressed his lips together, a vortex of true energy appearing before his eyes, which soon welled up with tears. Then, Fong Han suddenly swung his hands backward, triggering several explosions that accidentally struck the sword energies ahead. Next, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his mouth, violently attacking Fong Han himself. His eyes widened in fury, filled with unwillingness. Die! Fong Han roared in rage, striking forward with a fierce palm. The one who dies will be you. In an instant, Nanjing's true energy vortex rushed toward his opponent. The energy spiraled upward, coalescing into a massive wooden stake. It pierced ruthlessly into the Nightless Island Lord's chest. Seeing this, the man rushed forward in panic to stop it, but all that remained was a pool of blood, no head in sight. Witnessing the gruesome scene, he was overwhelmed with grief and anger, glaring at Nanjing with tear-filled eyes. Consumed by rage, his veins ruptured, blood gushing out. Seeing this, Bai Zi quickly stepped forward to support him, but he remained defiant, pointing ahead. You monster! You slaughter the innocent and killed the kin of my martial transformation sect disciples. Unless you intend to break sect rules, wipe us all out, and fall into demonic ways. Hearing this, Nanjing couldn't help but sneer. Then, Fong Han looked up, musing whether he was a demon or immortal. It would be up to Elder Tianqing to decide. Who do you think you are, daring to speak for Elder Tianqing? At this, the young man further exposed their true nature. People like you, with your greedy schemes, twisting right and wrong. I originally wanted to seal your powers, but with the Nightless Island Lord dead, my anger has lessened somewhat. With that, Fong Han glared and shouted, Get out of here now. At this, Qingyi tightly gripped her ruby gold, her expression darkening. Fong Han, don't be so arrogant. Hearing this, Nanjing glanced at her. If you had my powers, you'd be 100 times more arrogant than I am now. This gourd is my 7 slaughters gourd, right? Hua Tiandu even gave it to you to help refine it. Seeing her clench the ruby gold in anger, Fong Han taunted, What's wrong? Do you want to test the power of the 7 slaughter sword formation inside? Hearing this, she gritted her teeth in fury. Once my senior sister emerges from seclusion, I will report everything to her. With that, she lifted her head proudly. I hope you can give her a reasonable explanation then. Suddenly, Long Yuan interrupted. There's no need for this. No sooner had she spoken than she produced the water seal manner. Then, she replayed everything from start to finish. She added. Fan Baizi, this time you've twisted the truth and tried to shift blame. Besides, the Nightless Island Lord struck first. Everything that happened will be recorded by the water seal manner. Once we return to the martial transformation sect, I will submit it. Let Elder Tianqing decide. Seeing all the wrongdoings being recorded, Baizi and Xingwei were both furious. Desperate, he immediately turned to the crowd behind him and shouted. Let's go. After hearing this, the crowd had no choice but to follow him. After a while, Long Yuan let out a sigh of relief. They're finally gone. The person who killed the Nightless Island Lord seems to have caused some trouble. Fong Han was puzzled by her words. What's wrong? Long Yuan gently shook her head. The Nightless Island Lord wasn't much of an issue. But his wife was once from the Spirit Mound Blessed Land. The Spirit Mound Blessed Land doesn't accept male disciples. His wife gained a celestial opportunity and was taken in as a disciple by the Spirit Mound Immortal Venerable. She later became a core disciple. He later became a rogue cultivator at sea. With his wife's elixir support, he trained arduously for 10 years to reach the mystic arts realm. Because of this connection, his son was able to enter the martial transformation sect. Hearing this, the protagonist seemed indifferent. Looks like I've offended another core disciple from the Spirit Mound Blessed Land. But I've already offended so many, I don't mind adding one more.
Xiao Lin chimed in from the side. Master, perhaps you should find a place to refine the 5 prisons cauldron now. Upon hearing this, the protagonist immediately turned to look at the alchemy furnace ahead.
Good thing someone reminded me. Let's go.
But suddenly, Xiao Lin remembered something and shouted, wait. Immediately, a pile of treasures appeared before them. They were then swept into a vortex. Xiao Lin raised her hand and channeled the gold bars into the furnace. Moments later, she was overjoyed with her spoils. These worldly treasures may not be very useful, but having them is better than nothing. Feng Han and Long Yuan stood by, helpless at the scene. After Feng Han and the others left, a formation ring appeared in the valley. Immediately after, the 3 of them reappeared.
The blue-haired man spoke up. Senior brother, what should we do? Are we just going to stand by and watch the treasure fall into the hands of a martial transformation sect disciple?
That's a top-tier treasure of the 5-eyed heavenly demon, rumored from 800 years ago,
capable of evolving into a Taoist artifact. The man with the top knot answered gravely from the crowd.
A treasure of this level must not fall into Feng Han's hands. But why is this person's power so far beyond that of a true essence cultivator? His expression darkened as a faint smirk appeared on his lips. We're no match for him. We must inform the other senior brothers. Meanwhile, on the sea, a surge of energy was rapidly approaching.
After scanning the surroundings, Feng Han spoke. Where are we now? Do we have a nautical chart? Upon hearing this, Long Yuan immediately began examining the nautical chart. We're currently somewhere in the southern sea.
If we keep flying south for another 30 to 40,000 miles, we'll reach the 10,000 return sea market.
After checking, she called out ahead. Once the refiners finish crafting the 5 prison cauldron,
we'll head to the sea market to purchase alchemy ingredients, so we don't waste time running around. Hearing this, Nan Zhang glanced back in confusion.
What's the 10,000 return sea market?
Long Yuan quickly explained that it was a top-tier sea market in the nearby waters, held on the 10,000 return immortal island.
All kinds of goods can be bought and sold there. Cultivators from various nations scattered across the outer seas come here to trade.
However, this place was recorded 100 years ago, so there are no recent records of it.
Nan Zhang couldn't help but feel surprised. So that's how it is.
Back when I was in the Great Li Dynasty, I heard the emperor had ships built specifically to sail overseas in search of immortal medicines.
I never thought it was true. Just then, Long Yuan looked up ahead. The outcome might be grim.
Nan Zhang felt a hint of confusion.
She seems to hold some resentment toward the 10,000 return immortal island.
At that moment, Xiao Lin spotted an island in the distance and shouted excitedly.
There is one island here. Master, you can refine the imperial cauldron here. Guardian Xiao Lin will protect you.
After hearing this, Feng Han looked down toward the island.
This isn't bad at all. Moments later, Nan was in the island's forest performing a ritual refinement. In Nan's subconscious, Yen was nurturing the newly refined cauldron.
After a while, he tapped the cauldron and chuckled softly.
No wonder these rogue cultivators can refine spiritual energy. This 5-hell square cauldron is a treasure from the 5-hell demon king's divine ability, insect summoning. Feng Han stared intently at the cauldron. Insect summoning? Heavenly and earthly divine form. Is a treasure of this level really refined by a demon king?
Suddenly, Ling Yan raised his hand and released a stream of spiritual energy. The cauldron was immediately pushed into the Yellow Springs River.
Then, a formation ring suddenly appeared on the water's surface.
In an instant, countless gourds shot out from beneath the water.
Seeing the pile of gourds, Yen couldn't help but smile. Darn, the life gold pills of the heaven-destroying demon sect. 300 pills per gourd, 10 gourds make 3,000. All refined from 36 types of herbs over 500 years old. Their quality surpasses blood pills by far. But it wasn't over yet, the water suddenly exploded. Countless herbs were enveloped in spiritual energy and flew into the sky.
Feng Han was stunned by the sight before him. The 36 flying swords of the heaven-destroying sword formation. He must have taken out quite a few people to gather so many spiritual tools and robes. As soon as he finished speaking, a copy of Heavenly Pole Deadly Hands shot out from beneath the water.
Feng Han and Ling Yan were both surprised.
Then, Yan immediately pointed at the book in front of them. You can't cultivate the deadly true energy, but you can take a quick look. Learn a bit about the energy condensation method of Heavenly Pole Deadly Hands. You can apply these techniques. With that, Yan glanced at the nearby flying swords. Yet, the Deadly Island Master was just a rogue cultivator. How did he obtain so many spiritual swords? Especially these 36 flying swords, all tempered with deadly true energy. If he could refine the heaven-destroying formation diagram, it would form a tribulation formation. After hearing this, Nan still had some doubts. He probably wanted the unruly water serpent king for this very reason. How do you refine the heaven-destroying formation diagram? Hearing Nan's question, Ling Yan explained.
That requires reaching the heavenly realm to refine it. Each page of the formation diagram must also be refined with powerful demonic entities. You need to reach the heavenly being realm as soon as possible. Fong Han couldn't help but feel curious after hearing this. How long will it take me to reach the mortal realm?
Ling Yan's lips twitched slightly as he let out a soft chuckle.
Now you have the 5-eyed square cauldron.
Go to the sea market to buy some earth-type spiritual herbs, then refine them with Imperial Selection holy water to repeatedly cultivate the Yama golden body. Nanjang felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing this timeframe, 10 years.
10 years to reach the heavenly being realm? That's far too long.
Ling Yan huffed in dissatisfaction after listening. Even if Hua Qian reached the peak of divine ability, breaking into the longevity secret realm might still be impossible in a lifetime.
Defying fate itself.
At this, Ling Yan glanced at Fong Han.
Can destiny truly be changed so easily? Suddenly, Nanjang's body erupted with a surge of powerful spiritual energy.
He immediately dashed toward the dance stream. Dozens of grand formations appeared around the dance stream.
Nanjang destroyed dozens, even hundreds, of them in succession.
After a while, exhausted, he shouted loudly.
How many formations are hidden in these treasures? Yan, come help me.
Just then, Ling Yan raised his hand and used Imperial Spring Water. A massive whirlpool surged beneath the surface. It carried a wave of spiritual energy downward in an attack. In an instant, the 999 formations around the dance stream were shattered.
Ling Yan looked down and raised his voice.
Only the central formation remains. It can transform into a Dao instrument, but this core formation requires a master of the longevity secret realm to control it.
But it's already an exceptional treasure. Whoever masters this King Cauldron's offense and defense will be no easy target for Feng Chingshuette to kill. Suddenly, several streaks of spiritual energy shot from the island in the night sky, hurtling toward Nanjang.
Then, the lightning-like radiance was pierced into a massive ice wall.
After completing the defense, Long Yuan urgently shouted. Fong Han, something's wrong, it's happening in Nanjang's subconscious. Hearing Long Yuan's voice, he glanced over. Nanjang furrowed his brow, touching his forehead as he pondered. Who is it? Damn it.
To refine the King Cauldron, nearly 99% of his spiritual power was depleted. Forget attacking, even flying was difficult. Just then, spiritual crystals surged up from beneath the water. They continuously transformed into spiritual energy, absorbed by Fong Han's body. Long Yuan looked ahead, seeing more clearly now. I am Long Yuan, a core disciple of the martial transformation sect. The 10 immortal sects stand united in defense and attack. We do not interfere with one another, and we even aid each other against demons. Why are you all so aggressive? Ahead, 3 core disciples of the Supreme Unity sect appeared, with the one in the middle named Lang Yaodian. Upon hearing this, he immediately spoke up. You all plan to eliminate the Master of Desperation all within the malevolent ghost sect and seize the 5 prison kings' alchemy cauldron. With that, he raised his eyes to scan below. This alchemy cauldron was a relic of the 5 prison great demon lord from 800 years ago. Forged from the heaven's true steel weapons, 7-colored cinnabar phantom souls, the sacred wood of the far north, and the earth's primordial soil, then blood-tempered with the lives of 365 demon kings. By then, Fong Han had also awakened and looked up, adding to the conversation. The 5 prison great demon lord wreaked havoc in the mortal realm until he was wounded and forced to flee by my Supreme Unity sect's senior brother in Yangtze. 800 years later, his lifespan and spiritual energy were exhausted. This demonic treasure fell into our demon sect's hands, and now I intend to bring it back to the Supreme Unity sect to prevent it from causing further harm. Hearing this, Long Xian's expression remained cold. We won't be able to obtain the 5 prison kings' cauldron at all. Beside him, Xia Yu reached out and retrieved a heaven-escape talisman. The events at sea had already been recorded. Then, he put away the talisman. This is a spatial talisman used by my sect's disciples, hidden nearby to record the actions of the martial transformation sect. You all failed to notice its presence. Daoist disciples struggled to refine the 5 prison kings' cauldron. You need not worry about us keeping it for ourselves. We will definitely destroy this demonic energy. Otherwise, our Supreme Unity sect's rules would never allow it. Suddenly, Wu Ben interjected. The martial transformation sect's senior brother once stated he wanted to sever ties with the mystic sect. Please hand over the demonic energy. Perhaps you could accompany me to the Supreme Unity sect to destroy it publicly. The martial transformation sect is also a righteous sect. You cannot secretly keep demonic energy and tarnish your reputation. Upon hearing this, the protagonist channeled his energy and leapt forward to block them. I am a core disciple of the martial transformation sect. Our sect has no such rule. Our disciples need only avoid acting against heaven's will. Practicing both immortal and demonic arts is precisely what we do. Is the Supreme Unity sect trying to interfere with our sect's rules? At this, Fong Han glared angrily.
Your Supreme Unity sect is nothing but greedy, how dare you deny smaller sects their share?
Seeing the protagonist's intent, Dianru immediately countered.
In our Supreme Unity sect, those who cultivate demonic arts
abandon their Taoist techniques and become mere mortals. Even your sect's senior brother, Hua Tiandu, has established new rules.
If you refuse our Supreme Unity sect's duty to eradicate demonic influences, you're just making excuses. Standing nearby, Xiaoyu chimed in. We're not being petty, but if you refuse to sever ties with demonic practices, we'll have no choice but to deal with you as well.
Hearing their words, Feng Han slightly parted his lips.
Is Tai sect really so overbearing, treating Wuhua sect as its own vassal?
At this, the male lead couldn't help but burn with anger and shouted loudly.
Hua Tiandu, oh Hua Tiandu, you actually want our sect's disciples to hide their skills and yield to others?
Letting Tai sect act so arrogantly is a disgrace to our sect. At this moment, Eurudio raised his hand and channeled his energy. Immediately, an extremely powerful surge of energy shot into the sky. He gritted his teeth and roared. How dare you show such disrespect, disregarding hierarchy? Today, I will discipline you on behalf of your sect. Just then, a warning echoed deep in his mind, proceed with caution. This person's cultivation had reached the realm of perceiving yin and yang. As soon as he finished speaking, Eurudio released a swift sword energy strike.
Long Yuan saw the overwhelming energy before him and knew he couldn't resist.
Feng Han immediately raised his hand, gathering his true energy and focusing it in his palm.
Do you intend to cripple my abilities?
The male lead then unleashed the Heavenly Eye Divine Needle, shooting it toward the sword energy.
Long Yuan paused briefly, considering the situation before him.
My blazing fire sword is useless against his sword energy.
Yi Rudian immediately withdrew his attack.
In an instant, a celestial master beast appeared alongside the sword energy, launching an attack. Seeing this, the male lead raised his hand to retract the Heavenly Eye Divine Needle. In that moment, the celestial master beast was enraged.
Feng Han clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth.
Then, his eyes snapped open. Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke appeared. The mist gradually dispersed with the wind. As the smoke cleared, the silhouette of a cauldron appeared. Seeing this, Yi Ruden immediately raised his hand.
Sword energy emerged once more, refining the power of the five-eyed king cauldron. Feng Han glanced at the two beauties beside him and urgently shouted. Quick, enter the cauldron.
We'll combine our strength with the king cauldron's power and break out. The two exchanged a glance but said nothing. Shaolin immediately flew into the cauldron upon hearing this.
Long Yuan stood before the cauldron and unleashed Frost Separation Dragon Transformation and Ice Soul Divine Thunder. She thought, if Feng Han doesn't retract the Heavenly Eye Divine Needle, the loss of true energy would take years to restore. In an instant, the Frost Separation Dragon surged forward. It was as if the Celestial Master Beast had roared fiercely, sending a gust of wind toward the Frost Separation. At that moment, Eurudio suddenly struck the cauldron with a bolt of heavenly lightning. His body erupted with a powerful aura as he gritted his teeth and roared. You've resorted to tricks again to disrupt my Celestial Master Beast. If that's the case, then no one in heaven or earth can save you now. With that, he relentlessly attacked the cauldron. I will capture you alive, cripple your abilities, and make you endure the pain of 81 blades piercing your heart. This will serve as a warning to all other immortal sects, countless Tai sword energies. The light relentlessly attacks the alchemy furnace. However, the mountaintop is surrounded by powerful energy currents, blocking his repeated assaults. Yet, due to the overwhelming force of the attacks, the alchemy furnace inside shakes violently. And Feng Han immediately gives an order. Both of you, stay calm and follow my commands. Which, keep powering the 5-fire Divine Thunder formation. I'll return to Long Yuan to activate the Sky-Seizing Net formation. The male lead's face darkens as he roars. Our goal is simply to leave this place. The two beauties nod solemnly upon hearing this. Feng Han immediately crouches and raises his hand. The Tai sect truly lives up to being the #1 sect in the world. He is arrogant and confident, while the Celestial Master outside greedily stares at the alchemy furnace. Ding Yaodian shouts from below. The Celestial Master opens his mouth, inhaling with the force of mountains and rivers. The Celestial Master immediately opens his mouth and sucks the dragon energy into his belly. Then, he opens his massive jaws and bites down on the alchemy furnace, swallowing it whole. Inside the furnace, the male lead's eyes widen in shock. The moment is here. Yen, transform spiritual flame into a blade and strike. You're courting death. This sovereign will send you to the Yellow Springs with a drink of its waters. Suddenly, the Celestial Master's beak fires energy blasts, causing it agonizing pain, yet it still refuses to let go. Seeing this, Yaodian is horrified. What's happening? Isn't this a barrier? Just then, Feng Han raises his hand and releases a net of energy. A formation appears beneath his feet, and the 5 prisons formation is now under my control. Meanwhile, Long Yuan and Xiaolin begin unleashing the 5-fire Divine Thunder. Instantly, countless fire thunderballs fly out from the alchemy furnace.
They bombard the celestial master's mouth, causing unbearable pain.
But then, the celestial master explodes into a cloud of smoke. Yadian is immediately gravely injured, spitting blood.
At this moment, the male lead raises his hand in front of him, spiritual energy swirling around his fingertips.
Outside the furnace, the flames begin spinning, forming a vortex. The flames gather in greater numbers.
The spinning accelerates, and the flames before him resemble a fiery phoenix soaring into the sky. Witnessing the escape before him, his eyes widen in shock.
Then, he raises his hand to absorb spiritual energy and restore himself.
Yadian frowns as he gazes ahead, pondering how fast the heavenly transformation realm is. His junior brother speaks from behind.
Senior brother, that kid is really fast.
At this, Fenwa furrows his brow.
Senior brother, what should we do now? Should we pursue them?
He crosses his arms and thinks for a moment before speaking.
No need.
There's no point in chasing them.
If we continue, won't the Tai sect be reduced to fighting over a mere artifact?
Besides, killing disciples of the Wuhua sect could easily spark a conflict.
The remaining two quickly rushed forward. I didn't see that coming.
They've already cultivated the King Cauldron so quickly.
We need to reconsider this carefully.
We can't let them obtain the King Cauldron so easily.
Let's go.
At this, the guy named Dian immediately smirked with pride.
They'll head to Wangue's Sea City. They'll definitely go there to claim their reward.
Meanwhile, the flowing cauldron soared forward like an altar, splitting the sea in two. Suddenly, its lid sealed tightly, and it plunged straight into the water, diving deep into the ocean. Inside, the protagonist and the other two were unharmed.
After a moment, Fang Han let out a soft sigh. The protagonist was recovering his spiritual energy. The Earth disciples of Tai sect probably won't pursue us anymore.
They care deeply about their reputation, but they won't let us go. They'll likely be waiting for us in Wangue Sea City. Hearing this, Xiao Lin grew worried.
What should we do? Does Tai sect's Earth disciples execute great Asuras on sight?
Seeing his concern, the protagonist quickly raised a hand to reassure him.
Once we recover our spiritual energy, we'll head straight to Guishu. Upon hearing this plan, Long Yuan began to ponder. That might not be wise.
We should go to the Sea City to purchase supplies instead.
With that, she fixed her gaze ahead. Your spirit crystals are already depleted. Using spiritual energy in battle is too risky. Going to Guishu would be even more dangerous.
It's better to buy alchemy materials in the Sea City to strengthen ourselves.
I can pause my true chi cultivation. That way, we can work together more effectively. Hearing this, Shang Han was taken aback. You want to pause your true chi cultivation too?
Long Yuan immediately explained.
Yes.
If we can buy sunflower, lightning jade, cloudslayer, sea god, gold,
silver, and spirit, these 7 rare insect essences in the Sea City and infuse them with spiritual energy while cultivating in the flowing cauldron, my true chi will condense.
At this, she turned to the protagonist. But I don't know when the 10,000 waters divine technique will reach mastery.
It would be great if we could find a sacred water.
Hearing this, Fang Han couldn't help but ask curiously.
What kind of water?
Long Yuan immediately explained. In this world, the first sacred water is the Yellow Spring sacred water.
Hearing the words Yellow Spring sacred water, Fang Han was stunned.
After a moment, he lowered his head in thought.
Though Long Yuan is steady, we absolutely cannot let anyone know about the Yellow Springs right now.
Unless we reach the heavenly being realm and gain the sect's utmost protection.
Even Fong Chingshuette wouldn't have a say in the matter.
Perhaps the martial transformation sect wouldn't force disciples to hand over treasures either.
After pondering for a moment, Fang Han spoke. In all worlds, the sacred river has long dried up. But all things in heaven and earth are ever changing. I believe you'll find it one day.
Hearing this, Long Yuan smiled softly. You too. Once you reach the heavenly being realm, you can seek guidance from the Venerable One. For example, asking him to set up a central formation within the King Cauldron for you. He couldn't hide his excitement at the thought of turning it into a Taoist artifact.
Alright, we can discuss this later.
Right now, the most important thing is to heal and recover my strength as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Han took out a gourd bottle and poured the pills into his mouth. In an instant, the male lead's body emanated a surge of spiritual energy that enveloped the surroundings.
The pills then entered the Imperial Selection robe. Immediately after, the Asuras inside began absorbing the pills into their bodies. Suddenly, Fang Han's eyes snapped open. He raised his hand and formed a seal, summoning all the Asuras from within the Imperial Selection robe in an instant. Then, the fat body Dharma robe materialized, wrapping around each Asura's body one by one. The male lead was attempting to utilize the Blackwater King Serpent's blood once more. He planned to use the Donley County's resources to refine them anew. In a flash, the fires of hellfire appeared. The male lead shouted, "True fire refines the body, 5 Hells Donley." The Asuras were instantly bound by threads of true fire. A massive vortex of water spiraled around the Asuras in an instant. Following that, streams of fiery light emerged. The Dharma robes on the Asuras transformed into another form. After completing their mutations, the male lead couldn't help but admire the results. Great! Ordinary Asuras could only pull the strength of 13 or 14 wild horses. Now, their strength equaled that of 60 or 70 wild horses. With that in mind, Fong Han took out a book and sat down to study, preparing for his trip to the evening return sea market. The next morning, in Anping City of the evening return sea market, Fong Han and 2 others had already arrived. As they flew over the massive ships, Long Yuan looked down and burst into laughter. Those were the ships of the Great Xian Empire, also under the control of the Tai sect. They conducted extensive trade with the sea market every year, even gifting spirit crystals. Hearing this, the male lead couldn't help but sigh in amazement. The Tai sect's resources were truly immeasurable, they even used such high-quality spirit crystals for trade. Long Yuan added from behind that the Tai sect's dominance lay not just in their abundant mineral resources. Additionally, the number of immortal coin supreme beings in their longevity secret realm was a key factor in suppressing other sects. Legend had it they possessed immortal artifacts. The mere mention of immortal artifacts shocked the male lead, rewriting history? Altering the void? Crossing through time. If you had an immortal artifact now, you could instantly defeat Hua Tiandu. With that, he transformed into a silly-looking flood dragon, striking a smug pose. But this hope is even more remote than reaching the longevity secret realm through cultivation. Once the immortal energy emerges, all demon emperors and chosen Dao lords will make their move. Countless immortal demon wars over thousands of years have erupted because of this. After hearing this, Fong Han held onto a sliver of hope and glanced at him. Got it. So, I'm just not strong enough, huh? Moments later, the male lead and the 2 beauties arrived in front of a grand building. The 2 guards at the entrance saw the trio and immediately stepped forward. The brown-haired man nodded and bowed respectfully. Are the 3 of you sect disciples or wandering cultivators? Are you here at the Mystic Rule Pavilion to buy or sell? Then, Fong Han raised his hand and released spiritual energy. We are core disciples of the Martial Transformation sect. We've come to the 10,000 Rules Immortal Island to purchase some alchemical herbs and claim a reward. Upon hearing this, the man lowered his head slightly and chuckled. Please follow us, senior brothers and sister. Afterward, the trio was led into an inner chamber by the 2 guards. The room was filled with countless magical formations. After a while, Fong Han spoke. I heard the Fate Rule Immortal Island has a bounty on 40 pirates at sea. I killed the 38th one. The desperate island lord. Fong Han pointed at the box in Long Yuan's hand. This is his head. Can we claim the reward? The 2 guards recoiled in shock, staring in disbelief. The brown-haired man widened his eyes at the head in the box, stunned. The Martial Transformation sect truly lives up to its reputation. The other dark-faced man exclaimed loudly. I heard some core disciples from the Supreme Unity sect also wanted to take down the desperate island lord. The male lead scanned their expressions, a faint smirk curling his lips as he chuckled. Next, Fong Han reached into his robe and pulled something out. He opened his palm, placing 2 bottles of golden core pills in front of them. These are fate-binding golden core pills I obtained after killing the desperate island lord. They specialize in strengthening the body. Take them, brothers, 6 pills per bottle to enhance your cultivation. The 2 took the bottles of golden core pills, their eyes lighting up as they grinned from ear to ear. Thank you, senior brother. Suddenly, Fong Han's expression turned serious. By the way, has the Supreme Unity sect's DZ still not arrived? The black-haired man greedily stared at the bottle of pills and replied, not yet. You might meet the higher-ups and 3 elders later. At this, his expression grew threatening. How long have they been here, and when will they leave? The black-haired man was too busy admiring the golden core pills to notice the shift in atmosphere. No, it seems they're waiting for someone. Then, as if remembering something, he turned back. Oh, I might as well tell you, senior brothers and sister. Ing Tiankuan, the demon master of the primordial demon sect, is now one of the highest-ranking members of the Mystic Rule Pavilion. He's meeting with our master. I heard his demonic arts have reached the brink of the Void Return realm. He's also tasked with hunting down the 40 pirates. Be careful if you encounter him. Hearing his words, the male lead's expression immediately darkened. This is preposterous. At this point, Fong Han cut to the chase. I need 7 types of great milk. And some 800-year-old Rehmannia bath herbs, diamond soil, and geographical pincers. A 33,000-year-old gold-and-silver pangolin,
one soaring serpent, and one pure earth dragon.
The black-haired youth couldn't help but get excited upon hearing this. So many rare spiritual herbs. Senior brother must be cultivating an earth-based technique.
Perhaps due to training in the high mountains, the price of these pills is rather steep. Senior brother's reward might not be enough to cover the value of these herbs. I wonder if senior brother has any spiritual energy on him.
The black-haired youth understood the implication and said, about 10 spiritual items. Flying swords or magical robes will do. Fong Han immediately waved his hand, and then,
as soon as he finished speaking, Shaolin appeared, holding several sets of clothing.
Will these be enough?
Seeing the glittering treasures, the two disciples' eyes lit up.
They quickly bowed and said, that's enough. Please come inside, senior brother. With permission granted, the male lead calmly entered the house and made a request. Could you two arrange a private chamber for me? I wish to seclude myself here to refine pills and cultivate. Once refined, these pills will surely benefit you both. Shortly after, the three of them entered a room together.
Long Yuan looked worried and turned to Fong Han.
What do we do?
Those people will find us soon, and they won't let us go. The male lead reassured him, I have a plan.
Once the herbs arrive, we'll hide inside the king cauldron and cultivate our divine abilities in advance.
Suddenly, the door opened, and a brown-haired youth entered, bowing respectfully. Senior brother, senior sister, the alchemy chamber is ready. The herbs have been delivered to the new room.
Please follow us. Moments later, the three followed him to another room.
The male lead greeted the person before him, friend, hi, you're quick. If you wish to trade with me, I do have some spiritual energy on me.
Do you have anything that could enhance my cultivation?
The man opposite him raised his hand, a surge of powerful true energy gathering in his palm.
Your spiritual energy is abundant, Daoist. You're likely cultivating one of the 8 great divine abilities of the martial transformation sect, Heavenly Eye Technique, right?
I have a piece of divine eye wood here that can help boost your cultivation.
I found it by chance at sea. Would you like to try it?
As he spoke, he offered the divine eye wood. The male lead reached out to take it, but the moment he touched it, Fong Han's arm suddenly felt heavy. Seeing that the male lead could still hold the wood steady without dropping it, the man chuckled.
Your physique is truly remarkable. His spiritual power is immense. Fong Han gripped the wood tightly, examined it carefully, and asked, what kind of tree is this?
I've never seen it before, nor can I extract any spiritual energy or truth from it.
He silently estimated that this tree must weigh between 2,000 to 2,500 kilograms. These creatures of the mountains and seas shouldn't be underestimated. Hearing the protagonist's question,
the man broke into a cold sweat, scratching his head.
To be honest, I'm not sure either.
At this point, his expression turned serious. After refining this object many times, neither true fire nor water could melt it.
Even sharp blades couldn't leave a scratch.
The heavenly secret art of the martial transformation sect specializes in absorbing the essence of all wood. That's why I gifted this treasure to someone who appreciates it, like my senior brother.
The protagonist couldn't help but sneer inwardly.
This is clearly useless junk. He couldn't use it, so he tried to trade it with me, calling it a rare treasure from heaven and earth. Hearing this, the man dropped the act and revealed his greed. 30 spiritual weapons, and I'll hand over this rare treasure to you right away. Seeing Fong Han show no reaction, he reluctantly lowered his price.
20 would work too.
Then, Fong Han raised his hand to his chin and thought.
This treasure is a divine artifact. Even my grand vision art can't fuse with it. If I could unravel its mysteries, I might reach the realm of immortality.
After a moment of hesitation, he put on a calculated expression and said casually,
why don't you two give it to someone who truly values it? You might even trade it for a divine weapon.
Hearing this, the man sighed deeply, disappointed the deal fell through.
Why toy with me?
I just took in a few disciples and have no spiritual weapons to reward them. With that, his eyes filled with sadness. The vast sea makes flying impossible, leaving us vulnerable. At this, the old man winked suggestively. Rock bottom price, just 15 flying swords. Hearing such a steep discount, Fong Han took out 15 flying swords.
In that case, I'll help you out.
I just killed the master of Desperation Isle and got some flying swords, but I don't need this gift for the divine eye. The man froze for a moment before shoving the wooden piece into the protagonist's hand and shouting, no. At this point, Fong Han could only smile wryly.
Since Brother Fong is gifting it, I can't refuse. Then let's call it a loan. Brother Hai, could you lend me this place to cultivate?
A moment later, in another room, the protagonist and Sister Long were together.
He picked up the wooden piece and asked curiously, do you know what this wood is?
Sister Long took the piece and stared at it intently. After a while, she shook her head and handed it back. It might be an ancient fossil, but it has no spiritual energy.
Useless for cultivation. Frowning, Sister Long asked, "You were too generous."
Giving 15 flying swords to the sect could have traded for many pills. The protagonist tucked the wood back into his robe and sighed.
Forget it. This might be useful at sea. Making connections now could benefit us later.
With that, Fang Han placed the wooden piece into the Yellow Springs map and handed it to King Yen for verification. Seeing this, Ling Yan pondered for a moment before speaking.
This piece of wood is truly peculiar, even the Yellow Springs holy water can't penetrate it.
Just then, the Yellow Springs River suddenly churned into a vortex, swallowing the wood whole. In the distance, Ling Yan raised his hand to manipulate the river, while Fanzun refused to believe anything could resist the Yellow Springs holy water. Fang Han, your Imperialite True Chi Green Emperor's Imperialite technique can absorb the ocular essence of all things in heaven and earth. Hearing the reminder, the protagonist immediately channeled his true chi and struck the wood below. Moments later, the wood began to writhe, startling Yen into widening his eyes. After a while, he suddenly burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha. I understand now. Fanzun realized it too. Who would have thought the legend was real? After listening, Fang Han was utterly confused. What in the world is this thing? Ling Yan began to explain. This is the Jian wood, also known as the World Tree.
Hearing this, the protagonist stared curiously at the wood before him.
The World Tree? It's just a fragment. What use could it possibly have?
Ling Yan narrowed his eyes and shook his head gently.
I don't know either.
If you can absorb its ocular essence, your Green Emperor's Imperialite technique will reach unprecedented heights.
But even if it truly is the World Tree, with our current strength, we can't refine it at all.
As he spoke, Fang Han's body erupted with a surge of energy, and his spirit also stirred in response. In an instant, the three of them were enveloped by the divine energy formation of the royal court.
Fang Han pondered to himself. No matter what, this is still the Hall of Mystic Abyss.
Even in a hidden chamber, cultivation here would surely be noticed by those with ill intent.
That's why activating the Great Formation to conceal our presence is essential.
With that in mind, his palm emanated waves of spiritual energy as he moved to control them. In an instant, the herbs in the two bottles were drawn out and absorbed by Fang Han's body. In a flash, he raised his hands and shouted, "5 Prison King Cauldron. Appear!" Spiritual energy surged around the cauldron as Shienner raised her hand to form a seal in the air. Then, she waved her hand, and rippling waves appeared on the ceiling, enveloping Shienner's body in the illusion of 10,000 waters and immortal mountains. Shaolin, standing outside, called out, "Master, Fang Shaolin is here to guard you." In the blink of an eye, the male lead and Shienner entered the cauldron. And he immediately roared, "Pill refining formation." To temper his spirit, a ring of true fire appeared around Fang Han's feet. Ordinary cauldrons only have true fire, and its excessive heat would damage some of the medicinal properties. The brilliance of the 5 Prison King Cauldron lies in its ability to completely pulverize all the herbs before him, helping refine the purest medicinal essence. And at a much faster speed. At that moment, the male lead's clothes were completely torn away, revealing his strong and fair physique. Fang Han leaned back as streams of medicinal essence poured into his body, forcing a roar from his throat. Suddenly, Fang Han's eyes snapped open as he looked downward. What met his gaze were the deepest secrets of the earth below soil. With the central earth energy nurturing, containing water sources, and fostering the 5 metals while concealing flames and lava. The earth embraces all things. Plants and trees should grow within the soil to cultivate the Yama golden body, which in turn provides primal energy for the imperial true chi. At this, Fang Han shouted, "How could these two forces clash when combined to elevate each other?" Just then, layers of true energy swirled around Fang Han's body, aiding his comprehension of the earth treasury's true meaning. From now on, the imperial true chi will nourish his body, while the Yama golden body supplies energy to the imperial true chi, creating a perfect balance. The male lead clenched his fists, veins bulging as his eyes widened. This was purely the power of his physical body, not the might of his true energy. A single punch could rival a flying sword capable of severing all things. With that, he suddenly thrust his fist forward. A powerful vortex formed around his fist. And Fang Han stared intently at his hand. But to truly halt the cultivation of his defensive energy, he would need to elevate his spiritual state another level. At that moment, Long Yuan closed his eyes and suddenly clapped his hands together. Then, a ring of spiritual energy appeared, spinning and rising upward. Long Yuan's eyes widened as he let out a soundless scream. After a while, a satisfied smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Fang Han watched the performance before him in amazement. His eyes were locked on the surges of spiritual energy flowing from her body. Of course, Long Yuan had also cultivated to great heights by now. Seeing such a pleasing sight, the male lead finally spoke up.
After we deactivate the Great Formation, we will battle the disciples of the Supreme Unity Sect. I have a new spell, want to try it? Hearing this, Long Yuan grew intensely curious. What kind of thing? Fang Han left smugly ahead of time, practically begging to be punched. Meanwhile, in another room, three men were staring intently at a mirror, observing the male lead and his group. The man with the thin mustache watched with rapt attention. After a while, he shook his head helplessly and chuckled. No wonder they're from the martial transformation sect. Their aura is so dense I can't tell what they're cultivating. That piece of wood, I still don't know if it's any good. He smirked wickedly and turned to the side. Go inform the three elders of the Supreme Unity Sect that you found disciples of the martial transformation sect. They'll surely reward you for it. Moments later, the male lead and his group of three, along with two beautiful women, released a powerful surge of spiritual energy and soared straight toward the sea. Suddenly, Fang Han glanced back and was shocked. A massive wave of spiritual energy was rapidly closing in. In an instant, three disciples of the Supreme Unity Sect appeared before them. The demonic-looking man's eyes were pitch black as he glanced backward. Fang Han bit her lip, glaring straight ahead. The demonic man then released a dense, oppressive killing intent and spoke. Stop right there. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Hand over the 5-prison cauldron and surrender. I'll let you keep some dignity. I'll just take you back to the martial transformation sect for Hua Tiandu to deal with. If you resist, I'll strip you of your powers and turn you into mortals. Wu Fan raised his hand, and a surge of overwhelming spiritual energy burst forth. He roared, the techniques of the martial transformation sect are no match for the orthodox methods of the Supreme Unity Sect. Your cultivation levels are no better than ours. I can shatter any of your treasures or spells with one hand. Go ahead, try using your demonic artifact if you don't believe me. Hearing this, Fang Han couldn't hold back her fury and shouted. The Supreme Unity Sect is powerful. But don't forget my senior sister, Fang Chingshuette, is also fighting Hua Tiandu. If you keep acting so unreasonable, she'll make you pay for it. The demonic man burst into laughter. What's Fang Chingshuette to me? Consorting with demonic cultivators, she's nothing but filth. The moment he finished speaking, an immense surge of spiritual power erupted behind him. Ying Tianqing then called out loudly, what now? With that, he looked downward with a grim expression. His sudden appearance left Nanzhang flustered and panicked. Ying Tianqing's eyes turned bloodshot as the spiritual energy around him surged violently. The Heavenly Unity Sect's tone was indeed arrogant beyond measure. Witnessing this scene, cold sweat beaded on Nanzhang's forehead as he thought to himself, this demonic power is truly terrifying. At that moment, he looked down at the three disciples of the Heavenly Unity Sect and spoke arrogantly. If cultivators clad in the robes of heaven and earth defy your merit system, their very essence will be destroyed. Yao Dian looked up and smirked at Ying Tianqing. The Heavenly Unity Sect has always been at odds with demonic paths. How could we ever collude with Xian Gue? We spared one Gue Immortal Island's reputation, but now that we've left the Sea Market's territory, it's time to slay demons and eliminate evil. Come here, your head is worth 300 million merits, plus a Taoist treasure. Fang Han remembered him and gazed ahead, deep in thought. Though they saw Ying Tianqing's cultivation was higher than theirs, they remained utterly unfazed. So, what exactly gives them such confidence? Upon hearing this, Tianjing smirked slightly and let out a soft chuckle. You've shown disrespect to Fang Chingshuette. I intended to punish you by severing one of your arms to feed my demon god. But since you insist on slaying demons, I'll extract your souls instead, condemning you to eternal suffering. Yudian immediately raised his hand to form a seal and summon. Before them appeared a ferocious celestial master, its fangs sharp. As Ying Tianqing calmly observed the scene, the starlight of the wind demon lifespan reducing pill. Though the demonic sect's secret elixir, Tai, contains potent energy and ferocity, it can temporarily boost one's power tenfold. However, using it costs at least a century of lifespan. It seems you're truly prepared. The three Heavenly Unity Sect disciples simultaneously raised their hands to form seals and shouted. Killing you will earn enough merits from Wan Chang to compensate for the lost lifespan, and our cultivation will greatly advance. A single wind demon lifespan reducing pill takes a decade to refine. Demon Wolf, are you really going to make us waste such a divine elixir? Jie Jushuan could close his eyes now. With that, he commanded the Celestial Master to attack Fang Han. Nanzhang quickly raised his hand to form a seal and shouted, this is bad. Hurry, get into the King Cauldron. The three immediately dove into the alchemical furnace as Nanzhang hastily reassured them. Focus your minds and sit down. Guard your spiritual paths to prevent collapse. Just then, the Celestial Master's fangs lunged at the cauldron. Nanzhang clapped his hands together and activated the void-seizing formation. The void-seizing formation had failed. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't escape, as if frozen in the chi barrier. With that in mind, he raised his hand and unleashed the 5 fire divine thunder.
The celestial master's mouth then spewed a swirling vortex.
Yet the cauldron still couldn't break free.
At this point, Fang Han widened his eyes and channeled a surge of imperial true qi.
But the celestial master's demonic fangs suddenly clamped onto the flames surrounding Nanjiang. Fang Han's eyes widened in shock.
Afterward, he slumped down, clutching his head in agony with a pained expression.
At this moment, pale as a ghost, he muttered under his breath, "Yan, what should we do now?"
Just then, as Ling Yan appeared, he transformed into a blade vein and withdrew, maintaining strict defense without attacking, quietly observing the outcome of their battle.
With that, Yan unleashed his yet-to-awaken Imperial Selection Qi and Fox Immortal Art,
instantly enveloping the celestial masters in a storm of demonic energy. After a while, though Shaolin and Long Yuan remained alert, both were drenched in sweat. Even Ling Yan appeared exhausted, panting heavily. "My true qi is nearly depleted.
I can't hold on much longer. Stay focused and wait. Remember, if an opportunity arises, break out immediately."
The protagonist listened intently and responded decisively.
"Alright."
Xiaoyu looked up at the alchemy furnace for a long moment before turning to Yao Dian beside him.
"My qi seems to be tainted. It's difficult to refine the 5 prisons king cauldron at the moment." Yao Dian smirked in response.
"If this keeps up, we won't last much longer.
Let's focus our strength and take out the demonic wolf first." At that moment, all attacks from the Tai sect were absorbed by Ying Tianqing's bone relic.
He then glanced at his opponents.
"Burning a century of lifespan, will that be enough to kill me?"
As soon as he spoke, he raised his hand to form a seal, summoning a barrier of demonic energy around him. In an instant, the primordial bone divine technique struck the 3 Tai sect disciples.
Yao Jian and the others then unleashed the golden star wheel.
Meanwhile, Xiaoyu and Wu Fan both raised their hands to form seals. Xiaoyu's 6 qi soul-destroying daggers appeared, while Wu Fan unleashed his wind twin technique. In a flash, their combined attacks shattered the bone divine technique as they charged toward Ying Tianqing. In the blink of an eye, he raised his hand to form a seal, unleashing the great ice annihilation technique.
In an instant, the trio's magical treasures were all neutralized.
The celestial master's figure gradually faded, vanishing into the void,
leaving Yao Dian stunned and speechless. "Great ice annihilation technique? You've mastered the great ice annihilation technique?" Cold sweat dripped down Xiaoyu's back as he quickly retreated. "This demon is unstoppable."
Seizing the moment, the protagonist immediately activated the void-seizing formation. The alchemy furnace released a surge of powerful magic before flying off in another direction. Only then did Fang Han let out a sigh of relief, wiping his brow as he muttered softly,
"Yan, what kind of demonic art is the great ice annihilation technique? It shattered our magical treasures in a single strike."
Ling Yan crossed his arms and explained,
"It's an extremely advanced demonic sect technique, notoriously difficult to master.
Once perfected, it can instantly neutralize all heavenly qi techniques. Legend says this was an ancient demon god's technique, used to crush the void and destroy boundless divine powers. If cultivated to its highest level, it can destroy spacetime and reshape the elements earth, water, fire, and wind."
Ying Tianqing is still far from that stage.
As for Ying Tianqing and the 3 from the Supreme Unity sect, they simultaneously unleashed bolts of lightning forward. Sheltered within his barrier, Ying Tianqing quickly formed a hand seal, summoning a massive vortex of ice and snow to counter the lightning. A massive explosion erupted in the sky, and seeing this, the 3 immediately released their energy to retreat.
Ying Tianqing couldn't help but sneer.
Next, he raised his hand and unleashed the great ice annihilation technique, leaving the 3 with their spiritual energy drained before they could react. They lost their balance and plummeted, when suddenly a talisman fell from Yao Dian's pocket. Instantly, a surge of powerful energy erupted from their bodies, allowing them to vanish from Ying Tianqing's sight in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, his mouth fell open slightly.
It was a resurrection talisman.
The Supreme Unity sect truly has some tricks up their sleeve, but this talisman drains one's lifespan. They must have used the Wind Demon lifespan reducing pill, and were struck by several of my great ice annihilation techniques.
Even if they escaped, they're as good as ruined.
Such small fry aren't worth my time to hunt down."
With that, the figure erupted with demonic energy and shot into the sky. Moments later,
the 3 from the Supreme Unity sect landed on a small island in the middle of the sea.
Xiaoyu looked at Yao Dian, who was coughing up blood, and shouted in panic, "That demonic wolf didn't follow us, did he?" Yao Dian sat on a nearby rock and took out the heavenly decree. Using his blood to write, "We were heavily wounded by the demonic wolf. Supreme Unity sect disciples, assemble at sea to encircle and eliminate the demonic wolf." Hearing this, Wu Fan took out his own heavenly decree and bit his finger.
Then, he used his blood to write on it, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Why not gather more forces to hunt down those 3 from the martial transformation sect?
Yao Dian interrupted, "No need. This is a matter of pride. With that, he gritted his teeth and said, we encountered Ng Tianqing.
He ambushed us, and we were caught off guard, suffering severe injuries. As he spoke, he twisted his lips into a grim smile.
As for those three, we'll settle the score with them once we recover. Those people are tainted with demonic energy.
If they're allowed to live, they'll eventually harm the mortal world. Killing them would be a great deed. Suddenly, the heavenly decree burst into flames, and a surge of spiritual energy enveloped the three.
Wu Fun immediately spoke up.
By the mandate of heaven, the Supreme Unity Decree, disciples Wu Fun, Yao Dian, and Xia Yu were ambushed by the demonic wolf with the great ice annihilation technique on the sea. Gravely wounded and on the brink of death, all disciples of the Supreme Unity sect are to assemble and eliminate the demonic wolf upon receiving this decree. Wu Fun clutched his chest in anger and cursed, that wretched Han Fong made me use the heavenly decree again.
He took out a pill and swallowed it. How could I let them live in such a miserable state? I won't swallow this humiliation. Yao Dian furrowed his brow and clenched his fist.
Yes, a disciple of the Supreme Unity sect can only use the heavenly decree once in their lifetime.
It should never be used lightly unless it's a matter of life and death. Xia Yu frowned and looked at the other two, saying, it's fine. Now that the decree is sent, we're much safer. Perhaps help will arrive soon. Get lost, you demonic wolves.
Even if those three beasts from the martial transformation sect died 100 times, it wouldn't make up for what they've done. Suddenly, a familiar figure interrupted him.
What's this? You want me to die 100 times over? Hearing this voice, Yao Dian immediately turned around, shocked to see the protagonist. He shouted, how did you follow us? Fong Han stepped closer. You call me demonic? Then it's not strange I'd know the demon sect's tracking techniques.
He stopped in front of them.
I'm just curious. How could you possibly kill me 100 times when you're already at the end of your rope?
Wu Fun was furious, pointing at him and shouting, if you dare lay a hand on us, you'll face eternal damnation.
Betray the immortal path for all eternity?
The protagonist coldly replied to his rambling. If you don't act, you'll make me suffer a fate worse than death.
Fong Han's eyes darkened like ink. Should I just wait to die obediently?
He stepped forward, murderous intent radiating from him.
After all, the arson and killings were done by the demonic wolves. What does it have to do with me?
And I should thank you for not mentioning my name in the decree.
Those painful and humiliating memories resurface. He thought to himself. Without strength, there's no dignity, no justice.
Lives are worth less than weeds, even less than ants. Suddenly, Yu Dian unleashed his spiritual power, charging at the protagonist. But before he could strike, he roared. How dare you! Yet before he could act, the three were sent flying by Fong Han's cyclone. Immediately after, they were all severely injured, coughing up blood.
The protagonist stepped forward and took out the scroll of the Imperial Selection Map. He absorbed the three into it. After a moment, Fong Han put away the map, pondering. Only I know about this. Heaven knows, earth knows.
Then, with a powerful stomp, the protagonist shot forward. Soon after, he dove into the depths of the sea. A faint smirk on his lips as he thought. If this really triggers a great demonic war, anyone who uncovers even a hint of the truth must be eliminated at all costs.
After a while, deep beneath the sea, Long Yuan inside the king's cauldron asked as soon as he saw Fong Han, what were you doing just now? The protagonist casually made up an excuse. Nothing. Just wanted to see how their fight was going.
But I was afraid of being discovered, so I came back immediately.
Fong Han landed below, adding, Yao Dian and the others weren't a match for the demonic wolves. They were likely killed. Hearing this, Long Yuan couldn't believe it.
Even if the demonic wolves were crippled, the three of them shouldn't have been able to kill them. After all, they were direct disciples of Tai Yi. Unless you're trying to provoke a war with the Heavenly Harmony sect. With that, Long Yuan reached out and grabbed something, her expression filled with worry. We must be careful, the three demon emperors won't let us off easily. Seeing how much she trusted his words, the male lead could only give a bitter smile.
I see. Once we find a few ancient treasures in the ruins of Return, we won't have to fear them anymore.
As soon as he finished speaking, he turned away with a hidden smirk.
Now we can probably leave.
But then he put on an awkward expression and glanced at Long Yuan.
Now we've got the King Cauldron for protection too.
You've cultivated true qi now, the danger has increased significantly. Hearing Fong Han say this, she didn't doubt him at all. My true qi has just successfully condensed. The two only needed to absorb water vapor from the sea to cultivate and recover.
Long Yuan didn't ask further, and the male lead gave a light chuckle. Alright, you should cultivate first. Once her figure disappeared behind the door, he finally sat down gently and entered the Yellow Springs diagram. At that moment, Ling Yan looked at the three from the Supreme Unity sect and complained, "Kid, isn't the Supreme Unity sect supposed to be a major power with countless direct disciples? And this is all they sent?" Fang Han walked over to inspect the treasures on the three. "That's right. They're so badly damaged. The Grand Formation can't restore the parts destroyed by the Great Ice Annihilation technique. We'll have to spend some effort to temporarily stabilize Tula's condition."
As he spoke, he picked up a few peculiar bottles, staring at them intently. Ling Yan suddenly let out an excited shout.
100 treasures pouch.
The space opened instantly, and the male lead closed his eyes to enter it.
Moments later, a pitch-black space appeared before him. Fang Han looked around and said, "This space isn't exactly large."
Ling Yan spotted two gourd-shaped bottles in the distance and exclaimed, "It's 6 yang pure water and Yuan pills. 6 yang pure water can condense true qi and enhance spiritual power. It's not pure yang water, so it's ineffective for immortals in the longevity realm, but it'll be incredibly useful for you in Long Yuan.
It can also be infused with fragments of the world tree. The Yuan pill is a top-tier human-grade elixir.
If my true self had taken it before, the recovery speed would have been faster than taking blood pills or emerald fall pills, but now it's useless to me." Hearing this, Fang Han felt deeply puzzled.
In all the worlds, there's no such detail, only the elixir formulas.
After listening, Ling Yan added, "The properties of the ingredients and the refining methods.
Elixirs are divided into 5 ranks: human, spirit, earth, heaven, and immortal.
Each rank is further divided into 4 grades: low, mid, high, and
top grade. The 9 Revolutions Golden Pill and the Yin Yang Longevity Pill are both heaven-grade elixirs. Extremely precious. Refining one takes 100 years.
The Supreme Unity sect's Demon Sealing Longevity Reducing Pill is a top-grade earth-grade elixir.
They probably don't have a second one."
At this moment, Fang Han held the cultivation manual of the Heavenly Master's great art. He stared at it intently but could only sigh in helplessness.
"But now I can't cultivate." Ling Yan glanced to the side and said, "Even now, you still can't fuse or absorb them. But you can refine them into an external avatar.
These 3 lion heads are their life-bound treasures, forged from their own star essence. Each one possesses the vitality of 2,000 warhorses, part of the secret dual heart technique passed down among Tai sect disciples. Once you reach the heavenly mortal realm, you can refine the heavenly masters into a true form and transfer life into them.
They're yours now."
Nanjang heard external avatar and raised his hand in thought. Seeing this, Ling Yan smirked slightly.
"First, cleanse them with Yellow Springs holy water. Then Zun will teach you the fragment technique.
This isn't a divine ability but a method combining spirit and the dual heart technique. You can cultivate it." Upon hearing this, Fang Han immediately emerged from his storage pouch, and Ling Yan proceeded to teach Nanjang the fragment technique. The heavenly master plunged into the Yellow Springs River, and magical circles instantly appeared on the water's surface. Soon, several fierce heavenly masters appeared, and Fang Han swiftly cast the fragment technique before him.
The heavenly masters were tightly bound by Nanjang's spiritual ropes.
Then, they dissolved into white spiritual energy, swirling around Fang Han. His body began absorbing the spiritual energy from the 3 heavenly masters.
Nanjang clenched his fists, successfully completing the external avatar.
Afterward, he looked down at the markings on his abdomen, lost in thought.
These 3 patterns are equivalent to 3 Vitality Realm experts. Easier to control than Tula, though not as freely usable. Suddenly, Ling Yan placed a hand on Nanjang's shoulder, snapping him out of his thoughts. "Don't forget that piece of the world tree. Even the Yellow Flame Emperor couldn't accomplish what you're about to do. If you can make it bloom, its wood essence will be the perfect nourishment for your Wood Emperor technique." Having reached the heavenly mortal realm, Fang Han regained his confidence upon hearing these words. "You're right. Strengthening myself is what matters most. I must hurry."
With that, Nanjang picked up the gourd bottle, his gaze fixed intently on the wood fragment.
Both their faces lit up with excitement as the fragment emanated spiritual energy.
At the same time, a small sapling sprouted from its tip, and the fragment radiated energy in all directions.
Fang Han was enveloped in a dense vortex of magical power, growing stronger by the moment. "This is the world tree's spiritual energy, enough to elevate my Wood Emperor technique to unprecedented heights. Refining vitality essence will be a trivial matter now."
Just then, a sudden surge of power struck the small island from earlier. A man looked around and said, "According to the Heavenly Tao Talisman's guidance, a disciple of the martial path sent a distress signal from this island.
Why can't I see him anywhere?"
This top-knot-wearing man is a direct disciple of the Supreme Unity sect, True Master Cho Chun,
possessing the cultivation of the heavenly immortal realm.
A red-haired man nearby also spoke up, saying it shouldn't be anything serious.
Not even the demon wolf would dare harm a direct disciple of the Supreme Unity sect.
But this demon wolf's days are numbered. A group from the Supreme Unity sect shouted in unison, "True Master De Fong."
True Master Kenli, True Master Lu Ming, have you all come? The 7 sons of the Yin River, receive the decree. Supreme Unity Sect disciples, receive the decree. Ching Yi appeared in the crowd and turned to Yin Antian, whispering, "The Supreme Unity Sect is truly formidable." In just a moment, 6 heavenly immortal realm true masters have arrived. 30 to 40 direct disciples, and even their outer sect disciples are all highly skilled. Yi Nantian gazed ahead after hearing this, nodding in agreement. The Supreme Unity Sect's golden core elixir is a precious resource. We must win them over. If we can use it regularly, we'll step into the mystic arts realm in less than 3 years. Suddenly, a blue-haired man looked up to the sky and shouted, "Eldest senior brother. We, the disciples of the Supreme Unity Sect, have come to welcome you." Hearing this, Ching Yi curiously looked up, as an overwhelming surge of spiritual power descended from the heavens. In the sky appeared several spectral women playing flutes, alongside spectral men holding banners. Then, a golden dragon pulled a palanquin carrying someone, and the crowd below erupted in cheers. Welcoming the eldest senior brother, Ching Yi was stunned by the sight, 4-clawed golden dragons and ancient serpentine beasts pulling a carriage for someone. Hearing this, Nantian quickly interrupted her, whispering, "These are the great mystics among the direct disciples. Each of them has been granted the character 1 in their names. They've all cultivated golden core seeds, heavenly manifestations, or even defied fate itself. In the upcoming Grand Immortal Assembly, they will be senior brother Hua Tiandu's main rivals." At that moment, a golden-haired man stepped down from the palanquin. He spoke softly, "No need to search. 3 of our junior brothers have encountered danger. I sensed the dense mineral and killing intent on the desolate island, they left these traces." The green-haired man shouted in fury, "What? The demon wolf dared to harm a disciple of the Supreme Unity Sect." The man coldly gazed ahead. "First, we must capture the demon wolf and question him. If he truly killed 3 of our sect's disciples, he won't escape death. Even his father, the demon sovereign Ing Tianxian, won't be able to save him." A faint smirk curled his lips as he added, "But what if someone else framed him? Then we must thoroughly investigate and uncover the truth." With that, he boarded the palanquin and departed with the others. From the 9 heavens, a voice filled with authority shook the void, carrying an unbreakable command: "Immediately notify all sects. Issue the Heavenly Tao's bounty decree to hunt down the demon wolf Ing Tianqing, who will return to the sect to discuss with the senior brothers and elders. If the primordial demonic sect doesn't give us an explanation, our Supreme Unity Sect will ensure the destruction of all demonic sects." The moment the order was given, the members of the Supreme Unity Sect responded in unison with a deafening roar. Almost simultaneously, Kuang Yuan and Chang Chun immediately raised their hands, loudly issuing commands. The disciples sent out the Heavenly Tao Pursuit Order, spreading it to all sects, rogue cultivators, and the 9 Tao gates. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone quickly evacuated the island, signaling the beginning of a bloody battle between immortals and demons. Meanwhile, in another part of the Imperial selection map, Fang Han cautiously reached out toward the strange piece of wood. Suddenly, a terrifying sensation struck him, making his whole body shudder. He cried out in alarm, something was wrong. An invisible force from the wood began frantically draining his inner energy, making it seem no different from a demonic entity. Sensing danger, the protagonist quickly shut his eyes, cold sweat dripping, and immediately activated his technique to forcibly sever the connection. Fang Han's inner energy was instantly cut off. He gritted his teeth in frustration, looking at his hand. The loss of energy would take at least a month of cultivation to recover. With the 10-year pact with Hua Tiandu only a year in, he was on the verge of mastering his overflowing qi. But this setback had cost him dearly this month. Seeing Fang Han's dejected expression, Ling Yan smiled reassuringly beside him. "Don't lose heart. This is a good thing, I knew this would happen." As he spoke, he recalled the past and quickly explained, "I once used Yellow Spring's holy water to cleanse its eons of filth. Only 6 suns holy water can revive its life force. And if you nourish it daily with a strand of imperial qi, it will gradually unlock its potential and eventually grow into a sapling. It will naturally absorb the energy of the immortal realm from the void, and eventually merge with your laws. Your strength will reach unprecedented heights. As it grows under your inner energy, you will possess the first divine tree since ancient times. Once it fully matures, not even the Imperial Proclamation map will compare to it. Defeating Hua Tiandu then will be effortless. And in the future, you may even use it to achieve the Great Tao." After hearing this, Fang Han stared intently at the inner energy in his hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "I understand. From now on, I'll infuse it with a strand of imperial qi every day." What emperor qi? But due to his full focus on nurturing the world tree, his cultivation progress had stalled. However, this was also a good thing. While his progress had temporarily halted, the protagonist could now grasp the essence of wood. Otherwise, even if he broke through to overflowing qi, it would be fleeting. As for the five-eyed king cauldron, Fang Han had secretly entrusted it to Fang Xiaolin for safekeeping. 3,000 life-extending golden cores and 3 gourds of nascent soul pills would be enough for them to use for 3 to 5 years, rapidly boosting their power. As spring turned to summer, a month later, Fang Han looked at. Arriving at these small islands on the sea, I can't help but feel delighted. The desolate island is filled with countless rare plants and trees, brimming with spiritual energy. I absorb them to nourish the world tree. The moment this thought crossed his mind, the male lead's eyes suddenly lit up as he spotted something precious. He shouted, "Golden iron sandalwood," and immediately stepped onto the island. Before him stood a towering ancient tree radiating spiritual energy. He mused to himself that this golden iron sandalwood was nearly 2,000 years old, perfect for refining some of its essence to enhance his cultivation. No sooner had he spoken than Fang Han channeled a surge of true energy. Instantly, fragments of the tree were drawn into a vortex and flew toward him. However, unexpectedly, 2 figures suddenly emerged from the nearby bushes. A purple-haired man bellowed angrily, his tone rude and aggressive. "How dare you cause trouble on the 49 islands surrounding the Thunder Emperor's residence and destroy my golden iron sandalwood? If you're a disciple of a righteous sect, we can discuss this, but if you're from the demonic path, don't blame us for being harsh." Fang Han sized up the 2 before him, pondering for a moment. They hadn't even reached the mystic arts realm yet. As for this so-called Thunder Emperor, no such person exists. With that thought, the male lead spoke up, "Thunder Emperor? I've never heard of such a cultivator. I only know of the 7 demon emperors of the devil sect, but you two don't seem like demonic cultivators either." The woman standing beside him responded, "The Thunder Emperor is a divine being from the heavenly realm. Born in ancient times, they ascended to the immortal realm long ago. The current master of the Thunder Emperor's abode is none other than the reincarnation of the Earth Mother, who, after obtaining the Thunder Emperor's decree, established 49 islands." Her words made Fang Han pause for a moment, thinking to himself, the reincarnation of the Earth Mother? Suddenly, a golden light flashed in Fang Han's eyes as another thought crossed his mind. Wait, the techniques these two cultivate belong to the martial transformation sect. The dragon-shaped flying tiger step, the flying spirit flexible bone art, and the spirit mindwood. By this time, the purple-haired man had lost his patience and shouted, "Speak! Who are you? Or we will activate the abode decree, and no matter how profound your cultivation, you won't withstand the combined assault of our Thunder Emperor's abode." Don't get the wrong idea. Fang Han released a dense aura of spiritual power, enveloping the surroundings. What Thunder Emperor's decree? Earth Mother's reincarnation? I ask you, why do your techniques belong to the martial transformation sect? Under Fang Han's overwhelming pressure, the woman struggled for a moment before answering. Our abode master now cultivates divine abilities and serves the martial transformation sect. As an inner disciple of the martial transformation sect, she paled, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Once her divine abilities reach perfection, she will return to rebuild the Thunder Emperor's abode and stand among the world's 10 great sects. At this, Fang Han's mind immediately conjured the image of Chingshuette. He mused to himself, an inner disciple of the martial transformation sect, cultivating divine abilities related to thunder. Who else could it be but Fang Chingshuette? This thought made the protagonist frown as he stared at the two before him. Who is your abode master? When no one answered, Fang Han quickly added, I am Fang Han, an inner disciple of the martial transformation sect, cultivating the heavenly eye technique. Don't even think about deceiving me. Hearing this, the purple-haired man was taken aback. You're also an inner disciple of the martial transformation sect? The woman beside him immediately interjected, our abode master is Fang Chingshuette. If you're truly an inner disciple of the martial transformation sect, we would have heard of you. She continued, in the Gue Su, she obtained the ancient Thunder Emperor's talisman decree and learned she was the reincarnation of the Earth Mother. Now, with the support of the martial transformation sect, she has subdued rogue cultivators at sea and established the Thunder Emperor's abode. Her words left Fang Han stunned for a moment, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Sure enough, it was Fang Chingshuette. He never expected she had already built a foundation at sea and established an abode. Abandoning the path of cultivating both immortality and demonic arts, yet still earning the tolerance of the martial transformation sect's grandmaster and elders. At this, Fang Han raised his hand and produced an auxiliary manual for divine abilities. Take a look at this. Not only that, Fang Chingshuette is also my senior sister. I was once part of the Fang family from Longyuan province in the mortal world. Upon hearing this, the two immediately bowed their heads in respect. Senior uncle. We have offended you. Fang Han let out a long sigh and then took out several golden core pills. These were the vital core golden cores he had seized while cultivating at sea after slaying the Lord of Desperation Island. No sooner had he spoken than Nan Zhang placed them before the two, continuing. It's our first meeting, so I don't have much to offer. These few pills are for the two of you.
The two stared wide-eyed at the pills before them, unable to suppress their smiles.
Thank you, Uncle. Feng Han quickly asked the two, how many cultivators are there in the Thunder Emperor's cave of the 49 islands now, and who are the leaders?
Senior Sister Wang is in secluded cultivation in the small world of the martial transformation sect, and I'll be one of her assistants in the future.
Could the two of you take me to the Thunder Emperor's cave to see it for myself? The two exchanged glances and fell silent for a long moment.
After a while, the woman spoke. There are over 3,000 cultivators in our 49 islands, including 6 experts at the Divine Ability Realm and 6 envoys of the Thunder Emperor's cave.
May we report your arrival to them first, Uncle?
Upon hearing this, Feng Han reached into his robe and drew out a flying sword.
Thank you, Uncle. I'll go report right away.
The sight left the man beside her speechless, filled with regret. Shortly after, she returned with several strangers.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Uncle. Upon seeing Feng Han, the blue-haired man bowed deeply. Greetings, Uncle Feng.
I am Su Bei, the lightning envoy of the Thunder Emperor's cave.
I've long heard of your great name.
Before becoming an inner disciple, you traveled overseas. At this, the man's tone grew deeply respectful.
But due to the loosening seal of the water ancient cave, demonic surges have flooded in,
forcing them to use their powers to suppress them and preventing them from welcoming you in person. The black-haired man beside him added, the envoys have been ordered to invite you to the Thunder Emperor's cave, where fine wine and elixirs await.
Feng Han nodded slightly, musing to himself, the elixir assembly? Sounds quite grand. I assume you know Senior Sister Feng Xiang?
She's the 7th lightning envoy of the cave and occasionally sends messages here, so we've heard a bit about your deeds.
You mean the homebody who used to stay by Feng Chingshuette's side?
I never expected her to be hiding such depth. After a pause, Feng Han replied, of course. The strongest disciple of the Supreme Unity sect went to the Primordial Demon sect to demand someone, only to be injured by the Primordial Emperor and forced to flee in disgrace. The Supreme Unity sect seems intent on destroying the Primordial Demon sect, all because of the relationship between its leader and the Demon Wolf. The Thunder Emperor's cave dwelling has also been targeted by the Supreme Unity sect. Facing the protagonist, he remained expressionless, thinking to himself, have they really discovered things to this extent? Both sides were extremely arrogant, with no inclination to sit down and explain themselves. The moment they met, they clashed, and the situation grew increasingly deadlocked. He had truly provoked a war between the righteous and demonic factions.
He wondered who Feng Chingshuette would side with after her seclusion. Would it be the Demon Wolf or the Supreme Unity sect? Just then, 49 interconnected islands appeared ahead. And everyone descended onto them. Feng Han temporarily set aside his chaotic thoughts. No need to overthink it.
For now, he would rest here, gather some information, and see what Feng Chingshuette's overseas cave dwelling was like. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and lightning flashed. To everyone's shock, a massive vortex of demonic energy appeared on the sea, forcing Feng Han to retreat quickly. He thought to himself, this demonic energy is so powerful, it must be a heavenly demon. On the heavenly demon battlefield, he had never encountered such overwhelming demonic energy.
This was far stronger than the great Might Demon King.
After observing for a moment, the blue-haired man suddenly shouted, the ancient water heavenly demon king has broken free from his seal. From the vortex of demonic energy, heavenly demons with blood-red eyes emerged, ferociously lunging toward the islands below. Seeing this, Feng Han immediately unleashed his spiritual power, thinking, if this is Feng Chingshuette's foundation, I can't let the heavenly demons destroy it. If I retreat now, how could I face her in the future? With that thought, killing intent surged in Feng Han's eyes. Then, the dragon energy transformed into monstrous ghostly heads, lunging forward to devour the heavenly demons. Feng Han suddenly roared, this dragon energy only has the strength of 10 horses, less than half of mine. How dare it try to consume me? A man and a woman, witnessing this terrifying scene, were horrified. The heavenly demons had all been devoured. The male lead controlled the dragon energy, using the heavenly demons to refine pills through battle. In an instant, the essence of these heavenly demons was refined by the male lead, transforming into the celestial fall great pill in the blink of an eye. Feng Han's spiritual energy surged as he released multiple waves of dragon energy in all directions. The male lead furrowed his brow, pondering, though these heavenly demons are strong, my dragon energy's quality and techniques have already upgraded. With just over half his strength, he could defeat them. Ling Yan was overjoyed, clapping her hands. You're truly a genius. Multitasking like this, controlling over 300 strands of dragon energy at once. Even a master of the Qi realm can only focus on 80 or 90. Hearing this, Feng Han smirked, thinking to himself, this is the result of my cultivation. Lately, Yan, I've been feeling uneasy about our operations. These heavenly demons are far too adept at their schemes. Just then, 6 bolts of lightning struck down from the sky, landing on this island.
and 6 strangers appeared. One of them immediately shouted, "We are the Continental Lightning Envoys of the Thunder Emperor's abode." These heavenly demons broke the seal of the river. And among them is the lingering remnant of the ancient water heavenly demon. This demon is a master of demonic cultivation. Be extremely cautious of its demon core.
Upon hearing this, Fong Han immediately looked up at the dense vortex of demonic energy, pondering his next move.
A demon king refining a demon core is equivalent to the first stage of divine abilities, the golden core realm.
Its remnant is still among the heavenly demons, and it will surely target me.
I'm no match for it.
Lost in thought, Nanjang furrowed his brow, but he knew he couldn't retreat, otherwise, the 49 islands would be doomed. If this battle drags on, our spiritual power will eventually falter. His frustration made him clench his teeth. Then, Fong Han unleashed a surge of overwhelming energy, causing the sea to churn into towering waves. "If you won't show yourself, I'll force you out." Azura Sword, Demon Law Fiend, appear. In an instant, a legion of Azura soldiers materialized before him. Nanjang swiftly cast the heavenly dragon seizing sound, dispersing the thick demonic energy above. 2 heavenly demons emerged from the dissipating demonic mist. The one behind quickly spoke. "Great Demon King, our forces of 100,000 heavenly demons have suffered devastating losses. Though this man is only at the true Qi realm, his techniques are profound, and his Qi is of an unusual quality. I can't see through him. We barely escaped earlier. To fulfill our grand plan, we still need the 100,000 heavenly demons. Such heavy losses could be disastrous." The Demon King narrowed his eyes and looked down, asking, "Who is he?" The heavenly demon immediately replied, "Our spies have confirmed he is a direct disciple of the martial transformation sect, cultivating the heavenly eye art, my lord. Should we retreat?" The Demon King glared at Fong Han, his anger simmering. "Long ago, I was gravely wounded by the undying lightning seal of the demon wolf and Earth Mother's reincarnation, and my heavenly demon golden core was destroyed. This breach of the seal was meant to drown the 49 islands in blood for my nourishment, but now we've encountered this anomaly." With that, his spectral form lunged downward, roaring. He cultivates an ancient demonic art, the Yellow Emperor's Eye technique, ranked among the 5 Emperor Great Demon Arts. There's a secret within him. I will capture him myself, and use the soul-devouring magic to refine it. At that moment, Nanjang sensed something and turned back, only to find the Demon King's soul bind wrapping around his body. "You who cultivate the Yellow Emperor's Eye technique, reveal all your secrets." On the other side, Han Shifang was furious, releasing a surge of spiritual energy that sent his opponent's super soul flying. This was the Water Ancient Demon King. A relative of mine was once a master of refining the green demon pill, renowned in his time. I never expected him to resort to ambushes against a junior like me. By now, only wisps of white smoke lingered around Han Shifang. He listened intently to his surroundings, and footsteps suddenly echoed from behind. The Demon King immediately slashed with a crescent moonstrike, but Han Shifang swiftly dodged and countered with a surge of demonic energy. "As a heavenly demon, I only care about landing a fatal strike. Status or underhanded tactics are merely human concerns." With those words, the Demon King unleashed a devastating attack, triggering a massive explosion. Han Shifang swiftly channeled the Celestial Master's aura behind the smoke, and in an instant, the mark on his chest flared to life. The Celestial Master's aura surged forward, striking the Demon King and forcing him to take the full brunt of the attack. I didn't expect him to have cultivated the Celestial Master's aura from the Tai sect and to possess 3 heads at that. Han Shifang stood before the 3 ferocious Celestial Masters, letting out a low growl as his dark gaze swept forward. Celestial Masters, attack! In an instant, 2 of the Celestial Masters lunged to absorb the Demon King's demonic energy, while the third launched a direct assault only to be blocked by the Demon King's protective barrier. The protagonist immediately fired the Heavenly Eye Divine Needles, but the Demon King stood motionless within his shield. Then suddenly opened his eyes wide. In a flash, both the Celestial Masters and the Heavenly Eye Divine Needles were shattered by his demonic energy. His demonic energy then spread, engulfing the surroundings. Seeing this, Ling Yin shouted, "This isn't good." He's about to use the Great Iron Slash technique, the ultimate demonic art of the demon sect, on par with the Ice Annihilation technique. We can't let him land a hit, it would sever one's consciousness, trapping them in eternal torment. Hearing this, the protagonist was stunned. It was the Great Iron Slash technique again. Han Shifang quickly retreated, setting up the Celestial Master's reinforcement aura. In a split second, 3 massive barriers appeared before the protagonist. The Demon King raised his hand and unleashed the Great Battle Slash technique. The subsequent slash effortlessly shattered the aura barriers. Within his demonic shield, massive slashes continued to appear. Han Shifang was struck by the attack, spitting blood as his shield crumbled. The protagonist's body suddenly released a surge of spiritual power. Fortunately, he had preemptively infused some of his vital energy, preventing a complete severance of his spiritual flow. But the protagonist's losses were severe, his vital energy was damaged, and it would take 2 to 3 months to recover his cultivation. Suddenly, the protagonist saw the scene ahead, and his vision darkened. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The Demon King's eyes burned crimson, his entire body radiating an overwhelming demonic aura. Suppressing Fong Han's spirit. I'd like to see what other tricks you've got. Sensing the danger, the protagonist hastily shouted, 5 prison square court. In an instant, the square court surged up from the deep sea. And Long Yuan immediately yelled from within, Fong Han, get in here, quick. Seeing this, the protagonist dashed toward the alchemy furnace. While the Demon King left a deep mark on the square court's outer shell. Fong Han then sat into a magic recovery formation to restore his energy. As Long Yuan walked up to him from behind. I sensed your presence and immediately pushed the square court to its limits. What exactly happened? There are so many heavenly demons here. The ancient water heavenly demon broke its seal and led 100,000 heavenly demons in an assault. Good thing you arrived in time, or I'd have been shattered to pieces by now. After recovering some of his energy, Fong Han immediately stood up. Long Yuan, take control of the king's cauldron. I'm going out there to either kill him again or seal him away. If he recovers his energy, we're doomed. Ignoring Long Yuan's frantic calls, the protagonist flew out of the alchemy furnace. Seeing him emerge, the Dark Demon King seethed with rage, grinding his teeth. You may have the 5 prison king's cauldron protecting you, but don't think it'll save you from me. If I have to, I'll take you down with me. Hearing this, Fong Han immediately unleashed his yellow-eye true energy. Long Yuan watched the glowing aura around the protagonist, deep in thought, but saw nothing unusual. Fong Han, you absolutely cannot get hurt. Just then, the Demon King raised his hand, preparing to cast the heavenly demon self-destruction technique. But before he could, Ling Yan suddenly appeared. There's one thing in this world that can counter the heavenly demon self-destruction technique. As the heavenly demon king, you should know that, right? Enraged, the Demon King glared and roared, you're cheating. Then, he suddenly went berserk, casting one demonic technique after another. But his vision blurred as he stared at the hazy figure ahead. Only then did he panic, his body tightly bound by the yellow sun rope. Ling Yan, speaking from within Fong Han, said, if he hadn't used the great shattering technique and drained his energy, even the Basin Lord wouldn't have stood a chance. Once the Basin Lord extracts the method of cultivating his divine technique, refine him into a Dharma core to further boost your power. In the distance, Long Yuan's figure rapidly approached. The protagonist was about to ask Ling Yan something when Long Yuan interrupted. You defeated him that quickly? Are you okay? Are you hurt? Hearing this, the protagonist released his energy, I'm fine. Long Yuan's expression turned somber as he pondered. Though the heavenly demon king had once been sealed away, he had still reached the golden core realm and could make a comeback. Even in death, they don't stiffen up. If it were me, I'd have been crushed to death hundreds of times by now. Fong Han, challenging Hua Tiandu in 10 years might be out of the question for you now. Nan Zhang, puzzled by her silence, asked, what were you doing running out just now? Let's hurry back to the formation's core. She manipulated the village spirit formation to absorb the few lesser heavenly demons into it. Now we can use this 5 Hells King cauldron for pill refinement. After a while, Long Yuan, sitting atop the formation, spoke. Heavenly demons are the best material for pill refinement. My universal water chi can harmonize energy, balancing water and fire. With the 5 Hells King cauldron, we can even attempt to refine bamboo-based pills. Hearing Nan Zhang's question, Long Yuan explained. Bamboo-based pills are the best medicine in the martial transformation sect. Only heavenly transformation disciples are taught how to refine them. The main issue is how difficult they are to refine. If disciples spend too much effort on it, it would definitely hinder their cultivation. I only heard about it from my senior sister. After listening, Fong Han rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. It seems this is a human-grade premium pill. It's no surprise the martial transformation sect has such an excellent medicine. Long Yuan, confused, asked, human-grade premium? What does that mean? Only then did he realize Long Yuan didn't know these things and immediately began explaining carefully. Actually, spiritual pills are divided into 5 ranks: human, spirit, earth, heaven, and immortal. This knowledge made her eyes light up. I never knew pills had so many classifications. It's truly profound. I'll have to keep studying in the future. But I never expected the Yin Yang longevity pill to be a heaven-grade pill. No wonder it not only helped me break through to the mystic arts realm but also allowed me to condense chi rapidly. Fong Han waved his hands repeatedly. I gave you the Yin Yang longevity pill willingly. You don't need to feel burdened or keep thanking me for it. Long Yuan burst into laughter at this.
Then let's quickly absorb the heavenly demons and refine the bamboo-based pills. Exactly. Not a single one of these heavenly demons will escape. In an instant, the formations will release spiritual energy, drawing all the lesser heavenly demons into the cauldron. After a while, wisps of smoke rose from the king cauldron. Soon after, a group of lesser heavenly demons appeared, letting out piercing shrieks. A moment later, the cauldron released an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. Long Yuan couldn't help but be startled by the sight. The power was simply too immense. The previous formation couldn't handle it, but now it's starting to give way. Feng Han let out a soft "oh. I understand now." The five hells heavenly demon king refined this king cauldron to better control his heavenly demon army. The more heavenly demons the king cauldron absorbs, the greater its power. Many formations can be activated using heavenly demons. No sooner had the words been spoken than Ling Yan suddenly appeared, his skin charred black, laughing heartily. "Ha, just as I thought. To activate all the great formations within the king cauldron, one must at least survive the wind and fire tribulation, achieve the heavenly earth physique, and gain divine powers to make the 9 touches. But if you can absorb 8 million heavenly demons, they will become your servants and fully activate it. By then, even experts like the demon general would stand no chance against you." Feng Han looked back at his father with a puzzled expression, muttering to himself, 8 million heavenly demons? There are barely 100,000 heavenly demons here at most. Upon hearing this, Ling Yan flew into a rage and cursed, "Idiot! Anyone with even a slight passage to the ruins can go to the heavenly demon realm." This time, capturing the heavenly demon ancestor to surrender was an incredible gain. Don't you want to give it a try? The protagonist closed his eyes and thought to himself. You're right. This is the perfect opportunity. Oh, right, you ran off before I could finish asking. What exactly is the Dharma Saint relic? It was likely refined by the heavenly demon ancestor king. The Dharma Victory relic is one of our Imperial Selection sect's most supreme pills. A peak earth-grade elixir, second only to the 9 secrets golden core. Consuming it can boost your cultivation by 10,000 horsepower. Feng Han froze, thinking to himself. Doesn't that make it equivalent to the heavenly transcendence realm? A single Dharma Victory relic can increase power by that much? The spiritual energy I passed to the guest Water King Serpent was only 1,000 or 2 horsepower. Ling Yan scoffed. How can the guest Water King Serpent compare to the essence of a golden core expert? Refining the Dharma Saint relic requires the vital essence and root source of a golden core expert. It would be even better if we could obtain Wen's golden core, but who could easily kill a golden core expert? Gloating, he puffed out his chest. This time, we succeeded beyond expectations. We encountered a heavenly demon king who had lost his golden core. Fortunately, we had a complete supply of holy water to counter the heavenly demon disintegration technique. The demon wolf and Feng Chingshuette didn't kill this heavenly demon king, they sealed him, precisely because they coveted his root source. Hearing this, the protagonist smirked, thinking to himself. We really struck gold here. Ling Yan stroked his chin, grinning smugly. Exactly. I still need to figure out how to extract the Great Blade Gushu's secrets. Just then, Long Yuan spoke up, snapping the protagonist back to reality. Feng Han, what are you smiling about? Startled, the protagonist waved his hands frantically. Nothing, I'm just excited about the huge gains. With that, he looked up at the spirits ahead. Let's absorb these scattered fleeing heavenly demons. Feng Han, I never expected this side of you. At that moment, Ling Yan dove into the Yellow Springs. This sovereign is leaving first, kid. Don't forget about the important matter in the ruins. Near the king cauldron, a bottle continuously released spiritual energy, absorbing the surrounding scattered heavenly demons. The messengers watched in awe. Uncle is even more formidable than I thought. I was worried he'd be surrounded. The girl standing beside him was also shocked. Indeed, their master uncle emanated an aura of a supreme treasure, its power not to be underestimated. After a while, Dan Lu also descended onto the island. Just as Nan Zhang and Long Yuan stepped out, the 6 of them kept calling for their master uncle. Moments later, a group of black-clad figures appeared on a nearby island in the distance. A man from the southern region suddenly exclaimed loudly, Feng Chingshuette's subordinates are truly formidable. We were still a step too late. Her people have once again suppressed the ancient water demon. The others continued discussing how Wing Tianqing was being hunted by the Tai sect, and the Thunder Emperor's cave had lost its guardian. Taking advantage of the opportunity, our Lord ordered us to seize the root of the ancient water demon, but we still failed. Such an opportunity is rare. Should we kill him and take it back? Upon hearing this, the leader immediately interrupted, No. Feng Han's techniques are unpredictable, and with the 5 prisons King Cauldron in his possession, we may not be his match. No matter what, we cannot expose ourselves now. We can only act in secret. At this, he cursed angrily, what a shame.
We didn't know the Five Prisons King Cauldron was in the hands of the desperate Path Lord. Or we would have killed him and taken the cauldron long ago. The two behind him agreed in outrage. We absolutely cannot expose ourselves, or the three primordial demons will come after us, laying ambushes in secret and harassing them to inflict heavy losses. That is our Lord's rule. One day, we will rule over the primordial demons in all realms. One of them turned to the leader and asked. This mission failed. What should we do? How do we face the envoy sent by our Lord? Just report honestly. Chingshuette is the reincarnation of the Earth Mother. She cannot be shaken. The envoy understands such tasks are not easily accomplished. With that, the three raised their hands before the talisman. Suddenly, the sea surface churned violently, and in an instant, the three vanished. Moments later, at the Elixir Origin Assembly in the Snow Embankment Cave, Nan Zhang and the others were laughing and celebrating. Thanks to you driving away the demon, our 49 islands are safe. However, seeing her standing still in the center, Fang Han felt puzzled. She continued, our seals are failing. The danger will become a catastrophe. I hope you can put in a good word for us with the cave master, Nan Zhang replied with a kind smile. Very well, very well. The girl then continued her questions. We have already sent a lightning message to Envoy Fang Se. She will report your achievements to the cave master. Hearing this, Nan Zhang paused slightly, pondering, Fang Chingshuette, she. Meanwhile, at the wind hall of the martial transformation sect, a familiar figure appeared on a nearby cliff. Fang Chang. She held a letter in her hand, looking utterly astonished. Surprised, so much has happened. Speaking of this cold method, her expression suddenly turned serious. We must report this to senior sister as soon as possible. After saying this, Lingbai sat down and took out a talisman, on which words began to appear. Then, she dripped a few drops of blood, and the snake on the talisman suddenly flew out, surrounded by crackling lightning. In the blink of an eye, a telepathic surge shot up from Lingbai. As she fell into deep thought. The telepathic message was sent. I hope senior sister senses it. A quarter of an hour later, two unfamiliar men appeared at the foot of the mountain. Ling Lai glanced at the man opposite him. This Ling Se is now senior sister's confidant and the grand steward of the hall. The purple star is barely visible. This black-haired man is Ling Yuan. Hearing this, he immediately asked in confusion, me? What do you think of this guy? At this, his expression darkened. What do you mean? If this were the Ling family's governor's estate, a little girl like her would be dealt with just by lifting a finger. Now, what I'm thinking about is how to improve my cultivation and become an outer disciple. With that, he let out a cold laugh. If I can curry favor with a few powerful figures and sell them some pills or flying swords, I can avenge the deep grudge I hold against that Ling Han brat. Ling Lai hastily patted his shoulder and whispered, stop talking. That kid is now an inner disciple with immense power. A flick of his finger could kill us. How can we seek revenge? Ling Lai suddenly punched the door beside him, his voice filled with frustration and resentment. But he offended Hua Tian. We must take revenge, or even a stable hand will walk all over us. How can we ascend to godhood? How can we just let this go? Just then, a voice came from somewhere, startling them into turning around. Do you want to take revenge like this? Upon seeing Qingwei, the two immediately knelt and kowtowed. This lowly one greets the second young lady, they said, rising and stepping back. Since you're so eager to get back at that little servant, and she's a slave of our Ling family, I can't just stand by. Here, she pointed to the black-robed man behind her. This is my newly acquainted rogue cultivator friend, Immortal Huanjin. Hearing this, the two immediately knelt and kowtowed. This lowly one greets Immortal Huanjin. The man waved his hand, releasing a flying sword and a magical robe. No need for formalities. Since you're Qingwei's servants, I'll give you a little something. She glanced at the treasures in their hands and mused, such generosity. High-grade magical robes and flying swords, just given away like this? I've already made a fortune trading pills with him before. He truly treats wealth like dirt. The black-robed man suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Qingwei, I was thinking. These two aren't bad. Why not let me take them as disciples, my lady? Qingwei considered his proposal. She thought to herself that these two servants weren't even qualified to be outer sect disciples. Yet he wanted to take them as disciples. It seems this hermit from the alchemy sea has truly never seen the outside world. Then again, judging by his cultivation, he's probably only reached the mystic arts realm. With that thought, Chang Wei turned her gaze to the two servants and spoke. Well then, hurry up and pay your respects to your master. Seeing them kowtow repeatedly, she stopped them. Alright, let's go. We're heading to Wanluo Peak. I'll introduce you to the core disciples of our Wuhua sect's golden core path. Moments later, on the outer mountains of the Wuhua sect, two dark figures moved along the cliffside.
One of them said with concern, Lord Huanjin has been inside for so long and still hasn't come out. Surely nothing unexpected has happened, right? His companion replied calmly, what's there to fear? We're neither human, nor demon, nor ghost.
Lord Huanjin has already sealed his true energy.
Who in the Manhwa sect could possibly recognize us? This time, the Lord only wanted to scout the sect situation. Who would have thought a little spiritual energy would be enough to fool Chingshuette?
From now on, getting close to Chingshuette will be much easier.
The scene shifts to the Manhwa sect's secluded meditation grounds.
In the small immortal realm, a figure sat quietly above the clouds. It was Chingshuette in meditation. Layers of celestial lightning crackled around her. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, sensing something through her heart's connection. Her expression shifted.
If it's not an emergency, don't use this.
The text that appeared before her eyes took her by surprise.
And within a second, shock overwhelmed her.
There was a life and death conflict between Demon Flame and the Supreme Unity sect, and young Fanghan became the true disciple tasked with suppressing the heavenly demon of the water ancestor. He even challenged Hua Tiandu, setting a life and death duel 10 years from now.
After a moment of thought, Chingshuette spoke up, what gives Fanghan the audacity to act so recklessly? It seems I have no choice but to break my seclusion.
As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly raised her hand, and the surrounding talisman surged, Thunder Emperor's Seal, Indestructible Toad Lightning. Immediately after, Chingshuette swiftly descended, while at the same time, in the icy mountains at the Turtle Ruins border, Wang Ding suddenly emerged from the ground. Long Yuan stepped out, looking around. Only those who had achieved the mystic realm could survive in such harsh conditions. Even the strongest body refinement experts would be helpless. Standing beside him, Nanjing asked, you seem so familiar with this place. How should we enter the Turtle Ruins safely? Long Yuan explained that the Turtle Ruins were remnants of an ancient battle between heavenly demons. Many areas inside connect to another world. And I know of a passage filled with countless heavenly demons. The deepest part even has a gateway to the outer realms, possibly leading to the spiritual void. But if we go too deep, there will be no turning back. Fanghan raised his hands in confusion. Aren't there many ancient experts' cave dwellings deep in the Turtle Ruins? Long Yuan turned to Nanjing, those places are far too dangerous. The environment is harsh, and the space is warped. Even senior sister Qialan said it's extremely perilous. Let's focus on slaying the heavenly demons first and unleash the power of the 5-prison king cauldron. Hearing this, Fanghan looked seriously at the two women before him.
Alright. Let's return to the king cauldron. I'm heading to the heavenly demons' territory now. With that, he turned and left as spiritual flame appeared. Fanghan wanted to assist his true self by activating the king cauldron's grand formation, refining the fish refinement technique into a sacred pearl.
After listening, Nanjing entered her subconscious, focusing on the glowing orb before her.
Already refined?
Before her was a demon king surrounded by yellow Xian holy water. As spiritual flame approached the cocoon-like object, my true self has already obtained the method to cultivate the Great Joy Slaughter technique.
There are also many heavenly demon techniques. The heavenly demon race truly is the origin of demonic arts.
As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately pressed a seal onto Nanjing's forehead, making her clench her teeth as she thought, is this the Great Joy Slaughter technique? Though she couldn't cultivate it yet, the way it manipulates true energy is worth studying. If combined with Imperial True Energy and the Great Joy Slaughter technique, Spiritual Flame grinned, almost there, hurry and activate it. The living hell formation helps me refine and condense. Upon hearing this, Fanghan sat down and set up a grand formation. Streams of true energy flowed into the Yellow Springs diagram, surrounding the cocoon and continuously refining it. After a while, Ling Yan couldn't help but shout in amazement, it worked. The cocoon had almost completely dissipated, revealing a surge of dharmic energy that soon condensed into a Dharma completion sacred bead. Fanghan reached out to catch it. The sacred bead instantly radiated an overwhelming spiritual energy, enveloping the protagonist's body and making him shout in excitement. This was indeed a Dharma completion sacred bead, containing the power of 10,000 charging warhorses, truly formidable. No wonder it's a top-tier Earth-grade elixir. Ling Yan urged him, quick! Channel all your true energy into it. So, Fanghan placed his hand on the Dharma completion sacred bead and continued circulating his true energy. Next, he closed his eyes, and before him, he entered the interior of the sacred bead. Before him was an abundant surge of dharmic power, equivalent to the strength of 12,000 horses. I can feel it. Only now do I truly understand what vast divine abilities and boundless dharmic power feel like. However, his fingers gradually began to freeze. And soon his entire body was encased in ice by the sacred bead's spiritual energy. But suddenly, the ice began to crack. Fanghan raised his hands, tensed his body, and unleashed the Yama Golden Body technique, shattering the ice completely. Rolling mist surged as the protagonist, now brimming with dharmic power, emerged from the white haze.
Seeing this, Ling Yan was overjoyed. Excellent, excellent.
Your Yama golden body has made great progress.
The Yama golden body truly lives up to being our Yellow Spring sect's premier body tempering technique.
Otherwise, you'd have turned into a crystal statue by now, the protagonist said, side-eyeing him.
This is the result of my diligent cultivation and constant strengthening. Did you want me to explode from the dermic energy? With that, he raised his hand and infused spiritual energy into the formation.
My dermic power now equals the strength of 12,000 warhorses. In an instant, the elixir boat transformed into a blazing arrow, hurtling forward at incredible speed, sending Long Yuan inside tumbling about. She mused to herself, could it be that Fong Han has broken through to the refined steel chi realm? No, even refined steel chi couldn't possess such immense dermic power. Thinking this, Long Yuan spoke up, fly left. We'll reach the returning abyss passage after another 3,500 miles.
Fong Han, let's restrain our energy and take a break.
The returning abyss connects to the outside world.
If we're too conspicuous, we might even attract the attention of demon gods among the heavenly demons.
After hearing this, the protagonist reduced his dermic output.
Suddenly, 4 figures in black robes appeared ahead of the elixir boat.
Fong Han was startled and turned to look, while Long Yuan shouted in alarm.
Quick! Cut off your dermic energy, we're about to crash into them. The protagonist immediately severed his dermic flow, slowing the elixir boat down.
They then passed by the figures.
Fong Han then flew out of the royal palace. Is everyone alright?
I momentarily lost control and nearly collided with you all.
May I ask which sect you belong to? One of them looked at the protagonist and asked. With a furious roar, Fong Han, so it was you.
His gaze darkened as he glared at the group, confusion written all over his face.
Who are you people? At this, they immediately exchanged uneasy glances.
Then one of them charged forward, bellowing, hand over the heavenly demon's essence. And we'll spare your life. The strange beasts among them lunged into action, snarling, swear loyalty to us. Become our claws in conquering this world or face the consequences. Hearing this, Fong Han quickly retreated, adopting a defensive stance.
Let's see about that. As he spoke, he thought to himself, they've been tailing me all this time?
Strange, these guys look like demons, yet they don't have a shred of demonic energy. Hearing this, Ling Yan suddenly froze, cold sweat breaking out.
He furrowed his brow and shouted. Fong Han, they're not demons, not humans, nor even devils. They're the extraterrestrial divine clan. The protagonist blinked in surprise, asking in a low voice, the extraterrestrial divine clan? What's that? Why are you so panicked?
Ling Yan quickly explained, because after the 3 realms' great calamity 10,000 years ago, the extraterrestrial divine clan should have been wiped out. No race in this world is born with divine powers, they all must grow and cultivate. But the extraterrestrial divine clan is born with innate magic and unyielding physiques. They're even more terrifying than heavenly demons, born with an insatiable desire to dominate. Nothing in this world can restrain them. They don't need to cultivate, with time, they only grow stronger. And from birth, their lifespans are limitless. The extraterrestrial divine clan once sought to control all realms. Their invasion nearly destroyed the celestial realm. Demons, spirits, and cultivators, countless ancient wars were sparked by them. What pact did the 3 paths and 3 realms make? To kill the extraterrestrial divine clan on sight, they're the common enemy of all existence. No sooner had he spoken than a slashing attack hurtled toward Fong Han, forcing him to leap back. The extraterrestrial divine clan's severed arm reattached itself midair, seamlessly fusing back into his body. The protagonist stomped the ground hard, launching himself into the air before unleashing a royal fist strike at the extraterrestrial divine clan. Yet the moment his fist made contact, the creature vanished into thin air. In an instant, the enemy struck repeatedly at Fong Han. He clapped his palms together, releasing a shockwave of energy. In a blur, he darted around, appearing and disappearing to evade the attacks. The extraterrestrial divine clan's powers were truly bizarre. If his inner energy hadn't advanced, his protective aura would have shattered, leaving him in dire straits. Just then, Ling Yan's eyes widened as he shouted a warning. Watch out! Fong Han was instantly sent flying by a blow from the extraterrestrial divine clan's arm. He let out a strange chuckle, lifting his gaze toward the distance. This person's power is no match for our divine energy. We can toy with his life as we please. Just as they were toying with his life, Long Yuan suddenly appeared and took control of the alchemy furnace with a shout. Fong Han, I'm here to help you. At that moment, the royal court charged toward them like attacking chess pieces. However, those guys immediately scattered to the sides. Then, raising their hands, they released their power and regained control of the furnace. Long Yuan was already exhausted by this point, thinking to himself, I can't move the royal court anymore. The heavenly demon inside me has fallen silent.
What kind of power is this?
Feng Han, clad in armor, spread his arms wide.
He cast the Great Annihilation technique, surrounding the area. You said you wanted to play with my life? Seeing this, the two outsiders immediately fled the circle of light.
Then, drenched in cold sweat, he shouted loudly.
This is our pure technique. The Great Annihilation technique, how is this possible? Enraged, the man unleashed his divine power in a frenzy.
No, this isn't the true Great Annihilation technique.
It just mimics the way we use our energy. How could a disciple of the martial transformation sect learn this? Kill him now.
Feng Han smirked, a smug look on his face. Then, he swiftly charged forward, unleashing countless blades at them.
Too late. It seems that once we break through your divine protection, you're nothing to fear.
With that, the protagonist immediately swung his hand back. Using his energy, he seized the two outsiders.
Then, he absorbed them into the royal selection diagram.
The remaining two turned and fled at once.
They accelerated, speeding forward.
Seeing this, Feng Han immediately raised his hand to form a seal.
The reappearance of these foreign divine beings must be part of a major conspiracy. This time, we cannot leave any loose ends. We must not let them succeed.
With that thought, he drove the royal cauldron to pursue them.
One of them turned back in panic. But in an instant, he was swallowed by the elixir flow.
The elixir flow then swiftly chased after the other. Terrified, he broke into a cold sweat and shouted,
"You can't kill me!"
But before he could finish, he was devoured by the royal cauldron. A moment later, by the nearby shore, Feng Han turned to look at the two fallen divine beings.
I have no interest in hunting foreign heavenly demons for cultivation right now. What should we do with these two divine beings?
Ling Yan, standing across from him, spoke up. The form energy of the divine clan is a righteous force unique to them.
Because this substance cannot be corroded by the Emperor's sacred water. Their spirits are difficult to purify. The divine clan possesses infinite lifespans from birth.
Their bodies can be refined into elixirs that extend life.
But I believe the cost outweighs the benefit.
If any divine clan members are spotted, they must be reported to the martial transformation sect.
Then let's hand these two over to the sect. Let the martial transformation sect prepare in advance.
Perhaps we can gain an advantage before the great calamity arrives.
By the way, do they have any magical treasures on them?
Ling Yan glanced at Feng Han. To find treasures, we must fully refine them.
The divine clan's treasures are stored within their consciousness. Deep within their consciousness lies an illusory point that is their treasure pouch. It can preserve any matter.
The older the divine clan member, the larger the illusory space they can contain. Divine clan members from the primordial era lived for over 1,000,000 years. They could even store the sun and moon within their pouches. Their bodies are a dimension of time and space, a small world. These two divine clan members are likely newly born. Their spiritual power is weak. They probably don't have any valuable treasures. Within the rule cavern, there is no sun or moon, only boundless stars. At this moment, Feng Han suddenly interrupted.
There's one more strange thing. Back then, the three paths, sage, demon, and monster waged war against the divine clan. How did they win? Ling Yan wants you to explain.
10,000 years ago, I had not yet been born.
All I know are legends. No one knows the exact details. Don't dig too deep into this. It seems those dark forces are rising again. We will face another great calamity. You must prepare yourself.
Saying this, he tapped Feng Han's head. Alright, go slay the sage, demon, and monster factions. Afterward, Feng Han and Long Yuan discussed the matter of the foreign divine clan. They decided to report back to the martial transformation sect upon returning. The alchemy furnace was flying over a deep valley. Feng Han looked at the scene before him, his expression darkening. The demonic energy is overwhelming. The alchemy furnace came to a halt. Before them lay a mountain range shrouded in densing energy. This was the rule cavern.
Long Yuan quickly pointed ahead. Feng Han, this is the rule cavern I visited 5 years ago. It wasn't dangerous at all. We can venture deeper inside. Upon hearing this, Nanjiang raised his hands to control the king tripod.
Moments later, Daniel had already penetrated deep into the depths of the returning abyss. Before them stretched a gloomy, lightless void. Suddenly, Feng Han channeled a surge of powerful spiritual energy and let out a loud shout. Ahead, Daniel immediately unleashed several streaks of spiritual power, rushing forward. Suddenly, Feng Han's face turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming. Directly ahead appeared a vast demon swamp. They were numerous, writhing and shrieking endlessly. The sight was utterly horrifying. Next, the demons tore apart a shark and tossed it into the eerie blood pool below. The fish gradually corroded, emitting a crimson mist. The demons continuously fed on this mist. Long Yuan gazed at the scene before him. This swamp was called the Flesh Swamp, formed from the decay of countless living beings. Beneath the swamp lay many cities of demon lords. I was once chased by a demon lord there and nearly lost my life. Legend has it this swamp was created by a demon god who corroded this small star with the flesh and blood of countless beings. This star holds a passage leading to the returning abyss. These demons dwell within, hunting living beings from our world, and tossing them into the swamp to nourish themselves. Many sect disciples enter here to slay demons while cultivating their arts. Perhaps we'll encounter fellow cultivators as well. Upon hearing this, the protagonist raised his hand and activated the devouring 6 arrays. Then we need not show mercy to these demons. In an instant, all the demons in the swamp were sucked into the array. Ling Yan suddenly appeared, slapping the protagonist across the face. Fang Han, I have something important to remind you of. After the cauldron absorbs too many demons, they must be nourished with blood soul essence. If the demons aren't fed, they'll grow restless and even turn on each other. Fang Han looked puzzled after hearing this. What? Do demons even need to eat? He angrily flicked his tail. Of course. They survive on blood soul essence. The 50,000 demons you absorbed today haven't eaten yet. If this continues, within 10 to 15 days, they'll start killing each other. It's like raising an army. You have 50,000 soldiers, do you expect them to fight for you without food or drink? Fang Han stroked his chin, deep in thought. Demons need to absorb blood soul essence. Does that mean we have to kill every day to feed them? That doesn't seem right, does it? How much essence does one demon need per day? Ling Yan impatiently raised a few fingers and began counting. That year, the elders of the Yellow Springs demonic sect also once raised heavenly demons. For example, the mystic yellow warhorses of the great mystic empire. A single heavenly demon would be sated after absorbing the essence of about 10 horses. Once a heavenly demon absorbs enough blood chi, it can go 3 months without feeding. Hearing this, the male lead felt as if struck by lightning, muttering in shock. What? So, 50,000 heavenly demons would need 500,000 horses? Ling Yan then proceeded to explain further. The creatures in this vast ocean are abundant in resources. What if you catch a few million pounds of fish and shrimp for them to absorb every day? Or just let them hunt for food on their own? But these heavenly demons might escape unless you place restrictions on them. Long Shen stood behind, glaring fiercely at Fang Han and grumbling. What do you mean by raising heavenly demons? Ling Yan leaned closer to the male lead's ear and said helplessly, you can only let them kill each other. After a few months, your 50,000 heavenly demons would dwindle to 20,000, and after a year, only a few thousand would remain. It's impossible to sustain them. Even with a full supply of demonic energy, they will still split, and you must guard against mutations that could create demon kings. If a heavenly demon prince suddenly emerges, that would be a huge problem. Upon hearing this, Fang Han quickly retracted the formation, pondering to himself he hadn't expected so many complications. For now, he can only let them absorb the blood chi from this swamp. Soon after, Dan Lu stopped absorbing the heavenly demons and swiftly flew forward, while Fang Han shouted loudly. There are too few heavenly demons here. After all this time, I've only captured 5,000. Gathering 8 million would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Let's go farther, Long Shin cried in panic, or we might run into a demon king. The male lead smirked, looking ahead. As long as we don't encounter a demon king who has formed a golden core, I'm not afraid. Golden core level demon kings are extremely rare. If there were any in this swamp, the imperial clans would have already hunted them down. Long Shin fell silent, considering his words. True, I know this swamp well. Fang Han's powers have grown immensely. No need to be overly cautious. After a moment's thought, Long Shin smiled slightly. You have a point. The scene shifts to a dimly lit building somewhere. Surrounded by a dense, oppressive demonic aura. Inside, a man gazed intently downward. This time, I came to the blood prison swamp to enter the mystic yellow main world and collaborate with the Nine Suns demon god to rescue my father. In a few days, the Nine Suns demon god will break free from his restraints and enter the mystic yellow main world. To avoid detection by the powerful beings of the heavenly Tao, we need to make preparations. Beneath him was a group of demons known as the 18 Demon Kings. One of them lowered his head at that moment. We understand, Great Nine Demon God was ambushed by the Demon God and Heavenly Seeker Empress. As the most powerful son of the Great Nine Demon God, you would naturally come to his aid. Suddenly, someone behind him shouted, interrupting his words, Great Demon Skirt. A powerful figure has intruded into this blood swamp. They are slaughtering our demon army as we speak and are heading this way. The female demon turned to look at the man on the ground. Could it be disciples of the Tai sect and their demon spawn? No, they're using a large cauldron to absorb something from our forces, we don't know what. The highbrowed demon commander shouted, a cauldron? Could it be? Before he could finish, he raised his hand and cast the 1,000-mile fate light technique. His gaze revealed a flowing image of golden elixir. And the demon commander grinned. Then he stood up and laughed, ha ha ha. It is the 5 prison king cauldron.
This is a supreme treasure that once commanded 8 million demons under the 5 prison lords. I came to the Dark Emperor's domain specifically to track down this cauldron. This trip was worth it. With that, the man pushed through the demon horde below and roared, 18 young demon kings. Follow me and capture those inside the cauldron. With this cauldron in our grasp, we edge closer to the dark world. I'll even allow you to train inside it to enhance your demonic powers. Moments later, Fong Han and the others' golden elixir flow entered demon territory.
The demon commander sneered at the sight of his prey and instantly condensed demonic energy into a massive hand.
Fong Han closed his eyes in concentration. This power was overwhelming. Just our luck to attract such a formidable foe. Fong Han immediately raised his hand, invoking the laws of heaven and earth. Runes transformed into blades, countering the demonic hand. Unexpectedly, the massive hand used the residual energy to strike back at the golden elixir flow. The demon commander squinted. It was an assassination technique. Would sovereign energy? How did someone inside the cauldron learn that?
A moment later, he smirked. Too bad, they've been hit by their own rebounded energy. Their body will soon shatter.
After securing the king cauldron, the male lead inside the golden elixir flow was gravely injured. He pressed a hand to his stomach, thinking, he rebounded my own energy?
It damaged my organs, leaving me unable to control the cauldron. Ling Yan appeared to reassure Fong Han, don't worry, he hasn't formed a demon golden core yet.
How do you know he hasn't formed a golden core? Obviously, if he had, you'd have been obliterated by now. None of us would have survived. The demon commander laughed triumphantly. But he's at least a heavenly demon king, his background must be significant. Hurry and reactivate the formation. Long Yuan shouted in panic from behind. Fong Han, are you alright? What kind of demon lord is out there? Why did the male lead suddenly turn around? It's nothing. We must have caught the attention of a heavenly transformation demon lord.
With just our spiritual power, we're no match for him.
From now on, reactivate the formation. You and Fong Xiaolin must protect yourselves at all times.
With that, the two stood back to back and raised their hands to reset the formation. Multiple formations appeared before them, swirling and rising into the sky, soaring over the demon army's heads. He froze for a moment upon seeing the royal cauldron in front of him. He took a few steps back in panic, staring straight ahead and thinking to himself, is this guy not dead? Seizing the moment, the alchemy furnace released a surge of powerful spiritual energy and swiftly flew in the opposite direction. The demon army's eyes filled with malice as he instantly appeared before the furnace, startling Fong Han. A vortex of demonic energy appeared before them, followed by countless talismans manifesting in the air. The demon army raised his hand to form a demonic seal. Seeing this, the male lead widened his eyes and gritted his teeth. Time seemed to slow. What kind of divine ability was this? The demon army was wielding the laws of spacetime manipulation, a feat only achievable by those in the longevity secret realm or ancient supreme beings. By harnessing supreme spiritual power to perceive the laws of the universe, he could warp time and alter space. Suddenly, the alchemy furnace pierced his formation, enraging Ling Yan. Damn it! That's the Great Radiance Talisman, a life-saving talisman forged in the longevity secret realm. On the demon army's side, cold sweat dripped down his face as his hands trembled uncontrollably. He silently thanked his luck. If not for the Great Radiance Talisman gifted by the Sun Demon God, he would have been obliterated by now. No, my demonic soul can still escape. Lost in thought, he glared at his palm. But even if his demonic soul fled, he would suffer severe injuries. Seeing the demon lord's expression, the male lead and Ling Yan were stunned. After a moment, he urgently shouted, his life-saving talisman is destroyed, it could only be used once. Kill him now, or it'll be too late. The demon army immediately raised his hand to form another seal. In an instant, a demonic formation appeared, shooting countless threads of dark energy to ensnare the alchemy furnace. This must be the realm of oneness. Fong Han frowned, watching his hands closely. He was prepared and his spiritual power was overwhelming. It would be difficult to kill him. Our priority is to break free from his control. With that, Fong Han channeled his spiritual power into the formation. Long Yuan, activate the Windfire Wheel formation. Abandon your physical form. Upon hearing this, she immediately raised her hand to activate it. The Windfire Wheel formation instantly appeared above the royal cauldron. Its fiery wheel spinning rapidly like a chariot wheel, slashing crescent-shaped sword energies in all directions. The sight before them enraged the demonic army. It was indeed the Five Prisons cauldron, a treasure the Five Prisons clan had painstakingly cultivated for centuries. Fallen into your hands, you can't even unleash its full power. No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed the Dark Spirit Immortal Seal formation, his righteous energy solidifying into orbs that shattered the fiery vortices one by one. Fong Han was stunned. With a loud shout, the force of the blade wheel was neutralized by his righteous energy, and the demonic army suddenly released a surge of power. They lunged forward, entangling the alchemy furnace, then streams of ancient script poured from his mouth, growing denser and leaving the protagonist and Long Yuan in shock. The cauldron was surrounded by his sorcery on all sides, and from its mouth emerged the souls of heavenly demons, clashing fiercely with the furnace. Fong Han and Long Yuan were instantly dizzy and disoriented. She turned to look at the absorbed heavenly demons and gasped, "Fong Han, all the heavenly demons we collected have vanished." Hearing this, the protagonist was horrified. He turned and commanded, "Feng Xiaolin, take Long Yuan and activate the void formation to escape." Feng Xiaolin emerged from behind the door, drenched in sweat. Suddenly, the alchemy furnace released a powerful aura, and the protagonist unleashed the heavenly dragon 8 sounds, roaring, "Who are you?" The demonic commander raised his hand and laughed. "Ha ha ha. I am no ordinary heavenly demon king, I am the son of the Salvationine demon god, the sevenfold annihilation demon lord." With a glare and a smirk, he added, "You dare use techniques like the heavenly dragon 8 sounds against me? Let me show you the true power of a heavenly demon, my soul-shattering curse." The pressure inside the cauldron surged, and Xiaolin clutched his head in agony. "Master, I'm sorry. I can't hold on any longer." His consciousness suddenly spoke. At that moment, they were overwhelmed by the soul-shattering curse, unable to hear anything outside. What should they do? Hearing this, Fong Han was taken aback. He quickly summoned back the 3 heavenly masters. After dispersing, they were absorbed into the demonic formation above, then surged from the cauldron's mouth, breaking the demon lord's soul-shattering curse. Seeing the scene before him, he let out a cold laugh. In an instant, the demon produced a heavenly demon relic. Demonic energy erupted from the relic, striking the alchemy furnace and severely wounding Fong Han, who coughed up a mouthful of blood. He quickly pressed a hand to his chest, thinking to himself, "Is this really the end?" Before he could finish, his body suddenly emanated a surge of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy grew stronger, aiding him in refining his energy into righteousness, successfully breaking through to the origin principle realm. Han glanced at his palm, musing inwardly, *a golden core aperture. I didn't expect this power to still linger within me, *. By now, Fong Han's injuries had healed. He channeled his energy, releasing the surrounding aura while contemplating his newfound strength. The power of 12,000 warhorses had now multiplied several-fold, likely reaching 30,000. Heaven never seals off all exits, Fong Han thought. He infused his true energy into the demonic formation. In an instant, a crimson demonic glow erupted around the alchemy furnace. It instantly shattered the techniques surrounding the Demon King. Then, tearing apart the demonic energy barrier with both hands, Fong Han raised his hand to control the alchemy furnace, which released outward spreading magical forces. Seeing this, he immediately commanded the horde of demons to pursue, surrounding the alchemy furnace with no escape. The protagonist immediately shouted, "What kind of technique is this?" He quickly explained it was the parent-child heavenly demon formation, with Chi, a demon lord, transforming his vital energy into a legion of demons. That is the parent demon, all the heavenly demons in the blood swamp will gather around it, forming the child demons. The core within the 5 prisons cauldron is precisely the parent-child heavenly demon formation. In an instant, the heavenly demons beneath the swamp surged forward, then merged into one, transforming into a massive heavenly demon. Ling Yan shouted, "If we don't break out now, once the parent-child heavenly demon formation takes shape, we'll never escape." Hearing this, Fong Han panicked and asked, "Yan, is there any demonic technique we can use to fight desperately? Now I regret not having even a single lifespan-reducing demon sealing pill." Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. "Our cultivation levels are too far apart. And he has the advantage of terrain. There are indeed a few desperate demonic techniques, but using them would mean certain death." At this moment, Long Yuan interrupted, "The parent-child heavenly demon formation has taken shape. I know a little about it. Once the formation is complete, the heavenly demons will keep gathering, growing stronger. This blood swamp is where they converge. There are at least 10 million heavenly demons inside." Fong Han immediately turned around and asked, "What do you think?" Long Yuan stepped forward and looked at the male lead. "Since there's no escape, we might as well not run. We'll hold our ground inside the King Cauldron, consume our spiritual power to suppress them, and strike when their energy is depleted." After hearing this, he raised his hand to his chin and nodded slightly. "Are we just going to observe the stars?" Long Yuan explained gravely, "That's right. This tribulation was destined in our fate." "Senior Sister Jialan, don't say that. Perhaps our cultivation has progressed too quickly, and fate has sent this trial upon us. For example, the 7 Annihilation Demon Army is here to test us. We must hold firm to our beliefs. Only by overcoming this tribulation can we advance further." Upon hearing this, Fong Han closed his eyes, and his body emanated a surge of spiritual energy. "That makes sense.
Her insights are indeed deeper than mine. Since this is fate, I'll seize it tightly. With that, his spiritual energy swirled around the alchemy furnace, forming a sturdy barrier. Just then, the swarm of heavenly demons surrounded the furnace. A demon suddenly appeared beside him. Congratulations, Demon Lord. With your boundless power, capture the Taoist disciples and reclaim our heavenly demon clan's treasure. After listening, he glanced upward. It's still too early. Their cowardly defense is the only way they can deal with me. I can't break open the King Cauldron now, so I'll take them back to the city and refine them slowly. With that, the Demon Lord swiftly flew back to the city with the swarm of heavenly demons. A moment later, the Demon Lord looked up at the barrier around the furnace. It's Blood Fiend Demon Light. The defense is solid. I'll start by purging their demonic nature. Once the Sun Demon God arrives, we can refine this King Cauldron into Tao energy. At that moment, a female demon stepped forward. The Five Hells King Cauldron is indestructible. How do you plan to refine it, Demon Lord? He then took out a bowl of sacred water. The treasure must be infused with pure spiritual energy to achieve enlightenment. This King Cauldron is heavily tainted with demonic energy, but I have Sun Sacred Water, transformed from the spiritual energy of the immortal realm. With it, I can suppress the cauldron's demonic nature and break it down. From the great demonic formation, an object fused with both immortal and demonic energy had already been transformed by the Sun Demon God. You'd never guess, the pure sacred water began flowing into the furnace, instantly drenching Feng Han and Long Yuan. Ling Yan was overjoyed, wagging his tail excitedly. Ha ha ha! Sun Sacred Water, what goes around comes around. With enough elixirs, I can restore my spiritual power and unleash the wondrous effects of the Yellow Springs diagram. Suddenly, he grew serious. Feng Han, with the Sun Sacred Water, you can transform the World Tree's sapling into its primordial essence. Advance one level in Imperial energy, no one in history has ever achieved this. Ling Yan's words struck him like a revelation, and the male lead instantly understood. Next, he suddenly used his rigid chi to touch the water before him, and in an instant, the sun-raising holy water burst into raging flames, shocking Feng Han. Spirit Flame angrily struck out to extinguish the fire. How dare you? Who told you to use rigid chi directly on it? Every drop of sun-raising holy water is a pure young treasure. Even those with great powers must use medicinal chi and alchemical agents to touch it. Watch this. With that, he released 2 streams of medicinal chi and alchemical agents, then gently embraced the flow of sun-raising holy water. Spirit Flame immediately opened his chest to absorb the water, quickly using the remaining sun-raising holy water to put out the flames. Excited, Feng Han clenched his fists and took out a piece of the World Tree, causing the water to be absorbed by the wood. The Demon King sensed something was wrong. Then angrily raised his hand. No, that's not right. How did the sun-raising holy water seep into the formation and merge with the demonic essence? Enraged, he stood up and unleashed a surge of demonic energy. There was no stopping it now. This was infuriating. Hurry and refine this man. If I can't even handle a mere immortal cultivator, how can I establish myself in the demon realm? Half an hour later, the World Tree fragment continued absorbing the sun-raising holy water. Feng Han then began absorbing the wood spirit chi from the World Tree, while Spirit Flame watched intently. The World Tree contains wood spirit chi, the origin of all wood. Even a trace of it would greatly benefit those cultivating wood-based powers. Though Feng Han had already cultivated rigid chi, he was far from mastery. He still needed at least 10 years to absorb wood spirit chi from the world to replenish and strengthen it. Only after completing this could he begin to comprehend the transformations of yin and yang. His current energy was as weak as a child's. It would take time to grow stronger, but with the World Tree's energy, his rigid chi could become full in a short time, saving years of arduous cultivation like a boy turning into a giant. Moments later, the World Tree's sapling began to grow rapidly, suddenly surging outward and piercing the cauldron above. The Black Demon Lord was stunned. What was that thing? Feng Han looked around inside and thought to himself, is this the World Tree sapling? If it truly grows into the World Tree, could it connect to the immortal realm? Spirit Flame immediately interrupted. The World Tree would take countless eons to mature. Even if you reached the longevity realm, you wouldn't live to see it grow. Its power is still weak. You could refine it into your imperial rigid chi and merge with it. But soon, you wouldn't be able to control it. Feng Han decisively pressed a seal on his forehead. Alright. Then I'll refine it into my life-bound treasure first. At that moment, Feng Han's entire body was enveloped by the World Tree sapling. I'm nourishing my spiritual mana. Seeing this scene, Ling Yan suddenly bursts into laughter. Ha, the artifact's false deity isn't dead. You've reached the realm of the false artifact. From now on, you won't need elixirs anymore. The World Tree alone can absorb celestial energy from the void. Masters of the mystic arts realm rely on various elixirs to nourish their bodies, strengthen their spirits, and enhance their mana.
But masters of the longevity realm no longer need them. With immense mana, they create the layered heaven tree, touching the mysterious edges of the celestial realm to absorb energy directly as sustenance.
This is the false artifact.
At this moment, the male lead lifts his head, absorbing energy from the raging winds. Thinking to himself, as long as the world tree lives, my power won't fade. Now, I truly hope to break through the floral heavens within these 10 years.
Outside, that demon lord is desperately trying. He touches his head, my sacred young essence was absorbed.
His eyes red with fury as he glares ahead. This was given to me by the young essence demon god to refine the heavenly demon elixir. You'll pay for this. I'll refine you into sacred essence to make up for my loss.
Now Fong Han appears before him. What a shame, I won't give you the chance.
Enraged, the man immediately loses control. Don't think stealing my sacred young essence makes you my equal. A mere early rigid chi realm fool seeking death. With those words, the man suddenly appears above Fong Han. But as the male lead turns, the demon lord is already in front of him. He clenches his fist, and a rigid chi vortex surges around him before striking the demon lord's arm. Meanwhile, the male lead grits his teeth, thinking, no, he's 3 realms above me.
His first level rigid chi can break my third level rigid chi, destroying my life force.
Fong Han is instantly sent flying, his body enveloped in the demon lord's rigid chi. The male lead quickly unseals the world tree. The world tree sapling absorbs the demon lord's rigid chi, and he smirks down at them.
Overconfident fool, thinking rigid chi makes you my match? How ridiculous. 18 young demon kings, capture this man so I can collect the Fong tripod. Ling Yan glares, shouting, we'll see who's the fool.
With those words, he extends his claws, striking the man's back and sending him crashing into the ground repeatedly. The demon lord collapses, roaring, dark assassin path, only true immortals can use this technique.
Who are you? Before he can rise again, flames erupt from the ground, grabbing his leg. The demon lord pales in terror.
Yan immediately casts a spell, summoning mana ropes to bind him, but he leaps away.
Immediately after, he swung his hand and severed Ling Yan's spiritual energy.
The guy moved extremely fast, dodging left and right within the surrounding formations, then Ling Yan suddenly slashed downward with a fierce swing. He leaped forward to evade the attack. However, the spiritual energy behind him grabbed his wrist, and soon the entire demonic army was tightly bound by Ling Yan's formation. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he summoned his demonic blade in the bloodscar frame, instantly unleashing 2 crescent-shaped slashes.
Wielding the demonic blade, the demonic army cut through Ling Yan's spiritual energy attack.
Seeing this, he couldn't help but gasp inwardly, this was the bloodscar frame.
The demonic blade bloodscar frame was even more infamous than the 5 prisons cauldron. It had no defensive formations, its sole purpose was slaughter.
After frantically cutting through the formations, the demonic army thought to himself, this was the decayed immortal art of the Imperial Selection sect, which required Imperial Selection holy water to cultivate.
Could there still be demonic sect disciples inside the cauldron with Imperial mystic holy water?
Thinking of this, he quickly took out a handful of pills. He immediately swallowed all of them, muttering to himself, break free from this curse.
I cannot be corrupted, I must obtain the 5 prisons cauldron.
But suddenly, a surge of powerful spiritual energy appeared behind him,
forcing the demonic army to angrily turn around.
Before him was the male lead, who had swept through the demons with a single strike. Seeing Fong Han still standing alive in front of him, the demonic army burned with rage. He immediately launched a frenzied attack at the male lead, but his strikes were effortlessly dodged by Fong Han, infuriating him even more. Then, he leaped up and fiercely slashed at Fong Han, only to find a shattered alchemy furnace's remains in his path. The male lead had already entered the cauldron in time, raising his hand to form a seal. Around the alchemy furnace, several formations appeared, and the holes on them suddenly shot out threads of spiritual energy, entangling the demonic army's blade. Seeing this, he grinned and sneered, you want to take this demonic blade? Your cultivation is far from enough. Suddenly, claw-like shadows appeared on his face.
Ling Yan struck him with a heavy blow.
Idiot.
He's stalling you so I can find an opening to strike. The black demonic army grabbed Ling Yan's hand in fury. You dare harm me? He burst into laughter after hearing this. Ha! You're still too green, kid. The real battlefield is here. Instantly, a swift attack appeared behind him, striking his body and triggering a violent explosion. The black demonic army was severely wounded, coughing up blood. He widened his eyes and looked ahead. You will all die with me, he declared, clenching his fists. He began to perform the heavenly demon self-destruction technique. Suddenly, Ling Yan appeared before him. You won't be able to use that. In the blink of an eye, the decayed immortal art invaded his mind, causing him immense pain. Next, the demonic army's entire body was sucked into the imperial selection diagram. At this moment, the demonic blade was tightly bound by Fong Han's spiritual energy. However, its power was so overwhelming that it broke free, startling the protagonist, who whipped around in shock. Yen, it seems something escaped from that demonic blade, it's like it's still running away.
Upon hearing this, he immediately raised his hand, releasing spiritual energy to seize the blade,
quickly binding it tightly. Suddenly, the demonic blade unleashed a surge of dark power, forcing Lingyan's formation back. Yet, spiritual energy surging from the formation's core reinforced the forces holding the blade, making it tremble violently. Fong Han's eyes locked onto the scene above, listening intently. The dark energy was indeed formidable. This must be its true power. Looks like I'll have to test it myself. With that, a vortex of spiritual energy swirled in Fong Han's palm, and he soared into the air, grabbing the demonic blade in one swift motion. The protagonist let out a terrified scream as the blade thrashed wildly before finally settling down. Minutes later, in the royal hall, Lingyan examined the sealed demonic blade and warned, "We must not let our guard down. Though the blood wound frame is suppressed, we must find a way to refine it. The demon slayer lord is the son of a demon god, and his treasures are plentiful. There must be many hidden artifacts in this city. Before Long Yuan notices, why don't we take action?" Before she could finish, Long Yuan suddenly appeared. "Fong Han, congratulations." Lingyan quickly merged into the protagonist's body, then added, "Among the true disciples of our martial transformation sect, aside from the 5 senior brothers and sisters, few can match your strength. Especially with the demon lord's blood-wound frame you've refined, this will surely cause another uproar in the sect." Fong Han hesitated at her words. Long Yuan had already sensed it. After listening for a moment, she winked at the protagonist. "Don't ask me. I didn't see anything." He chuckled softly, closing his eyes, then quickly turned to look behind him. "Let's go check out the demon lord's city and see what treasures we can find." Suddenly, Shaolin appeared before them. Shaolin was once a demon and knew the city and its master well. "Please take me with you." The three then divided their tasks and began gathering useful items from the ancient city. Long Yuan collected all the precious ores and herbs from the palace into her storage. Fong Han and Shaolin searched for spiritual flying swords or artifacts, but found nothing. The protagonist held the Bagua basin of solar holy water, pondering. "What kind of artifact is this? I tested it, and it turned into a pool." After a moment's thought, Fong Han casually tossed the Bagua basin aside, paying it no further mind. Long Yuan caught it, staring intently at the basin. Suddenly, Shaolin gasped loudly. "There's something strange beneath the throne." She kept her eyes fixed on the throne. While valuable treasures are usually carried on one's person, ancient cities often hide artifacts beneath the throne. This is a rule of our demonic race. Hearing this made Fong Han a bit suspicious. On the other side, he immediately struck a palm toward the throne, causing a massive explosion that shattered it to pieces. Then, the male lead controlled his own spiritual energy to absorb the fragments. And in the white smoke beneath the deep crater, something strange appeared. The male lead looked at it with curiosity. It was actually an egg. Next, he secretly communicated with Lingyan. "What kind of egg is this?" He stroked his chin and looked outward. "It should be some kind of spiritual beast's elixir egg. Could it be an otherworldly star spirit beast? This one isn't sure either. There's life inside the egg. Perhaps the vanquished demon army absorbed its life force for cultivation." Upon hearing this, the male lead immediately raised his hand. "Then I'll take it and find a chance to hatch it." After finishing his conversation with Lingyan, the male lead walked forward. "We can find a chance to hatch this big egg. For now, let's deal with those demons who've lost their leader." After storing the egg, Fong Han and the other two walked out. Then, he released a surge of spiritual power into the sky. After a while, outside the city, the leaderless demons scattered in flight. The male lead raised his hand and urged the royal cauldron into the air. Before him, the cauldron had already absorbed 150,000 demons, then 180,000, and finally succeeded in absorbing over 200,000. However, several flying swords suddenly shot down from the sky, interrupting the process of collecting demons. One of them glanced at the male lead and his companions. It was a disciple of Wu Hua Mo Xiao. "I am Fu Shoujinren, a direct disciple of the Tai sect. Why is a disciple of the righteous path using demonic energy?" He then crossed his arms. "Your Wu Hua sect's senior disciple, Hua Tiandu, has already established sect rules forbidding righteous disciples from using demonic energy. Don't you know that?" Fong Han looked up at the arrogant man before him. "Fu Shoujinren, are you here to hunt demonic cultivators or interrogate me?" At this, he gritted his teeth in anger. Who cares if it's Hua Tiandu or anyone else, or if it's the Wu Hua sect or whatever? If he wants to set new rules, he'd better become the sect master first. After listening, he closed his eyes. I am your senior and am only reminding you. Disciples of the righteous path should uphold justice. Using demonic energy is ultimately dishonorable and will only tarnish the sect. With that, the man released a powerful aura around him. In 3 years, the Grand Immortal Assembly will select outstanding disciples from the 10 major righteous sects to become joint enforcers, tasked with handling rule-breaking disciples. Restrain yourself now to avoid regrets later. Fang Han instinctively glanced at the arrogant guy ahead. There's no need for Fushou to intervene. This immortal will give a reminder. Immortal, do not delay the main task. The priority is to ensure the demonic evil does not escape. He immediately acknowledged. The pursuit order from the Supreme Unity sect has spread across the Heavenly Tao. As a disciple of the Heavenly Tao, you also bear the responsibility to eliminate demons and devils. With that, he glanced downward, thinking to himself that if my Fingyu disagreed, the protagonist would interrupt the man's thoughts. Of course, if we don't kill the demonic evil, we still have to do what must be done. He furrowed his brow, surprised by Fang Han's unexpected response. Seeing Fushou standing nearby, the protagonist immediately spoke up. Then let's hurry. I'll mobilize this military cauldron to follow you. Moments later, inside the Wan cauldron, Long Yuan anxiously looked outside. The pursuit of the demonic evil cannot be underestimated. The Supreme Unity sect is overbearing. They might use you as a scapegoat. Fang Chingshuette has deep ties with the demonic evil. If we get involved, we might be dragged into trouble. The protagonist walked over to her. No worries, this is just a pretense. If we refuse, they'll cause trouble. With that, he sat down, took out the demonic blade, and looked ahead. Long Yuan, step behind the screen for now. I need to refine the demonic blade. Be careful not to get hurt. She smiled, her eyes narrowing. Alright, I'll guard you from the back. Fang Han closed his eyes, and the bloodthirsty demonic spirit of the blade immediately appeared behind him. The protagonist sensed something and thought to himself, the Blood Night Pool Sovereign. Is this the bloodthirsty demonic spirit? But it's still not as strong as a standalone demonic spirit. With that thought, Fang Han suddenly opened his eyes and unleashed the Imperial Selection Holy Water. Streams of sacred virtue continuously enveloped the demonic blade. Meanwhile, a hint of killing intent flickered in the protagonist's eyes as he successfully refined the demonic blade and absorbed it. A glint of killing intent flashed in Fang Han's eyes as he observed the situation outside the palace. Fushou immediately noticed and turned around, muttering, "No wonder I thought he was demonic at first. The martial transformation sect disciples are all like this." He turned back, thinking to himself, fighting fire with fire, indeed. When the time comes to surround and kill, he'll have to contribute. A portal to another dimension appeared before them. Fushou pointed ahead. This passage leads to the Supreme Primordial Immortal Manor, doesn't it? The demonic evil wants to escape into it, using the immortal techniques and restrictions to resist us. Someone from the Supreme Unity sect cupped their hands in response. Indeed, he said, turning to the others with a meaningful look. Let's go in. We might encounter an immortal opportunity. Not everyone gets the chance to explore this immortal cave. Come on, the Taiyuan Immortal Manor was discovered years ago. All the valuable stuff was dug up long ago, and no one can enter the deeper parts. The immortal techniques and restrictions inside are deadly, even immortal realm experts would be killed by them if they stray in. Hearing this, the male lead was startled. I see, he said. Afterward. He projected his voice outward. In that case, Elder Fushou, let's go in together and fly into the passage with the Tai sect members. Inside, it was pitch black, and the Tai sect members were already there. Before them stood Ying Tianxin, while across from him was Zhao Xianyi, a core disciple of the Tai sect. At that moment, the black-haired man rushed to speak upon seeing Fushou. Elder Fushou, senior brother has finally arrived. Senior brother Zhao Xianyi has been possessed by a demonic creature. Saying this, he glanced behind Dan Lu. What's going on here? Fushou explained, this is a demonic treasure accidentally obtained by a disciple of the Wuhua sect. The black-haired man frowned immediately. Wasn't the 5-prison heavenly demon killed by our elders? How did the cloud cauldron end up in the hands of a Wuhua sect disciple? Fang Han stepped out from behind Dan Lu, cutting him off. Heavenly treasures belong to those worthy of them. I've already reported this to the Sect Master Supreme. Once my cultivation improves, the Sect Master Supreme won't need to use immortal techniques, the cauldron will evolve into a Tao artifact. Upon hearing this, he stared at Fang Han in shock. Is that true? In that case, let's join forces and teach this demon a lesson he'll never forget. The male lead raised his hand, revealing the recently refined demonic blade, shocking the two of them. How did the Bloodscar demon blade end up in his hands? Fang Han declared loudly with the heavenly dragonate sounds,
I annihilated the demonic army in the swamp and claimed their flesh and blood. The blood-scarred demon blade naturally fell into my possession.
What do you all think of this merit for slaying demons? The crowd ahead began murmuring, how could a mere disciple of the Wuhua sect have annihilated the demonic army? We can't underestimate him. He wields the 5-prison king cauldron, and the legendary blood-scarred demon blade is indeed formidable.
Ying Tianqing tapped his fan against his palm and said, Jiaxianyi, how dare you lose focus while fighting me? With that, he raised his hands and unleashed the great ice annihilation technique. The move was so powerful that even Fang Han struggled to withstand it. The Tai sect members were sent flying one after another, their souls nearly scattered. Zhao Xianyi barely held on by drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. At that moment, the male lead broke into a cold sweat, thinking, the great ice annihilation technique is so powerful, my soul nearly got sucked away. Suddenly, Fusho pointed at Fang Han and shouted, You, impressive. I knew you weren't one of the righteous cultivators. It seems my judgment was correct, you've been secretly aiding the enemy. The black-haired man beside him suddenly struck downward. Those chains swiftly lunged toward the southern main seat, binding tightly around the alchemy furnace, infuriating Fang Han, who roared at the reckless fool. He thought to himself, these two struck first, sealing his treasures just to take his life. Though he could regain control through his spirit, it was already too late. Then, the two raised their hands in unison, sending sword glows hurtling toward him. Fang Han immediately lifted his hands, forming a spinning vortex of true energy around himself to block the strikes. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, his pupils flashing with two sharp killing intents before his body tensed, unleashing a rapid flurry of attacks. Yet, the sealing chains and blades on the furnace were destroyed, sending Fang Han into a furious rage as he let out a deafening roar. As disciples of the Tai sect, you dare to rob and murder, ambushing me just to seize two demonic treasures. I will report this to Elder Jizuan of the Wuhua sect, and expose your vile deeds for all to see. With that, the protagonist swung his demonic blade, slashing downward. Fusho gritted his teeth as his legs were grazed by the sword's edge, causing cold sweat to break out among the onlookers. Moments later, they exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves, so the Tai sect truly is ruthless and tyrannical. Their core disciples kill without hesitation, leaving no safety for the innocent.
It's outright banditry.
Indeed, their actions are truly chilling.
Are the lives of their sect members the only ones that matter? Our lives mean nothing? These words enraged Xianyi, his face darkening with fury. Then, he raised his hand and shouted, Zhu Chun, Defeng, Koan Yuan. Canli, I'll hold off the demonic calamity. You all, go and eliminate those slanderers. Do not let them defame the Tai sect. No sooner had he spoken than the figures behind him vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded the protagonist. Fusho, looming, let's assist in taking him down. Fang Han quickly raised his hand, commanding the demonic blade to strike at them. However, their flying swords were instantly shattered, and the protagonist was suddenly sent flying, Fang Han letting out a pain scream. Looming and Fusho roared in fury, their painstakingly cultivated flying swords, refined over 60 years, were destroyed in an instant. It would take at least 3 years to restore them, wasting countless rare resources. How infuriating. This man must not be allowed to escape.
This formation was crafted by the 6 of us to counter the demonic calamity. And now it's being used against him, what an honor for him indeed. Fang Han glanced at the combined attack formation above and smirked.
Not necessarily.
With that, the protagonist closed his eyes as the World Tree's mark appeared on his forehead. Empowered by spiritual energy, Fang Han swiftly flew toward the furnace, gripping it tightly. Fusho, controlling the formation, gave chase and shouted, he's trying to enter the royal cauldron. Fang Han suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked back, when a ray of light suddenly fell from high altitude. A bolt of lightning struck right into the center of their grand formation. From within that powerful lightning, a familiar figure emerged, none other than the beautiful Chingshuette. The moment he saw her, Fang Han froze, his ears burning. He wondered why her presence made him feel at ease yet also filled him with unease. Just then, Chingshuette spoke. Fearless of heaven or earth, she was a force capable of standing against the Tai sect.
The man smirked shamelessly at the protagonist.
You're worried because you've caused so much trouble. When she finds out, she might suspect the imperial chosen disciple. Ying Tianqing stood there, calling out cheerfully, Chingshuette, but she ignored him, her gaze sweeping downward. Fang Han, you challenged Hua Tendu, slew the water ancient demon, and defended the 7,499 thunder islands of my thunder god's cave. You also killed the 7-leaf demon lord, seized the blood-scarred demon blade, avoided direct conflict with the Tai sect's disciples, and now you're clashing with them again. With these actions, the martial transformation sect will surely reward you handsomely. As she finished speaking, she appeared before the protagonist. Others struggle to kill even one foe for a single treasure, yet you've beaten them to it.
As he spoke, he thought to himself, Master Bai Hai Chan. Feng Chingshue's cultivation is profound, and she's done me a great kindness. Though I cannot fulfill my master's last wish, and my feelings for her remain unclear, I will never forget her. Just how powerful was she? Especially when, with a single strike, she had nearly overwhelmed him. Even the blood-slaughtered divine light of the 5-prison cauldron couldn't withstand her. She was far stronger than the 7 annihilation demon lords. No, you're even more afraid of her than Ning Tianqing. My strength hasn't fully recovered, so you stand no chance against her. But before she could finish, Xianyi let out a roar. Feng Chingshuette, as a disciple of the martial transformation sect, why are you stopping us from killing these demon spawn? Don't forget, every move you make now represents the martial transformation sect. That demon spawn killed a disciple of my supreme unity sect. What are you scheming by helping him? Are you trying to make the supreme unity sect use the heavenly Dao bounty decree against you? Chingshuette couldn't help but laugh at this. When did I ever help that demon spawn? Shang Xianyi, when you fought Ning Tianqing earlier, did I ever interfere with lightning? I merely saved a disciple of our sect, Feng Xing. With that, she narrowed her eyes at the group ahead. Speaking of which, I have something to ask. Our martial transformation sect's core disciple. By what right did the Supreme Unity sect kill him? Chingshue's expression darkened instantly. Even if he committed a grave offense, he should have been punished by the sect master, divine sovereign, or elders. If the Supreme Unity sect claims to be the leader of the 10 Taoist sects, then will you arbitrarily depose or replace the sect masters of other sects whenever you dislike them? These sharp words left Fu Shou speechless. Xianyi raised an eyebrow at her. What basis do you have to accuse the Supreme Unity sect of arbitrarily deposing sect masters? Are you trying to sow discord among the 10 sects? You're truly devious and unpredictable. With that, he waved his hand. Feng Han had already been secretly aiding the demon spawn. If we don't act first, who knows how many fellow cultivators will be killed? The arrow is on the string, it must be released. The more he talks, the angrier this guy gets. Our original intention was just to capture this kid and hand him over to the martial transformation sect for judgment. Before he could finish speaking, Feng Han let out a loud shout. Xianyi, you're lying. His words left everyone in shock. The protagonist pointed directly at them and shouted angrily. Wasn't it because you were jealous after seeing me kill the 7 annihilation demon army? And then, seeing I had 2 supreme treasures, you wanted to kill me for them and frame me as a demonic cultivator? This is the Supreme Unity sect's usual trick. It might work once or twice, but what about after that? At this, the protagonist turned to the crowd behind him. Everyone, the Supreme Unity sect forcibly split the immortal path, with no merit to speak of. In the future, they'll still need merit to survive the heavenly tribulation. If disciples refuse to comply, they'll be doomed by calamity. The immortal path should be free and unrestrained. Yet you seek to limit cultivators' potential. Such narrow-mindedness is even more vicious than the demonic sects. Seeing the crowd's confusion, Feng Han continued. Everyone must be careful. Don't let the Supreme Unity sect tighten its grip. Today, they can use the excuse of demonic cultivation to target me. But tomorrow, if they gain some heavenly fortune or seize a high-grade demonic treasure, how will they treat all of you? Shen Xianyi was furious upon hearing this. He immediately raised his hand and struck. Next, he cast a dazzling binding technique, locking Feng Han in place. At that moment, he stopped manipulating the world's heart. Yet his entire body remained tightly restrained by the energy. Fortunately, the world's heart protected him, or he would have been torn apart. Just then, Chingshuette raised her hand and dispelled Xianyi's technique. After being freed, Feng Han gasped for breath. Chingshuette glared coldly at them. How dare you use the Black Moon Seal against a disciple of the martial transformation sect? Why not let me test your mastery of the 20-fold heavenly tribulation nail teeth? I'd like to see if you've even learned it properly. Oof, we should report back to the sect, another talentless fool, it seems. Enraged, Xianyi gritted his teeth and said, You're not worthy to challenge me. Bring it on, all of you. I'd like to see if the heavenly demon sect and martial transformation sect combined can withstand my heavenly tribulation nails. Even if you've mastered the heavenly tribulation nails alone, if you'd fully cultivated them, you'd have long since reached the 10th stage of divine transformation and entered the immortal realm. Why are you still at the golden core stage? After hearing this, Chingshuette glanced at him, and Ning Tianqing added, You're trying to use reverse psychology on me. We of the demonic path never adhere to rules. Since you've ganged up to attack me, now you'll taste what it's like to be ambushed yourselves. Chingshuette, let's join forces to capture him and refine him, then force him to reveal the cultivation methods of the Tai sect. The group flew into a rage upon hearing this. The blessed elder brandished a talisman, roaring, How dare you! Does the martial transformation sect wish to make enemies of the entire world? It's simple. I'll seal the void passage now and kill everyone here. Then I'll just say you all died trespassing into the Taiyuan immortal manor. His blood boiled after hearing this. Daring to do this?
Ying Tianqing calmly released waves of spiritual energy, then placed talismans on the void passage.
Feng Han was stunned by the sight. Ling Yan then spoke, indeed.
The realm of the Taiyuan immortal manor is a chaotic spacetime. Any intruder would be torn to shreds.
Even masters of the longevity secret realm cannot force their way through the void. If one forcibly breaks in with spiritual power, they'll suffocate in the endless void. If Chingshuette agrees to join forces, hundreds here will be obliterated.
After listening, Ying Zheng has secretly glanced at Tianqing and whispered, "No, let those arrogant Tai sect disciples die."
But there are still many innocent disciples among them.
His gaze involuntarily shifted to Danli, his heart heavy with worry for Long Yuan and Shaolin, still trapped inside. He had no idea how they were faring. Ever since Wang Ding was sealed, the two had gone silent.
He knew at least Long Yuan couldn't remain trapped here.
As he pondered, Chingshuette's voice, cold as frost, suddenly rang out,
calling Ying Tianqing by name. Leave.
The paths of immortals and demons differ. There's no way I'll join you to slaughter righteous disciples. But I'll deal with the Tai sect on my own. They slaughtered my Wang family, I cannot stand by. Hearing this resolute declaration, Ying Tianqing felt frustrated and could only sigh.
Since that's your decision, so be it. Do as you wish with these people.
No sooner had he spoken than a earth-shattering upheaval occurred. The gates of the void passage exploded in succession, leaving everyone stunned. The horrifying sight left the crowd below speechless. Then, from the shattered gate, a familiar figure emerged.
It was Song Wei of the Tai sect, the demon overlord. You won't escape. His appearance acted like a shot of adrenaline, sending the Tai sect disciples into cheers of joy.
Ying Tianqing turned to glare at him fiercely. The calamity of solar fire, Song Wei. Feng Han frowned, gritting his teeth as killing intent surged.
He's here too?
Chingshuette also coldly eyed Song Wei.
Do you wish to fight me as well?
Facing the crowd's gazes, he confidently declared, since you refuse to ally with the demon overlord against the Tai sect, we naturally won't make enemies of the martial transformation sect. At this point, he looked around and announced loudly that today's matter should still be addressed by the responsible party of the martial transformation sect, ensuring a fair resolution.
Just then, countless ice-shattering arrows shot out from the passageway,
causing the entire space to tremble violently. Then, a foot stepped through the doorway, and the newly appointed Hua Tiandu appeared before everyone's astonished gazes. Seeing his mortal enemy, Feng Han was overcome with rage, clenching his fists tightly.
An uncontrollable killing intent surging within him. Why was Hua Tiandu here?
Even Feng Chingshuette emanated a powerful aura upon seeing him. And Nanzhang mused inwardly that even Chingshuette harbored resentment toward Hua Tiandu. At that moment, he surveyed the surroundings with his dark, piercing eyes. His tone arrogant as he declared, I already understand the gist of this matter.
With that, Tiandu's gaze settled on Nanzhang.
Feng Han, I never expected your strength to grow so rapidly. A rare sight even among the core disciples of the martial transformation sect. But your haste for power has led you to disregard the taboos of the immortal path. Feng Han merely scoffed in response, I slay demons and vanquish evil, even executing the leader of the destruction sect and the 7 demon armies.
Who are you to judge me?
He pointed directly at his opponent, unafraid, times have changed.
I am now a core disciple, just like you. We stand as equals. Feng Han's words took Chingshuette by surprise, while Hua Tiandu shifted his gaze elsewhere.
With an air of arrogance, he announced, Today, I represent the Grandmaster to resolve the martial transformation sect's affairs. To prevent the martial transformation sect from being entangled in the feud between the Unity sect and the Demon Warriors, let us set this matter aside for now. Then, he locked eyes with Feng Han, the 2 demonic treasures you obtained while slaying evil will not be confiscated. Upon returning to the martial transformation sect, you will be rewarded accordingly. Chingshuette, Feng Han, take everyone and return to the martial transformation sect at once. I will settle your misunderstandings with the Unity sect and consider the matter resolved. Hearing this, Nanzhang furrowed his brow, calculating inwardly that Tiandu was likely trying to restrain Chingshuette to avoid conflict with the Unity sect.
Suddenly, Chingshuette spoke coldly, and if I refuse to leave?
You have no right to dictate my actions.
He responded with a sanctimonious remark.
If you refuse, I will have no choice but to take you away by force. If the demonic path invades in the future, bringing suffering to all, how can we unite?
Chingshuette merely shot him a sidelong glance, fine. I'd like to see how you plan to take me away.
Taken aback, Hua Tiandu smirked challengingly, we are both core disciples of the martial transformation sect. If we must compete, it can only be done on the heavenly judgment platform. He glanced at Chingshuette and Ying Tianqing, continuing, you claim the demon warriors are coming?
Then I will stand here. Bring them along with you.
If you can break through me, I will no longer interfere. Otherwise, return to the martial transformation sect and focus on your cultivation. With that, the arrogant man turned to the crowd from the Heavenly Unity sect.
This ultimate battle, do you agree, Xianyi? Only junior brother, do the rest of you approve of this ultimate battle? Wei Yi immediately clapped in response.
Once I suppress the disciples of the martial transformation sect, the rest of you can settle your grudges with the fiend.
That way, there'll be no objections to this ultimate battle. Hua Tiandu quickly interrupted, his tone calculating.
But the fiend has already fled, and many disciples of the Heavenly Unity sect have fallen in vain. Therefore, I will personally capture him and offer him to your sect. Amid the crowd's shock, he added, the Heavenly Unity sect has suffered losses because of my martial transformation sect. To express my apology, I will present 1,000 age-extending elixirs at your mountain gate next month to prolong the lives of your disciples. Suddenly, he whipped around to Chingshuette.
Since that's settled, let's go. What do you think, junior sister Feng?
Upon hearing this, Chingshuette turned to Feng Han.
Are you returning to the martial transformation sect? The Heavenly Unity sect wants to kill you. Can you endure that?
The protagonist scoffed without hesitation. They forcibly seized my treasure and framed me.
I won't let this slide.
No sooner had he spoken than Chingshuette unleashed binding soul lightning, then leapt forward with a single stride. Her gaze resolute, she declared, to surpass Hua Tiandu and break through my cultivation, there's no choice but a life and death struggle. This battle is inevitable, I will fight him to the end. Ying Tianqing also acted immediately, casting the Great Ice Calamity technique like a fierce arrow shooting straight at Tiandu.
Yet, with a single hand, he effortlessly caught the instantaneous strike.
Kindly restrain Feng Han, fellow cultivators. Do not harm him, just seal his powers. Let me take him back to the martial transformation sect to avoid disrupting the peace of our immortal path. In an instant, Chingshuette and Tianxing appeared before him.
Wei Yi gave orders from the other side. 6 junior brothers, capture Feng Han.
I'll cover you.
Understood.
The 6 immediately formed an array, jointly deploying the 6 directions reaching the heavens formation. The protagonist raised his hand, releasing a surge of spiritual power from his zither to suppress the opponent's techniques.
This sight enraged Wei Yi.
His killing intent surged.
Feng Han must be eliminated.
At that moment, he used a voice transmission to inform his allies, will strike when Feng Chingshuette, the fiend, and Hua Tiandu are too exhausted to intervene.
Xianyi responded via voice transmission. Can Hua Tiandu handle Feng Chingshuette and the fiend?
She wields Dao energy rumored to be a legacy from the Thunder Matriarch. Wei Yi glanced at him.
So what?
After a brief pause, he added, it seems Hua Tiandu isn't planning to use Dao energy. Besides, the 10,000 turtles are still here. In a flash, Feng Han drew his demonic blade, slashing out several arcs of energy that instantly shattered the array's barrier. Seeing this, the 6 released their spiritual energy, immediately suppressing the protagonist's techniques.
Looming arrogantly shouted, Feng Han's cultivation is too weak.
We join forces to sever his connection with the demonic blade, seize the magical treasure, and then take him out.
Deng, standing behind, panicked upon hearing this. Didn't Hua Tiandu already say?
These words infuriated him.
If Hua Tiandu said so, what should we do?
Senior brother Zhao has already sent a message, kill him first, ask questions later.
The deed is done. Would he dare to harm us now? Old man Fusho let out a cold laugh. True, but this kid's cultivation technique is bizarre. Though it's a divine ability, it's not the martial transformation sect celestiali technique. Even senior brother Xuani's black moon seal couldn't kill him instantly.
He revealed a sinister expression. If we capture him and force him to reveal his cultivation technique, our own powers will grow. At this moment, Feng Han's connection was suppressed, but this only excited him further. Yen, control the King Cauldron and unleash as many heavenly demons as possible.
After receiving the order, he smirked.
Immediately, Ling Yen transformed from a flood dragon into human form, entered the elixir stream, and channeled continuous power, pouring endless energy into the royal selection diagram. Watching the surging elixir stream, Feng Han mused to himself.
Yen couldn't be exposed now, but secretly controlling the King Cauldron would go unnoticed.
Let Yen, with his heavily being cultivation, control the treasure and unleash even greater power than I can. In an instant, the elixir stream surged with immense magical energy, then condensed into cloth-like strips and shot out continuously. This sight made old man Fusho break into a cold sweat.
This isn't good, there's a hidden expert.
Ling Yen burst into laughter.
Soul Guard Formation, Spirit Devouring Formation, Spirit Absorption Formation, activate them all. Feng Han then roared, realizing that if he wanted to leave safely today, he'd have to capture these 6 to negotiate with the Tai sect. The elixir stream suddenly shattered the 6 Tai sect disciples' formation, enraging the 6 elderly cultivators, who glared and shouted, "You scoundrel, how dare you!" Fong Han coldly looked up. Too late. In an instant, Yan's formation had already surrounded them.
Then, with ease, he ensnared all 6 arrogant fools and absorbed them into the king cauldron.
The 6 landed simultaneously, then stood back to back,
forming a circle to create a protective barrier. The commotion was so loud it woke Long Yuan behind the curtain.
Fusho took out a pouch and scattered several glowing pills, and the 6 opened their mouths to swallow them one by one.
Nanzhang merely chuckled.
Trying to take anti-demon lifespan reducing pills?
Ling Yan immediately formed hand seals and activated the prison of divine steels. Instantly, a massive stone steel covered in ancient script appeared inside the king cauldron, causing their bodies to tremble as the pills were forced out of their mouths.
Fong Han reached out and caught the 6 pills.
Ling Yan whispered beside him, "You can trade these anti-demon lifespan reducing pills for rare treasures, even if you don't use them."
Long Yuan then stepped out from behind the curtain.
Fong Han, sorry, just now. At the peak of the seal, seeing her confusion, Nanjing interrupted, "It's nothing.
Go back to Xiaolin and distribute this. I'll hold on to the rest for now. Don't use them unless it's absolutely necessary." Long Yuan tightly clutched the pills in her hand and said gratefully, "Thank you.
I still need to train harder.
I can't hold everyone back."
Suddenly, Fong Han shouted outward, "Songwei, Songwei. Master Lu has already been subdued by me.
Why haven't you retreated yet?" Nanjing's voice reached Zhao Shen and Songwei's ears.
Seeing the expressions of the two, the crowd behind them was instantly stunned.
Has Master Lu really been captured just like that?
This time, they were hesitant. The military might not dare to kill a cultivator from the Tai sect, but they would take them back to the alchemical sect.
What should the Tai sect do now?
Suddenly, Nanjing shouted again.
"Tiandu, if you don't let us leave, I'll cripple Master Lu's powers."
Taking this opportunity, Chingshuette and Tianqing rushed forward behind him.
While Tiandu was distracted, Tianqing raised his hand and formed the seal of the vengeful ghost curse.
Instantly, a squad of armored skeleton soldiers appeared.
Tiandu's eyes widened,
and he unleashed the heavenly cold dark energy, shattering the skeleton soldiers one after another. Immediately, Tiandu angrily turned and roared,
"Fong Han, release Master Lu at once.
You've already violated the rules of the martial alchemical sect."
Nanjing calmly crossed his arms. "I fought them and won. What rule did I break? Master Lu attacked me first. If he wanted to kill me, was I not allowed to defend myself?"
"That's a rule you set yourself, Tiandu." Hearing these words, he could no longer contain himself.
He immediately unleashed an astonishing aura.
"Today, I will punish you to prevent you from harming the immortal path in the future." In an instant, Tiandu manifested his heavenly earth avatar, a 3-headed, 10-armed figure appearing behind him. The overwhelming power dispersed Nanjing's true energy, and all the surrounding air seemed to freeze. At that moment, he closed his eyes and thought silently. The sneak attack from the celestial sound slowed his movements and thoughts. Chingshuette, seeing this, turned back in shock.
"How dare you strike?"
Then, she raised her hand and formed a seal.
From high above, lightning bolts struck down.
And in an instant, the undying Thunder Emperor had already taken action. The Thunder Emperor's eyes gleamed with killing intent. Wielding a lightning sword, he fiercely clashed with the avatar, one of the 10 arms striking toward the cauldron. Many of the inner demons were scattered.
Fong Han released his true energy to protect himself and Long Yuan, blocking Tiandu's attack.
Though Chingshuette had blocked 90% of the force, the remaining 10% were still too much for Nanjing to handle.
Seeing this, Ling Yan hastily shouted, "The 5 prison cauldron can't be used anymore. 50,000 demons have already perished in an instant. Now, there are fewer than 180,000 demons left in the cauldron." Since Tiandu had sealed the cauldron, the blood sorrow frame couldn't emerge either.
At this very moment, cracks appeared on the prison divine steel, shocking Fong Han deeply. In an instant, the steel was completely destroyed, and Tianxiu's voice rang out, "Our 6 true masters of the Tai sect have already freed everyone." Then, he tightly locked onto Long Yuan. "Stay out of this, I'll get you out. Today's matter has nothing to do with you." With that, Tianxiu lunged at Fong Han, only to be blocked by his blood frost frame.
"You want to capture me? In your dreams."
Outside, Zhao Shen and Song Wei simultaneously unleashed Black Sun Wind Calamity and Great Sun Fire Calamity. The two shouted in unison, "Refine this man. He is the Cauldron of Refinement King, and this is the perfect opportunity." Before their combined attack fully formed, they whirled like a storm around the alchemy furnace, trapping Fong Han's body between two relentless forces, causing him immense pain. Suddenly, he glanced downward and, disregarding the cost of a century of lifespan, took out a wind demon lifespan-reducing pill and swallowed it. Immediately, Fong Han's body radiated a golden aura, breaking free from the restraints. No wonder he's called the madman. Amidst the whirlwind of wind and fire calamities, he erupted with overwhelming force.
The sight infuriated Zhao Xian. He actually used a wind demon lifespan-reducing pill? The gap in cultivation isn't something a single pill can bridge.
No sooner had he spoken than the two intensified their techniques, their spiritual power surging. The whirlwind tightened around the alchemy furnace, and Fong Han's eyes turned white as he gritted his teeth and roared. The gap in power was simply too vast. These two have even resorted to using their golden core.
They're determined to win. At this rate, even his spiritual flames won't hold out.
Fong Han shouted, if he escapes today, he'll repay this debt in the future.
Let's go!
In an instant, the alchemy furnace erupted with a terrifying force, shattering their encirclement before bursting free and hurtling toward the Taiyuan River light, weaving effortlessly through the formations. Seeing this, Chingshuette panicked and turned to Fong Han.
Songwei also recognized the protagonist's reckless desperation and cried out, "This is bad." Several recorded God's true masters broke free at that moment.
Tiandu True Master was furious and immediately manifested his heaven and earth avatar, Panmu Continent, Suppress. Next, the avatar's arms chased after the alchemy furnace, and even more hands shot toward Fong Han. Chingshuette was enraged.
Are you insane? This will only make the Taiyuan immortal manor's restrictions backlash harder. Above, the avatar's arms were retracted.
And Hua Tiandu raised his hand to unleash the five elements extreme shift and heavenly origin formula. Instantly, the threads outside the Taiyuan River light ensnared Hua Tiandu's orb of light.
Then, his orb exploded, and the entangling threads shattered along with it. Ying Tianqing looked up at Hua Tiandu,
mulling over the fact that the Taiyuan River light had already been compromised.
Even with a 300-year gap in cultivation, if it came to a real fight. With that thought,
Xian Tianxing rushed into the passage, his voice echoing, in that case,
I'll head out first. The rest of the wheel battle is up to you.
Seeing this, the longevity envoy turned to look at the supreme origin divine light, his face paling as he turned and fled.
Still able to continue the pursuit.
That black-clad boy entered the immortal manor, there's no way out.
What a waste of the two treasures on him.
Standing beside the burly man, Looming thought even if those were treasures, they'd likely be crushed to pieces by the restrictions in the immortal manor.
Well, at least we've eliminated a major threat. Xingsno stormed up to Tiandu, furious. You forced my Wohua sect's direct disciple to his death. This won't go unanswered.
Let's see how you explain yourself to the Grandmaster Wisdom Venerable. He clearly looked displeased. That kid brought it on himself by falling to demonic ways.
Who's to blame? I even tried to save him, didn't you see?
With that, he sharply turned to the two from the Tai sect. The demonic cultivator has escaped.
So this bet is ours. I'm done with this matter. Xuani, Wei, what do you think? What's everyone's take? Zhao Xian's expression darkened as he clenched his fists. We're hunting down the demonic cultivator.
I hope the Wohua sect's disciples won't interfere, or they'll face the consequences.
Xingsno blared at the two. You forced our clansman to his death. I won't stop you from chasing the demonic cultivator today, but remember this. At the Grand Immortal Assembly in 3 years, I'll make the Tai sect's disciples pay. Then let's wait and see. With that, the two scoffed and flew into the passage.
Xingsno glanced back worriedly, her eyes fixed on the supreme origin immortal manor.
Fong Han, I can only hope you turn danger into safety. Entering the supreme origin immortal manor means certain doom. But if it's you...
With that thought, she unleashed a bolt of lightning into the passage. The other sects began leaving one after another, murmuring among themselves. The Wohua sect suffered a heavy loss, losing such a direct disciple.
Maybe Huasen planned to use the Tai sect to cut off the roots. What a cunning move. Should we still chase the demonic cultivator?
Why bother?
The Tai sect is so arrogant, do they need our help?
Earlier, within the supreme origin river light, the alchemy furnace was now surrounded.
Fong Han suddenly turned back. This river light could even crush the 5 prisons King Cauldron? Ling Yan focused intently on the outside.
This divine immortal light can only be unleashed by gathering many experts from the longevity secret realm.
It can destroy anything.
Even the Yellow Springs Emperor would have to be cautious. Now, as the river light weakened, Nanjang also sensed it.
Startled. Yan, the river light is fading. Hearing this, he couldn't hide his excitement.
Watiandu activated the restrictions. Let's charge in while we have the chance.
Fong Han immediately urged the Yellow Springs holy water to surge forth. We no longer need to hold back now. The Yellow Springs diagram is a top-grade Taoist artifact, even the river light can't easily destroy it. In an instant, the Yellow Springs holy water engulfed Wang Ding, gradually weakening the radiant sect's influence from the outside.
Moments later, Fang Han suddenly widened his eyes. Before him lay the interior of the Taiyuan Manor, a scene of utter devastation. Nanjang stepped out of Wang Ding, gazing at the bones on the ground.
Something inside the skeletal remains seemed to glow. Ling Yan eyed it skeptically, guessing it was likely a magical treasure. Upon hearing this, Fang Han immediately rushed down. He reached out to touch the bones, but after a moment, they crumpled into dust with the wind. Watching a fresh skeleton vanish before his eyes, Nanjing staggered back in horror. Only peak experts could enter this immortal manor. Even if their bones were as hard as steel, they shouldn't decay like this. How could this happen? Ling Yan raised a hand, pondered for a moment, then spoke. Fang Han, time inside the Taiyuan immortal manor flows differently from the outside world. 1 year outside equals 360 years here. A cultivator at the heavenly immortal realm only lives for 800 years. If one entered 3 years ago, they would have long turned to dust by now. As he spoke, both lowered their heads to the thousands of skeletons beneath them. These bones belonged to cultivators who had explored this place for hundreds of thousands of years. Time passed slowly, and even flying swords would rust. Even those from the longevity secret realm couldn't escape death. Hearing this, Fang Han remained doubtful. 365 years here only equals 1 year outside? He crossed his arms and explained, cultivators from the longevity secret realm can alter the flow of time. Legend says the Taiyuan immortal venerable of the longevity secret realm could freely manipulate time in 360-year spans. Before Ling Yan could finish, Huangquan Emperor suddenly interrupted, as Nanjang cut in. Isn't this perfect for us? I've been struggling with insufficient cultivation time. 10 years wouldn't be enough to defeat Hua Tiandu, but 360 years would. Hearing such foolish words, he couldn't help but give Fang Han a light knock on the head. After a moment, Ling Yan's expression grew grave. This place isn't suitable for cultivation. There's no wood spirit energy needed by the wood sovereign, the spiritual energy is thin, and there are no elixirs. Otherwise, why would those experts have died here? Some even starved to death before their lifespan ended. Fang Han finally understood the problem, cold sweat dripping. He had been too reckless earlier. Ling Yan rubbed his forehead, deep in thought. It's hard to enter here, even harder to leave, and there's nothing to be found. Though Wang Ding contains a small amount of spiritual energy, it can only sustain us for 355 years at most. Upon arriving, Fang Han closed his eyes, circulating a stream of true energy. Let me think. There must be another way. We can't give up. Suddenly, the image of the world tree flashed in his mind. Nanjang shouted excitedly, I've got it. The heart world, and here, it won't stop absorbing spiritual energy from the immortal realm. Suddenly, the male lead coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood. Seeing Fang Han kneel to the ground, Ling Yan explained that the effects of the lifespan-reducing demon wind pill had worn off. If you hadn't used the 9 orifices golden core, an ordinary chi refining cultivator would have died by now. The 9 orifices golden core lets you live for 700 years without cultivation. Combined with your mastery of refining insult, you could have lived an additional 1,000 years. But now, you only have 900 years left. Fang Han smiled in satisfaction. 900 years of cultivation here isn't bad. If I were outside, I could fake my death and escape in just 2 years. Looking up at the grand hall ahead, he continued, we mustn't rush things. First, we need to investigate whether there are any secrets in this hall. Or any magical artifacts that haven't decayed and are still usable. Fang Han then stepped into the hall, where dust and decay filled his vision. Ling Yan carefully examined the flying sword in his hand. What a shame. This top-tier flying sword, forged over 1,000 years, has decayed beyond use. In the river of time, all things decay, even immortals. No one in this world can live forever. That's no empty saying. His gaze darkened. Even the divine races beyond the realm would one day face destruction when the world ends. Lifespan may match the heavens, but even the heavens have an end. One day, they too will collapse. Perhaps only by finding the legendary gate of eternal life can one truly live as long as the heavens. Fang Han was rummaging through something. Even if he cultivated peacefully here to the heavenly immortal realm, he'd only gain 800 more years. But only 5 years have passed outside. He needed to advance further. Reaching the true return realm requires all 5 elements, but without spiritual energy here, he couldn't cultivate other divine abilities. Suddenly, a gleam caught Fang Han's eye, making him pause. Amid the clutter, he spotted a skeleton different from the one the male lead had first encountered. Fang Han widened his eyes, staring intently at it. Yan, take a look at this. Ling Yan glanced at it and said, this skeleton is different from the others, hard as steel, white as jade.
with no signs of weathering or decay. Suddenly, the skull tilted to the side, revealing a glowing object embedded in its cheekbone. Just then, Shaolin appeared behind them.
Fang Shaolin, do you know what this is?
She looked down, covering her mouth in shock. This is the personal treasure of Master Shi, a cultivator from the spirit dragon-blessed land known as the Fire Cloud Immortal.
Fang Han then reached down and picked up a small flag from the ground. The Fire Cloud Immortal? Yen, have you heard of her?
He lowered his head in thought. I know of the spirit dragon-blessed land, but I'm not familiar with this Fire Cloud Immortal. She was just an obscure junior, after all.
Shaolin suddenly interrupted Ling Yen. Isn't Flame Cloud Immortal one of the 10 great beauties of the immortal path? Back then, when she entered the underworld, no one knows how many underworld maturas she killed.
She had already reached the 7th level of the Golden Core realm. Hearing this news, Ling Yan suddenly stopped what he was doing. Then he struck the skull with his palm, shattering it completely. Facing Nanjiang and Shaolin's confusion, he couldn't stop laughing.
Fang Han, her life-bound golden core wasn't corrupted yet. Just then,
a radiant golden core appeared from within the skull.
Soon after, the golden core began emitting waves of spiritual energy. Fang Han looked at Ling Yan helplessly. You went too far with that move. At least it was the remains of a beauty.
Hearing this, he put on a shameless expression.
Kid, are you being soft on a lady? I don't think so.
After being seen through, Fang Han chuckled lightly. Then he took the golden core from Ling Yan's hand, staring at it intently.
No more jokes.
This golden core is truly extraordinary, nearly unmatched in power.
I doubt even Song Wei could compare.
At this moment, Ling Yan couldn't help but marvel at the might of those from the spirit dragon domain. Long ago, a woman once rebelled against the spirit dragon immortal sovereign of the Tai sect. The spirit dragon domain was founded by her. Everyone there knows the spells of the Supreme Unity sect. At this, Ling Yan placed his hand on his golden core. This golden core contains 28 divine techniques: Dragon Tiger Wind and Cloud Art, Eternal Spring Art, Subjugation Art, and Destiny Manipulation. Moments later, he became unusually excited and shouted loudly. There's even Black Sun Calamity and Great Sun Fire Calamity, just missing the ultimate technique, 10,000 Suns Genius.
Hearing this, the male lead couldn't help but beam with joy. Can I refine this golden core? Ling Yan suddenly furrowed his brow and declared firmly. No. You haven't reached the celestial realm yet. And even if you do, you shouldn't refine it. Even if you could refine this golden core and become a golden core expert, it would only be relying on the core. Forming a golden core is a process of baptism and transformation. Without this process, your life will remain incomplete. Only by condensing your essence, energy, spirit, dharma, and principles can you achieve transformation and extend your lifespan. A golden core is the mark of one's painstaking cultivation. If you refine someone else's golden core, you'll never step into the immortal realm in this lifetime. At this, Ling Yan's expression suddenly shifted, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. But you can study this golden core and comprehend the cultivation methods of its 28 divine techniques. Once you reach the celestial realm, you and I can join forces. Using the sacred water of the wilderness selection to gradually break this golden core down into primordial principle energy. You'll continue your cultivation, ultimately centering on the 5 Emperors' great demon god. Those techniques will assist you in forming an even stronger innate divine technique seed than this golden core. Hearing this, Fang Han's eyes burned with determination. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I'll keep cultivating, leave this place, and avenge myself. Seeing this, Ling Yan nodded with a smile, his eyes crinkling. In that case, let's begin your cultivation. But just then, Fang Han suddenly interrupted. Let's first refine the remaining heavenly demons in Wang Ding's cauldron into a jade fall elixir. Hearing this, Ling Yan's eyes widened in shock. Before he could speak, the male lead pointed at Shaolin and shouted. I still have the world's heart to absorb spiritual energy from the immortal realm, but she doesn't. With that, he closed his eyes and sighed deeply. What if I spend over a decade cultivating here? Without food or water, won't she starve? A great Azura can go months without eating, but years without sustenance would be fatal. Fang Han's words touched the girl's heart, and Shaolin was deeply moved. Moments later, she immediately knelt down. Thank you for your concern, master. From now on, I will follow you without hesitation. I will be utterly loyal, time is precious. A year later, the male lead was cultivating the Wood Emperor's principal energy, harmonizing yin and yang, and contemplating their transformations, while also, he has successfully broken through to the 4th stage of divine ability, the yin-yang realm. Though he still cannot sense the changes of yin and yang, he has once again mastered the Green Emperor Wood Sovereign technique. Today's cultivation session has ended, and Fang Han suddenly rises to his feet, letting out a sigh. These days have been so lonely. Yen, how much time has passed? Ling Yan immediately appears at his side. A year and 3 months have gone by.
You've been cultivating all this time, and your spiritual power has improved greatly.
Though you haven't grasped the fourth stage of divine ability, your inner vitality has become incredibly pure.
A kind of inspiration is stirring within him, like a hibernating insect.
The first spring thunder has sounded, and it emerges from the earth.
At this, he smiles as if celebrating a bountiful harvest.
Unfortunately, my innate dragon vein cannot pass on the experience of comprehending divine abilities.
If you were still in the martial transformation sect, you could ask around about connections.
Or even Fong Chingshuette. Fong Han looks firmly at Ling Yan. There's nothing to regret. I've come to terms with it.
The earliest cultivators had no one to ask either. They relied entirely on their own strength to comprehend the yin and yang of heaven and earth.
Can't I do the same?
At this moment, the protagonist's tone becomes steady and composed.
His wisdom is not the issue, it's just been clouded by distractions. Let my mind settle, and I'll comprehend it eventually.
Hearing this, Ling Yan relaxes and dives back into the royal selection map. After a year of cultivation, my mind has grown calmer.
That puts me at ease.
As for Shaolin, she's been training non-stop. The 4 gourd bottles around her contain 5 smoke spirit pills, 16 holy water, azure fall elixir, and life-extending golden pills.
Just then, footsteps suddenly approach, startling Shaolin.
She whips her head around to look behind her.
Fong Han raises a hand to signal her. It's fine, keep cultivating. How has your spiritual power been lately?
Shaolin lowers her head, clearly disappointed. Master, my spiritual power has reached its limit. After a moment, she releases a surge of ocular energy from her body. You should cultivate my Green Emperor Eye Sovereign technique. I possess the world heart, and my ocular energy is abundant.
I can give you some to refine into true energy, or even inner vitality won't be a problem.
Seeing this, Shaolin is moved. The protagonist immediately opens the world heart, and the falling spirit of the world tree appears. The protagonist raises his hands, and the world tree's spirit manifests behind him. Shaolin quickly reaches out to catch a leaf. But in an instant, she is crushed to the ground by its weight. Shaolin struggles to lift the leaf.
How can something so small be this heavy?
The protagonist extends his hand, releasing a stream of energy, then uses ocular energy to inscribe a talisman in the air.
This leaf is not to be underestimated. Without cultivating the world heart, you wouldn't be able to obtain it. Even a sword immortal's frame couldn't cut through it.
The ocular energy it contains is 10 times greater than that of the heavenly eye divine needle. At this moment, the Shaowai yellow rings released from the talisman swirl around Shaolin.
Fong Han continued, saying you must diligently practice the refinement technique.
I will teach you the oral formulas of the Green Emperor Wood's sovereign art. The male lead propped his chin on his hand, staring intently at Shaolin.
How long is the lifespan of your Great Azura clan? Great Azuras live longer than humans.
For example, I still have 550 years left. Now, I can only cultivate for another 470 years. Upon hearing this, Fong Han furrowed his brow. At the same time, he channeled his spiritual energy into the runes. So, you're still young. If you cultivate into a deity without entering secret realms, that would already be exceptional talent. Shaolin looked downward and said, my bloodline comes from a prominent demonic family, so my aptitude is naturally high, and my cultivation speed is fast.
Fong Han's spiritual energy was dense, quickly filling the entire room.
The door over there had already been sealed. Inside hid a strange object that suddenly made a noise, startling Fong Han so much that his eyes widened. Unintentionally, both of their gazes turned toward the tightly shut door. From behind the door came a deep voice, carrying an ancient aura, resonating with anger. The presence of the world heart was indescribable. Could the world heart truly exist in this world? But this energy. The two were stunned to see an overwhelming surge of spiritual power burst from behind the door. They were momentarily frozen in shock. Cold sweat soaked through Fong Han's clothes. He respectfully cupped his hands and asked, may I ask which senior entered the Great Mystery Immortal Manor and was also sealed here? Then, the voice from inside the door spoke again. Yes, I am trapped within this mystic pool gate. When I entered the Great Mystery Immortal Manor a year ago, though I obtained the World Heart, a rare treasure, my cultivation was still too weak. The energy I barely grasped was far from enough. Without hesitation, Fong Han replied, who are you, senior? Please share your name. This junior is all ears. However, the male lead felt a hint of wariness, thinking to himself, only now do I learn of this after all this time. But if it's a master from the Eternal Longevity Secret Realm, that would make sense. Especially with that stern face emerging from the Yellow Springs Scroll, he began to analyze. Someone who even knows about the Yellow Springs Scroll. The Yellow Springs Scroll was forged by the Yellow Springs Emperor 6,000 years ago. This person must be even older than the scroll.
The male lead muttered coldly, "How is that possible?
The outside world has only existed for 6,000 years.
Who could live for 1,000,000 years in here? They can't be an immortal." Yen quickly interrupted his thoughts.
They may not be an immortal, but the longevity secret realm can alter the flow of time.
Perhaps time only passes differently within this great hall?
In the other 3 mystic pool gates, time flows the same as in the outside world. Suddenly, the person behind the door spoke again, their tone mysterious.
"You may not know my name even if I tell you. Are you from the demonic sect?"
To cultivate the Green Emperor with sovereign art, you must also fuse the spiritual energy of the world heart into it. The quality of this wood yellow chi is truly exceptional, rarely seen indeed. Fong Han lowered his guard slightly, a warm smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
"You flatter me, senior. But I'm not from the demonic sect, I'm a cultivator from the Feather Ascension sect."
The stranger seemed intrigued upon hearing this.
"The Feather Ascension sect does exist, but isn't the Grand Unity sect still the dominant force in the world?"
"That's right.
And their influence keeps growing. They measure tribulations by merit,
demanding not just their own disciples but even those from other sects to follow their rules." The mysterious figure scoffed. "Of course they see themselves as heaven's chosen.
They're fools."
Hearing someone share his disdain for the Grand Unity sect, the protagonist couldn't help but show interest. After a pause, Fong Han scratched his head in confusion. "I was framed by the Grand Unity sect, that's how I ended up in this Supreme Origin Palace." The shadow behind the door sighed in sympathy.
"A pity. You and I are both trapped in this sealed hall.
You gained someone else's golden core, granting you 28 great divine abilities. But I watched its original owner drain their last years of life in despair before dying. You obtained the sapling of the world's heart, yet you'll still perish here. When your lifespan runs out, agony, despair, and terror will flood your soul like a tide. Your 900 years of life may seem long, but it'll pass in the blink of an eye." These ominous words struck Fong Han's heart, filling him with dread.
Was there truly no way out?
The stranger replied helplessly, "If there were a way out, I'd have left long ago."
"Would I still be trapped here?"
"The essence of this palace is the spiritual energy of the Supreme Origin Palace. No matter how powerful I am, I can't escape this mystic tide gate. If I were inside the main hall, I might have had a chance to break free."
"But you're far too weak."
The protagonist's eyes widened in shock.
"The palace's essence is spiritual energy?
Then all those cultivators who perished here." The stranger cut him off.
"Exactly.
When the spiritual energy emerged,
arrogant cultivators rushed here to claim it.
But they all ended up trapped until death."
Fong Han could only sigh in despair.
He slumped to the ground, defeated.
"Since there's no escape, I might as well keep cultivating."
This attitude amused the stranger, who pointed at the door.
"Since I've got nothing better to do, I'll lend you a hand. Let me help you grasp the balance of yin and yang."
In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy shot from the door, piercing Fong Han's consciousness.
A voice echoed, "Do you know what you lack? It's illusion refinement. Your greatest obstacle in cultivation is your lack of understanding of life force." Suddenly, in Fong Han's subconscious, a sword pierced through the boundary between life and death, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy.
Before his eyes, the spiritual power had split in two, separating the male lead's soul and his righteous energy within.
Even Fong Han's body was cleaved into two halves.
Now, the sword appeared in his hands, while another person raised their voice at that moment. Separating yin and yang is no easy feat if one's spirit is resilient enough to break free from mental shackles. It is already exceptionally sharp. But it still wasn't enough to kill. "Why not strike with the sharp sword in your hand?" Hearing this, Fong Han immediately swung his sword, cleaving the path of yin and yang in two. A year later, the male lead continued his cultivation, and his spiritual power had greatly increased. At this moment, two spiritual essences, Yellow Eye and
the power of the Green Emperor, were successfully wielded by Fong Han.
Seeing this, the swirling eye energy around his body was drawn back by the male lead. Moments later, he opened his eyes to the scene before him, then raised his hand to absorb the two spiritual essences, which gradually dissipated and merged into Fong Han's body. Immediately, the male lead stood up and roared, "Green Emperor's essence, Yellow Eye essence.
The path of yin and yang is complete." He then walked to the end of the mystic tide gate.
30 years of would never compare to the guidance of a master. Without the elder's help, Fong Han would not have grasped the secrets of yin and yang for who knows how long. The person then called out, "Try using your righteous energy again." Hearing this, Fong Han immediately raised his hand, lightly channeling his righteous energy,
condensing it into heavenly serpent wood and black water wood.
Seeing this, the person couldn't help but marvel.
"With your current righteous energy, one steed could match the strength of 35. Now, you possess the strength of 100,000 steeds." Even at the 4th level of divine abilities, your spiritual power is only around 5 or 6,000. What kind of miraculous pill did you take? Your spiritual power is nearly at the golden core realm. The male lead couldn't hide his joy. This junior once used a dharma-formed relic and also employed the art of shifting flowers to seize all the spiritual power of a black water king serpent. Fong Han's words left him astonished. A dharma-formed relic requires the essence of a golden core master to refine. Your opportunities are vast, you even know the art of shifting flowers. This is far too reckless. Are you trying to make enemies? The male lead said nothing, only flicking his fingers. He then withdrew the righteous energy from the black water wood. And without hesitation, he spoke. Because I have a 10-year pact with someone. They are now a master at the 10th level of divine abilities. Within 10 years, even if I ascend, I won't catch up to them. The person listened and grew intrigued. 10th level of divine abilities? How interesting. Meanwhile, in the celestial palace of the martial transformation sect, no light shone on the dark sky formation platform. Chingshuette and Tiandu locked eyes, feeling as if needles pricked their backs. Long Yuan and the others behind them broke into a cold sweat. Chingshuette then turned to the hall and said, Elder Tianxing, Hua Tiandu, as a core disciple of the sect, is like an elder brother. He should protect his junior, yet he used his divine abilities to bully and force Fong Han to his end over a treasure. The martial transformation sect has lost a genius. I hope the elders will handle this matter. At this moment, someone steps out from the purple hall of the heavenly formation platform. Hua Tiandu, what do you have to say in your defense? Tiandu, that arrogant fellow, sized up the three before him, calculating silently in his mind. That Fong Han has indeed added to our prestige for the time being. If his treasure could be brought back to the martial transformation sect, it would surely be a great help. But now, it's all for nothing. Forget it. With that thought, he raised his hand and smirked, saying, I don't want to argue with junior sister Fong. But since I've already spoken in Fong Han's favor, if this continues, it would be unfair to him. So, I must call a few people forward to testify how Fong Han used his powers to protect his fellow disciples. Several familiar figures stepped forward from behind him, Yi Nantian, Qingwei, and a few others. Tiandu turned to the group and said, Fong Chengwei. Senior sister Chingshuette is your senior. I trust you won't lie. After hearing this, she pressed her lips together and hesitated for a moment. Then, in front of everyone, she put on a pitiful expression. That Fong Han is wicked and lawless. He not only threatens me constantly but also harms others everywhere. His cruelty is no different from those demonic cultivators. Suddenly, she knelt before Chingshuette, feigning distress. Senior sister, don't be fooled by Fong Han. He used to be nothing more than a stable hand in my family. How could his cultivation have grown so quickly? He must have been taught demonic arts by the demonic sect. Chingshuette's eyes darkened like ink as she stared coldly at her. Are you speaking to me like this? Qingwei was so frightened she nearly lost control, then stammered loudly. I didn't make this up. She turned and grabbed a man named Xiao Shi. Today, you're lucky enough to meet so many elders. Hurry and tell them about your deep-seated grudge. The man immediately knelt and kowtowed. He began sobbing, Esteemed elders, please seek justice for me. Fong Han is ruthless. He killed my father. My mother is still cultivating in the spirit dragon-blessed land, and I don't know how she's doing. Then Yuan Jian also spoke up. Fong Han deliberately sowed discord between the martial transformation sect and the spirit dragon-blessed land. Yi Nantian chimed in, not only that, Fong Han even attacked his fellow disciples to seize their treasures. We are all victims. We beg the elders to uphold justice. Long Yuan, hearing these vague accusations, clenched his fists in anger, trembling all over. The three elders exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared behind them, startling everyone in front. Tianxing, it seems this matter is difficult for you to decide. Hearing this voice, Tianxing and the three elders turned around at the same time. Tiandu looked up, stunned speechless. Chingshuette was overjoyed by this person's appearance. Tianxing immediately cupped his hands in a bow. Sect Master, you have emerged from seclusion. This man, with his breathtakingly beautiful appearance, was none other than the Supreme Sect Master of the Martial Transformation Sect. Feng Baiyu, upon seeing Baiyu, everyone behind him hurriedly bowed in respect, hoping the Sect Master would make a decisive judgment. At that moment, Baiyu raised his hand and used his magic to project all of Fong Han's affairs. After watching the scene before him intently for a long while, he murmured to himself, this is getting interesting. Then, standing before everyone, Baiyu declared, I am now fully aware of the rights and wrongs of this matter. Fong Han slew demonic soldiers and captured 6 true masters from the Supreme Unity sect. Losing such a direct disciple is a loss for our martial transformation sect. As he spoke, Bayu stepped down, adding, I suspect he won't perish in the great origin immortal manner. Go and rescue him.
Every direct disciple of the martial transformation sect is like my own child, cherish them. Valuable, the man suddenly paused, hinting at Tiandu. Tiandu hastily cupped his hands and replied, Tiandu understands, but. Before he could finish, Bayu cut him off, there is no but. If you ever become sect master, your first duty will be to protect the interests of our disciples. Upon hearing this, Tiandu's face turned pale, and he took a step back. Then, Bayu suddenly raised his hand and cast a magical mark upon the 4 disguised individuals below. Bayu immediately issued a decree. Inner disciple Xiaoshi concealed the truth of the matter and is hereby expelled from the martial transformation sect. Fang Qing, for inappropriate conduct, is punished to live as a cat for 1 year in reflection. Yuan Jianbu, for attacking a direct disciple, a grave offense, is punished to live as a rat for 3 years. Upon hearing this, Xiaoshi arrogantly demanded, by what right, Supreme Sect Master? By what right do you expel me from the sect? Tiandu watched them in horror. The 3 were transformed into animals by Bayu's spell, instantly turning into 1 cat and 2 rats before everyone, while Xiaoshi was banished from the sect. The sight before him infuriated Tiandu, yet he was powerless to act. Tianxing, shifting from shock to astonishment, asked, Sect Master, can you now freely alter living forms? Chingshuette stepped forward and bowed, saying, Sect Master, Qingwei is still my junior sister.
Being punished by turning into a cat is terrifying. I hope you might spare her some dignity. Bayu waved his hand repeatedly, it's fine. This is also a form of training for them. If they can endure the loneliness of being animals, entering the divine ability realm in the future won't be difficult. This is also a warning to them. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be 1 or 3 years, it could be a lifetime. Just then, an elderly man hastily reported, Supreme Sect Master. Earlier, you mentioned rescuing Fanghan, but I had no other intentions. Yet since ancient times, Taiyuan Xiaofu has taken the lives of countless experts. Over the years, Fire Cloud Fairy of the Spirit Dragon Blessed Land entered it. The Spirit Dragon Immortal tried every means to rescue the fairy but failed, and instead faced danger multiple times. Fire Cloud Fairy is a master at the 7th level of Golden Core Divine Abilities. She is a pillar disciple of the sect, with exceptional Golden Core talent, having mastered 28 divine abilities. Isn't her achievement far more important than rescuing Fanghan? Why should the Wuhua sect suffer losses to save a single disciple? After hearing this, the 3 elders found it reasonable and immediately turned their gaze toward Tianxing. Bai Wu then paused, his eyes shifting to Lai Yangzi behind him. Didn't I already grant your request for a yin condensation longevity pill for your son? At this, Bai Wu gently closed his eyes. Your son's cultivation is useless, yet he wasted my heaven-grade pill. His cultivation remains stuck at the true Qi realm. As a man, you bring no honor to yourself. If I had given that pill to Fang Chingshuette instead, she would have formed her golden core by now. Upon hearing this, he fell silent and quickly withdrew his hand. Meanwhile, a crimson-clad woman listening from afar smiled knowingly. She then turned and left. Bai Wu's gaze swept over the crowd. There is a reason for rescuing Fanghan. No further discussion is needed. Chingshuette, have you obtained the supreme treasure of the Yellow Springs sect? The Yellow Springs Emperor's decree, the Yellow Springs map? You wish to use it to cultivate and establish a cycle of karmic retribution. This woman is the reincarnation of the Earth Mother, having already obtained the Undying Lightning Seal and now the Yellow Springs map. What a destined blessing! Chingshuette immediately stepped forward and reported, Master, the Yellow Springs map did not fall into my hands. Seeing her hesitate, Bai Wu continued. But it might have fallen into Fanghan's hands, right? Hearing this, Chingshuette was even more astonished. Bai Wu then went on. With this item, Fanghan could rapidly advance his cultivation and achieve the Yama Golden Body. He would then have the confidence to face Hua Tiandu in battle within a decade. Chingshuette nodded slightly. Perhaps so. But I have never met Fanghan before and cannot confirm this. Bai Wu chuckled and raised his hand. Now do you all understand why I took the risk? After a moment of thought, Tianxing spoke. The Yellow Springs sect was once the foremost demonic sect. Now scattered, its experts in hiding. With the Yellow Springs map, they could be drawn out one by one. Moreover, the Yellow Springs holy water within the map is the world's finest. Obtaining it would allow us to capture the heavenly demon, refine countless pills, and recruit more disciples. Within 5 years, the mystical realms of our core disciples will multiply, giving us a much stronger advantage in our rivalry with the Supreme Unity sect. The elder's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. It said the Yellow Springs scroll contains various divine abilities of the Yellow Springs sect, especially the 5 Emperor's great demon techniques. Precisely the 5 elements' supreme wisdom.
Mastering it will make advancing to the golden core stage much easier. Bai Wu nodded in agreement. If we rescue Fanghan, it would bring long-term benefits to the martial transformation sect. Chingshuette quickly cupped her hands in respect and reported. Sect leader, if we rescue Fanghan, Chingshuette hopes you won't force him to hand over the Yellow Springs scroll. After all, it's his destined treasure.
Quan Quan too sneered at this.
We saved his life, he owes our sect everything.
What's the big deal about contributing?
Chingshuette turned to him with displeasure. You inherited the legacy of our martial immortal venerable.
Why not offer it to the sect? Why not surrender your divine artifact to the sect?
She crossed her arms in frustration. You're preparing to forge 1,000 armored spirit pills for the Supreme Unity sect.
Why not do the same for our sect's disciples?
Long Yuan bit her lip as she watched the scene unfold. That hypocrite Hua Tian too, all talk, no walk. Compared to him, senior sister Chingshuette, who's being called ungrateful, is far more honorable.
He Tian too, humiliated by Chingshuette, cursed angrily but was immediately shut down by Bai Wu.
I know what you're thinking, but this is exactly how the Supreme Unity sect brought disaster upon itself with Ling Long. Seeing Tian Tu's dark expression, Bai Wu continued discussing Fanghan's rescue. He's a core disciple of our sect. As seniors, it's our duty to save him. A true immortal venerable treats disciples like their own children. That's the proper way to handle things after rescuing him.
If he chooses to contribute to the martial transformation sect, our sect will protect him. If not, we won't force him. Tian Tu could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger.
Chingshuette quickly bowed. Sect leader, your benevolence is unmatched.
Someone behind Tian Xingtai glanced at Bai Wu and asked, Sect leader, when do we rescue Fanghan?
The man stepped down and spoke, a day outside is a year inside the cave. The sooner, the better, but we must plan carefully to avoid ambushes.
Tian Chingshuette, come with me to strategize.
The two followed Bai Wu, while Tian Tu stood below, cupping his hands in farewell. His expression darkened like a storm cloud as he returned to the Taiyuan Immortal Palace.
Meanwhile, Fanghan successfully performed the yin-yang transformation, and the sun and moon rotated in harmony.
The sight alone filled him with joy. If you return to the martial transformation sect now, you'd be among the finest core disciples. With your 10,000 tribulations steed and blood-scarred demon blade,
not to mention the 5 prison square cauldron, you could rival even Hua Tian Tu, Nanwan La, or Dong Neng Xiao.
Shi Jialan, with the flash of a blade, you can now stand shoulder to shoulder with them. The male lead slowly opened his eyes upon hearing this, his gaze falling behind him as he focused intently on the vital energy in his hands.
While the yin-yang realm is profound, it is merely a transition.
Only by channeling vital energy through yin and yang can one unlock the heavenly human realm. Upon reaching the heavenly human realm, one can refine spiritual energy at will, bestow it upon inner and outer disciples, and establish a faction.
Fanghan was filled with confusion, glancing at the surroundings. What exactly did the heavenly human realm mean?
Suddenly, the man behind the mystic gate belted out a song, yin and yang intertwined, all things gathered, primordial energy condensed, flowers bore fruit. Sun and moon cycled, wind and fire flowed freely without end.
This was the heavenly human realm. After hearing these words, Fanghan finally understood the principles of all things.
The male lead immediately released the vital energy within him.
Moments later,
within the great hall, Fanghan remained as still as water, continuing his cultivation, enhancing his spiritual power, completely unaware of the passing time. Suddenly, he leapt up in ecstatic joy and shouted, "If you encounter cultivation challenges, go seek that expert. I'm sure he's bored enough to answer all my questions."
A decade later, on a moonlit night at Taiyuan Immortal Manor,
the male lead raised his hand and performed a technique, green selection stone flow.
Fanghan instantly released 2 streams of vital energy. In an instant, a vast lake appeared around Shaolin.
She bent down to touch the fish and exclaimed, "This is real."
Fanghan quickly raised his hand to form a seal. It's an illusion. This scenery is a manifestation of my released vital energy, a technique mastered after comprehending yin and yang.
Then, the earlier scene vanished without a trace. Shaolin quickly turned around.
Master, in these 10 years, you've perfected the yin-yang realm to such an extent.
The male lead shook his head firmly. 10 years, and I still haven't broken through.
Let alone in the outside world, I might not even be at this level yet.
It seems my bold claim of challenging Hua Tiandu in 10 years was unreliable. The man burst into laughter upon hearing this.
What's Hua Tiandu to you? With the power of the world tree, once it matures, you'll truly connect with the immortal realm. Even the primordial immortal sovereign won't be your match.
Yen responded coldly, the world tree maturing?
Not even 100 million years would suffice.
Even divine beings don't live that long.
The man teased Yen. Little dragon, you even know about divine beings? Yen scoffed confidently, what's so impressive about that? Oomph, we've even captured 2 of them. The man couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ah, I never expected the schemes of the Yellow Spring Sage to be so fond of tall tales. Yen was instantly enraged, roaring, don't believe me? I'll show you. With that, Yen immediately summoned the Yellow Springs water. I heard 2 more divine clan members have appeared. This guy can't believe his eyes. What's going on? The divine clan has reappeared.
10,000 years ago, in the divine clan's extinction war, the primordial lord of all things vanished, and the divine clan was completely wiped out.
Seeing his panic, Yen couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. With the divine clan's return, the heavens and earth will tremble.
This might be your chance to break free from your predicament, old relic. Hearing this, he burst into laughter. Kid, you have the seed of the world tree.
If you can gather those scattered fragments, what's there to fear?
The divine clan was born from a mysterious primordial force in the world. Like the spiritual energy of the immortal realm, it's all nourishment for the world tree. Any divine clan member who touches the world tree
will be completely absorbed. Fong Han couldn't help but blurt out upon hearing this.
So, I can use the world tree to convert divine power.
Yan's eyes lit up, his mouth agape in shock.
You can't eat manure, but you can use it to grow vegetables.
Once the vegetables grow, you can eat them. Fong Han, give it a try. Even Nan Zhang couldn't help but chuckle at this twisted logic.
The young man behind him raised his hand.
Activate the world tree.
2 divine beings were immediately swept away by the world's sprouts. Nan Zhang suddenly sensed it and sharply opened his eyes. With a target in sight, the scarce mysterious primordial energy was absorbed by my right brain.
I saw boundless primordial energy.
And various scattered forces.
All things in the universe are composed of these tiny particles.
Within them lies an extremely mysterious pattern.
Is this the star formation array?
The person behind the door laughed heartily. It seems you've gained new insights.
The divine beings are truly not to be underestimated. Their primordial energy can broaden your perspective. You've already opened half of the door. Train a few more years. Reaching the celestial realm won't be difficult. I wasn't as lucky as you back then. Shaolin happily walked over to Fong Han's side. That's wonderful news. It's a glimmer of hope, at least.
Suddenly, her gaze turned vacant.
She couldn't speak.
Then she lost her strength and collapsed backward.
Fong Han caught her swiftly, thinking to himself. Fong Xiaolin had run out of pills.
Though she still had a bit of the Jade Sky elixir left, it was unclear how long it would last. He had long known the Imperial Selection Cave contained abundant water element elixirs.
She might not hold on much longer. But after seeing Shaolin enter the Imperial Selection Cave, he clicked his tongue. This attendant of yours deserves a scolding. The protagonist furrowed his brow, staring intently ahead.
If she truly can't endure it, I'll have to sustain her life with primordial energy.
Now I'm relieved that Hua Tiandu took Long Xian away. Otherwise, the situation would be dire. Fong Han couldn't wait any longer and stepped up to the door.
I suppose I'll still need a few more years to reach the celestial realm. The person then explained. At least 5 years, at most 8.
Your Azure Emperor's eye technique has already reached its peak. It's hard to break through further. Why not switch to cultivating the Yama Golden Body?
I see your body still has some flaws, unable to fully align with the eye technique.
Fong Han felt disappointed after hearing this and looked at his palm.
I cultivated the eye technique because of the world tree.
With so little primordial energy here, how can I cultivate the Yama Golden Body?
He quickly reassured him. You can use the world tree to guide you slowly.
Try sensing the earth, it can detect 2 types of earth energy.
Use it to enhance your inner spiritual power. It can also be seen as a way to break through to the celestial realm. The protagonist has grasped the situation.
Tears immediately welled up in his eyes.
He then successfully performed the technique. Infinite wisdom, boundless insight, I am the saint of purity, the lotus of absolute clarity.
The massive roots of the world tree surged underground in an instant. Fong Han sensed them immediately. Time within the Immortal Palace's grand hall. A self-contained spacetime. Cut off from the outside world.
The roots of the world tree could cause spacetime to collapse and perish.
Nowhere is beyond its reach. The protagonist then unleashed the palace's spiritual energy.
A sword aura appeared, enveloping the surroundings.
The man shouted loudly once more. The 5 elements revolve around Earth as their core. The most powerful and majestic force of all. Among the 5 emperors' great demonic techniques, the Yellow Emperor's Earth Sovereign Way is the most magnificent. This is the very technique that must be cultivated now.
In an instant, the protagonist's entire body was enveloped in a sphere of earth. The previous golden body only tempered his physical form, without truly connecting to his spiritual power. Otherwise, his body would have exploded.
But now, he had to enter at the peak of the yin-yang realm, to blend the energies of earth and wood, using this to erupt and break through to the heavenly human realm. Feng Han sensed them in that very moment. His eyes widened instantly. Feng Han's body then burst out of the earthen energy flow. Even his eyes and mouth overflowed with it. Suddenly, light radiated from Feng Han's body. Yan Nemo outside grew extremely anxious. Could he overcome this crisis? The voice behind the door answered. It's a bit dangerous. But he can break through this barrier. Feng Han released 2 streams of wood energy, shooting straight into the sky. The 2 forces merged, triggering a dazzling explosion. Feng Han stood up and reached out to retrieve the vermilion phoenix banner. Suddenly, the banner unleashed a powerful surge of energy. The spiritual energy swiftly spiraled back. Feng Han thus formed the scorched earth fire sovereign energy. Yan Nemo was highly satisfied with this spectacular breakthrough. It's time to fuse with the golden core. The protagonist then placed his hand on the golden core to absorb its spiritual energy. But its power was too overwhelming, forcing even Yan Nemo to rush forward to assist. He then infused a stream of spiritual power into the protagonist's body. The golden core's energy continuously entwined around the protagonist's body. His power surged relentlessly. Feng Han absorbed the power source, increasing it from 200,000 to 550,000. 28 divine techniques have all entered the protagonist's mind. Seeing the protagonist's body surging with spiritual power, the person behind the door spoke. To possess the strength of 55,000 fiery steeds at the heavenly mortal realm of purple tenuity. 50 times greater than others at the same level. It seems I was not mistaken about you. You truly are a prodigy of unparalleled talent. You also have a great destiny with the immortals. If you can get out, there's a chance you might break through to the longevity secret realm. At that moment, someone who overheard this let out a cold snort. Don't get too excited by this old fool's nonsense. To cultivate to the longevity secret realm, no matter how many opportunities like this you have, it's still only a slim chance. Becoming an eternal titan isn't that easy. It requires immense perseverance, extraordinary wisdom, exceptional luck, and profound merit. None can be lacking. How many divine techniques do you have in total now? Feng Han hesitantly raised his hand. Wood Sovereign, Earth Sovereign, Fire Sovereign, plus the 28 techniques within the Golden Core. The Heavenly Altar technique was originally a divine technique as well. But it's already included in the Golden Core. So I've already counted them all. Once I refine the 5 Emperor's Great Demon, and add the Grand Auspicious Art, I'll have 34 divine techniques. Yen listened and then laughed. Once you master the Grand Auspicious Art, aside from Hua Tiandu and Feng Chingshuette, no one will be your match. Meanwhile, outside the Taiyuan Immortal Manor, the situation was extremely tense. With the appearance of 3 women, Chingshuette, Jialan, and Long Yuan, they all gazed ahead. Then, a foot stepped onto the path of spiritual energy and slowly descended. Chingshuette immediately bowed to the man before her. An elder of the same generation as Elder Shan, Elder Zuns, had imprisoned Feng Han in the Immortal Manor for 16 days. Rumors said time inside the manor flowed differently from the outside world. 16 years in there, no matter how powerful he was, he might not. Bai Wu calmed everyone, telling them not to panic. 16 years would be fatal for an ordinary person, but my calculations show Feng Han won't die this time. Perhaps he has another way to survive or another opportunity. Saying this, Bai Wu grew serious. I need to use a great technique to break the barrier. Protect yourselves. Chingshuette, standing behind, spoke, Elder. If you act like this, won't you draw attacks from all sides? If the Immortal Path, Demon Path, and Devil Sect think the Martial Transformation Sect bought the manor. Hearing this, Bai Wu chuckled. How could I alone claim the manor? If the Martial Transformation Sect were to announce it openly, all the experts of the Longevity Secret Realm, including the Grand Elders, would appear. Then they'll suspect you're using the rescue of your disciple as a cover for some scheme. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Bai Yu raised his hand and unleashed the void yin-yang grasp. In an instant, the Taiyuan Immortal Manor was suddenly surrounded by a large force of immortal soldiers launching relentless attacks, and they brought a group of people with them. Jialan broke out in a cold sweat as he looked up. This was the Grandmaster's signature void yin-yang Dao. Could this be the legendary celestial drum of Chonghua? The celestial drum of Chonghua is an ancient Taoist energy recorded in the scriptures of countless worlds. During the Great War between immortals and demons, the immortal armies used it to boost morale and counter the dark energy of the heavenly demons. Later, the drum fell into the hands of the Taiyuan Heavenly Lord and was once again used in battle during ancient times. The celestial drum of Chonghua was deployed once more in a great war. At that moment, Bai Yu formed a hand seal, and the yin-yang Dao released true energy into the Taiyuan Immortal Manor. Jialan broke out in a cold sweat and looked up. This was the vacuum yin and yang of the Supreme Master. Chingshuette stood by and explained, unite as one energy, split into 2 forces.
Stabilize the 3 talents, arrange the 4 symbols, transform the 5 elements, spread across the 6 directions, move the 7 stars, encompass the 8 trigrams, and shake the 10 directions. This is the unparalleled divine ability of the Grandmaster's martial transformation sect. The great hall inside the Taiyuan immortal manor trembled violently as Feng Han looked around in panic. A voice came from behind the mystic gate. Your opportunity has arrived. Someone outside is attacking the manor's barrier, most likely here to rescue someone. A mysterious voice echoed in the silent space, warning that the chance would come only once. After hearing this, the protagonist couldn't help but furrow his brow, wondering who had come to save him.
Was it Chingshuette? No, her power isn't this strong. Without hesitation, Feng Han approached the mystic gate, determined to take the risk. No matter who it was, as long as they could get him out, he would return to rescue his seniors. No sooner had he sworn the oath than a hearty laugh echoed in response. Ha! Kid, you're quite amusing. You keep your word. Feng Han rushed into the king cauldron, his gaze sweeping over Shaolin, who lay nearby.
Her body was wrapped in a faint layer of true energy he had transferred to sustain her life. He had just sat down when a commanding voice suddenly rang out from the void,
startling Feng Han. Feng Han, it's your Grandmaster.
If you're still alive, respond.
Half in doubt, the protagonist spun around, his heart pounding. Was it really the Grandmaster coming to save him? What's so strange about it? Though I'm an inner disciple, I'm not that important. Ling Yan was lounging when he suddenly grew restless. Why overthink it? Didn't Chingshuette already suspect you had the royal selection map?
Maybe your Grandmaster came for that reason.
Getting out is better than staying trapped here. You don't actually want to be stuck, do you?
Upon hearing this, the protagonist immediately stopped pondering and shouted in response.
This disciple is Feng Han, and I am still alive.
In an instant, Bai Wu's afterimage appeared before Feng Han. His tone gentle. You need not worry, I didn't save you just because the Emperor's chosen disciple arrived. Since you are a disciple of the transformation sect, the sect will naturally protect you from harm.
In the future, you must do the same for your junior brothers and sisters.
This is the true creed of our martial transformation sect. Feng Han respectfully replied, Thank you, Elder. As a disciple of the martial transformation sect, Feng Han will naturally devote himself fully to the sect.
I really want to see you. Say nothing for now.
Just follow me quietly, and I will tear open a rift in the laws of space.
You only have the blink of an eye. Seize the opportunity.
At that moment, the protagonist focused intently, his gaze scanning the surroundings as his mind raced. As the elder attacked the immortal manor, spatial forces spread uncontrollably. The yin-yang path in the air made the chaotic energies in space even more abundant. And I can take this chance to absorb these energies to cultivate the great iron severing technique. Just then, the great hall was filled with a powerful surge of spiritual energy. And Feng Han, watching the spatial rift before him, quickly activated the great iron severing technique. The void shifted unpredictably as the alchemical furnace released a massive surge of energy,
instantly piercing the heavens. Ling Yan didn't miss the chance either and began tempering his spirit. The great iron severing technique and the Yellow Springs diagram condensed Ling Yan's spiritual energy into a dragon blade, circling the furnace. Using the power of the world tree, the protagonist absorbed the storm in the space around him, converting it into the great iron severing technique. With the dual protection of the great iron severing technique and the Yellow Springs diagram, the furnace might break free. Outside the Taiyuan immortal manor, a spatial vortex had already formed. The tip of the dragon blade emerged from the rift. The sight made the dragon blade outside tremble in shock. I see a dragon's head. Is that Feng Han? Long Yuan couldn't hide his joy, shouting, It's him. Feng Han was about to emerge.
Chingshuette stared in awe, realizing her guess had been right. However, the pull of the Taiyuan immortal manor grew stronger, making it difficult for the furnace to escape. Seeing this, Feng Han acted without hesitation, raising his hand to activate the world's heart, the primordial energy of the immortal realm. Immediately, the world tree's essence surged into the protagonist's body. Then, he channeled his powerful energy into the dragon blade above. Behind the 3 women, a vortex to the void appeared, and a giant hand reached out, swiftly grabbing for the furnace. Inside, Ling Yan's 4 eyes watched the scene outside, unable to comprehend it. Bai Wu roared in fury, wielding his whip, and shouted, Summon the demon god. How dare you snatch my disciple right in front of me? With that, Bai Wu lashed out with his whip, striking the arrogant giant hand. The giant hand shattered instantly, and Feng Han seized the moment to burst out of the cauldron, launching 2 techniques simultaneously to break through the encirclement of the heavenly origin celestial manor. Jialan was left speechless at the sight. Sun radiance wind calamity. Great sun fire disaster star. A demonic god's skull appeared at that moment, lunging at Feng Han like a starving tiger. He turned back, drew his long blade, and swung a fierce slash like a raging storm, instantly shattering the massive demonic skull. Next, The protagonist raised his hand forward, unleashing the great cleaving technique,
severing and shattering the gates of the heavenly origin celestial manner.
Feng Han seized the chance to break free, while Chingshuette turned to the protagonist and spoke.
Feng Han, you've made remarkable progress during your time in the heavenly origin celestial manner.
He scratched his head awkwardly, musing inwardly. Many now believed the Yellow Springs talisman was honor, and she had been wronged for so long. He wondered if she resented him. She had helped him so much before, yet she wasn't angry now, truly unexpected. He turned to Bai Wu and said, Master Bai, your kindness to Feng Han is something I'll never forget, but I still need Chingshuette's help to defeat Hua Tianyi.
Very well. When I can join forces with Chingshuette, I'll explain everything to you.
Stepping forward, the protagonist thought, seeing your sister's celestial fortune is profound.
Feng Han may not be able to match her.
My power has grown because I obtained the golden core of the Fire Cloud Fairy. To put it bluntly, I merely absorbed someone else's power and coincidentally mastered 28 divine techniques. He immediately cupped his hands toward Chingshuette, hoping Feng Chang could lend her a hand and pull Feng Han out of his predicament. If I succeed in challenging Hua Tiandu, I'll naturally stop him from distorting the sect's rules and bullying the weak. Hearing this, Chingshuette was taken aback before fixing her gaze on Feng Han. Another day, I'll have to test your divine techniques.
Today, the Juyan demon god arrived uninvited.
Your assistance is timely. Suddenly, a strange noise from behind made them both turn around.
A man shrouded in demonic energy appeared. It was the Juyan demon god.
Bai Wu stared at him.
Are you here today to fight me?
We've clashed many times over the past 3,000 years.
We know each other too well. It seems you're no match for me. The Juyan demon god smirked. You've mastered the true void yin-yang path, reaching the realm of freely transforming matter, truly formidable. But today, you won't be facing me alone.
Juyin, come out and meet the sect master of the martial transformation sect. As soon as he finished speaking, a portal opened in response. I didn't expect that after 3,000 years, you'd look so much more refined.
Bai Wu glanced at her calmly. Juyin demon god, weren't you sealed away by the demon god? Another demon god emerged from the portal.
It was merely because Zhu Yang and I cultivated a great technique. Now, it's finally complete.
Feng Bai Wu, do you think the three of us can kill you today?
Hearing this, Bai Wu let out a cold laugh before replying softly. With the three of you joining forces, Feng Nemo should indeed back off a little.
But if you think you can kill me, that's nothing but a delusion.
Suddenly, his expression turned cold. So, why are you here? Juyin immediately spoke in anger. Your beloved disciple killed my son and immortal woman, Xie Machuan, 300 years ago when I was still a man. She was about to reach the Golden Core realm and was one of the most outstanding in our demon clan.
Then she let out a cold laugh. Tell me, should I not seek revenge?
Seeing this, Bai Wu glanced at the demon god.
And you?
Give me a reason. Don't spout that nonsense about immortals and demons not coexisting.
He sneered. Isn't the Imperial Selection treasure reason enough?
Hearing this, Bai Wu waved his hand.
Does obtaining the Imperial Selection treasure mean you can unify the demon sect? The demon sect values strength above all. Do you really think the other elders of the Imperial Selection sect will obey you just because you have the treasure?
Scoffing, he replied, a wise person doesn't speak in riddles. The techniques of the Imperial Selection sect require Imperial Selection holy water to reach perfection. Back then, the Imperial Selection Emperor gathered all the waters of the River of Forgetfulness and refined them into the Imperial Decree treasure. Since then, those who submitted to him could only obtain the Imperial Selection holy water through him.
Tell me, won't the elders come running when they hear this?
Juyin chimed in, if you make that disciple hand over the Imperial Selection treasure, we can let the matter of killing the seven-leaf demon lord slide.
Otherwise, you can leave, but can your disciple escape?
As she spoke, she raised her hand and formed a seal.
In an instant, a datura formation appeared beneath Bai Wu's feet.
I'll send you into the Immortal's estate.
Let's see if you can escape.
Bai Wu responded without hesitation.
Then let's see.
With that, he raised his hand, and his true void spirit immediately appeared. In a flash, Bai Wu vanished into the white ape orb, leaving the three demons stunned.
Immediately, two true void spirits lunged at Zhou and Zhouyin. The demon god roared in fury upon seeing this. Feng Bai Wu, are you willing to expend 1,000 years of cultivation to unleash your true void spirit? Are you trying to fight to the death?
With that, he formed a seal with both hands, unleashing the heavenly demon palm. Rolling demonic energy sealed the surroundings, striking directly at Feng Han and Long Yuan.
Fortunately, the two were agile enough to dodge.
The protagonist raised an eyebrow, thinking, every move of this demon god's techniques carries the force of 1,000,000 thunderbolts.
If not for the elder's presence, we'd have been reduced to dust in an instant if we took a direct hit.
Long Yuan looked anxiously at the battle and shouted, everyone, look.
That white ape orb seems completely unharmed. At this, the demon god flew into a rage, launching continuous attacks at the white orb, while Joyan was forced into a desperate struggle by the true void spirit. Joan's protective vital energy was locked by the spirit, infuriating her. This is outrageous. Yet you force me to use my life essence to resist. At this moment, he swings the Nine Suns zither in his hand, slashing toward the white orb with the divine flute. Bai Wu looks arrogantly at the group ahead. You three really think you can stop me? He then turns to Jialing, Chingshuette, and Jialan, instructing them to protect Feng Han and Long Yuan, and continue activating the formation following behind me. Let's see who can stop us. In an instant, the male leads group and the three beauties appear behind Bai Wu. Chingshuette and Jialan begin activating the formation as instructed, but suddenly, a figure appears in the teleportation passage, accompanied by a voice. What's going on? How could we let someone holding the Yellow Springs map leave so easily? In an instant, spider silk scatters in all directions. A woman in silk robes appears within the spider's web. Bai Wu defends with all his might, staring at the figure before him, the heavenly silkworm lady. Suddenly, with a wave of her hand, Feng Han's body is instantly pulled toward her. The pull is too strong, he doesn't even have time to resist. Seeing this, Bai Wu immediately raises his hand, releasing spiritual energy. But her pull is too powerful, it cannot be shaken. Seeing the male lead about to be pulled in, Jialan and Long Yuan panic, calling out Feng Han's name repeatedly. The heavenly silkworm yanks the silk threads, laughing triumphantly. Seeing this, the male lead glances back at the heavenly silkworm lady. Impressive as you are, do you really think I'll let you do as you please with a wave of your hand? Not a chance. Saying this, Feng Han crosses his arms in front of his chest, his body erupting with energy. In an instant, Feng Han clenches his teeth, blood tears streaming from his eyes. With a wave of his hands, he effortlessly breaks through the surrounding demonic energy. The heavenly silkworm glances at Feng Han. The 28 divine arts are nothing special after all. Hearing this, Chingshuette quickly turns and shouts. Feng Han, watch out. Upon hearing this, the male lead immediately unleashes 3 divine techniques. Jialan gasps at the sight before her. The fierce wind calamity and the great sun fire calamity. And the Milky Way great art. Chingshuette's eyes widen as she looks ahead. The Milky Way great art gathers spiritual energy to protect the body, making it highly effective against enemies. But the most powerful is still the spiritual dragon Great Luo mantra. Feng Han raises his hand, placing the Great Luo at the center of the chessboard, instantly releasing countless streams of spiritual energy from it. But suddenly, the Great Luo shatters. The heavenly silkworm claps, praising him repeatedly. Well done. The former spiritual dragon Venerable is indeed a prodigy of his generation, with some real skill. Under the hopeful gazes of the 3 beauties, Feng Han waves his hands, setting up a formation in front of him. Heavenly Silkworm Lady, disciples of the martial transformation sect are not to be trifled with. The Yellow Springs map is in my hands, but I have already obtained the Imp. Quantu admits he is the successor of the Yellow Springs Emperor. It's absolutely impossible for you to obtain the Yellow Springs map. But I can offer you some Yellow Springs holy water to win over the demon sect elders. How about trading it for your magical treasure? Hearing this, Long Yuan glared angrily below. Even at this stage, they still wanted immortal realm experts to trade treasures. Feng Han wasn't sure how to judge this person, but Jialan sensed something was off. Lian, Feng Han used the primordial chi formation to link our powers together, jointly controlling Chingshuette's indestructible Dao talisman. With multiple people sharing one body, even immortal realm experts would struggle to escape. Chingshuette and Feng Han simultaneously reached back, unleashing the indestructible Dao talisman together. Meanwhile, the demonic horde was still desperately resisting Baiyu's divine techniques. The man surnamed Yang shouted, "Stop wasting time on these fools. Quick, seal Baiju's wind into the immortal palace." Upon hearing this, Tiancan flicked her fingers, instantly wrapping the palace in her spider silk. Suddenly, Chingshuette was teleported away in an instant. Jialan grew extremely uneasy. Lady Tiancan was originally a demonic silkworm. This attack used her innate silken threads. Though Chingshuette still had the indestructible lightning talisman, our combined power was too weak to challenge this ancient powerhouse. Hearing this, Feng Han panicked even more, shouting, "It seems she saw through us. Now that she's trapped us, even if we wanted to deal with the demon sect elders, we can't break free." At that moment, Baiyu was surrounded by the dark energy of 4 demonic beings. Furious, he gritted his teeth and released his pent-up rage. In an instant, he too was teleported into the spiderweb barrier. Feng Han looked up in terror. Had they really pulled off the ambush? With Elder Jizuan trapped in the Supreme Origin Palace, we have no choice but to fight to the death. Jialan stood aside, bewildered. Fight with what? We can't even escape one immortal realm expert. Facing 4, even if we were 10 times stronger, the outcome would still be doom.
Chingshuette gazed hopelessly into the void. They had used the terrain to set a trap, waiting for the elder. Under normal circumstances, the elder alone could take on 4 experts, at least 2 would fall. And 2 more would be gravely injured before they could kill or seal him. As she spoke, she closed her eyes weakly. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the enemy struck together with full force. We've lost. The protagonist saw the situation. Chingshuette's mood sank as well. The demon god immediately called out Fong Han's name, a sinister smile curling his lips. Hand over the Imperial Selection Token now, and I'll not only spare your life but also take you as my disciple, helping you achieve the Golden Core Realm. How about it? The 2 demonic women above also tried their best to tempt the male lead, boasting that the Heavenly Pool sect had countless beauties, each a rare gem. If you follow me into the sect, you'll enjoy a lifetime of pleasures. What's so great about the female disciples of the Heavenly Pool sect? Why not come with me instead? You'll learn the true meaning of yin-yang harmony, using yin to replenish yang and helping you swiftly reach the immortal realm. Fong Han coldly watched the 2 demons above, thinking to himself that instead of seizing the Imperial Selection Token, they were now fighting over him. Ling Yan said calmly, "It seems the situation is settled. The way they look at you is like a tiger eyeing a helpless mouse." At this moment, the male lead fell into deep thought. Their offers were just a ploy to either kill the disciples of the martial transformation sect or recruit them to strengthen their own forces. Or perhaps they were all scheming for greater gains, unwilling to trust one another. After a moment of consideration, the male lead put on a pitiful expression and raised his voice. "But the problem is, Fong Han and the 4 experts all want the Imperial Selection Token. Yet it can't be divided into 4 parts. Why not have the 4 of you compete? Whoever is the strongest, me and my senior sisters will submit to them." Chingshuette flew into a rage upon hearing this, summoning a bolt of lightning to strike the outspoken Fong Han. "Maybe it's best if he stops talking now." The demon god fixed Fong Han with a sharp glare. "We gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Trying to sow discord among us with such childish tricks? How foolish." No sooner had he spoken than he conjured a massive hand of demonic energy, swiftly lunging at the male lead only for his spell to be shattered by countless sword intents. Fong Han, wielding the bloodscar blade, pursued the demonic hand relentlessly, but the hand moved with uncanny agility, effortlessly dodging the sword intents. In an instant, the bloodscar blade was snatched into the palm's grasp. The demon god cackled as he seized Fong Han's blade. "Your skills are lacking. I'll be taking this treasure." Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind erupted from the spiderweb cocoon, accompanied by a voice. "Calling us 4 fools wouldn't be far off. Did you really think moving my projection would seal me away?" Enraged, the demon god looked up to see the spiderweb barrier already shattered. In the pitch-black sky, streaks of light appeared, and Tian Can's expression shifted as he gazed upward. Bai Wu gradually materialized before everyone. "If I could be sealed so easily, how could I be the sect master of the martial transformation sect or lead the immortals?" As he spoke, his form moved like lightning, instantly unleashing a deadly technique. The great spell cleanly severed one of the demon god's arms, infuriating him so much that smoke practically poured from his 7 orifices. He clutched his severed limb and staggered back. Tianken was stunned by the sight before him, rendered speechless. Seeing this, Bai Wu casually raised his hand and retrieved the mirror. "No need to blame yourselves for being deceived. After all, no one knew the Heavenly Emperor mirror had fallen into my hands." Zhou Yin and Zhou Yan were horrified, their 4 eyes locked onto the mirror in terror. Bai Wu gave them no chance to speak, immediately activating the Heavenly Emperor mirror. "How dull. Leave something behind and scram." In an instant, a sword energy erupted from the mirror, striking down all 4 demons in the blink of an eye. The male lead's face clearly showed his dissatisfaction with the instant kill technique being a mere feint. Immediately after, Fong Han unleashed the spirit cage of the Great Luo Heaven, releasing waves of spiritual energy to control the blood miasma demon blade. Ling Yan then spoke up, "Masters from the longevity secret realm can refine pills. Why not give it a try?" Upon hearing this, the male lead paused for a moment, then surged with energy. His eyes glistened as he roared. "Then let's collect this hand together." Hearing this, the demon god flew into a rage, bellowing, "You dare try to take my hand? How arrogant!" Suddenly, the demon blade in his hand erupted with a massive surge of demonic energy, instantly shattering Fong Han's spirit cage of the Great Luo Heaven. The male lead sighed as he stared at the dense demonic energy before him, when suddenly a hand rested on his back. Qingyu channeled her spiritual power into him. "Let me lend you my strength." "And we're still here." Long Yuan and Jialan stepped behind him, successfully breaking through the temporary blockade set by Divine Lanzhong. The male lead raises his hand, tossing several talismans onto the demon god's arm. Then seals it into the most precious realm, the Emperor's selection diagram. Seeing his arm severed and depleted, the demon god flies into a rage,
suddenly releasing a furious aura.
Then, he chants an incantation, Chariot of Flowers descends, the crucible takes form, descend, heavenly demon descends, to destroy the mortal realm. These runes coil around his arm, and in an instant, the demon god's hand swells, piercing through the Emperor's selection diagram's defensive barrier. Seeing this, Fang Han furrows his brow, cold sweat dripping, and immediately forms a hand seal.
Massive chains appear, binding the Emperor's selection diagram, and suddenly, that hand is struck by a devastating instant kill technique.
Bai Wu Yang looks down and says, even after taking my instant kill technique, you still dare to act so arrogantly.
If you four refuse to retreat, you've clearly chosen to die here. Fang Han, now.
In an instant, the arm is ensnared by the Emperor's selection diagram, while Bai Wu continuously channels the Mirror Heaven Demon, unleashing the instant kill technique to pursue the 9 yin and 9 yang. The demon god watches the lethal strike of the instant kill technique in horror, thinking to himself, though I've expended a century's worth of vital energy, I have no other choice. This Bai Wu is cunning and deeply hidden.
Even if we ally at this rate. With that thought, the demon god immediately urges the 3 demons ahead, let's go.
Hearing this, the 4 great demons release their energy and flee into the sky.
Fang Han withdraws the Emperor's selection diagram into his body while unleashing the 5-fold realm divine technique, Heavenly Transcendence. He looks up, puzzled, and asks, just how powerful is this Emperor's selection diagram? Ling Yan ponders for a moment before explaining, the Emperor's selection diagram is one of the 3 sovereign treasures from the ancient era.
The profound Emperor realm had 3 emperors, all of whom were mighty ancient powerhouses. One of them, the Heavenly Emperor, possessed a divine artifact called the Mirror Heaven Emperor.
Unfortunately, it's no longer a divine artifact, just a top-tier spiritual tool.
The male lead listens, curiosity piqued, as Bai Wu speaks, when the divine clan invaded the profound Emperor realm, their powerhouses shattered the world's heart.
The 3 emperors led the desolate remnants in resistance.
Though they gravely wounded the divine clan, they ultimately perished, and their treasures were shattered, losing most of their divine power. I discovered fragments of the Mirror Heaven Emperor 3,000 years ago during an exploration, and my divine abilities surged as a result. Pausing, Bai Wu glances at Fang Han and says, if the Mirror Heaven Emperor still had its former power, my martial transformation sect would have long rivaled the Tai sect. During the reign of the Emperor's selection sovereign, it was precisely because of his wariness toward the Tai sect's divine artifact that he hesitated to provoke a heavenly war. Bai Wu calls out, Yan, you explain, the one addressed then speaks up.
Lao Feng, it's been so many years, you've only grown more imposing.
With that dashing look of yours, if you went to the mortal realm, I bet countless girls would go wild for you.
Bai Wu was teasing Ling Yan energetically now.
Seeing an old friend always lifted his spirits. Your tongue is still as sharp as ever, but your strength is pitifully weak. He bared his teeth at Bai Wu, seething with rage. If I weren't injured, you wouldn't be able to maintain your dignity in front of me.
The world is ever-changing. If you already know, then speak. I'm ready to decide how to deal with you.
Bai Wu looked at his strikingly handsome face, which charmed so many girls, and burst into laughter.
After a moment, he composed himself. You really underestimate me, Feng Bai Wu. I have no interest in becoming the first choice for the Emperor selection. If you want to groom Fang Han to become the next Emperor selection candidate, I won't stop you.
Even if he becomes the Demon Emperor someday, he'll still be from our martial transformation sect.
If you want to restore your strength, I can lend you a hand.
After listening, he waved his hand.
I trust your character, Lao Feng, but I can recover on my own. I don't want to owe you any favors.
As for Fang Han, whatever he becomes in the future is his own choice.
I can't interfere.
Now, I can only rely on him to restore my power.
That kid has unlimited potential.
And helping me recover won't take much time. Bai Wu immediately raised his hand to stop him.
If you don't need my help, don't you want to enhance your spiritual energy?
Hearing this, Ling Yan suddenly paused. Bai Wu continued, the Yellow Springs Emperor forged you to create a divine artifact. The original plan was to find the Earth Emperor's tome from the 3 sovereign treasures and merge it into you.
Do you know where the Earth Emperor's tome is?
I have the Heavenly Emperor's mirror, which only gives me a faint sense of the Earth Emperor's tome. But if my cultivation advances further,
I might be able to locate it. Since you don't need my help, then so be it.
With that, Bai Wu turned his gaze to Nan Zhang.
Fang Han, what do you think?
At that moment, countless curious eyes were fixed on Nan Zhang. After a pause, Fang Han lowered his head and said, Sect Master, this time, it was a life-saving favor.
What about the future? Fang Han always puts the martial transformation sect's interests first.
Bai Wu couldn't help but smile.
I value you highly.
When you return, you can hand over the secrets of the 28 divine techniques to the Elders of Transmission.
Such a contribution will earn you a generous reward from the sect. As for the 5 Emperor's great demon techniques, that's up to you. Suddenly, Nanjiang turned to look behind him. Sect Master, I have something important to report. Bai Wu frowned at Fang Han's grave expression. I've sealed the area with my power. No one can hear us. Go on. Hearing this, he retrieved the Divine Clan's weapon from the Yellow Springs diagram. I encountered the Divine Clan at the Borderlands. Though I killed them, the Divine Clan is tied to a catastrophe that could befall the 3 realms. This is no small matter, so I handed their weapon over to the sect. Suddenly, Bai Wu's expression darkened. Moments later, he erupted with a whirlwind of energy that spread in all directions. This cannot be taken lightly. Let's return to the sect first. Bai Wu immediately led the protagonist and the others through the teleportation gate. Bai Wu's face was grim. His muttering made Fang Han uneasy. Even if the sky were falling, the sect master would never lose his composure. Yet after seeing the Divine Clan's weapon, he looked like this. This must be even more serious than we imagined. Moments later, above the clouds in the Martial Transformation Palace's Twilight Hall, Bai Wu returned with Fang Han and the others. He immediately turned away. Remember what Fang Han told you, do not let this information leak. This concerns the fate of the Tao of Immortals, even the survival of the primordial world. I must discuss countermeasures with the Grand Elders and convene a meeting of the senior elders. As he spoke, Bai Wu's expression grew extremely grave. Fang Han, go see the Cultivation Transfer Elder first. Chingshuette, Jialan, Long Yuan, spare no effort to strengthen yourselves to face the coming calamity. The protagonist and the 3 bowed their heads, though Jialan couldn't hide her worry. It said the Grand Elder's authority rivals the sect masters, secluding themselves in the depths of time and space for 10,000 years. They only appear in times of life and death crises for the sect. This is no trivial matter. Regardless, junior brother, you must see the Cultivation Transfer Elder first. Later, I hope you and your fellow disciples will go to the Wheel Peak together to refine the demon god's hand. Jialan immediately turned away. The flesh of a powerhouse like the demon god is a supreme treasure. How should we refine it for maximum effect? What kind of pill would yield the best results? We'll need to consider this carefully. Chingshuette gave a meaningful look. Let's go to the Wheel Peak together. Go back for now. I'll have more questions for you later, and I'll take you to see Qingwei. She was punished by the sect master and turned into a cat. The protagonist's face paled, and he hastily fled from the 3 beauties. That woman is dangerous, don't let her trick you. Moments later, in the scripture pavilion, Fang Han entered and found 3 elders before him. He immediately bowed respectfully and said, "This disciple greets the 3 elders." One of the elders quickly raised his hand, at ease, at ease. The sect master has already informed me that during your recent trial, your cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, and your spiritual power has greatly increased. You've also gained a celestial opportunity. This is no small matter. Tianqing Tai beside them spoke. First, present the divine techniques you wish to offer. After we verify them, we'll reward you according to sect rules. Upon hearing this, Fang Han stepped forward and revealed the cultivation methods for 29 divine techniques. The 3 elders were stunned as they examined them: Black Sun Wind Calamity, Great Sun Fire Calamity, Divine Cage Grand Luo Heaven, and the Great Severing Technique. How should we reward such divine techniques? We don't even know where to begin. Fang Han waved his hand. Esteemed elders, the martial transformation sect is so powerful that even a single hair from it is thicker than me. I have nothing. How could the sect not afford to reward me? The elder could only sigh in resignation. The techniques you've offered are all grand divine arts, and some are even supreme techniques. Presenting so many at once, how are we supposed to reward you? Tianqing Tai looked sternly at Fang Han. The Great Severing Technique, Divine Cage Grand Luo Heaven, Black Sun Wind Calamity, and Great Sun Fire Calamity are all supreme techniques. If the Divine Cage Blessed Land learns we've obtained the cultivation method for Divine Cage Grand Luo Heaven, they'll likely come knocking. The Supreme Unity sect will probably do the same. Handing these techniques to the sect is nothing but trouble. If they come, we can negotiate. The Martial Transformation sect can forbid its disciples from cultivating these techniques, but those 2 great sects must compensate us. That 10,000 treasures artifact isn't excessive at all. The elder laughed heartily, while Xing Tai beside him could only sigh in exasperation. You really know how to talk nonsense. Even without counting these techniques, just reporting the appearance of the divine clan alone would earn you at least 500 or 600 treasures, or even Tao artifacts. But the Grand Celestial Assembly is approaching, and the sect has many disciples. We must also aid their cultivation. If we give everything to you, the other disciples might feel left out. Another elder quickly interjected, name a condition, anything. If it's within our power, we'll grant it. At the mention of condition, Fang Han's eyes lit up, nearly drooling in excitement before he coughed lightly and regained his cool, handsome demeanor.
The protagonist immediately presented two treasures. This time, Sect Master Jizuan saved me from peril. Even if I were to die, I would spare no effort to repay the martial transformation sect. I have only one request. I hope the sect can help me refine the 5 prisons King Cauldron and the Demon Blade Bloodscar into Dao artifacts. Upon hearing this, the 3 elders' expressions changed drastically.
Tianqing Tai then spoke. The 5 prisons King Cauldron's functions are too complex.
Before refining it, you must first gather 8 million tribulation forces.
It requires the essence blood of hundreds of years' worth of experts to transform. I doubt you can wait that long.
The Bloodscar's quality surpasses even the 5 prisons King Cauldron due to its bizarre and unique properties.
First, pure destructive power with a renowned title is indeed easier to refine.
But senior brother transmitted a message, an elder severed one of the demon god's hands, and you took it. That hand's power is pure, perfect for compensating centuries of arduous cultivation.
Bring out the Bloodscar skeleton.
Upon hearing this, Fang Han immediately raised his hand,
releasing a burst of peach blossoms.
Tianqing Tai instantly reached out to grab it, locking eyes with the protagonist. The peach blossoms are beautiful, but traces of the 7-leaf demon lord's malevolence still linger within.
Seeing the refinement wasn't complete, Fang Han offered, the 7-leaf demon lord's malevolence is still with me. Elder, do you need my help to refine it together?
With that, he tossed out a corpse. Though lifeless, it was once the body of a heavenly demon king at the return to one realm, priceless.
Tianqing Tai agreed without hesitation.
I will help you refine the 7-leaf demon lord into your clone. Fang Han immediately infused spiritual energy into the corpse, while Tianqing Tai swiftly cast a soul-shifting technique, urgently shouting, quickly absorb the Bloodscar skeleton's energy. Let your clone merge with the energy, and you'll fully control the demon blade, making it your second body. At the command, Fang Han instantly unleashed his aura, lifting the Blood Knight King into the air. In an instant, energy surged downward, pouring into the corpse below.
Fang Han immediately sensed the Blood Knight King from his own clone. Tianqing Tai abruptly interrupted, bring out the demon god's hand. I only need his 5 fingers. Without hesitation, Fang Han produced the Yellow Springs burst. The demon god's arm flew out, and with a wave of his hand, Tianqing Tai severed the 5 fingers. Tiangong, lend me your strength.
No sooner had he spoken than Tiangong began forming seals.
While Tianqing Tai let out a loud shout.
Fang Han, command it to absorb these 5 fingers.
I will cast the void yin-yang path, success or failure hinges on this moment. Fang Han gritted his teeth in response, his eyes turning white as a blood array unfolded, enveloping the entire Bloodscar.
In an instant, he commanded the Blood Knight to devour the demon god's 5 fingers, then used the power of reincarnation to spin and absorb its flesh and blood.
Moments later, a shadow emerged within the Blood Knight, Fang Han's clone after transforming into the Blood Knight King.
He stared at it, thinking to himself, no more bloodlust, only a faint, refreshing scent.
At that moment, a surge of demonic energy appeared above its head.
Tianqing Tai immediately formed seals, purifying the evil into righteousness and converting pure yin into pure yang,
transforming the power into Dao energy.
In a flash, the Blood Knight King's clone was immersed in a wondrous flame, gradually shifting from human form into a long blade. Fang Han's eyes widened in shock as he watched the scene unfold, thinking, even if I cultivated for 1,000 more years, I could never refine the Bloodscar into Dao energy. I must remember the techniques and essence of an immortal ascension realm expert. Then, Tiangong suddenly waved his hand, tossing medicinal herbs into the refining flames.
Tianqing Tai continuously released spiritual energy around them, explaining, the Dao is the law of heaven and earth.
Only those who comprehend these laws can transform spiritual energy into the Dao.
Watch carefully.
10 days and nights passed just like that. By the boulder at the cliff's edge, the spiritual energy suddenly grew dense.
Tianqing Tai opened his eyes inside the chamber,
and a massive surge of energy shot straight into the sky.
The sight left everyone nearby in awe, and all eyes turned toward the towering cliff. Back inside, Tianqing Tai handed the blade to Fang Han. Alright, this Bloodscar blade must not dissipate into Dao energy. You must wield it well and bring glory to our martial transformation sect.
Fang Han stared intently at the blade he had trained with for 10 days, then bowed his head in gratitude.
Fang Han took it to heart, this Bloodscar blade was razor-sharp. Ever-changing, no longer just demonic energy but a fusion of immortal and demonic power. The power of the Blood Knight King lay within it, even stronger than Fang Han himself. At least equal to the strength of 1,000,000 warhorses. Ling Yan appeared, staring at the demonic blade in shock, and said cheerfully, even if the Bloodscar blade turned into Dao energy, it couldn't interfere with spacetime, it's just low-grade Dao energy. Once I recover my strength, even a supreme treasure like the Heavenly Emperor Mirror would be crushed under my foot. The protagonist glanced at the stern dragon beside him and scoffed, who knows how long it'll take for you to recover your strength. Fang Han stepped forward and bowed his head,
the three elders expended so much vital energy and rare treasures to help me refine this Tao energy. I will use this divine blade to fight for the martial transformation sect and bring honor to our sect. Outside, Tian-Tu stood on a nearby rock, his gaze following the surge of energy. Who would have thought that kid, Feng Han, had obtained the Yellow Springs map? The black-cloaked man beside him spoke. The Yellow Springs Emperor's artifact is indeed powerful, but it's not yet immortal energy. Unless he can obtain the Earth Emperor's tome. But the Earth Emperor's tome isn't so easily acquired. Tian-Tu pressed his lips into a smile, looking rather pleased. I didn't expect Elder Ling Wan to possess such an ancient treasure. You truly are knowledgeable. Few cultivators these days are as well informed as you. The Yellow Springs Emperor forged the Yellow Springs map to one day find the Earth Emperor's tome and merge them into immortal energy. The Yellow Springs demonic sect was originally a branch of the Earth Emperor's lineage. If he obtains the Earth Emperor's tome, he'll be uncontrollable. I'll keep an eye on this. Thank you for the reminder. Elder Ling Huan. Where do you cultivate? I'd love to visit when I have the chance. The man replied, this humble cultivator wanders the world, gathering herbs and refining pills. I have no fixed abode, but Elder Hua is highly skilled and knowledgeable. If this humble cultivator ever comes across any treasures in the future, planning to take it to Brother Hua to exchange for some elixirs, this poor Taoist will take his leave first. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he vanished without a trace. From behind Tian-Du, a stranger appeared and spoke. This illusion master's origins are unknown, and he's hiding his true strength. Befriending him would greatly benefit us and our senior brother. There's no need to be so obsequious. He's either a scoundrel or a good-for-nothing. Tian-Du stared intently at the blood jade in his hand. Indeed, this blood jade is a rare treasure. Yet he only asked for 100 bamboo wonder pills in exchange. The man frowned upon seeing the blood jade. It's said that the Elder of Heavenly Craftsmanship also has a piece like this. Sai, helping Feng Han forge the demonic blade has drained all our resources. These three elders are sparing no effort to cultivate Feng Han. It seems the sect is growing dissatisfied with our senior brother. Tian-Du's expression turned icy cold upon hearing this. The sect wants to establish two factions among the core disciples. First it was Feng Chingshuette, now it's Feng Han. I know this all too well. Whether I'm the sect master or an elder, I would do the same. As he spoke, his face was filled with calculation. Feng Han alone cannot compete with me. Even with Chingshuette, they can only pose a minor threat. But once I enter the longevity secret realm, they'll never recover. Meanwhile, on a barren mountain outside the martial transformation gate, a group of black-clad figures were paying respects to someone ahead of them. He shouted to those behind him to quickly return and gather forces for this operation in the Supreme Emperor realm. We must seize the Imperial Selection artifact at all costs. Illusion stopped in his tracks, grinding his teeth in fury as he continued. We cannot let Feng Han go, no matter the cost. No one can stop the return of my divine race. The protagonist has now returned to Reincarnation Peak. In the distance, a mother duck swiftly flew toward them. It was none other than the girl who had tightly embraced Feng Han earlier. Three beautiful women also appeared before him. Xialan stepped forward first. We saw the strange phenomenon in the sky earlier. The elder must have successfully forged the weapon. Hongqi couldn't hide her joy as she smiled. Feng Han, congratulations on obtaining your spiritual tool. The protagonist looked up in surprise. Hongqi, long time no see. How has your cultivation been lately? The girl who had been lying in the protagonist's arms spoke, touched by her senior sister's concern. Hongqi and I train every day. Soon, we'll surely enter the divine ability secret realm. Xialan quickly moved beside Hongqi. Unfortunately, blessing wonder pills are hard to refine, they require vast materials and pure energy. If Hongqi could use blessing wonder pills for cultivation, entering the divine ability secret realm wouldn't be difficult. Feng Han scratched his head in confusion. I can't refine blessing prayer pills, but I can refine Tai Sect's primordial essence pills. At this point, Feng Han stopped manipulating the world heart and paused for a moment. The primordial energy here is so dense, it should be enough to refine successfully. Moments later, the male lead successfully refined a pill. The four girls were utterly shocked by this sight. Refining a top-tier mortal-grade pill without any ingredients? That's like trying to cook without rice. Feng Han's gaze suddenly darkened. Senior sister Chingshuette and Hua Tian had the backing of major sects spanning the continent. They were core figures among the inner disciples. Half of their strength comes from sheer power, and the other half from using vast amounts of pills to win favor. Since there's no one else here, I'll be blunt, none of us alone can stand against them. But now that I can refine primordial essence pills in bulk at any time, if we work together, everyone will have to think twice. Chingshuette sounded skeptical. Let me ask you, even if you refine a lot of primordial essence pills, there's a limit. How many can you make in a day? The male lead fell silent. Though the world tree absorbed an enormous amount of energy daily, refining it into pills wasn't endless.
Was Chingshuette's concern entirely justified? After a moment, Fong Han answered honestly, 336 primordial essence pills a day. This left the girls stunned. Jialan widened her eyes, glanced around, and whispered, "We should talk in the pill room. This can't leak out, both major immortal and demonic sects will target you, and Hua Tian won't let a cultivator like you slip away." After a while, the male lead and his fellow disciples entered the pill room. Fong Han turned and explained, "I won't hide it, I once obtained a treasure in the mortal market that continuously absorbs energy from the primordial realm to condense golden cores. It's why I've lasted this long in the Taiyuan immortal manner. But only the few of us know about this."
Jialan immediately looked at Fong Han.
"You mean you'll distribute these pills for free to the sect's disciples? Refining over 300 primordial essence pills a day, this is incredible."
"That's right, but I'll prioritize those who are closer and more loyal, like Jialan's faction." Suddenly, Chingshuette interjected.
"Fong Han, I've always believed you had great fortune.
And now you've grown stronger with such abilities.
There are some things I won't bring up again."
She closed her eyes gently as she added, "Jialan, Long Yuan, Hong Zhai, let's all refine the demon god's hand together."
Fong Han smiled with satisfaction. "I'll start refining the pills first."
With that, the male lead focused on the art of pill refinement.
His entire body radiates a dazzling spiritual energy. A vortex forms beneath the alchemy furnace, then erupts with a flame that instantly refines it.
In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy bursts from the alchemy chamber, soaring into the heavens.
The spiritual energy in the immortal realm is so dense that one nascent soul pill after another is successfully refined.
10 days later, in another location, two individuals are locked in fierce combat. At this moment, Yu forms a hand seal and unleashes an illusion, throwing her opponent into mental chaos. He loses control of his flying sword, staring at Yu in shock. How had his senior sister's power suddenly surged to such heights? She then takes out a pill from her hand, likely the nascent soul pills from the Tai sect, which she consumes daily to harmonize her energy and break through her bottleneck.
The nearby onlookers gasp in astonishment. Those are truly nascent soul pills. How does their senior sister have access to such pills? With these, she's already secured first place in the upcoming mountain and river ranking tournament. Where did she get them?
Yu clears her throat lightly.
These aren't as rare as you think. And they aren't from the Tai sect.
They were refined by senior brother Fong Han of Reincarnation Peak and gifted to the 8 sisters of the Kulyan Assembly, 200 pills each.
The tournament is still 4 or 5 months away.
I've heard this year's rewards are even more generous. If anyone wants to work hard at Reincarnation Peak soon, we're recruiting alchemists, herbalists, and beast tamers.
You can sign up with senior sister in red. The crowd murmurs in disbelief.
Senior brother Fong is incredible, gifting so many nascent soul pills.
Let's go to Reincarnation Peak and see if we can get some too.
It would help us advance our strength. Otherwise, we'll spend our lives in mediocrity, unable to reach the mystic realm.
The news spreads quickly. Fong Han's vast supply of nascent soul pills becomes the talk of the sect, stirring excitement among both inner and outer disciples. Many disciples rush to Reincarnation Peak to request an audience. And even core disciples begin to take notice.
Meanwhile, the once unshakable dominance of the Flower Heaven faction, revered like gods, starts to waver under the influence of the Southern faction. A few days later, in the alchemy chamber of Black Iron Peak at the Martial Transformation sect, a man examines a pill in his hand.
This nascent soul pill was indeed refined by Fong Han. I've seen the Tai sect's pills before, their quality doesn't compare.
This man is none other than Iron Immortal, a cultivator at the 6th stage of the mystic realm, Unity Boundary. A subordinate gasps in surprise upon hearing this. If Fong Han can supply us with large quantities of nascent soul pills daily,
reducing our alchemy time, should we consider collaborating with him? Iron Immortal smirks slyly. Exactly.
The pills I use now are nothing more than minor treasures. I still have to painstakingly gather herbs and hunt for Tianma to refine elixirs.
It's wasted so much of my cultivation time.
At this, his expression suddenly darkened. The Qi refining realm only grants 800 years of lifespan, and I've already lived over 400.
If I don't break through soon, my vitality will fade in a few decades. Not to mention any hope for the future. I think if we propose a deal, helping him against Hua Tian too. The man named Jian immediately jumped up. Then let's go find Fong Han now.
If we can strike a deal with him, that'd be great. Even if he could ensure forming a golden core, he also has the yellow selection diagram. If we could get a few drops of yellow selection holy water, it'd purify the impurities in our energy.
The person beside him chimed in, then let's go find Fong Han.
A man named Xiantai raised his hand to stop them. Fong Xing is our fellow disciple, but we have no real connection. If we casually ask for large amounts of origin elixirs and yellow selection holy water, he won't just hand them over. The group smirked.
He's only at the celestial realm.
We're his equals, top-tier core disciples. He'd use some origin essence elixirs and yellow selection holy water to win us over.
Even if it's just buying our loyalty, he wouldn't lose out. But the other man was still worried. If he's not even afraid of Hua Tian too, I doubt we can control him. Xiantai quickly raised his hand to think. We have another way.
Since he has the yellow selection diagram, his divine ability must be the 5 Emperor's great demon arts. It's powerful, but incredibly hard to cultivate, requiring vast amounts of 5 elements essence and centuries of.
With his tribulations in Hua Tian too, he won't last long. If we provide 5 elements essence, he'll surely offer origin essence elixirs in return. And yellow selection holy water for us.
The blonde man's eyes lit up.
Where do we find 5 elements essence? His technique is the 5 Emperor's great demon arts Golden Emperor /
Even 100 gold or silver mountains, or a vein of mystic metal, wouldn't be enough for his cultivation.
Did you forget? The 5 elements spiritual root, the man below shouted. Where is there a 5 elements spiritual root?
Xiantai grinned wickedly. In the barbarian divine temple. The 2 men were stunned, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. The barbarian divine temple is too dangerous.
Seeing their terror, he laughed. Danger doesn't matter.
We'll tell Fong Han about this. He'll take the bait. Without the 5 elements spiritual root, he can't defeat Hua Tian Tuesday. We'll use his strength to let him take the lead while we search for treasures. The black-haired man beamed. Brother, your plan kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Xiantai grinned, baring his teeth.
Of course. He's still inexperienced and burdened with tribulations. We have to seize this opportunity. With that, he turned and walked away.
We, these fellow disciples, arrived at Reincarnation Peak, and moments later, inside the Reincarnation Peak.
Within the alchemy chamber.
The Wood Emperor of the Green Emperor and the Fire Emperor of the Red Emperor appeared around Fong Han simultaneously.
While in another corner, 4 beauties raised their hands in unison, releasing a vortex of spiritual energy.
The male lead withdrew his true energy into his body, gazing at his palm in contemplation. Realizing that his successful cultivation of the Wood Emperor's technique relied entirely on the World Tree. Though he had absorbed the Fire Emperor's energy along with the Vermilion Phoenix banner, it wasn't fully refined yet. The Earth Emperor's Tao allowed him to cultivate only a portion of the Yama golden body. As for the Water Emperor and Metal Emperor, there was even less progress to speak of. For each divine ability, he had only condensed a decade or 2 of cultivation. At this rate, reaching the Unity realm would be nearly impossible.
He needed to find the 5 elements treasures to absorb.
Lost in thought, the male lead reached out and retrieved the auxiliary reincarnation selection chart, then took out the Blackwater King Trident.
Fong Han blew gently, instantly summoning the curse breath rain and phoenix cry. And the black water gradually dissipated.
This scene left Jialan and Hong Qi astonished, prompting Fong Han to raise his hand.
Hong Qi, lend me the assassin's demon blade for a moment, he said.
In an instant, her azure demon blade flew toward the male lead.
He then cast it directly into the flames formed by the curse breath rain, phoenix, and black water.
Moments later, 2 flying swords materialized, which the male lead promptly handed to Jialan and Hong Qi.
Though the sword's spiritual essence was of lower grade, their power was extraordinary. They surpassed the assassin's demon blade by a tier and could even transform into armor for protection. You two should name them. Just now, tightly gripping that flying sword, the girl in red was overjoyed. So this is the Dragon Breath sword. How does it feel? Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door, asking, Fong Han, are you there? Master Xiantai and several senior disciples from Xiantai Peak have come to visit. I hope we are not disturbing you?
Hearing the name Master Xiantai, the male lead was filled with confusion.
Xialan immediately stepped forward to explain. Legend says the master is a 6th realm unification expert. With seniority even higher than mine, though his luck was slightly worse.
Thus, his cultivation is a realm lower, and he has yet to form a golden core. He is one of the candidates for golden core formation, and he must have come for the origin spirit elixir. After hearing this, Fong Han decisively walked outside, followed by his group of beauties, with the little girl stumbling along behind. At this moment, the male lead and his group of beauties approached the 3 visitors.
You've waited a while. I assume you're here for the origin spirit elixir as well?
The 2 disciples behind them whispered fearfully to each other.
Why are Fong Chingshuette and Xialan here too? Xiantai stepped forward with a cold smirk, saying it wasn't for the origin spirit elixir, but for junior brother Fong's cultivation matters.
The male lead played dumb, looking at him.
What's wrong with my cultivation? Xiantai replied meaningfully, junior brother cultivates the 5 Emperor's great demon art, doesn't he?
This art is one of the top techniques in the 5 elements, requiring vast amounts of elemental essence to cultivate. I wonder what realm junior brother has reached.
Fong Han stared at him unblinkingly and answered bluntly, barely a single element would.
Upon hearing this, Xiantai crossed his arms. It seems others need 300 to 500 years to master other techniques.
But how is junior brother's bet with Tiandu going?
The male lead relaxed his expression and looked at him.
Master Xiantai, I don't like beating around the bush. Let's get straight to the point.
This made the blonde man behind him furious.
This guy's attitude is outrageous. We are all renowned seniors.
So far, senior brother hasn't said a word to us.
Xiantai now gets to the point. Has junior brother Fong heard of the 5 elements spirit root?
By fusing it into the body, one can instantly master 5 elements techniques. A master of this art wouldn't need to painstakingly gather wood or fire essence.
The male lead eyed him suspiciously. Someone with the 5 elements spirit root, a treasure like that, I naturally don't possess.
Here, he paused for a moment. Lowering his head to hide his face, he let out a sly smile.
I know where it is.
If junior brother Fong finds it suitable, you may take some origin spirit elixir. Exchange it for the forgetting emotion water and the cultivation method of the 5 emperors' great demon art. We senior brothers agree to take junior brother to find the 5 elements spirit root. Hearing his scheme, the male lead let out a soft laugh. The blonde man, seeing this, smugly pointed ahead.
Does this mean junior brother agrees?
Fong Han immediately released a powerful aura, intimidating the 3, then coldly spoke while fixing them with a piercing gaze.
Talk is cheap. You want a ton of elixirs, clean water, even supreme divine techniques without lifting a finger. Are you taking advantage of my inexperience? How bold of you to ride rushshod over me. Those 3 are so terrified by Fong Han's aura that they're scared out of their wits. Even that blonde guy is trying to sneak away. Qingyu finds the male lead's imposing presence amusing and can't help but laugh.
Now, the 3 of them are pierced by the crowd's disdainful gazes, and Fong Han is furious.
I can refine nascent soul elixirs because I follow the principle of mutual benefit.
You're up to no good, daring to deceive me. Do you take us for fools?
Humiliated, the man in black iron is seething with rage.
He points at us and says, we kindly told you the whereabouts of the 5 elements spirit root, and instead of gratitude, you insult us.
Fong Han, what are you plotting?
The male lead crosses his arms and stares at him.
I'm not plotting anything. If you want to trade, I can give you plenty of nascent soul elixirs. Or even the waters of forgetfulness.
But in return, you must tell me the whereabouts of the 5 elements spirit root directly.
No other terms will be considered.
The man in black iron sneers and turns hostile.
Now I don't feel like telling you. Go challenge Hua Tiandu next year. If you think we're out to harm you, then there's nothing left to say. Farewell.
As he storms off with his sleeves fluttering, the other 2 follow, but Fong Han is infuriated.
Trying to scam me and then just leave? Not so fast.
Hearing this, the 3 of them freeze in their tracks. They turn around, faces twisted with rage.
The arrogant man is now livid. Do you think just because you've barely formed a golden core, you can look down on me, a true disciple of the martial transformation sect?
Seeing him act out again, Fong Han smirks.
You're not worthy of my attention. I've even captured great perfected ones from the Grand Unity sect. Do you think you compare to them? The man in black iron suddenly bursts into laughter. Those Grand Unity sect disciples are spoiled by their sect. All they have is arrogance. How can they compare to me? He raises his hand arrogantly.
I've slain demons and monsters since childhood, surviving countless battles to master my divine abilities.
You rely on a couple of lucky treasures, defeated a few weaklings, and now think you've achieved immortality?
Hearing this, the male lead looks at them confidently.
Then let's settle this at the heavenly punishment platform.
I've only just mastered my 5th divine technique.
The 5 elements aren't fully refined yet.
I'm sure you're confident you can subdue me.
Fong Han furrows his brow, looking at them with disdain.
But if you lose, you must tell me the whereabouts of the 5 elements spirit root. If I lose, I'll give you 3,000 nascent soul elixirs and 3,000 drops of the waters of forgetfulness.
The man in black iron is fuming.
He turns and leaves, saying, see you at the heavenly punishment platform.
Just as those people left, Jalan turned to look at the male lead. They really thought you were weak and easy to bully.
They tried to tempt you with the 5 elements spiritual root, seeing through your desire for quick cultivation, but you saw through them too. Hearing this, Fong Han immediately interrupted. But what they said wasn't wrong. I really do need the 5 elements spiritual root. Chingshuette lowered her eyes sadly.
I don't know where the 5 elements spiritual root is either.
After a moment of thought, Jalan spoke. They deceived me by saying my disciple Meng Xiaobai had already obtained the 5 elements spiritual root.
This person is known as the child prodigy.
He's been traveling outside and has likely formed a golden core by now. He's truly a genius. Chingshuette suddenly stomped her foot and leapt into the air. Rumors say they only flattered him to learn the whereabouts of the 5 elements spiritual root.
We'll talk about this after you win.
For now, let's go to the heavenly punishment platform.
Everyone should come and watch.
This match will likely draw all the core disciples. Then, Feng Han suddenly appeared beside Chingshuette and gave her a gentle nudge.
Let's go.
I need to establish my authority.
Moments later, the arena at the heavenly punishment platform was already surrounded by a crowd of onlookers.
The male lead glanced at Xiantai, who was scheming below the stage.
What, are the 5 of you ganging up on me?
The crowd murmured upon seeing the male lead.
It's Feng Han again?
He's been quite outstanding lately, and his weapon techniques have even been refined into Tao energy by the heavenly punishment elder.
I wonder what he offered the sect. Could it have been a nascent soul? How did he refine so many nascent soul pills? Does the 5 prisons king cauldron really have such miraculous effects?
This time last year, he was still an outer disciple. Now he's reached the 5th level of divine ability. Such speed is truly rare. But it's said that Master Xiantai was on the verge of forming a golden core 10 years ago. No matter how strong Feng Han is, he's still a step behind.
Not necessarily.
I heard he endured 18 days in the Taiyuan immortal manner he's been cultivating for 18 years. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Look who's here to watch the match."
Just then, Xian Lingxiao arrived, and Nanhuan Luo appeared alongside him.
The reckless disciple unleashed a chi lock.
Go ahead, all of you. I'd like to see what your divine abilities can do.
Then, he and the 3 behind him attacked the male lead together.
Feng Han, however, remained calm and gave them a cold smirk.
A moment later, he raised his hand and condensed a blood knight weapon, lightly swinging it. The 4 in front were struck at once.
Xiantai was furious. He brandished a blade of energy
and charged at his opponent. Xiantai stomped his foot and instantly appeared before the male lead. His speed shocked the male lead, who widened his eyes in surprise. Xiantai Qin gripped his greatsword tightly and slashed straight at Feng Han's face. Then his body seemed to split in 2.
Ling Xiao and Nanhuan Luo locked eyes on the battle,
while the crowd around them erupted in shouts.
What now?
The 3 beauties, Jialan, Hongyi, and Long Yuan, watched the scene with deep concern.
Qingjie observed the fight with eerie calm. Luo Qie, as Feng Han instantly transformed into a shadow.
Jialan excitedly shouted this was the phantom chi technique, forged through deep-sea meditation. It allowed him to shift and vanish at will, confusing his foe. Xiantai Qin was now surrounded by Feng Han's illusions.
As he scanned his surroundings, Feng Han's phantoms faded into a wisp of smoke.
And Xiantai Qin smirked in triumph.
Did you think my instant kill technique was countered? Think again.
The moment he spoke, his eyes glowed with energy as he raised his hand, unleashing a gust that scattered Feng Han's illusions. His gaze sharpened. My heavenly vision technique sees through all illusions. With that, he struck. He instantly released a streak of heavenly sound radiance, but the protagonist swiftly activated the exquisite Great Luo Heaven to block it. Then, Feng Han raised both hands,
channeling his spiritual energy into the shape of a dragon.
He hurled the dragon at Xiantai Qin, only for it to be deflected by his barrier. Fuming, he gritted his teeth and roared Feng Han's name.
Feng Han looked down in surprise. How did he block that?
The true disciples of the martial transformation sect are far stronger than the 7-leaf demon lord. Xiantai Qin immediately channeled his energy. A surge of power erupted from him, his massive sword intent merging with his body before he formed a seal with his hands. 3 sword intents materialized in an instant,
shattering his technique.
But the strain drained his energy. Xiantai Qin coughed up a mouthful of blood as his heavenly sound unicorn blade pierced through Feng Han's exquisite Great Luo Heaven. At the same time, the protagonist raised his hands, channeling a surge of energy. Then Feng Han hurled 2 fire thunder orbs from his hands
at Xiantai Qin, enraging him. With a furious roar,
his 4 disciples simultaneously formed seals with their hands. They instantly unleashed the 10,000 waters divine art, summoning a massive vortex on the arena. The vortex relentlessly assaulted the protagonist, but he countered with a solar fire thunder.
However, Feng Han's fireball was soon extinguished by their torrents. Yet Feng Han continued to gather an even larger fireball, holding back their vortex assault.
Hongyi, watching from above, burned with fury. This can't go on, Ling Xiao said, turning to Wan Luo. From the sidelines, it seems we underestimated this guy. He hasn't even mastered the 5 elements yet, but he can already take on 5 opponents alone.
Indeed.
If his team perfects the 5 emperor's great demon arts,
just how terrifying would that be?
Fong Xing smirked, his gaze shifting downward. Let's see how much your water can suppress my flames.
He instantly unleashed flames, shaping them into a phoenix's cry.
Vermilion dance, Crimson Emperor's aura. This scorching fire left everyone on the verge of melting. Only the two women, Xiaolan and Chingshuette, remained composed, a flame hovering above them. Their water-based attacks were completely ineffective against Fong Han's techniques. Next, Xian Shui was engulfed in flames, enraging him into a furious roar.
Fong Han, if you kill me today, it's only because I'm not strong enough, but...
Mid-sentence, he suddenly fell silent. Then began touching his body repeatedly.
I'm not hurt?
He looked up at the barrier before him. All the flames were kept at bay. After a pause, Xian Shui glanced at the protagonist above, thinking to himself, this man's powers are beyond imagination.
I've lost.
Seeing Fong Han's expectant gaze, the man hesitated before reaching into his robes, deep in thought.
He had a backup plan. Of course, I can't gamble with my life. I seek immortality, I can't afford to be weakened here.
With that, he tossed a scroll upward and shouted.
Fong Han, your powers are vast. I concede this time.
The secrets of the 5 elements spirit root are all in here. The protagonist immediately sent a flame to wrap around the scroll. When suddenly, Wan Luo's eyes locked onto the scene ahead. Then, he condensed his spiritual energy into a massive hand and struck fiercely. The destructive force of his attack so great that it shattered the barriers of the others. The protagonist swiftly reached out, snatching the scroll just in time. He clenched the scroll in anger.
Wan Luo, what are you doing?
The man strode forward arrogantly.
I never expected your predecessor to be a descendant of the 5 elements spirit root.
I want that power for myself.
Wan Luo paused, his eyes fixed on Fong Han.
You've mastered such vast techniques, dismissing even the 6-fold divine arts.
I wonder if you'll take me seriously.
The crowd behind them buzzed with discussion.
Senior brother Wan Luo made his move. This is incredible. Who will win? Fong Han then spoke. You want to duel me? Wan Luo let out a haughty laugh. What's there to fear? Tell me, are you willing or not? Fong Han's gaze turned icy as he stared at his opponent.
Thinking to himself, Wan Luo knows my strength yet challenges me so confidently before I've even used my bloodscar technique. Han seems to have the upper hand. He came prepared this time. We must not underestimate him.
Seeing Fong Han lost in thought, the man interrupted, what's wrong? Cat got your tongue?
Chingshuette, standing below, spoke up, Wan Luo, if you're challenging someone, at least show some sincerity.
The challenger must offer something of equal value as a wager.
Wan Luo snorted in displeasure before producing a piece of golden stone.
Fong Han, you haven't cultivated the water and metal paths yet, have you?
If you obtain them, it could save you a century of training. Jialan's eyes widened in shock as she recognized the object. It was a piece of Venus golden starstone, as heavy as crystal. Upon hearing this, the male lead decisively replied, fine, I'll take the bet. Wan Luo immediately sneered, if you lose, you'll hand over the 5 elements silkworm diagram and the techniques of the 5 emperors' great demon arts. His words made Fong Han scoff. He stared defiantly at his opponent.
A single piece of Venus golden starstone, as heavy as crystal, is supposed to match the value of the 5 elements silkworm diagram and the 5 emperors' great demon arts? Each of the 5 emperors' great demon arts is a supreme technique.
You're being far too greedy, Wan Luo. With a flick of his finger, he added, then I'll raise the stakes.
He immediately produced a manual in front of everyone.
This is the plate dance great power technique I learned from Brother Hua.
It's no weaker than the 5 emperors' great demon arts.
When Chingshuette and the others saw what he held, their expressions changed.
Fong Han finally gritted his teeth and pondered.
With his current power, even with the Yama golden body and fragments of the world tree, he could only condense up to 500,000 strands of energy, his absolute limit. The only way forward was to break through his current realm, but only by cultivating the plate dance great power technique could his power continue to grow.
After accepting this high-stakes gamble, Fong Han embarked on a legendary wager. On one side was the mythical 5 emperors' great demon arts, demon emperor technique. On the other was the legendary plate dance supreme technique, plate dance great power technique. Obtaining either would transform him into a prodigy of unparalleled talent.
At that moment, Wan Luo condensed both items in his hands and said, in that case, as per tradition, you should also condense the 5 emperors' great demon arts into a technique scroll and place it on the Heavenly Formation Hall's plaque. After speaking, he placed his technique scroll up there. The male lead also condensed the 2 items in his hands and set them on the plaque.
He then stepped down. His body instantly radiated dense spiritual energy. Go on, Wan Luo.
Seeing this, he burst into laughter.
Fong Han, it seems you're about to lose everything this time.
Wan Luo stepped closer to the male lead, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. His eyes locked onto Feng Han. Wan Luo never fights a battle he's not sure of winning. The two stared each other down. The entire audience was tense as the member of the Wan Luo clan spoke up. If you want to challenge senior brother Huatian, you must first get past me. Feng Han suddenly stomped his foot and leapt into the air, a thick killing intent filling the space above.
Why so much talking? In the blink of an eye, the protagonist unleashed the Blood Knight King, instantly charging downward as the Wan Luo clan member stood still. Below, a vortex of flames appeared as he chanted an incantation, borrowing the transformations of the heavenly Tao to cycle the seasons to their limit, shattering eternity with his martial arts' divine ability. Shining as brightly as heaven and earth, radiant as the sun and moon, this is Pan, the power to split the sky. Soul-seizing, spirit-capturing, this is Wu. Just then, the Blood Knight King's eyes flared with killing intent as he dove like a rocket, wildly throwing a powerful punch that blasted a massive crater into the ground. Yet the Wan Luo clan member had already appeared above the Blood Knight King, immediately casting a magic array. From it, he fired an immensely powerful fireball at his opponent. Feng Han gritted his teeth as he watched the scene below, lost in thought. This was a golden core forged from the primordial heavenly flame, a technique only achievable through the martial ascension scripture. Meanwhile, the Wan Luo clan member raised his hand, gathering his spiritual power. A massive seven-fingered hand appeared above his head. Long Yuan glanced worriedly at the arena, unable to control his emotions at the sight of it. Torn between laughter and rage, Hong Yi instantly clutched her head, her emotions spiraling out of control. Forget calming her mind using her spiritual power was impossible.
Chingshuette stepped forward as lightning flickered around her.
This is the 7 emotions poem, based on the 7 human emotions.
Unless one has reached the highest realms of the longevity secret realm, they cannot resist its effects. Hearing this, Jialan nervously looked toward the match.
Will Feng Han be alright?
Just then, the air around the protagonist grew chaotic as he clutched his head in pain, grinding his teeth. Feng Han's past memories began to swirl in his mind, driving him toward violence. Ling Yan shouted in alarm, Feng Han, your mind is being disturbed. Quick, use the blessing technique. Ling Yan's words snapped the protagonist out of his turmoil, and he suddenly opened his eyes.
Feng Han then lightly activated one of the 28 divine abilities, the blessing technique.
In an instant, ancient scriptures appeared around him,
successfully dispelling the Wan Luo clan member's 7 emotions poem.
But suddenly, the massive hand from above descended straight toward Feng Han. He nimbly dodged downward, his body erupting with a surge of power as he unleashed the serpent breath divine art.
A streak of serpentine energy shot upward, instantly appearing in the sky.
Feng Han locked eyes with the Wan Luo clan member, a smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
At that very moment, the Blood Knight King suddenly appeared above Wan Luo, surrounded by countless blades, startling him.
He Lingxiao's eyes locked onto the battle, grinding his teeth in fury. Chingshuette let out a soft chuckle, musing to herself if it were her.
Feng Han had indeed grown much stronger.
Immediately after, the blades rained down like a storm, each strike aimed at Wan Luo, who swiftly waved a white leaf in defense. The blades pierced through his defenses, enraging the Blood Knight King, who unleashed waves of agonizing energy to shatter Wan Luo's white leaf. The relentless slashes continued, as if determined to tear him apart. Feng Han stood in the mist ahead, watching silently, while Chingshuette and Hong Yiyan remained still,
their gazes fixed on the battle.
Suddenly, a massive hand shot out from the mist, reaching upward. The Blood Knight King reacted instantly, slashing downward with his blades.
Wan Luo quickly retrieved a golden core, channeling its spiritual energy into his arm.
The Blood Knight King's blades lost their effect,
instantly cleaving his body in two, shocking Feng Han. Seizing the opportunity, Wan Luo appeared before the protagonist, Han Tianshun.
Feng Han immediately shouted, Blood Knight King, look out.
Feng Han clenched his fist, drawing upon the Blood Knight King's reincarnation energy, leaping forward to strike Wan Luo's fist with his own.
A violent gust erupted, spiritual energy surging, causing the ground to rupture as both combatants staggered back. A glint flashed in Feng Han's pale eyes.
Wan Luo was taken aback that he had withstood the blow. In an instant, he was surrounded by the protagonist's sealing flames.
Wan Luo, can you still escape? He glared around furiously, muttering, useless.
Using Dragon Flame Heaven and Black Calamity Palm to drain my energy? Dream on.
Now, Wan Luo was like a fish trapped in a net, encircled by Feng Han's flames, with no weaknesses in sight. The protagonist suddenly appeared behind him, startling him. He immediately swung his hand backward, setting up a formation that sent the flame prison flying, dispersing it from above. The Blood Knight King lunged at Wan Luo like a starving tiger, but an object suddenly appeared on Wan Luo's body, forming a shield in an instant to block the slashes. The shield cracked under the strain, and Wan Luo roared in fury, unleashing a surge of power as he activated the Gate of Myriad Lives. Seeing this, Fang Han crossed his arms, finally summoning his strongest treasure. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he smirked.
Let me show you my true power.
He then channeled the spiritual energy from his golden core into the Gate of Myriad Lives. The protagonist focused intently on observing every move of his opponent,
and thus infused his golden core into the spiral life gate, temporarily merging them as one.
Ling Yan immediately spoke, elevating the spiral life gate's power to the Tao energy realm, truly formidable.
Fang Han furrowed his brow and muttered, let's keep watching for now.
If this guy has another trick up his sleeve, things could get messy.
We can't let our guard down.
Ling Yan huffed in displeasure.
Do I really need to remind you? Figure it out yourself.
After a moment of silence, the protagonist decided to intensify the flames,
hoping to destroy the spiral life gate and force his opponent to reveal any hidden moves.
With that in mind, Fang Han unleashed 5 divine techniques to suppress his foe's mind, using the wood-to-fire principle to show him the might of the 5 Emperor demon arts. The protagonist immediately raised his hand, summoning the Supreme Emperor banner and Vermilion Phoenix flag into the air, followed by the activation of the Crimson Emperor's fire energy. All attacks struck swiftly toward Wan Luo, who immediately ceased operating the spiral life gate to defend himself. Yet his body was suddenly trapped within a prison of flames. And while he was immobilized, the protagonist struck the spiral life gate's entrance with the diamond bone palm seal. Seeing no cracks, Fang Han raised his hand, and a ball of lightning appeared in his palm. In an instant, Fang Han seized control of the spiral life gate, launching a barrage of techniques in rapid succession.
Under the relentless assault, cracks finally formed in Wan Luo's spiral life gate,
severing a vital connection and leaving him gravely wounded.
He let out a furious roar. And you sacrificed your own imperial principles to refine pills?
At this, he immediately produced the Wind Demon lifespan-reducing zither.
No matter what tricks you have left, I'll crush you to pieces. Fang Han couldn't help but chuckle. Just as I suspected.
Clenching his fist, the protagonist fused the Blood Knight King's spiritual energy and charged forward at blinding speed.
In the blink of an eye, he stood before Wan Luo and barked, hand over the pills, now.
Wan Luo quickly retrieved his golden core and unleashed a flurry of crescent-shaped slashes with hand seals.
Empowered by the golden core, Fang Han was sent reeling backward. Wan Luo's face lit up with triumph until his expression suddenly darkened.
No one expected Ling Yan's claws to have already snatched away his Wind Demon lifespan-reducing pill. Fang Han spoke softly, stop gloating, Wan Luo.
You're finished.
Chingshuette glanced at the scene ahead, then smiled faintly before turning away.
Fang Han won.
I'll head back to Reincarnation Peak to wait for everyone.
Long Yuan whispered to Hong Jai, don't you think Chingshuette's attitude toward Fang Han is a bit odd? I'm not sure, but I think Sui Yi holds Fang Han in high regard.
Wan Luo was burning with rage, his eyes locked onto his trembling arm.
I won't lose. I can't lose. How could I possibly lose to a worthless fool?
With that, he unleashed a powerful spiral of true energy toward the golden core cultivator ahead, only for the protagonist to deflect it with a single palm strike.
A vortex of flames then erupted, nullifying his technique.
Ling Xiao looked up, his face twisting with barely contained fury. The man then attempted a sneak attack on Fang Han from behind, but Jialan reacted swiftly, stepping in to block and send his strike flying. She glared at Ling Xiao, her eyes wide.
What? Trying to gang up on him?
Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed from the arena.
Ling Xiao and Jialan couldn't help but turn their heads. The crowd erupted in shock. Look!
Senior Luo's golden core has been shattered. Cracks now marred his golden core, and Wan Luo collapsed to his knees, coughing up blood.
Fang Han pressed his lips together, clasping his hands behind his back.
The victor reigns, the defeated falls.
Wan Luo, if you wish to challenge me again, I'll face you.
But all your years of hard work have come to nothing. After all that effort to reach the golden core stage, to perish like this, it's truly tragic. He covered his mouth, speaking through his pain.
This time, I've lost.
But within 10 years, I'll settle this debt with you.
Just wait. On the arena, we'll meet again. Fang Han landed back on the ground. I'll be waiting.
Though I doubt you'll recover in 10 years. With that, the protagonist coldly walked past him.
Since you've conceded, I've won.
The manual for the Heavenly Might technique and 2 spirit stones are mine now. Wan Luo scrambled to his feet, glaring at Fang Han.
Of course. Within 10 years, I'll challenge you again.
Because in 10 years, you'll be obliterated by Senior Hua. Hearing this, the protagonist froze, then turned back in anger.
What did you say? Wan Luo instantly released a surge of spiritual energy and leapt away. Let me tell you the truth.
This time, Senior Tian Du came to the Tai sect to borrow a heavenly treasure to directly ascend to the longevity realm.
Feng Han, can you still be happy now?
Ling Xiao, furious, turned and stormed off.
No sooner had Wan Luo fled than the crowd surged forward. Feng Han won.
He defeated Senior Wan, who had reached the Golden Core stage comparable to the immortal realm.
That technique he used was brilliant.
Meanwhile, the others stood in stunned silence.
Senior Wan actually lost.
He lost so unfairly. If he had taken the pill earlier,
Feng Han wouldn't have stood a chance.
The protagonist's expression darkened as he glanced back, lost in thought.
Who is Meng Xiaobai? I've never heard of him.
The crowd buzzed with discussion. Senior Hua coming to the Tai sect to borrow a heavenly treasure for the longevity realm is truly admirable.
When will our martial transformation sect ever have the same divine aura as the Supreme Unity sect?
Feng Han heard them say this and began to ponder.
We must not let the lackeys of Hua Tiandu manipulate people's minds. Even though the Mirror Heaven Emperor was once demoted to a forbidden class Dao aura, true disciples must still uphold their faith in the sect. With this in mind, he immediately turned to them and declared loudly that the longevity secret realm could be entered simply by relying on divine aura. Then wouldn't everyone from the Supreme Unity sect be masters of the longevity secret realm? Seriously, doesn't our martial transformation sect have any divine aura at all? Why does Hua Tiandu always look so far away for answers? This time, the sect master saved me by using divine aura to open the Supreme Origin Celestial Manor. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately changed their minds. The martial transformation sect has divine aura? That's fantastic. Maybe one day we can become the foremost immortal sect and rival the Supreme Unity sect. We must train harder so the disciples of the Supreme Unity sect can no longer show off at the Grand Immortal Assembly. Hearing these words, the male lead felt relieved and walked up to the horizontal plaque, raising his hand. He quickly withdrew several incantations, and Feng Han closed his eyes, focusing inwardly. This is indeed the cultivation technique for the martial might divine ability. Wan Luo clearly had ill intentions.
After a moment of thought, the male lead stood before the table under the sky and spoke.
Everyone is here, so let me say this again.
If any of you are in need of pills, feel free to come to Reincarnation Peak to find me.
I, Feng Han, will never be stingy.
Saying this, he pointed toward the two beauties below. Additionally, most of the pills I refine will be given to Senior Sister Jialan and Senior Sister Chingshuette.
If you ask them for some, you definitely won't leave empty-handed.
Now, I must return to secluded cultivation.
Everyone, please make yourselves at home.
As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Han stomped his foot and instantly soared into the air. The crimson-clad pair's eyes followed his ascending figure. After this, Feng Han's position in the sect became unshakable. East Lingxiao, South Wanluo, West Jialan, North Daoguang, Central Tiandu. And now, Feng Han of Reincarnation Peak has joined their ranks. Moments later, inside the pill-refining chamber of Reincarnation Peak, Feng Han took out the two golden stones from earlier. Alright, now I need to refine the Starstone of Venus. It's as heavy as crystal. Immediately after, he reached out and touched the golden stone. Beams of light suddenly shot from the crevices, and the spiritual flame spoke up. The Starstone of Venus is the core of an extraterrestrial star's ore. Far rarer than primordial blood jade. Over 100,000 years, the essence of the five metals gradually settled and nurtured, forming such pure metal. Thus, those who cultivate metal-based divine abilities cannot refine the Starstone of Venus. Forcing it would cause their bodies to collapse. But he won't have that problem. In fact, the richer the essence of the five metals, the better. In an instant, a grand formation appeared beneath Feng Han's seat. Next, two metals, White Emperor Yellow and essence of the five metals, suddenly manifested. And the protagonist absorbed them into his body. Seeing this, the spiritual flame clapped excitedly. Perfect. Refine it all. At this moment, Feng Han took out the remaining golden stone, gripping it tightly in his palm. The stone's essence transformed into liquid metal, merging into his body. After refining it completely, Feng Han stood up gently, his entire body brimming with abundant spiritual energy. The only one left unrefined is the Emperor's earthly yellow path. Finding the five elements spiritual root is now a must. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Han took out a map made of mystic iron. The protagonist examined it carefully and, after a moment, pointed to a marked spot. That's the Great Xian Empire. Feng Han suddenly realized this is the barbarian divine temple. Is the five elements spiritual root hidden there? Ling Ren furrowed her brows as she studied the map. That's a remnant of an ancient civilization. Every structure there is guarded by fierce beasts. There are also powerful natives, and even the barbarian demon sect. We must not let our guard down. Feng Han swallowed hard, pondering silently. According to records, the barbarian divine temple lies in the wild jungles beyond the Great Emperor Empire. Once, someone established an empire even greater than the Great Xian Empire. Now, for some unknown reason, that empire collapsed overnight, and its 100 million citizens perished. The empire's many grand temples were also buried by the biting winds of time. Ling Yi now looked solemnly at Feng Han, as there was one more thing he had to warn him about. Cultivators who enter the barbaric temples always encounter misfortune for no reason. The late Emperor Huang Xian avoided exploring the barbaric temples precisely because he sensed the danger within. With that, he sneered, glancing at the lone protagonist before him. After saying this, he rolled up the map with a wave of his hand.
If I cannot find the 5 elements spiritual route, I won't be able to fully master the 5 emperors' great demon arts.
How about this? If we're heading to the barbaric temples, we must pass through the great Xian Empire.
We might as well visit the empire's market first to trade some Yuaning pills for rare treasures.
After hearing this, Yen remembered that experts from the longevity secret realm often went there to exchange treasures.
It's said that the Wangui Sea was built to imitate the great Xian Empire's rare treasure market.
As soon as he finished speaking, he showed disdain and looked at the lonely male protagonist in front of him. Before we set off, you must master the Panwu Great Strength Art.
Feng Han sat down and spread out the Panwu manual on the ground.
The Panwu Great Strength Art was indeed incredibly profound. The countless techniques were vast and boundless, making it feel as if he had opened the door to another world of cultivation, stepping into a new realm. After memorizing all the cultivation methods of the Panwu Great Strength Art, Feng Han left the Jade Book on Reincarnation Peak for Long Yuan and the others to study. Since he didn't plan to bring the 5 prisons King Cauldron this time, he left it with Hongling, He Xianzi, and Feng Xiaolin for their cultivation. As for Feng Chingshuette, she was currently in closed-door seclusion at Purple Lightning Peak, attempting to break through to the Golden Core Realm, and a month had already passed.
Feng Han set off alone, crossing through the red pine forests.
This time, his mood was no longer heavy. Instead, he felt a surge of ambition to travel the world. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes wide, looking down to see a great river appearing in the dense forest, named the Dragon Abyss River.
Feng Han immediately descended by the riverbank and hastily reached into the nearby bushes.
All he saw was an empty pit, shocking him so much that his face turned pale.
He thought to himself, how is this possible? Where is Master Bai Hai's remains?
I clearly buried him here with my own hands.
Who dug up his body? Could it be Feng Chingshuette?
At this thought, all his suspicions pointed to Chingshuette.
If it really was her, why would she take Master Bai Hai's remains? Ling Yan interrupted Feng Han's thoughts from the side.
If you want to ask Chingshuette about this, you'll need to obtain the 5 elements spiritual root first. Only in the ascension heaven can there be a chance to resurrect Master Bai Hai.
Hearing these words, Nanjang clenched his fists tightly. He then abruptly turned and walked away. Master Bai Hai, there's still a towering mountain ahead.
I must grow stronger to step into this ruthless land of immortality and cleave it apart.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Feng Han's expression became resolute.
Don't worry, I'll find a way to retrieve your remains and bring you back to life.
Minutes later, as Nanjang and Yanjiang traversed the vast forest, Ling Yan suddenly widened his eyes and looked ahead.
Look! Over there, 2 armies are clashing, their killing intent soaring into the sky. Nanjang immediately turned to look. The scene ahead was sheer chaos, with the great virtue of the dynasty fiercely attacking the great principle of the dynasty. The stench of death hung thick in the air, as these warriors were burning their very souls in battle.
Ling Yan then glanced at Feng Han beside him.
In the great strength divine technique of Manhwa, there's a supreme secret art that can absorb the souls and killing intent from battlefields, stimulating the energy points and unlocking the second sea of consciousness.
Since you've stumbled upon this war, why not give it a try? Hearing this, Feng Han hesitated. Nanjang then altered his appearance to conceal his identity,
hanging back as he awkwardly scratched his head.
Absorbing battlefield killing intent is a demonic technique, best not to be seen. Just then, Feng Han raised his hand and formed a seal,
instantly activating the great strength divine technique of Banwu. In an instant, the surrounding souls were drawn into a sphere. The great strength divine technique has a cultivation method: gather enough killing intent to form a war soul core. 108 war soul cores form the heavenly stem and earthly branch cycle. And by burning one's own vital energy, the second sea of consciousness can be unlocked.
Yet at that moment, Feng Han suddenly widened his eyes. Strange, this war soul core is still missing something to complete it? Moments later, he was jolted awake by an unusual surge of killing intent. The battlefield's killing intent should have been enough to form a war soul core. But today, it seemed to fall just short. Yen furrowed his brow. Aside from us, someone else was absorbing the battlefield's killing intent.
In an instant, Nanjing found himself surrounded from all directions by a group of masked figures in black robes.
One of them angrily pointed at Feng Han. How dare you absorb killing intent right in front of us?
You're clearly trying to steal from our young master.
Kill him. Nanjing's lips twitched after hearing this. You think you're a match for us with just these lackeys?
Fang Han immediately raised his hand, and a ferocious celestial beast materialized before him, roaring as it lunged at the black-robed figures, sending them flying. They were devoured in an instant. Suddenly, a stranger in the sky unleashed a flying sword.
Stop! How dare you consume my men?
The celestial beast pounced, striking the flying sword head-on.
The moment Nanjang saw the sword, his heart skipped a beat, its emerald glow.
This longsword is truly powerful, no wonder it's a supreme treasure. Just a glance at that sword, and I recognize it as the Crimson Soul-Slaying Sword.
What a fine weapon!
Hearing this, Fang Han immediately withdrew his celestial master.
Well, I won't stand on ceremony then.
Moments later, he smirked and instantly unleashed the Radiant Sun Wind Moss technique,
firing several demonic energy vortices to ensnare the Crimson Blade.
Then, the Blood Knight King appeared, reaching out to seize the sword only for the man to dash forward in a blink and snatch back the Crimson Soul-Slaying Sword.
Fang Han struck immediately, firing a bolt of scorching moss to eliminate his opponent.
Ling Yan cried out in alarm, too slow.
I realized I couldn't kill this man.
Nor could I take the Crimson Soul-Slaying Sword. His backer would bring great trouble. The protagonist reacted swiftly, clenching his fists to neutralize the attack.
He muttered under his breath, "What's a backer to me? I fear neither the demon god nor Hua Tian, let alone his so-called immortal patron."
The man reached into his robes, tossing something to the ground that triggered a massive explosion.
He retrieved the crimson sword and roared, "You'll pay for this. How dare you steal the malevolent energy I painstakingly gathered? You're finished." With that, he turned and fled.
Fang Han, furious, tried to give chase but was stopped by the Spirit Lord.
"Don't pursue him. Let me explain why."
The Crimson Soul-Slaying Sword was originally forged by the Crimson Elder 1,000,000 years ago. He was once the Grand Elder of the Blood Shadow Demon sect, vengeful to a fault.
A master of the Eternal Life Secret Realm and the only one lacking any semblance of nobility.
Anyone who crosses him will be hunted down relentlessly, no matter their status. While you've offended the demon god, he at least has the dignity of an ancient being. Even if he seeks revenge, he'd target Fongbayu, not you. His expression grew grave as he continued.
The Crimson Elder will be watching you every day. And this old fiend is cunning, mastering countless demonic arts. Even the Yellow Springs Emperor failed to eliminate him after multiple attempts. Fang Han paled in horror. Why me of all people? Does that mean he'll kill me the moment I step outside the martial transformation gate? Fortunately, I've already altered my appearance, I wasn't recognized. Nanjang quickly stepped forward. Let's find a place to check what those HI folks are peddling in their medicine gourds. Moments later, Nanjang landed deep in a desolate forest. Then waved his hand. He summoned the Celestial Master, who opened its maw and spat the group onto the ground. Fang Han stepped forward, lifting the gourd. The malevolent energy was overwhelming. How much war-tainted essence was used to forge this? Nanjang tossed the gourd into the air, gazing at the swirling energy. Perfect timing, I was just about to open my second sea of essence. I was worried about gathering 108 battle souls, but the relic consumption was too high. Now I have one less worry. Nanjang immediately raised his hand to form a seal, then released a surge of chi outward. Moments later, Fang Han sat on a tree branch. This should be safe enough. First, I need to absorb the killing intent. Yen, guard me. Upon hearing this, Yen transformed into his true form. He immediately began protecting Fang Han. Meanwhile, in another location, the unfamiliar man from earlier was frantically hacking at a boulder to vent his rage. At the same time, he cursed non-stop. I made 7 servants fight countless battles over 9 years to painstakingly gather this much killing intent. He angrily sheathed his jade-green longsword. I could have asked Father to refine the Jade Annihilation sword into a Taoist artifact for me. Now it's all for nothing. Gritting his teeth, he immediately took out a talisman. I'll just have to hire assassins. The talisman suddenly burned to ashes, and 3 men brimming with murderous aura appeared before him. One of them spoke. So it's young Master Ling. You summoned us 3 with a green talisman. Who do you want us to deal with? We 3 aren't easy to hire. 1 life for a high-grade treasure. Ling smirked upon hearing this. I know you're the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of the 40 great Taoist sects of the Outer Seas. The 10,000 Ghosts Immortal Island tried to suppress you but ended up suffering heavy losses. The disciples of the Fetal Unity sect have killed you many times, yet it never caused much of a stir. After saying this, he crossed his arms in frustration. I wouldn't have summoned you if I didn't have payment. Don't underestimate me. Do you think I can't afford it? Zheng Yang lowered his head to look. Describe the target's appearance, cultivation, and identity. Ling immediately raised his hand and gestured. He then transformed into Fang Han's likeness. His cultivation is likely at the heavenly being realm. The man studied Nanjang's face. I've never seen him before. That might not be his true appearance. Ling's eyes widened in shock. He tossed a small vial to them. No matter. I've captured his aura. Use this to hunt him down and retrieve the 7 gourds for me. The man immediately caught the vial. No problem. With that, the 3 vanished without a trace. Deep in a remote forest, Fang Han's body was enveloped in layers of qi. He continuously absorbed the murderous aura from the surrounding gourds. After a while, Nanjing's face turned pale, and cold sweat dripped down. He immediately activated his second sea of consciousness. The 7 emotions reopened, and 3 dark shadows appeared above Fang Han's head. One of them looked down. Is this the place? Haizi chimed in as well. There's nothing here. Keep searching forward. The scene shifts to the Celestial Transformation Palace. Cranes of spiritual energy circle the sky, exuding a majestic aura. Deep within the palace, Xingtai spoke up amidst the crowd. Respected Elder, Senior Brother Bing is currently in the infinite void with the Grand Elders, refining the Mirror Heaven Emperor. We hope to refine the Mirror Heaven Emperor into a divine artifact before the great calamity strikes. This upheaval may be the most severe catastrophe the primordial Emperor world has ever faced. One wrong step, and our celestial transformation sect will be buried in the dust. As he spoke, Xingtai clenched his fist and pressed it to his chest. If handled properly, our sect will replace the Supreme Unity sect as the supreme power in the primordial Emperor world, controlling everything. An elder from the Council of Elders immediately raised a question. We all know what this calamity entails. But every great change has a starting point. Where will it begin? Even the divine beings of the God Clan cannot attack the 10 great immortal sects, the 7 demonic factions, the 5 beast clans, and the demonic mortal emperors all at once. We must seize the initiative. Xingtai furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth as he lowered his head. Overseas. Senior Brother Bing had long foreseen that this calamity would begin overseas and made many preparations. Xingtai looked up and added, the forces overseas are the most complex. There are many powerful rogue cultivators. The God Clan may control them to grow their influence, boiling the frog in warm water without anyone noticing. Xingtai stroked his chin thoughtfully, his eyes flickering with deep contemplation. Could this be why Senior Brother Bing had Fang Chingshuette establish the Thunder Emperor's cave in the remote overseas region? Upon hearing this, the elder couldn't help but smile meaningfully. Fang Chingshuette is far from ready to establish her own sect. This is indeed a probing move by Senior Brother. His foresight is truly remarkable. However, the smile quickly faded, replaced by a grave expression. In truth, many powerful figures are secretly observing. Otherwise, the primordial emperor wouldn't have sent the Grand Marshal to eradicate the 10 great Tao of Sea. This remark made Elder Tsangjian frown in displeasure. What does the 10 great Tao of Sea have to do with the God Clan? Then we'll eliminate them one by one. The elder shook his head. The 10 great Tao of Sea aren't so easy to kill. The leader, the Qi Heaven Tao, may even surpass us in cultivation. The God Clan will offer them benefits to expand their power. We must not act recklessly. As he spoke, he stroked his beard. If all the elders go together, it would be too conspicuous. The Myriad Wonders Immortal Island wouldn't allow it either. The best approach is to send disciples. Elder Tsangjian turned away. Even if all our sect's disciples went, we still couldn't eliminate the 10 great Tao of Sea, could we? If Fang Chingshuette can successfully reach the 7th level of the Golden Core Realm, and Fang Han can enter the Barbarian Divine Temple to find the 5 elements spiritual root, perhaps it would be possible. At this moment, Tian Xingtai also joined in. Both of them possess Taoist energy and hail from families that co-founded the 10,000 sects beyond the seas. Even if they seek to destroy the great Tao, no one can rely on them. The elder immediately interrupted, saying they must see if Fang Han could form a golden core. Indeed, he was a man of great celestial fortune. He approached Elder Tsangjian and added that defeating a tribulation golden core cultivator with heavenly transformation realm power was a rare feat in history. Elder Tsangjian responded without hesitation. If the imperial proclamation had recovers his full strength, he might become even stronger than Hua Tiandu. As long as he doesn't perish prematurely, it's highly likely another Lingkong will emerge. Suddenly, he burst into hearty laughter. However, this man is clear about gratitude and grudges. That kind of personality isn't so bad. I'd like to see how the Imperial Proclamation head will act once he regains his peak strength. The elder beside him could only sigh. How difficult is it to reach the longevity secret realm? Taking the step toward eternal immortality cannot be achieved by luck, fortune, or celestial destiny alone. Another elder in the distance immediately spoke up. While Fang Han's luck may be poor, what I value is Meng Xiaobai. He emerged unscathed from the Barbarian Divine Temple and even gained the 5 elements spiritual root. The one who had just spoken was Elder Qi Wang. His words made the other elders' eyes light up. Meng Xiaobai is truly a genius. Will he attend this year's River and Mountains Ranking Conference? Another person chimed in, saying that with such a genius present, it was a sign of prosperity for the martial transformation sect. Tian Xingda glanced at the elders before making a decision. Alright, let's handle this matter in 2 steps. First, all of us must cultivate with full effort and comprehend the martial ascension scripture. The sect master has decided to fully open the supreme divine abilities of the martial transformation ascension scripture to us. We must do everything in our power to enhance our strength to face the coming great tribulation. Second, let Feng Han and Feng Chingshuette improve their strength and activate the Thunder Emperor's cave to contain the Divine Clan's movements. If the Divine Clan wishes to enter the Profound Emperor's great world, they must follow the rules. By establishing a foothold overseas, we will have a place to resist them. Tian Xingda hadn't finished speaking when an unexpected event occurred. From a distant mountain peak, an extremely powerful pillar of energy shot into the sky. Soon after, a radiant golden core appeared in the air, continuously emitting dazzling crimson light. This sight left all the elders stunned. The golden core has formed at Purple Lightning Peak. Has Fang Chingshuette already achieved golden core cultivation so quickly? At 24 years old, she has already mastered 24 divine abilities upon forming her golden core. Tian Xingda chuckled to himself and looked up at the sky in contemplation. Among the martial transformation sect's golden core disciples, only Hua Tiandu and Se Luo possess 15 divine abilities. There are 17 types of Wan Luo, 14 of Lingbiao, and the saber crown is enigmatic, but it won't exceed 20 types. The more divine abilities one has, the harder it is to refine a golden core. However, in return, the more abundant one's primal energy, the greater the benefits before reaching the golden core stage. Upon successful cultivation, lifespan also extends. If one refines a golden core with 24 divine abilities, their lifespan can reach 3,000 years. Lost in thought, Xing Tai rested his hand on his chin. Could there be a junior even more talented than Feng Chingshuette? Feng Han, if it were him, perhaps 5,000 years would be possible. Xing Tai looked up at the sky, continuing his contemplation. But his divine abilities are too numerous. Even if he reaches the 6th stage of divine ability cultivation, merging them would be difficult. The longer the lifespan, the more time one has for cultivation, increasing the chances of entering the longevity secret realm. Meanwhile, Feng Han was deeply immersed in cultivation, surrounded by dense spiritual energy. In his subconscious, countless ancient characters floated by. Feng Han kept his eyes shut, his thoughts drifting. Human lifespans are far too short. Even masters of the longevity secret realm cannot compare to the cosmos. In that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, sprang to his feet, and clenched his fists, roaring. Outliving heaven and earth is not enough. I want to remain when heaven and earth perish, to endure when sun and moon crumble. I want to exist forever. Suddenly, Ling Yan looked at Feng Han in alarm. Something's wrong, there's killing intent. And an extremely powerful presence. Hearing this, the male lead jolted awake, looking up to see 3 assassins floating in the air, their murderous aura thick around them. Feng Han murmured, Yan, hold them off for me for a moment. Just a little while. With the Blood Knight King and you protecting me, even Golden Core Masters can't touch me. This is the critical moment to unlock my second mind. I can't afford any distractions. After hearing this, Yan widened his eyes at the 3 strangers, hesitating. This time, holding them off won't be easy. All 3 are Golden Core Masters, and one of them even wields a technique stronger than Wanluo's. Feng Han's expression darkened. After a moment of thought, he decided. 1-on-1, I'll lose. 3-on-1, I'll die. My only choice is to take a gamble. Running means death. Not running means death too. With that in mind, Feng Han resumed his unfinished cultivation, shouting, Then I'll bet they'll hesitate. If they strike later, I can unlock my second mind and escape. One of the strangers spoke, Is that him? Another looked down and replied, Strange. By his energy signature, it should be him. But he's changed his appearance, likely using the sea kidney technique from the spirit dragon blessed land. That ability is incredibly powerful. With this person's cultivation level, there's no way he could have mastered this. It seems someone has transferred a divine ability restriction to him. The woman in the group immediately interrupted, noting that a faint crimson glow flickered around him, as if an extremely powerful treasure was protecting him. We must be careful and make sure to take him out in one strike. Otherwise, if he escapes, the man in the middle huffed impatiently. The 3 of us working together can't even kill a mere celestial realm cultivator? Wouldn't that ruin our reputation? Ling Yan widened his eyes in shock as he watched their techniques. Those were divine abilities from the outer regions of the Buddhist sect. The profound yellow great world has no Buddhist sects at all. How does this woman know such supreme Buddhist divine abilities?
The three of them unleashed a deadly strike at Han Fong.
In an instant, the Blood Sun Knight retaliated, and Yin didn't hesitate.
He took out the Yellow Sun sacred couch and lay down formation after formation with a wave of his hand.
Blood Knight King, you think I can't handle this? How dare you underestimate me? You're asking for trouble. You all are going to pay for this.
With that, he immediately unleashed the heaven-shaking earth-moving technique, setting up a massive formation. He released an enormous vortex of flames, striking Ling Hua and breaking its effects. The woman frowned upon seeing this.
Is that Tao energy? The other two immediately began channeling their energy.
Kill him and take the Tao energy.
Even if he is backing from the eternal life secret realm, we don't care.
The battle raged on, with the three of them holding their own against one.
They set up formation after formation.
The trio unleashed vicious techniques, aiming to tear their opponent apart.
After an intense exchange, Ling Yan was struck by a fatal blow.
He plummeted to the ground, gravely injured in the sand.
Pathetic.
I was bested by three petty thieves. I must restore my full power.
Once recovered, Ling Yan immediately entered the Yellow Sun diagram, merging into Han Fang's body to heal.
At that moment, the Blood Knight King suddenly charged forward, unleashing the instant kill technique.
The woman also acted, manipulating Ling Hua to attack. The Blood Knight King's entire body merged with the instant kill technique, turning completely crimson. She was stunned. What in the world is this?
The other two were also shocked.
This isn't good. We've been tricked.
Look at the energy on him, he knew about us all along.
He's cultivating an extremely dangerous divine ability and can't break free. If we don't kill him now, we won't escape once he masters it.
With that, the three of them charged forward together, and Ling Yan immediately appeared to shield Han Fang. The three unleashed exquisite techniques like the star-refining thunder net and the 10,000-mile yellow sand technique. The woman also raised her hands to form seals, reinforcing the pure world lotus flower.
All attacks landed at once. However, Han Fang's figure had already vanished.
The woman gasped and cautiously retreated. But the Blood Knight King had already launched his attack. The instant kill technique shot straight toward her. After taking the hit head-on, the woman whitened her eyes in shock, gritting her teeth from the intense pain. Her black robe was torn to shreds, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face. The other two turned and shouted, "Watch out, this is the instant kill technique. Forget that kid for now, we need to save our master first." The man with double buns waved his hand, releasing a ring of spiritual energy that extended countless threads, tightly binding the instant kill technique. The woman then clasped her hands together, causing the instant kill technique to explode into countless fireballs. Moments later, the three set up a three talents formation, trapping the Blood Knight King within it. But then, a strange sound came from afar, making them whip their heads around.
Fang Han appeared calmly before them, raising his hand to summon the Blood Knight King back to his side. The protagonist and the Blood Knight King gazed down at their prey with amusement. He smirked, "What have I done to deserve the honor of being hunted by three golden core masters? A regional overlord joining forces to assassinate a heavenly transformation cultivator. Have they no shame?" The woman let out a cold laugh. "You're just a wet behind the ears pretty boy. If you'd run instead of wasting time talking, you might have lived."
The opponent raised his hand, condensing a glowing ring of spiritual intent.
"Fool, did you really think we'd let you go?" Without hesitation, he launched an attack forward. "Stealing the 7 treasures gourd, son of the Blood Jade Patriarch.
Was worth paying a fortune to have you killed.
Blame the young Master Ling in the afterlife."
Fang Han immediately raised his hand, slashing out a crescent-shaped sword energy. He hastily retaliated with a burst of spiritual energy, but his eyes widened in shock. By then, the three had already fallen into the protagonist's heavenly fragrance mind-confusing technique. Enraged, he shouted, "This brat isn't some pampered rich kid, he's cunning." The woman quickly formed a seal, instantly breaking free from the technique.
She pointed ahead and barked, "Chase him. He can't have gone far." 3 days later, Fang Han raced across the grasslands.
He mused to himself. "These pursuers have chased me for 3 days and nights without giving up."
Ling Yan growled in frustration, "Those three must have some secret technique."
But beyond this grassland lies the Great Xian Empire, the territory of the Tai sect. They wouldn't dare cause trouble there.
Fang Han frowned.
"I've heard the Great Xian Empire's markets are vast, offering all kinds of rare treasures 10,000 times greater than one Guesi." Suddenly, he paled, glancing at the Yellow Springs map.
"Right, how are you feeling now? Any better?"
Ling Yan sighed, "I've recovered a little, but it'll take more time before I can take physical form again. I won't rest until Fang Han's cultivation advances further and I get my revenge. A single step away, yet no one knows from which year or month." After hearing this, Nanjing fixed his gaze ahead.
"You're right. Let's head to the Great Xian Empire first. Yen huffed in dissatisfaction again. Though the Tai sect waves the banner of suppressing demons and eliminating evil, the demonic experts within its ranks aren't howling for blood. Rumor has it they merely impose heavy taxes. Hearing this, Fang Han vanished in a flash, moving swiftly forward. Then let's do that. Moments later, the three suddenly halted on the grasslands. Did you sense that? That kid is flying much faster now. It seems he's trying to enter the Great Xian Empire. The leader spoke up. Within the Tai sect's territory. Causing trouble there won't be tolerated. For 3 days and nights without rest. His spiritual power showed no signs of depletion. This journey has already cost us a lot of spirit crystals. The second in command clenched his fist. Exactly. We'll make Ling recover every bit of this with interest. She immediately cut him off. But if this person has already reached the Dao Qi stage, possessing many spirit crystals wouldn't be strange. No matter what, we must eliminate him, seize his treasures, and infiltrate the Imperial Selection Empire to hide our identities before taking him out in secret. Deep within the Great Xian Empire, the land stretched endlessly, towering spires piercing the sky. Fang Han had arrived as well. He raised his hand to his forehead. He unleashes a vast technique brimming with true energy. In an instant, the male lead transforms into a strikingly handsome young man. And the people below all crane their necks to gaze up at him. Fang Han finally lands on the ground, surveying the surroundings with a thoughtful expression. This is the greatest empire on earth. Any other nation would covet such a city. As he ponders this, Fang Han suddenly looks up, and his eyes fall upon a towering city, the Heavenly Dao Pavilion, one of the 3 great treasure pavilions, where spiritual tools can be purchased. Just then, several figures descend from the sky and land beside Fang Han, chatting and laughing as they enter. Rumor has it this year's treasure conference will offer countless magical artifacts and elixirs. I've brought everything I own, hoping to buy a few pieces of mystic iron to refine into great golden energy. The person beside him immediately responds, I only need enough top-grade origin essence pills for a year. Hearing this, the male lead smirks, thinking it's perfect timing. Let's see if there are any earth-type treasures inside. Maybe I can strengthen the Emperor's Earth Dao cultivation. Moments later, as the male lead approaches the gate, 2 guards raise their weapons to block him. Do you have an invitation from the Heavenly Dao Pavilion? This conference is only open to cultivators with invitations. If you don't have one, please leave. Fang Han immediately raises his hand, forming a magical array. Is this not enough? The guards gasp in shock. This is a divine ability of the heavenly transformation realm. They quickly lower their weapons and step back in alarm. You're a heavenly transformation realm expert. The nearby crowd gathers, whispering in awe. It's rare to see such a powerful cultivator. I wonder what he's here to buy. So this is what a heavenly transformation realm expert looks like. Suddenly, a young woman rushes out of the Heavenly Dao Pavilion. Make way. Let me pay my respects to the senior. The guards immediately bow as a curvaceous beauty appears before Fang Han, offering an invitation. Junior LV Mei, an executive disciple of the Heavenly Dao Pavilion. Your cultivation naturally qualifies you for this conference. The guards were ignorant. Please don't take offense, senior. The male lead glances at the artifact seal on the invitation, momentarily questioning his own existence. Moments later, she leads Fang Han inside. Your cultivation marks you as a distinguished guest. Please follow me to the VIP chamber. May I ask where you hail from, senior, and what you seek to purchase? The male lead responds without hesitation. I'm merely a wandering cultivator. I wish to train in the 5 elements divine ability and require the essence of all 5 elements. I've come precisely to acquire treasures refined from the finest 5 elements spiritual essences. I wonder if treasures here are traded for items or the Great Xian Empire's Xian Huangyu. LV Mei calmly poured tea into a cup and offered it to Fang Han. If you have any magical treasures or spiritual tools to sell, you can exchange them for white sun pills here first, then bid for the 5 elements spiritual items at the gathering. After hearing this, Fang Han raised his hand to his chin and began to ponder. So it's white sun pills, the top-grade human-rank pills from the Tai sect. Using them as currency isn't a bad idea. After a moment, he looked up at LV Mei. Since I'm new here, could you briefly explain how the transactions work? Without hesitation, she began to explain. The Xian Huangyu is a mundane item. The universal currency of the Heavenly Dao Pavilion is the top-grade human-rank spiritual pill, White Sun Pill. At this, she suddenly grew excited. Senior, you're a heavenly transformation cultivator. We'll definitely buy your spiritual tools at the lowest price. The protagonist's eyes crinkled with a smile upon hearing this. I've heard you're one of the Great Xian Empire's 3 major chambers of commerce and that you even deal in Dao instruments. Is that true? Oh no, Dao instruments are rare and hard to come by. While our pavilion has some, they're used to suppress our destiny. Trading such things is just a rumor. Just then, the curtain fluttered, and Fong Han glanced down at the gathering below. So many people? LV May's expression suddenly shifted. The gathering will start soon. Senior, since you've just arrived in the Great Xian Empire, you probably don't have any white sun pills on you, right? Her expression changed again, this time with a sweet smile. If you casually craft a few spiritual tools, you could exchange them for tens of thousands of pills. Then, when the 5 elements essence appears, you could easily claim it. Fong Han immediately placed a magical robe on the table. No need for that. I just have a few things I'd like to sell. Seeing this, she quickly approached and examined the robe in her hands. This is a treasure-rank magical robe woven from 1,000-year-old Han jade silk. Infused with a formation refined from essence of white bone. The power within is equivalent to at least 100 horses' strength. An ordinary cultivator who wears it could rival a first-rank mystic realm expert. At this, she confidently raised 3 fingers. This low-grade treasure is worth about 300,000 white sun pills. Fong Han was very satisfied with the price, but how would he carry so many? It would take hundreds of gourds. LV May immediately took out a card containing 300,000 pills. Don't worry about that, senior. She then transferred it to Fong Han's hand with a flick of her energy. The protagonist lowered his head in thought. The Heavenly Dao Pavilion's reputation should be trustworthy. After all, in the word world, it's recorded that the barbarian emperor once purchased 1 billion white sun pills for his disciples, exchanging them for supreme treasures comparable to the 5 prison cauldrons. A day later, the various factions of the Heavenly Dao mobilized 100 billion poplar pills, shaking the Heavenly Dao of the 10 great sects. Thinking about it, Fong Han looked up. I still have 6 sets of these robes. Might as well sell them all at once. Lure was startled and looked at the 6 sets of magical robes on the table. With such a large quantity, I can't handle it alone. She hurriedly ran off, saying, Senior, please wait a moment. The male lead calmly sipped his tea and then slowly looked downward. Only now did he truly feel the difference between the heavenly transcendent realm and his previous state. If he were still at the self-contained divine ability realm or could only sit below, he wouldn't enjoy the Heavenly Dao's privileges. Moments later, Lu Mei brought over a woman of breathtaking beauty. Greetings, Master. May I ask how to address you? She stepped closer to the male lead. I am one of the overseers of another faction of the Heavenly Dao. You may call me 13th Maiden. Fong Han raised his eyes to appraise the woman opposite him, thinking to himself. This person is also at the Heavenly Transcendent Realm, just like me. Then, the male lead spoke. I am Fong Lang. 13th Maiden. I wonder if your faction can handle these 6 sets of treasures. Upon hearing this, she glanced at the markings on the treasures. Then, 13th Maiden raised her hand with a light laugh. Not just 6 low-grade treasures, even 6 sets of supreme-grade ones would be worth considering for the Heavenly Dao factions. At this, her expression turned meaningful. However, Master Fong Lang, these treasures were taken from the 2nd-generation disciples of the Blood Shadow Demon sect. Fong Han's expression changed abruptly, startling 13th Maiden into breaking out in a cold sweat. That doesn't matter. The Heavenly Dao factions accept treasures regardless of their origin. Even if the Blood Shadow Emperor finds out, he wouldn't dare cause trouble in the Xian Empire. 30,000 poplar pills per set. Here's 180,000, available for you to use at any time. In an instant, she produced a jade token containing 180,000 pills. Fong Han stared at the jade token that flew into his hand, deep in thought. With these 2 million pills, it's enough to sustain the martial transformation sect for 3 or 4 days. The Heavenly Dao factions truly live up to their reputation. As he marveled at their generosity, Fong Han fell silent, a faint smile curling his lips. Then, he piled a few more items onto the table. I have a few more treasures here. After examining them, 13th Maiden could only sigh at the items before her. The spiritual energy in these is quite ordinary. They must be things you picked up along the way, Master Fong Lang. Just some pocket change. I won't be stingy, I'll take them all for 20,000. Moments later, 13th Maiden beamed at Fong Han. Master, the time has come. I will now go preside over the conference. Elvini, stay here and attend to the master. In the blink of an eye, she vanished. Elvini excitedly pointed outside and shouted, Senior, look ahead. Below, 2 men stood behind Shirsan Yang, taking true gold infused with the 5 elements essence from their dimensional pouch. Elvini then spoke up, saying, This is perfect for the master's metal-based divine technique. It's also an excellent material for forging flying swords, Shirsan Yang said, raising her hand to start the bidding. 1 piece of true gold, starting bid, 500,000 white poplar pills. Each bid must increase by at least 10,000 white poplar pills. Hearing this, the protagonist's eyes gleamed as he raised his hand. I'll take it, 500,000. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd, 600,000. Fong Han immediately glanced at the bidder below and coldly called out, "I bid 700,000. The other person didn't hesitate. 1 million. The protagonist was left speechless at the price. After a moment, Fong Han glanced to the side, deep in thought. The true gold sold for 1 million white poplar pills, far exceeding its original value. There's no point in competing further. All the spirit stones I have only amount to a little over 2 million white poplar pills." Seeing this, Elvini grew anxious. "Senior, don't worry. There are even better items coming up." The protagonist could only wave his hand. "Then let's keep watching." Fong Han remained silent, his eyes fixed on the activity below.
Shirsan Yang then took out a small pouch, a white treasure satchel, which sold for 400,000. She then brought out other treasures, the world-protecting robe for 300,000, and the chi-gathering pill for 300,000. The Jiazi divine pill for 300,000. Fong Han's eyes lit up as he stared at the treasures being presented. "Unfortunately, none of these really interest me." Just then, Shirsan Yang excitedly announced, "The next treasure is a sacred item for those cultivating earth-based divine techniques. Mountain Spirit Continent, starting bid, 1 million. Each bid must increase by at least 100,000. Fong Han stood frozen, his eyes locked on the glowing yellow Emperor's Earth below. Ling Yan then appeared and said, "This is a spirit continent that has accumulated energy for countless years, brimming with the essence of mountains." The protagonist immediately turned to Elvini, "I must have it." Suddenly, a masked woman in the crowd spoke up, 1,100,000. The protagonist didn't hesitate. "I bid 1,200,000. The woman immediately countered, 1,300,000. Fong Han calmly raised the bid to 1,400,000, but she quickly countered with 1,500,000, forcing him to reconsider. "I bid 1,600,000. The woman didn't back down, immediately calling out, 2 million. Fong Han could no longer contain himself at this price. "At the end of my patience, I raise my bid to 2,100,000. The woman immediately outbid him with 2,500,000. Fong Han stopped in his tracks upon hearing this, sighed deeply, and Louis immediately walked over to whisper to Nan Zhang, "Senior, please don't be angry. That masked woman is a fairy from the Spirit Ridge blessed land. Even the Supreme Unity sect must show her respect." He let out a cold laugh upon hearing this. "So what if she's from Spirit Ridge?" "Fine, then." Fong Han thought to himself, believing he had some skill. Only to realize today that he was nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. The world of cultivation is truly unfathomable. Just then, Ling Yan poked her head out from the Yellow Springs path and sneered. "The Heavenly Dao Pavilion's auction is the most elite gathering in the world, a place filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Such minor skills are nothing in the eyes of true experts. Unless you bring out the Yaksha King or the 5 prison cauldrons to sell." The Blood Knight King was so furious he nearly coughed up blood. "Might as well sell myself. Buying the entire Heavenly Dao Pavilion wouldn't be out of the question." The two argued relentlessly, one mocking and the other cursing, until Fong Han turned and scolded them. "Enough. Say less and focus on recovering your cultivation. Blood Knight King, stop making a scene. Let's just see what the next treasure is." Moments later, Shirsan Yang took out a piece of wood. "This is nameless divine wood, a supreme treasure found in a secret realm. It's impervious to blades and fire, a true treasure of heaven and earth. Perhaps it's a fragment of some ancient divine artifact. If refined, the benefits would be immeasurable. The starting bid is 100,000 spirit pills." Fong Han's eyes widened, his mouth twitching as he stared at the piece of wood. Ling Yan watched intently beside him before bursting into laughter. "This is a fragment of the world tree. Ha! What trash are things like chili gold or mountain spirit pearls?" Louis hurriedly leaned in to whisper to the protagonist, "Fong Han. These people don't recognize its value. The starting bid is only 100,000. Quick, secure this fragment. It's a treasure brimming with the essence of heaven and earth. Absorbing it could boost your cultivation 100-fold. Upon hearing this, he immediately stepped forward and shouted, "I bid 200,000. Suddenly, a voice came from above. 300,000. Startled, Fong Han turned and shouted, 400,000. Two middle-aged men above countered with 500,000 and 600,000. The masked woman followed suit, bidding 700,000. Fong Han began to sweat, raising his hand to bid 800,000. But a mysterious figure in black interrupted, "I bid 1 million. The protagonist's face turned ashen. 1,100,000. Fong Han hesitated for a moment. "If we keep bidding without restraint, everyone will realize this fragment is extraordinary. Those cultivators won't let it go easily." The other party excitedly shouted, 1,300,000.
Ling Yan glanced at the protagonist's frustrated expression.
That was a great heavenly demon king. He might have already reached the golden core demon stage. Or even stronger, but he probably doesn't know about the world tree's fragments. Soon, the auction grew tense as the bidding for a wooden fragment surged from 1.5 million to 2.1 million. The veiled woman glanced at Fong Han and immediately raised the bid to 2.5 million. The protagonist was seething with rage, his fists trembling as he raised 3 fingers. "I bid 3 million, he declared. Hearing this, even Green Brows beside him was stunned.
Fong Han quickly reassured him. "Don't worry. I still have plenty of Yuaning pills and a few treasures, far more than 3 million in elixirs."
The woman scoffed, thinking to herself, he's full of surprises. Then, a stranger waved his hand, and the 3 bidders all paled. "Stop bidding," 13 said cheerfully.
"If no one else offers more, this nameless divine wood will be sent to the honored guest's room."
She turned to the protagonist. "Distinguished guest, the wood has been delivered." But Fong Han immediately handed her a slip of paper.
"This is the pure residue of 2.3 million elixirs," he said, placing down a gourd bottle.
Inside were 1,000 Yuaning pills. He then casually set down another 1,000 beside it, leaving 13 speechless. Next, Fong Han placed another gourd bottle containing 1,000 Yuaning pills, then raised the count from 4,000 to 6,000, making the woman and the old man gasp.
Green Brows panicked and jumped up.
Finally, Fong Han set down another gourd with 1,000 Yuaning pills.
"That's 7,000 Yuaning pills plus 2.3 million in pure residue, enough to trade for this, right?" 13 forced a smile.
"Of course." The protagonist coldly stepped back.
"Now I'll try to refine it."
"Don't disturb me, Green Brows." 13 and the others chimed in with beaming smiles, of course. The protagonist sat cross-legged as thick white smoke swirled around him. In his subconscious, he infused the wood with a strand of true energy, first purifying it of worldly impurities and chaotic spiritual energy. Then, he closed his eyes and activated his brow. The wood instantly released dense spiritual energy, and a coiling dragon appeared, letting out a deep laugh. No wonder it's the first wonder of the mystic emperor realm. This primordial spiritual seed has existed since the dawn of creation. The energy it absorbed from the immortal realm rivals even the longevity secret realm. A spirit flame took human form and lunged at the protagonist's back. "Once you gather all the fragments and restore the world tree, won't you stand above the ancient 3 sovereigns and wield the power of the divine ancient clans to rule the world?" Fong Han crossed his arms to dodge. "Old dragon, you can only rely on spiritual energy to heal now. You can't cultivate to advance your power. You should worry about yourself first." He was so furious that smoke practically poured from his ears.
"This brat."
At this moment, the origin essence pills were slowly being refined.
Fong Han looked up eagerly. There were already over 1,000 of them.
With the constant influx of immortal energy, every guest could condense new pills.
It was like an endless fortune. Even Ling Yan couldn't hide his excitement.
At this rate, the excess immortal energy could produce over 30,000 origin essence pills daily, or over 3 million white poplar pills in equivalent value. At these words, the old dragon's hidden greed stirred. "One day, there will be no treasure we can't acquire." Before he could finish, he suddenly turned to the side.
The male lead's body emanated strands of 5 elements divine lightning.
When rigid chi is cultivated to its peak, it generates lightning like calamity wood divine lightning, grave earth divine lightning, gui water divine lightning, gung metal divine lightning, and bing fire divine lightning. Only by refining rigid chi into an endless formation and tempering it relentlessly can one forge truly perfect divine lightning. Fong Han stared at his palm excitedly, proof that part of his rigid chi had reached its peak. "I need to find a quiet place to adjust the world tree." Moments later, in a room, 13 entered before the male lead. "Senior Ling Su, please make yourself at home.
Do you have any extra origin essence pills?
If you have a large quantity, the Heavenly Dao Pavilion is willing to purchase them at a high price." The tempting offer had barely left her lips before the male lead raised his hand without hesitation.
"Of course I do.
But let's set aside the purchase details for now. I'd rather exchange them for your 5 elements essence treasures." Upon hearing this, the girl tilted her head slightly, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. "Of course. Though there's nothing good up for auction today, if you're interested, you could stay in Taibai City for 10 days. As she spoke, a dazzling light radiated from her. "In 10 days, there may be an even grander gathering. There will be supreme treasures, as well as high-grade 5 elements essence items like Taibai Gold Starstone, Myriadfold Water Essence Milk, Bing Fire Lightning Marsh Sand, Azure Dragon Yang Supplementing Wood, and 9 Earth's Breath Soil Essence. If Senior Ling Su has surplus origin essence pills, you could acquire them all. It would guarantee mastery of the 5 elements divine arts and make reaching the 6th divine art realm effortless."
Fong Han couldn't help but get excited. "You have all 5 of those?" Do you have 5 elements spiritual roots as well?
At this question, the girl's expression froze. The words spiritual roots hit her like a bolt from the blue. After a pause, she shot the male lead a skeptical look.
Senior Ling Su, you must be joking. 5 elements spiritual roots are heavenly treasures on par with Tao instruments.
Even if we had them, they'd be used to suppress fate and fortune, not sold. As she finished, she exchanged a glance with Green Brows, as if communicating silently. Then, Green Brows held up 2 fingers. If you can provide over 100,000 origin essence pills, our pavilion will purchase them at 1.2 million each. If you can provide 100 at once, we'll buy them at double the price. Fong Han was deeply shaken by these words, his mind filled with thoughts.
Buy at double the price? Why is the Zen Scripture Pavilion so eager to obtain Yuan pills?
But 1 million pills is still an enormous number.
Even at this rate, it would take over a month.
At this thought, Nanjing suddenly sat up and said, "We can discuss this later. If there's nothing suitable today, let's go somewhere else."
With that, Fong Han turned and left, pondering to himself. If he remembered correctly, there were 2 other major chambers of commerce in Taibai City, Ludao Pavilion and Jioding Pavilion. Then, Shizaniang stepped forward and said, "Esteemed guest, please wait." Fong Han turned back in confusion. Is there something else?
The woman stepped forward, presenting a token with both hands.
This is our Zen Scripture Pavilion's VIP High Steward token, offering many privileges. As before, if you have extra Yuan pills, selling them to us first would be the best choice.
Seeing this, Nanjing also took the token.
I'll come back in 10 days to check. With that, Fong Han turned and walked out the door, leaving Shizaniang whispering to the side. Green Brows, do you think this person really has a lot of Yuan pills?
As she spoke, she clenched her hand, looking doubtful. Legend says refining Yuan pills requires vast celestial energy, and only the energy from the Tai sect can create such pills.
Other sects simply don't have that ability.
I really don't trust this person unless they have a powerful backer from the eternal secret realm. Green Brows remained silent, raising her hand to form a seal, and a glowing orb appeared in her palm.
I'm not sure, but his power is far beyond this.
I just used the Heavenly Oracle spell to observe him. He possesses hundreds of thousands of Yellow Springs fiend energies.
He's definitely not just at the celestial realm. Shizaniang glanced at the Heavenly Oracle spell. Then let's keep observing. Our Heavenly Scripture Pavilion has many people monitoring him daily. We'll just need to keep an eye on him.
Moments later, as Fong Han stepped outside the Zen Scripture Pavilion, a voice suddenly called from behind.
Fellow cultivator, please wait.
Nanjing turned in surprise to see the masked woman somehow already standing behind him. I am Piaoyun from the Spirit Dragon Blessed Land.
I have a few questions to ask you, if I may? Hearing this, Nanjing looked wary. What do you want?
She quickly explained, I know you urgently need 5 elements essence to cultivate the 5 elements divine ability for your breakthrough.
Perhaps I can help. Fong Han stared at her. Go ahead, ask.
Suddenly, she grabbed Nanjing's wrist and yanked him into the sky.
This isn't the place to talk. Please come with me.
Moments later, the two were soaring above the great Xian Empire. Only then did he hesitantly turn to the woman beside him.
Fairy Piaoyun, can you let go of me now?
The woman blinked in surprise and quickly released Fong Han's wrist. A few minutes later, the two landed in front of a towering and magnificent white tower, surrounded by layers of mysterious mist. The male lead and Piaoyun entered together, where various magical treasures and gleaming gold ingots were already laid out. This Misty Spirit Tower is a property of my Misty Spirit Blessed Land in the Great Xian Empire. I wonder if you'd be interested in building a similar experience in the Great Xian Empire. Fong Han grew suspicious at this and said bluntly, just say what you mean. I don't like beating around the bush. Piaoyun locked eyes with the male lead. Very well. Then tell me, what exactly is that nameless divine eye? You're clearly not from the Tai sect. How did you come by so much elixir? Fong Han coldly crossed his arms. That's my business. It's rather bold of you to ask. As for the divine eye, I don't know its origins either. Then his tone shifted. However, my cultivation technique happens to be a divine eye-based ability. I want to try refining it to see if I can break through my technique. The woman's expression darkened. It seems you're not being honest with me. As soon as she finished speaking, Piaoyun took out a spirit-infused jade pearl and placed it in front of Fong Han. If you're willing to tell the truth, I'll give you this. The male lead glanced at the jade pearl. This mountain spirit pearl is a supreme treasure that can help any ability reach perfection, but I don't want it. What I want is the heavenly breath token. The woman couldn't help but feel wary, sweat forming on her forehead. She had clearly underestimated his strength. Piaoyun rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. I know the price the Heavenly Dao Pavilion offered you.
How about this? If you can provide 100,000 golden core elixirs in one go, I'll double the payment to 2,400,000. Fong Han was taken aback. He thought to himself, double the payment? That's too good to be true. Both the Misty Spirit Blessed Land and the Heavenly Dao Pavilion are looking to buy golden core elixirs in bulk. Have they gotten wind of something? After a moment of contemplation, Fong Han put on an innocent expression. I agree. In 10 days, I'll give you 300,000 golden core elixirs. I just wonder if you can handle that much. The woman was stunned. 300,000 golden core elixirs? Are you serious? Even the Grand Elder of the Tai sect couldn't produce that many at once. Fong Han stood up and glanced behind him. You'll find out in 10 days, Lady Piaoyun. I'll come personally to complete the transaction. Just make sure you have enough white poplar coins ready. The woman hesitated, looking up at the male lead's retreating figure. Of course, sir. Fong Han immediately released a surge of spiritual energy, shooting straight into the sky. Left standing there, the woman thought to herself, I only wanted to test him, but this man. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her, calling out Piaoyun's name. She immediately turned her head to look behind her. Senior Sister Lian Yun, do you think this person can really produce 300,000 nascent soul pills? Then the beautiful woman spoke, saying that although this person is at the fifth heaven of divine powers, his spiritual power is beyond that. He also possesses a mysterious wisdom treasure of unknown origin. If he can truly offer 300,000 pills worth of elixirs, then he can establish a connection. Nowadays, the Spirit Dragon Blessed Land is severely lacking in top-tier elixirs. She is the first heaven of divine powers cultivator, Fairy Lian Yun. Following that, the woman added that the Grand Master sensed in the endless void that the great calamity of the profound Emperor world is approaching. He ordered us to enhance our strength as soon as possible. Hearing this, Piaoyun couldn't help but sigh. If Senior Sister Huiyun were still alive, things would be better. But if he can really produce 300,000 pills, we... Lian Yun gently stepped forward and patted her head. Don't worry. Even at its worst, the Spirit Dragon Blessed Land is still a major sect of the immortal path. We can still afford these elixirs. Let's inform the elders first. We need to think about how to win him over in the coming days. A quarter of an hour later, in an inn in Taibai City, Fong Han sat down to meditate, focusing on the unity of man and tree, then entered an endless space. If the world tree can already absorb the spiritual energy of the immortal realm, then deep within the heart, one can communicate with the immortal realm. If one explores along the roots of the world tree, can they sense the immortal realm? Legend has it that in ancient times, mortals climbed a wondrous tree to sense the immortal realm. With supreme spirit, they defied fate, opened the mysterious gates of the immortal realm, absorbed spiritual energy to cultivate into true energy, and ascended to become immortal, achieving eternal life. What exactly is the immortal realm? The highest position exists in an unknown spacetime, the ruler of countless worlds, the origin of all realms, the path of immortality, eternal spacetime, and the realm of absolute freedom. The highest realm every living being in the world pursues. The higher the realm, the harder the cultivation. Amidst life and death chaos, there is only one goal, to attain the Tao and become immortal. If one can sense the immortal realm, they can attain the fifth heaven of divine powers and achieve immortality in spirit. Fong Han slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shifting. The protagonist also woke up, looking around the hazy space in confusion. What's happening? It feels like all my spirit has fallen into an endless void. My soul no longer feels like my own, as if I can never return. Fong Han immediately released bolts of the thunder god's gaze, shooting into the surrounding darkness. The protagonist was panicked, sweating profusely, and turned to look behind him. Before him stretched an endless void with no escape. He could no longer contact Yen or the Yellow Springs map. This is extremely dangerous. If he dies here, he will lose his true nature. The gods could never return to what they once were. At that moment, Fong Han hesitated before speaking, then raised his hands, halting the world tree's power swirling around him and unleashing the storm eye of the thunder god, surging forward at full speed. The protagonist strode forward with unwavering determination, rushing toward the void ahead. Fong Han's eyes glistened with tears as the radiant aura of the world tree's power behind him shattered. Suddenly, a glowing gate appeared before him, and Fong Han shot toward the exit like an arrow loosed from a bow, returning to the outside world. His face pale, he bit his lip hard as crimson energy surged around him, and then Fong Han collapsed to the ground,